My name is Lu Yuan. I used to be a social animal who had just graduated from college 2 years ago. Day after day, I enjoyed the blessing of 996 and occasionally experienced the luxury treatment of 007. The pace of life was crazy and disordered. Staying up late, eating takeout, and having a messy schedule eventually took its toll on me. I got cancer. In order to reduce the burden on my family and to get rid of my unbearable pain, I made a desperate decision and chose to end it all. However, when I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a whole new world. This world is completely different from what I knew before. Here, everyone has 3 chances to awaken between the ages of 16 and 18. If you can awaken successfully, you can activate the gene chain and become a magical gene warrior. What's even more exciting is that the awakened can also enter a mysterious place called Land of Origin to explore unknown adventures and gain powerful powers and exotic treasures. And I am an orphan in this world. If I cannot awaken and activate my gene chain, then in the future, I will only be able to go to the toilet and sweep the streets and live a miserable life. Fortunately, I successfully awakened, and my genes seem to have some mysterious power that allows them to evolve infinitely. At this moment, in a classroom, on the podium, a teacher over 50 years old rested his hands on the desk, and his voice echoed steadily in the quiet classroom. Those whose names are called go to the podium and begin the awakening ceremony. Wang Yi stepped onto the podium and looked at the teacher nervously. Don't be nervous. You've awakened twice before. You know what to do. Place your hand on the awakening crystal, close your eyes, and concentrate on feeling your own existence. Wang nodded seriously, placed his hand on the crystal ball on the desk, and then closed his eyes. The air seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere became exceptionally quiet. Time passed by minute. The teacher glanced down at his watch and said calmly, "Okay, 1 minute has passed. The awakening crystal has not responded. The awakening has failed. Wang, you can go down now." Hearing this, Wang Yi's eyes turned red. He lowered his head and walked back to his seat in disappointment. A hint of silence permeated the class. The teacher looked at the whole class and said calmly, "The probability of an ordinary person awakening is only 10%, and it gets lower and lower each time. If you didn't awaken the first 2 times, the possibility of success the 3rd time is almost 0. Don't have too high expectations, or you'll be disappointed." These words made the already gloomy atmosphere even more hushed. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. This teacher is an expert at making the audience feel cold. After hearing what he said, I also began to feel uneasy. Could it be that I can't wake up either? But that's not right. According to common sense, people who travel to this kind of world should be the protagonists, right? If I don't awaken, won't this world lose a powerful genetic warrior? What should we do about future battles, alienation, foreign invasions? The human race cannot afford such losses. Next, Li Shi. The awakening ceremony continued. As the teacher said, the success rate of the 3rd awakening was extremely low. About half an hour passed, and 30 students took the test, but not a single one was awakened. My mood became increasingly heavy. Lu Yuan. Finally, the teacher called out my name. The whole class's eyes instantly focused on me. I was a marginal person in the class, and no one would actively encourage me, but just look at me quietly. The teacher's attitude remained indifferent, just like he would treat any other student. I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. I really didn't get any protagonist treatment at all. According to the routine of the novel, shouldn't someone care about me? Or jump out to laugh at me? Why is everyone so calm? I walked to the desk, and the teacher repeated what he had said before as usual. Put your hand on the awakening crystal and feel your existence with your heart. Don't be too nervous. I nodded and placed my hand on the crystal ball. The surface of the crystal was cold and felt strangely comfortable. I closed my eyes and tried to feel myself. However, all I felt was darkness. Time passed in silence, and I couldn't help but feel uneasy. I didn't feel anything. Could it be that I really couldn't wake up? This world is not safe, and it is better to have a little power than nothing. Just when I was getting anxious, a faint blue light suddenly flashed in the darkness. Then, a blue translucent cube appeared in the darkness, rotating around the light column. The moment it appeared, the darkness was torn apart, and the white mist spread rapidly. A huge double helix light column stood in the white mist, with a pure white base and the top swallowed by the mist. The dark blue cube seemed to be attracted by some force and rotated around the light column. Gene chain. My heart was shocked. Have I really awakened? But what is this cube? Although I know the basics of awakening, I have never heard of this kind of cube appearing during awakening. I focused on observing the blue cube, and suddenly I had some understanding in my mind. This cube was actually used for evolution. It is said that genetic warriors can record the genes of monsters from the land of origin, thereby acquiring combat skills, just like fish can swim and birds can fly, which are abilities imprinted in their genes. Every time genes advance, there will be an opportunity for fusion, but this process must be done with caution because low-level genes are not very helpful for improvement, and high-level genes may backfire on themselves if not chosen properly. However, the special thing about this cube is that it can not only record genes, but also allow the recorded genes to evolve. This means that even the weakest gene can become stronger over time and reach the highest level. Unlimited potential, unlimited possibilities. This is the true awakening. My heart was beating wildly, and the blue cube in front of me was so shocking that I almost lost my mind. It was evolving infinitely, and if it was given enough time, it would grow to a level that would shock everyone. The strongest human being? The strongest universe? It seems that both are possible. But what exactly is this cube? And why was it here when I woke up? These questions kept turning around in my mind. Just as I was immersed in thinking, suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my left wrist. I opened my eyes and found that the awakening crystal was emitting dazzling white light, and on my left wrist, a golden thread was quietly moving and finally gathered into a dazzling golden ring. Genetic battle pattern, the symbol of every awakener, and also the key to enter the origin place. Its appearance means that I have officially awakened to become a genetic warrior. Genetic battle pattern, you have awakened. The teacher's voice was full of shock. The students below were also talking about it, with surprise and jealousy revealed in their eyes. Lu Yuan has actually awakened. He usually keeps a low profile, but I didn't expect that he could actually awaken. So what if they're awakened? Gene warriors are so dangerous. Something might happen to them any day. The classmates' eyes were filled with complex expressions, including envy and jealousy. There were also some girls who looked at me with a subtle light in their eyes. Admittedly, I am good-looking, but I am usually introverted, lonely, and difficult to approach. In addition, I have experienced alienation incidents, so no one dares to approach me. And now, after awakening, it seems that my attractiveness has suddenly increased, and those girls who were originally out of my reach are beginning to approach me unconsciously. As a genetic warrior, my status was instantly elevated, and I became an elite of the human race. At this time, I could hear the discussions around me, but I didn't care. The teacher is right. There's no need to care too much about what others think. Just be yourself, I thought silently in my heart. After all, I am no longer the person who only cared about trivial matters in front of me. The teacher finally showed a long-lost smile on his face. He looked at me and said gently, "Student, congratulations on becoming a gene warrior. Next, there are still 2 months until the college entrance examination. Try your best to get into the top Gene Warrior Academy. This will be of great benefit to your future development. By the way, since you have just awakened, you can go to the Gene Warrior Association to register. After registration, you can receive a subsidy of 5,000 yuan per month." A subsidy of 5,000 yuan? I was pleasantly surprised when I heard the news. This was a blessing from heaven for me. Even though the monthly child support from Empire was only 800 yuan, this 5,000 yuan was a rare opportunity for me. Although tuition and miscellaneous fees were all waived, this subsidy did make me feel somewhat satisfied. After all, it was free money. However, I quickly came to my senses. I was destined to become the strongest person in the universe. How could such a small thing satisfy me? Unless the subsidy was increased to 10,000. I nodded and replied to the teacher with a smile. "I see. Thank you for your reminder." I am not surprised by the change in the teacher's attitude. After all, the emergence of the awakened is a huge teaching achievement for the teacher, and he can also get a generous bonus. Looking at the students below, the teacher smiled and said, "Everyone congratulate Lu Yuan for his successful awakening." Although some students were unwilling, they still couldn't help but follow the teacher and applaud. The teacher looked at me with a gentle look in his eyes. "Okay, go back to your seat." Under everyone's gaze, I returned to my seat. Then, the teacher continued to announce, "The awakening ceremony continues. Next, Wang Ming." As the ceremony continued, my attention was focused on my wrist. The golden battle pattern gave me an intuition. It was like a switch waiting for me to activate it. Perhaps, once I turn it on, I could enter the legendary land of origin. But my knowledge of the place of origin is still limited, and I need to make adequate preparations before actually entering. However, there are only 2 months left before the college entrance examination, and my time is extremely tight. The Gene Warrior exam was different from the normal exam. As someone who awakened late, I started behind those students who awakened early. If I wanted to catch up with them in 2 months and get into a good school, it would not be easy. Fortunately, with the existence of the evolution cube, I still have hope. After all, I have experienced college life, and I know very well that a good university can open up more opportunities in life and make the future road smoother. No matter what, I will try my best to get into the best genetic warrior academy. After returning, I decided to learn more about the place of origin first and then prepare for the exam with all my strength. By the way, the name Evolution Cube was chosen by me. I think it is both appropriate and futuristic. As I awakened, the following students were full of expectations about whether they could awaken as well, but the reality was cruel. Until the last student finished the test, I was the only one out of the 41 students in our class who awakened and became a genetic warrior. After the awakening ceremony, the teacher put away the crystal ball and looked at the disappointed students with a gentle but firm tone. Not awakening does not mean anything. Everyone should adjust their mindset, study hard, and get into a good university. This is what you should focus on most. The teacher's words reminded me of my youth, when I always had a mysterious self-confidence and believed that I was destined to reach the peak of my life. However, reality tells us that not all dreams can be achieved overnight. Despite this, we still have to be down to earth and do what we should do. After the teacher finished speaking, he left the classroom. The remaining students gathered together and discussed in a low voice. I didn't awaken. I always thought I could. It seems that I can only go back to inherit the family business. At least my family has a company, and I don't have to worry about food and clothing. During their discussion, some classmates would occasionally glance at me secretly with complicated looks. A sweet-looking girl walked up to me and said with a bright smile, "Lu Yuan, we seem to be going the same way. Shall we go home together later?" I glanced at her, shook my head, and said calmly, "No, I'm used to being alone." The girl's smile froze for a moment. She nodded reluctantly and turned to leave. Seeing this, the other girls who were originally ready to make a move also gave up their plans to approach him. I felt relieved. Although I'm not as withdrawn as I was in my previous life, there is really nothing to talk about with these people who are about to embark on different life trajectories. As I awakened, the class gradually returned to calm. Even after becoming a genetic warrior, I still had to continue studying. After all, genetic warriors were not illiterate, and the cultivation of thinking and logical abilities was especially important. After school, I walked to the Gene Warrior Association alone. Although the distance was far and there was no car, I still decided to walk there. What other reason could there be besides poverty? Walking on the street, there are high-rise buildings, flashing neon lights, and hovering motorcycles flying in the air. Advertisements of female stars are playing on a huge light screen, and the surroundings are full of the atmosphere of modern technology. At this moment, I seemed to have walked into the future, and my heart was filled with endless shock. I took the number 11 bus, and after more than an hour of bumpy ride, I finally found my destination based on the map on my phone. Shili City, Southern District Branch of the Gene Warrior Association. This place is very conspicuous in the bustling area, like a huge black stone tower, covering an area of more than 200 meters. On both sides of the main gate stand two statues of warriors, about 50 meters high. They hold long swords with the tips of their swords intersecting in the air, and the gate is right under the two crossed swords. Everyone who entered the gate was a little different. Some wore armor, some wore robes, some carried swords, and some even had tails sticking out of their backs. I couldn't help but wonder, how could the people here grow tails? But no matter what, each of them exuded an aura that could not be ignored, making me feel like a little sheep among wolves. I took a deep breath and stepped through the door. In the hall, I quickly found the information desk in the center. Carefully avoiding the genetic warriors with firm steps, I walked towards the consultation desk. "Hello, how can I help you?" The young lady looked at me with a friendly smile. "I just woke up and wanted to register," I said simply. The young lady smiled and pointed to the right. "The registration office is over there. Shall AI take this gentleman there?" After she finished speaking, a white robot named Shao AI, who was standing next to her, came over and said in a clear and cute voice, Sir, please follow me. Xiao AI will take you to the Gene Warrior registration office. After the robot Xiao AI finished speaking, he turned around and led the way, and I hurriedly followed. When the genetic warriors saw the robot Xiao AI, they all made way for me, which made me feel a lot more relaxed. Soon we arrived at a room on the right side of the hall. The room was spacious, about 200 square meters with some chairs in the middle and a group of staff sitting behind the windowsill opposite, busy at work. Looking across the room, I noticed that there were more than 20 young men who looked about my age sitting on the chairs in the middle. Their eyes seemed filled with excitement and anticipation. They were obviously newly awakened genetic warriors. Xiao AI stopped at the door and her voice rang again. Sir, this is the registration desk. Please get your ticket from the ticket machine and wait for your number to be called. I walked to the ticket machine, took the ticket, and saw B12 on it. I looked at the current number, B08, and it seemed I would have to wait a while. I found a corner and sat down, waiting quietly. About half an hour later, the announcement came, and it was finally my turn. I walked to the window and saw a thin young lady sitting inside. She smiled at me and said, Hello, are you here to register as a genetic warrior? Yes, I replied. Please show your ticket and then undergo a fingerprint and pupil check. Her voice was soft and polite. I handed her the ticket and followed her instructions to complete the fingerprint and pupil checks. She glanced at the light screen next to her and smiled. Imperial Citizen, ID number XL 139205253232. Name Lu Yuan. Please confirm if this is correct. I glanced at the light screen, confirmed that everything was correct, and clicked OK. Please show me your genetic battle pattern. I raised my left hand, revealing the golden lines on my wrist. The young lady took out a black instrument and placed it on the golden lines. The instrument made a slight beep sound and then flashed a green light. She smiled and said, The genetic battle pattern has been confirmed. Sir, congratulations on becoming a genetic warrior. I wish you good luck in fighting for the survival of the human race. Thank you, I responded. The young lady continued to operate for a few more times and then said, Registration is complete. You are now a trainee genetic warrior and will receive an imperial allowance of 5,000 red maple coins per month. This month's allowance has been paid into your personal account. In addition, I have opened login permissions for you on the Gene Warrior website. The account number is your ID number, and the initial password is 666,666. You can check information related to Gene Warriors through the website. At the same time, the Empire has prepared basic aura guidance techniques, military boxing, and military swordsmanship for the newly awakened Gene Warriors. They have been sent to your battle.net mailbox. Please check it. I listened carefully and was very excited. I took out my phone and saw that my account balance had indeed increased by 5,000 yuan, totaling to 5,035 yuan. I was overjoyed. As for what the aura guidance technique is, I really don't have much idea about it. I plan to study it slowly after I return. I couldn't help but smile. No further questions. Thank you. You're welcome. If there are no problems, please rate my service. The young lady smiled politely. I gave it a 5-star rating and left the Gene Warrior Association in a hurry. Now that I have money, I can't wait to improve my life. I called a taxi using a taxi app, and soon an unmanned hovercraft stopped in front of me. The development of technology is more advanced than my previous world, and unmanned driving, intelligent robots, and hovering technology are all mature. From what I know, these technologies were brought back by the genetic warriors from the land of origin. I believe there must be countless treasures hidden in that place. I got in the car and drove at a very fast speed through the bustling city towards the slum where I lived. On the way, the sound of gunfire in the distance made me feel uneasy, but I have become accustomed to life here. After all, public security is poor and gunfights occur from time to time, and in this city, alien creatures and ferocious beasts often sneak into it, and ordinary people can also use guns to defend themselves. The car soon stopped at the gate of my community. I got out in a hurry, avoided a few drunk men, declined a few enthusiastic young ladies, and returned to my room. This 20-square-meter cabin only has a bed and a simple desk. The rent is cheap, only 200 yuan a month. Every time I come back here, I'm always terrified, afraid that bullets will fly at any time. But today is different. Today, I have saved a little money, and I am ready to change all this. I smiled and thought to myself, I will go to see the house tomorrow. I can't stay in this damn place anymore. Otherwise, I will be beaten to death before I become a big boss, which will be a pity. I sat down at my desk, opened the old notebook, and logged into the Gene Warrior website. After entering my account number and initial password, I could not wait to change my password and set a nickname. I originally wanted to name myself Lu Yuan, but that name was already taken. After several attempts, I finally chose the nickname Yo Yan Run. After changing my nickname, I found 3 new emails in my mailbox. I clicked on them and saw 3 documents: Basic Aura Guidance Technique, Military Boxing, and Military Sword. I clicked on the information on Basic Aura Guidance Techniques. The entire book only has 4 pages. At the beginning of the first page, there was a warning in large blood red characters. The Basic Spiritual Guidance Technique is the official property of the Red Maple Empire. It is forbidden for registered genetic warriors to teach it privately. Violators will be sentenced to death. I looked at that line of words, my heart trembled, and my pupils shrank involuntarily. It's so strict? This thing is very valuable? I quickly continued to look at the following content. The structure of the entire guidance technique is very simple, mainly talking about the basic knowledge of Reiki and how to guide and absorb Reiki. Aura is the omnipotent energy that is everywhere in the universe. Only warriors who have awakened and activated their gene chains can absorb and use spiritual energy. On the one hand, they can produce spiritual energy by exercising their own body and mind. And on the other hand, they can also absorb spiritual energy from the outside world. The spiritual energy in turn strengthens the genetic chain, thereby improving the body and spirit. When the gene chain is completely tempered by spiritual energy, higher-level gene chains can also be activated. This is the core path for genetic warriors to become stronger. I suddenly realized that only by mastering the spiritual energy can the true power of the genetic warrior be released, and can the warrior continue to break through himself. No wonder the warning words were so terrifying. The aura guidance technique is only open to registered warriors, and most of the unregistered genetic warriors are unwilling to reveal their identities. They couldn't get the guidance technique, so they could only practice by trial and error. It was extremely difficult to temper the gene chain. Thinking about it this way, I understood the logic behind the blood red warning. Of course, no matter how strict the system is, it cannot stop some people from taking risks. I collected my thoughts and carefully wrote down the entire content of the guidance technique word for word, ready to practice it immediately. Then I opened 2 other documents. One was military boxing, and the other was military sword. These 2 sets of physical skills are standard combat techniques used by the Red Maple Empire's military. The former is boxing, and the latter is swordsmanship. Not only can they strengthen the body, but they can also slightly enhance mental strength. More importantly, these 2 sets are both killing techniques and are truly life-threatening moves used on the battlefield. Each set of information comes with a teaching video, which shows a middle-aged man in military uniform with a stern expression, demonstrating the techniques move by move. The explanations are thorough, the movements are standard, and combined with text descriptions, it is not difficult to learn. I already have a plan in mind to practice these 2 sets of physical skills together. After I saved all 3 things, I finally opened Battle.net. Battle.net has many divisions, including trading areas, combat areas, mission areas. All kinds of modules are available. The front page was filled with extremely popular news headlines. Shocking. The Ice Princess Li Chingha, who has not appeared for half a year, has broken through to the Battle Master level. Xianzhou War King successfully passed the Dian's Secret Realm and became the 6th breakthrough. I took a quick glance and didn't delve into it. The target was information about the place of origin. After finding the corresponding module, I quickly looked through various posts. Many of them were paid, but there were also some free and open basic information. I know very well that as a newcomer, what I need most is the official free information. I clicked on a post titled, "What preparation should I make before entering the land of origin for the first time?" The tone at the beginning was direct, with a hint of the sternness of a senior. This post is written for those newcomers who have no one to teach them. If you don't have a genetic warrior elder to lead the way, then read it carefully, otherwise you will lose your life. First, the spiritual energy must be guided before entering. Only after absorbing the first ray of spiritual energy can you activate the space of the genetic battle pattern. Although this space is small, it can hold basic supplies. And everything brought back from the origin area must also be transported through this space. Second, prepare items. Don't expect to use Gauss guns and high-energy bombs in there. These technological weapons are all ineffective. If you have some savings, it is recommended to buy genetic weapons and equipment to increase your survival rate. If you're short of money, then pick some necessities and bring them with you. There's a list at the end of the post. Third, there's a time limit. Newcomers only have 24 hours to enter the land of origin for the first time. Every second is extremely precious. Killing monsters will drop spirit crystals, which can be used to improve your cultivation. If you're lucky, you can also drop rare resources, such as genetic weapons and extraordinary genes. This is your chance to accumulate your first pot of gold. Fourth, suggestions for forming a team. If you have trustworthy friends, you can form a team and establish an alliance to facilitate the distribution of benefits and avoid conflicts due to interests. A reminder, the land of origin contains not only humans, but also other races, so be careful. Fifth, the origin anchor point. After the newcomer awakens for the first time, the battle pattern will be attached with an anchor point, anchoring the initial city where you land. Currently, there are 4 cities where our Great Open Star clan can land: Stormwind City, Bone City, Sandstone City, and Blood Castle. The following will analyze them one by one. The entire post was over 10,000 words long. I read it word by word, quickly organizing the information in my mind. The place of origin is indeed a mysterious world where crises and opportunities coexist. Once you step in, everything you gain can only be taken back if you return safely. If you die there, not only will you lose everything, but your spirit will also be traumatized and you'll not be able to enter again for a short period of time. The price is so high that it is horrifying. There are only 2 ways I can think of. Either wait for 24 hours for the automatic reply, or use an escape tool to forcibly evacuate. But the thing is, I'm dirt poor, not to mention escape props. He couldn't even afford the cheapest genetic weapons. I've seen it in the trading zone, and the most basic genetic equipment starts at tens of thousands. I held my forehead and smiled bitterly. Coming to this world, do I have to work so hard to earn money? Is this script wrong? I really want to refuse to acknowledge the reality, but the hole in my wallet hurts more than the reality. But I'm not want to sit back and wait for death. I browsed through a few more posts and sorted out the preparation list more clearly. The first step is to practice the art of guiding spiritual energy, absorb the first ray of spiritual energy as quickly as possible, and activate the genetic battle pattern space. The second step is to find a way to buy some basic supplies tomorrow, and then make a good alloy weapon. If you can't afford weapons, you can make do with steel. The third step is to practice the military boxing and military sword skills if you have time. Even if it only increases your combat power a little bit, it may be the key to survival. After finalizing the plan, I turned off the computer, sat cross-legged on the bed, and prepared to absorb the spiritual energy. Close your eyes, empty your mind, and enter a state of emptiness that is neither asleep nor half asleep. The spiritual energy will naturally appear. I recalled the description of the guidance technique and slowly closed my eyes. But as soon as he closed his eyes, a strange vision appeared. Strands of white light emerged from all around, spinning and dancing around me, joyfully as if welcoming something. My eyelids jumped. Oh, so much. I haven't even relaxed yet they just fly over here? This seems different from what the textbook says, right? I stared blankly at the spiritual particles dancing in my consciousness, and a wave of emotion surged in my heart. After a moment of silence, I followed the steps of the aura guidance technique and tried to absorb it carefully. Unexpectedly, this suction was like opening a valve, and the spiritual particles that were originally floating and scattered suddenly rushed towards me like a tide, and like a magnet attracting iron filings, they poured into my body frantically. The picture in my mind suddenly changed. The spiritual energy passed through the hazy white mist and quietly merged into the double helix genetic chain. The gene chain, which was originally dim, suddenly started to shine at the bottom, and the light grew brighter and brighter like a flame. As the light grew stronger, my body began to change. A warmth slowly rose from every part of my body. My eyebrows swelled slightly, and my spirit became more and more uplifted, and I felt refreshed as if I had just woken up. I was delighted. Looking at this, the spiritual energy was indeed tempering my gene chain, and the activity of the gene chain was in turn strengthening my physical and mental strength. All of this seems okay. The only problem is, isn't my absorption speed too outrageous? According to the description of the aura guidance technique, Even for a person with excellent talent, it would take 3 to 5 days to complete the first round of absorption, and an ordinary person would even take 10 days to half a month. But I just closed my eyes, and the spiritual energy flew in by itself. Is this something a human would do? Could it be the work of the evolution cube? I looked at the slowly rotating blue cube in my consciousness and felt excited. As expected of me, just as I was feeling smug, my consciousness suddenly surged, and a palm-sized space suddenly appeared in my mind. This space expanded rapidly with the infusion of spiritual energy and eventually stabilized at a size of about 1 cubic meter. Although there was nothing inside, I could clearly feel its connection with me, as if it were some kind of original bond. I subconsciously understood this was the genetic battle pattern space mentioned in the post that was born after absorbing the first ray of spiritual energy. But didn't the post say that it was difficult to open up? How come I succeeded so easily? As expected, everything went smoothly. It's just that the space is a little small. When the space stopped expanding, I slowly opened my eyes. A ray of morning light came in through the gap in the curtains and fell on my face, and I couldn't help but be stunned. I touched my phone and saw 6:34. It's morning already? It feels like only a few minutes have passed. How come a whole night has passed? But the amazing thing is that I am full of energy now and feel more comfortable than after a good night's sleep. Is this the effect of spiritual power? I got up, washed, and just opened the door when a figure walked in. Wearing a red tight skirt with delicate makeup and bright temperament. It's Li Chingha. When she saw me, her eyes curved and she said, "Brother Lu Yuan, are you going to class?" I nodded. "Well, Sister Chingha, you just got off work? You've worked hard." It's on the way. So I bought a few more buns for you to eat on the way." She raised the breakfast in her hand. My heart warmed slightly, and I smiled and said, "You buy too much every day. You must be doing it on purpose." I moved out of the welfare home and moved into this slum a year ago. Li Chingha came earlier than me. It is really not easy for a girl to survive alone in a place like this. She has done almost all kinds of work, but she was especially caring towards me, an orphan, in the original body's memory. Ever since she learned that I had little living expenses and no one to rely on, she would buy an extra breakfast almost every day and often reminded me of various survival skills. It can be said that I am able to survive until today thanks to her. The original body had always wanted to repay her, but unfortunately, he couldn't even take care of himself. So how could he have the energy to help others? But now, I am already a genetic warrior. Soon, I will be able to move away from here. When the time comes, I must help her and let her live a different life. There's a hint of anticipation in my smile. Li Chingha seemed to have noticed something. He looked at me carefully, and there was a strange flash in his eyes. "You seem different today." I was stunned for a moment, then it dawned on me. As expected, people who live at the bottom of society have particularly sharp intuition. I smiled and said, "It's a good thing indeed." "What good news?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. "I have awakened and become a genetic warrior." I said lightly, "Next, I plan to change my life." Li Chingha was stunned at first, then smiled brightly, stepped forward and slapped me on the shoulder. "Congratulations, brother. You will be a big shot in the future. It's still early, but I certainly won't stay in this place much longer." "That's good." A hint of relief flashed in her eyes. I said seriously, "Sister Chingha, I will find you a good job and take you with me when the time comes." She was silent for a moment, then suddenly took out a cigarette from her chest, lit it, exhaled a puff of smoke, and looked at me with a smile. "You don't dislike me as a smoking sister?" I responded seriously. "I remember clearly who was kind to me. You're the only one." I inherited the memory of my previous life. Although I don't have any romantic feelings for her, she is the warm presence in my heart. If I can help, I will. Li Chingha rubbed my hair and said with a smile, "You haven't even started yet. Wait until you can really fly. Go to class quickly, don't be late. Gene Warrior Sister is an amateur you have to figure out on your own. Then I'll go first." I tidied up my messed up hair, picked up 2 buns, and went out. The door closed behind him. Li Chingha stood in front of the door, biting a bun, thinking. The next moment, her eyes lit up and she walked through the door, but the door was still closed. She looked around the room, her eyes falling on the old computer and the 3-step plan on the desk. She smiled and said, "My lonely little brother has really grown up." She shook her head, went back to the living room, and walked into her room while eating a bun. I didn't actually go to school. Although my predecessor was a loner, he was smart and his academic performance was always top-notch. Since my grades were good, I simply took a leave of absence and planned to focus all my energy on the growth of the genetic warriors. The head teacher was very reasonable and approved it directly after listening to my explanation. I will have free time for the next 2 months. Today, I plan to go shopping. After all, this adventure into the land of origin cannot be unprepared. Holding more than 5,000 red maple coins in my card, I felt invincible and even walked with a bit more arrogance. Wearing my most respectable clothes school uniform, I strode into the mall. The red maple coin was slightly more valuable than the RMB in the previous life, but 5,000 yuan was not considered wealthy. Fortunately, what I wanted to buy were some basic supplies: military compressed biscuits, energy bars, filling bread, bottled water, as well as insect repellent, deodorant, ropes, and other wilderness survival supplies. Originally, I wanted to buy a sleeping bag and a tent, but then I thought I would only be inside for 24 hours, so I should save as much as possible. Sleep? That's for the dead. Come out alive first. Just these basic equipment cost 1,000 yuan. With the remaining 4,000, I went straight to the alloy weapon shop. I just came out of the alloy weapon shop, and I feel a little dizzy. In the battle pattern space, a 1.5-meter long black sword appeared with a cold and shining sword body. A one-type black light alloy sword, the most basic model in Metal Gear. It cost me 3,700 yuan, and this is the price I bargained down to. The original price was 3,900 yuan, and I saved 200 yuan. I'm already a bargaining genius. Originally, I had imagined that I could get weapons and armor with 4,000 yuan, but now that I think about it, it's ridiculous. Looking at the 300 yuan left in my pocket, my original plan to change houses was shattered. What made me so confident? It was poverty that blinded my eyes. I lowered my head and walked out of the mall without even looking back. I originally came here by taxi, but now I only have money for food left, so I have no choice but to walk back. Fortunately, after my spiritual energy awakened, my physical strength is much better than before, and jogging 10 kilometers is not too difficult. Half an hour later, I returned to the familiar slums, sweating. The slums looked much more harmonious during the day than at night. People on the street hurried by with pale faces. There was garbage piled up on the roadside, and several children were rummaging through bottles and cans. There were also a few gangsters with colorfully dyed hair leaning against the wall, with their hands in their pockets and their eyes wandering. I lowered my head and quickly walked across the street back to my rental house. The house was very quiet. This apartment was divided into 4 rooms, one for me, one for Sister Chingha, and the rest for a couple and a middle-aged woman. I hardly ever see them during the day. Sister Chingha is on the night shift and is probably still sleeping. I closed the door carefully and returned to my cubicle. Open the laptop, log into battle.net, and start learning military boxing and military swordplay. The space isn't big, but as a beginner my movements are still slow, so I'm not worried about breaking things. I practiced for an entire afternoon, my clothes soaked with sweat. I put away my black alloy sword and slumped down on the bed. There was a soft sound of a door closing outside. It was Sister Chingha going out. I sighed. If it were my previous life, a girl with Li Chingha's looks would be spoiled wherever she went. But in this world, it's hard enough to survive. After a short rest, I sat cross-legged and began to absorb spiritual energy. A warm current flows through my body, sweeping away all the fatigue. I was also surprised to find that the more tired my body was, the better the effect of practicing the aura guidance technique. No wonder it is said that physical training can assist spiritual practice. It really makes sense. The body, mind, and spiritual energy are meant to promote each other. The next morning, I prepared to go outside and find a quiet place to practice physical training. Just as he was about to go out, the door opened, and Li Chingha walked in with a bag of shangjian in his hand. I bought too much. I'll give you some. She handed me the bag with a smile. Thank you, Sister Chingha. I took the shangjian, which was still hot. By the way, are you practicing boxing? She suddenly asked. I was stunned. How do you know? You moved so loudly yesterday that the noise could be heard throughout the room. I scratched my head in embarrassment. The soundproofing was really not that good, and I often heard the couples practicing at night. I nodded. I plan to go to the land of origin and practice self-defense in advance. Oh, she nodded, not quite understanding. I know a place where you can practice boxing. Do you want me to take you there? I was startled and looked at her in surprise. Is it true? Sister Chingha smiled and said, Sister, I have been living in the slums for a few years. A friend of mine opened a martial arts school. I will take you there. You still have to work at night. Don't be too tired. She took out a cigarette, lit it, and blew out a puff of smoke. I'll take you there without delay. After breakfast, we set off. When walking on the road, we lower our heads and walk quickly. Watch less, listen less, and stay out of other people's business. This is the survival rule in the slums that Sister Chingha taught me. After passing through several streets that smelled strange, we stopped in front of a dilapidated metal door. There was a sign of the Ming Martial Arts School written on the gate, and the neon lights were flickering as if it was about to break down. A few strong men were squatting and smoking at the door. When they saw us approaching, they all looked up. One of the burly men with a scar on his left eye whistled. "Girl, come find me." Sister Chingha smiled charmingly. "I'm looking for Brother Ming." The sturdy men immediately became quiet. The man with the scar squatted back in embarrassment and smoked silently. I looked at them in confusion, and Sister Chingha had already walked inside. I hurried to catch up. There is a different world inside the martial arts hall, which is actually a converted training ground with metal stakes, fitness equipment, and boxing ring. A muscular man with a robotic arm punched down, denting the metal stake. I swallowed and asked in shock, "Sister Chingha, who is Brother Ming?" She looked at me oddly and teased. "Are you sure you want to hear the details?" I laughed dryly. "I'd better forget it." Sister Chingha led me inside. At the innermost part of the martial arts hall, a nearly 2-meter tall, muscular man was smashing a metal stake. Bang, bang, bang. The metal stakes were covered with deep fist marks. He noticed us, stopped what he was doing, turned around and asked, "Why are you here?" in a hoarse voice. Sister Chingha smiled. "I missed you." He glanced at me and asked, "Who is this guy?" "My younger brother. I want him to practice with you." "Your brother?" "Okay, I won't charge you." I was a little surprised. I thought this person would be fierce, but he turned out to be so easy to talk to. Sister Chingha smiled and said, "He is the owner of this martial arts gym, Fulong Ming. You can call him Brother Ming." I quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Brother Ming." Flaming smiled and said, "Practice as you like. Chingha, follow me." As she spoke, she walked to the side room. Sister Chingha turned around and smiled at me. "Look around yourself first. I'll go in for a moment." The door is closed and the curtains are drawn. The result was not what I expected. Inside the room, Fleming stood up straight and called out, "My lord." Sister Chingha lit a cigarette and sat down, crossing her legs. "Yeah." Flaming asked cautiously, "Sir, who is that kid outside?" "I met this kid by chance. He just had his genes awakened. I think he has a good character. You can teach him." Flaming patted his iron chest and said, "Don't worry. I'll protect him. Keep a low profile and don't overact." "Understood," Fleming responded. "I'll be out in a moment." "Sir, can you stay a little longer? Otherwise, the time is too short and it's easy to be misunderstood." Sister Chingha narrowed her eyes and smiled. Flaming's face changed, and he lowered his head quickly. "I was wrong. The adults have the final say." Sister Chingha put away her smile, nodded, and suddenly added, "I don't want to see the man with the scar outside the door again." Chapter 7, I think you have quite a talent. 5 minutes later, Li Chingha finished playing Connect the Dots, stood up, and walked towards the door. "You don't have to come out." Fleming, who had been standing upright, breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes." Lu Yuan, who was practicing military boxing in the corner, saw Li Chingha coming out and hurried over. "Sister Chingha, are you okay?" An ambiguous smile appeared on Li Chingha's face. "What can happen to me? Brother Ming and I are old acquaintances." Lu Yuan. He was silent for a moment, then spoke. "Thank you, Sister Chingha, for this time. I'm still waiting for my brother Lu Yuan to become successful and take me away from this damn place." Li Chingha patted Lu Zhe on the shoulder and smiled. Lu Yuan looked at Li Chingha and nodded seriously. "Don't worry, I will." "Okay, let's talk about the future later. Brother Ming has agreed to let you practice here. When he comes out, you can go and ask him for advice." Lu Yuan nodded. "Then I'll go back first. I'm so sleepy." Li Chingha covered his mouth with his hand and yawned. Then he said goodbye to Lu Yuan and left aiming martial arts school. Lu Yuan continued to practice military boxing. A few minutes later, Fleming also came out. There was a satisfied smile on his face. Lu Yuan took a look and lowered his head slightly. When Fleming saw Lu Yuan, he walked over, grinned, and showed his white teeth, and smiled. "Lu Yuan, right? I heard from Chingha that you want to practice physical training here? Are you learning military boxing and military sword?" Lu Yuan nodded. "Yes." Fleming looked at Lu Yuan and said, "Practice for me." Lu Yuan took a deep breath and started practicing military boxing. Lu Yuan had only been practicing military boxing for less than a day. Although he had learned the moves, he was not very smooth in performing them. It was just that Lu Yuan was strong enough. So, even though he was not proficient in it, his punches were still very powerful. Flaming next to him didn't care much at first, but then his expression gradually became serious. Looking at the fist wind, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The power displayed by this fist is not at all like that of a genetic warrior who has just awakened and has not yet entered the land of origin. After completing a set of punches, Lu Yuan's face turned slightly red and he took a breath. He turned to look at Fleming and found a look of astonishment on Fleming's face. Lu Yuan paused. "What's wrong?" Fleming came back to his senses, his face slightly strange as he asked, "Chingha said you awakened the day before yesterday?" Lu Yuan nodded. "Yes, Brother Ming. Is there any problem?" Fleming was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Come on, hit me." Lu Yuan was startled and looked at Fleming. "Brother Ming, you want me to punch you?" "What? Are you afraid of hurting me? Do it now." Fleming showed a hint of impatience. Lu Yuan curled the corner of his mouth. "This Fleming is very strong, and he is no match for him. What would he do? Just hit me." He clenched his fist, bent over, twisted his waist, and punched out with a surge of wind, hitting Fleming's chest. Feeling the wind from the fist, Fleming's pupils shrank slightly, and he raised his palm as big as a palm fan to block Lu Yuan's fist. Lu Yuan found that his fist seemed to have hit a solid wall and could not move forward an inch, while Fleming's body did not even shake. This also made him more certain that the difference in strength between him and Fleming was not just a little bit. "I'm still very weak." When Lu Yuan was lost in thought, Fleming's voice rang out. "You really just awakened?" Lu Yuan looked at Fleming with some confusion. This was the second time he asked this question. "Is there something wrong with me?" Lu Yuan was a little confused. "It's just awakened." Fleming looked at Lu Yuan with a somewhat strange look. "When you first guided the spiritual energy, how long did it take you to sense it? And how long did it take you to absorb it?" Lu Yuan was shocked, and then he realized what was wrong with him. "Do you feel like you are overacting? This power is a bit too strong. Doesn't it seem like that of a genetic warrior who has just awakened? I certainly can't say that I can sense spiritual energy without entering a state of tranquility. That's too absurd." Lu Yuan thought for a moment, then said, "It took less than half a day to absorb the spiritual energy." A moment is less than half a day, right? Lu Yuan changed his words. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Fleming still widened his eyes. Then he coughed dryly and smiled. "Ahem, Lu Yuan, right? Since Chingha has handed you over to me, I think you have good talent, so I will reluctantly accept you as my apprentice. How about that?" Lu Yuan was somewhat stunned and said, "Brother Ming, are you strong?" Just as Fleming was about to speak, he suddenly remembered Chingha's reminder and forced himself to shut his mouth. He said, "Well, although I have just broken through to the first order warrior level, I will become very strong in the future." Lu Yuan, "That's it? Only warrior level? Isn't he not much better than me? At least I have unlimited potential." Lu Yuan was speechless for a moment. Lu Yuan laughed dryly and said, "Brother Ming is really amazing, but I haven't gone to college yet. Let's talk about it after I go to college." Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Fleming frowned slightly. He could naturally tell that Lu Yuan's words were perfunctory. But when he thought that Lu Yuan was brought here by Chingha, he didn't dare to do anything to Lu Yuan. He could only show a forced smile and nodded. "Okay, we'll talk about it when you go to college." Lu Yuan looked at Fleming with some surprise. He thought Fleming would be angry, but he didn't expect him to be not angry. "Seems like a good person, but I'm afraid I'll have to be more low-key from now on. At the very least, you shouldn't act too aggressively when things aren't safe enough." Fleming continued, "If you want to learn taijutsu well, you can't practice alone. I will arrange a few opponents for you, and you have to practice with them." As he said this, he turned to the strong man who was boxing not far away and said, "Little Tiger." The sturdy man turned around, with a silly smile on his square face, and trotted over. "Brother Ming, well, you accompany this boy to the stage for some practice." "Huh? These bean sprouts." Xiao glanced at Lu Yuan and couldn't help showing a bitter expression. "I'm afraid I might not be able to stop myself and beat him to death. How about getting someone else to accompany you?" Hearing this, Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, but said nothing. "Stop talking nonsense, it's you. Otherwise, I'll practice with you." Hearing this, Xiaohu immediately became serious. Okay, I'll accompany you right away. Only then did Flaming nod with satisfaction. Come with me. He brought the two of them to a ring. Two strong men were sparring on the ring, punching each other hard, leaving bruises all over their bodies and faces. There were quite a few people watching the fight below the ring, cheering and booing nonstop. Old cat, can you do it? Straight punch. Right hook. Damn it. Wild boar. Use force. Did you not eat? Hit him. Hit that bitch. When the spectators saw Fleming coming, they quickly made way for him and looked at Fleming and the other two with some curiosity, especially Lu Yuan, who was a stranger. Fleming patted the floor of the ring, and the ring made a banging sound. Stop. Fleming's words were very useful here. The two men who were fighting fiercely in the ring punched each other and pulled their bodies apart. The two men wiped the wounds on their faces, gasped, glared at each other, and then looked in the direction of Flaming. Brother Ming. Flaming waved his hand and grinned. Come down, change people. Change people. Not only Old Cat and Wild Boar, but also the people watching the fight were stunned. Then someone asked in anticipation, Brother Ming, do you plan to practice on stage? Xiaohu is a sandbag. Great. Hurry up and start. Brother Ming is awesome. When Xiaohu heard what everyone said, he still had a silly smile on his face and scratched his head. Brothers, I'm going to disappoint you. Brother Ming won't fight, so it's me and this bean sprout who will go on stage to fight. Xiaohu pointed at Lu Yuan. Everyone looked at Lu Yuan and were immediately disappointed. Him? He's not even as thick as my arm. If I punch him, won't he beg me not to die? A new face? What is a sissy like this doing here instead of going to the Golden Club to pick up customers? Hey, sissy, are you going to pee your pants when you get on stage? Ha 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 ha. Everyone whistled and laughed at Lu Yuan. Brother Ming also hugged his strong arms and grinned. He looked at Lu Yuan jokingly. How about it, kid? Do you want to get on? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, glanced at them, and rolled up his sleeves silently. Let's try it. Xiaohu smiled and scratched his head. Then I won't pay for your medical expenses if I beat you up later. Lu Yuan curled his lips. I don't want you to pay. Since it's settled, you guys go on stage. Amid the whistles of the crowd, Lu Yuan and Xiaohu went up to the stage. Chapter 8. You are worthy of being my brother Yuan. On the ring, Lu Yuan and Xiaohu stood opposite each other. Fleming below patted the ring. Start. The two looked at each other. Xiaohu scratched his head and smiled innocently. You make the first move. The audience below also booed. Come on, sissy. Come on. This is your only chance. Yeah, give Xiaohu a punch. This is a man's dignity. Prove that you are at least not a woman. Lu Yuan on the stage grinned, used the military boxing techniques, and took a step forward. The physical strength nurtured by the gene chain exploded, and he rushed in front of Xiaohu at an extremely fast speed. He twisted his waist, swung his arms, and thrust out a punch, hitting Xiaohu directly in the chest. The wind from the fists made a whistling sound. Xiaohu felt the wind from Lu Yuan's fist, and the silly smile on his face froze. He pressed his hands down hard to block Lu Yuan's fist. Bang! Xiaohu was punched on the chest with both hands, his face changed, his body retreated repeatedly, and he almost fell off the ring. The intense pain made Xiaohu's face change and turn pale. He raised his head and looked at Lu Yuan in shock, not saying anything for a long time. The teasing sounds below also stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at Lu Yuan, who was turning his wrist, then looked at Xiaohu, who was covering his chest, and looked at each other in surprise. This bean sprout is so powerful. It's fake, right? This sissy has such speed. That punch, there's something. At this time, Flaming grinned and said, Xiaohu, forget what I said. This guy is a genetic warrior. If you don't want to be beaten and lie on the bed, you better show some strength. Xiaohu. He looked at the smiling Fleming with a confused look on his face and felt like crying but without tears. Gene warrior, Brother Ming, why didn't you tell me earlier? The others also showed surprise, and their eyes changed when they looked at Lu Yuan. He's actually a genetic warrior, no wonder. If it's a genetic warrior, then it's understandable that he has such power. You have to know that the number of genetic warriors is already very small, and they are even rarer in such slums. Seeing a genetic warrior here is as rare as seeing a giant panda. Everyone watching the game looked at Lu Zhe with curiosity. Lu Yuan looked at Xiaohu, who rubbed his chest and whose expression gradually changed, and said with a smile, Don't worry, if I beat you down, I won't pay for the medical expenses. Xiaohu grinned. Bean Sprout, I underestimated you. But you shouldn't be a very powerful gene warrior, right? Your strength is not stronger than mine. As he spoke, he sprinted towards Lu Yuan. Then I'll show you the difference in skills. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, every part of Xiaohu seemed to have turned into a weapon, and he launched a violent attack on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had hardly ever fought before the day before. Although he had learned military boxing for a day, he had almost no practical experience. Facing the violent attack, his pupils suddenly contracted and he could only keep resisting. For a moment, he retreated in embarrassment. Fortunately, after practicing, his strength increased greatly, almost as much as Xiaohu, who often practiced boxing. Moreover, his mental strength is probably even stronger than Xiaohu's, and he can keenly perceive Xiaohu's attack route. Although he was in a mess and sometimes got punched, he still managed to resist. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of fists and feet colliding echoed, and the fierce battle between the two sides attracted the onlookers below to watch. The fight continued for a while, and Lu Yuan suddenly took a side step to avoid Xiaohu's elbow, then raised his knee and hit Xiaohu's side abdomen. Xiaohu's face turned pale, and he took several steps back. The onlookers below widened their eyes slightly. You can actually fight back. Yes, this kid's strength and speed are similar to Xiaohu's, but there's a huge gap in skills and experience. He was suppressed by Xiaohu before, but how long has it been? And he can actually fight back. Is this the genetic warrior? He's so perverted. Before, these onlookers called Lu Yuan a sissy and a bean sprout, but as the fight progressed, they changed their words and no longer called him that. The strength displayed by Lu Yuan is enough to make many people look up to him. Flaming had been keeping an eye on Lu Yuan. After Lu Yuan's first counterattack, he widened his eyes, grinned, and muttered to himself. What a terrifying learning and adaptability. Is this a natural fighting instinct? Plus that terrifying talent. What kind of little monster did Lord Chingha find? This little monster is probably comparable to the direct descendants of the imperial family. How can such a little monster come from the slums? Are you kidding me? He looked at Lu Yuan's dodging body, his eyes flickering. No, I must bring him here. I will go and tell the adults later. As the battle continued, Lu Yuan's counterattack became more and more intense. Initially being suppressed by Xiaohu with his rich experience and skills, Lu Yuan gradually became more and more proficient in military boxing and began to avoid counterattacks. By now, Xiaohu hit Lu Yuan 4 times, and Lu Yuan was able to fight back. This is undoubtedly a huge progress. However, after fighting for a long time, Lu Yuan and Xiaohu's physical strength were almost exhausted. The two men kept gasping for breath. Their movements had become severely deformed, and the force of their blows had become weak and powerless. Seeing this, Fleming said, "Okay, stop." When Xiaohu heard this, he stopped immediately. However, Lu Yuan still swung his fist and hit Xiaohu in the face. Xiaohu covered his face, which was visibly red and swollen, and looked at Lu Yuan with wide eyes. "Didn't you say stop?" Lu Yuan rubbed the redness and swelling at the corner of his mouth, grimacing in pain, his eyes full of innocence. "I didn't take my hand back for a moment." Xiaohu opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth, looking like he wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it. Flaming crossed his arms and said, "Take a break, and continue practicing later." The corner of Xiaohu's mouth twitched. "Brother Ming, do I still need to practice with him? What's wrong?" Xiaohu glanced at Lu Yuan and scratched his head speechlessly. "If I keep practicing, I'm afraid I'll get beaten." There was no way. Lu Yuan's behavior was too outrageous. It had only been a short time, and he was already able to fight back. Even if he were given another afternoon, Xiaohu really had no confidence that he could beat Lu Yuan. In Xiaohu's heart, Lu Yuan is like a monster. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "It's okay. I won't pay for the medical expenses." "How can this be okay?" Xiaohu said dissatisfiedly. Flaming patted Xiaohu on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I will reimburse the medical expenses when the time comes." Xiaohu glanced at Flaming blankly, pulled the corners of his mouth, and said in a crying voice, "Thank you." Afterwards, Lu Yuan and Xiaohu took a rest. During the rest time, Lu Yuan circulated his spiritual energy to restore his physical fatigue. At the same time, he also recalled the shortcomings of the previous battle, constantly absorbing them, hoping to make further progress. I have to say, Fleming is right. Actual combat does improve physical skills greatly, and his progress is much faster than if he practiced alone. He felt that it wouldn't take too long before he could completely master the military boxing and then the military sword. Then he can enter the place of origin, find genes that suit him, burn genes, evolve genes, and get on the right track. In the afternoon, Lu Yuan and Xiaohu started practicing again. This time, there were more people watching than before. Everyone looked at the two people on the ring and whispered, "Is this true? That bean sprout can actually fight against Little Tiger." "What bean sprouts? You should call me Brother Yuan." Brother Yuan is a genetic warrior. The future is bright, right? Let's not talk about the future. Brother Yuan is really awesome. Look at this morning. At the beginning, Xiaohu was able to rely on his rich experience to suppress Brother Yuan. But after just a short while, Brother Yuan started to fight back. With this learning ability, can you compare with him? As expected of a genetic warrior, Brother Yuan is awesome. If Brother Yuan wants to make a living in the future, I wonder if he could be his boss. You're still asleep. Aren't you, as a gene warrior, Brother Yuan? You're not going to have to fight monsters in the future. You're not going to have to fight with the strong men of other races. Are you playing house with people like us? When everyone heard this, they thought it made sense and nodded. The battle began again. This time the start was different from the previous times. Xiaohu was able to suppress Lu Yuan in the battle. During the battle, Xiaohu could clearly feel that Lu Yuan's shortcomings were becoming fewer and fewer, and his pressure was becoming greater and greater. Not long into the fight, sweat began to appear on Xiaohu's forehead. In the morning, Xiaohu attacked 4 times before Lu Yuan could counterattack once. Gradually, for every 3 attacks by Xiaohu, Lu Yuan can counterattack once. Then twice. In the end, onlookers discovered that Lu Yuan was able to fight back and forth with Xiaohu, and it was no longer just a defensive counterattack. As time went by, to everyone's disbelief, Lu Yuan began to suppress Xiaohu. Bang! Not long after, Lu Yuan launched a series of jabs, elbow strikes, and knee strikes, forcing Xiaohu to retreat again and again. Finally, Lu Yuan seized the opportunity and punched him in the stomach. Xiaohu's face turned pale, and he fell to the ground holding his stomach, letting out a low groan. The atmosphere fell into silence. The air was quiet, and the onlookers below looked at each other in bewilderment. Win-win. Brother Yuan is awesome. He defeated Xiaohu in less than a day. As expected of my Brother Yuan. Too strong. Everyone cheered. The little tiger, lying on the ground, heard the cheers of the crowd, and his mind was full of questions. He glanced at the crowd below with confusion in his eyes. I was a little confused about my friend's betrayal. We have all been in the same martial arts gym for such a long time. Why? Why the hell did all these bastards rebel? Flaming crossed his arms and looked at Lu Yuan with a smile on his face. Good fight, kid. Little tiger lying on the ground. He suddenly felt like crying. He is just an unwanted child. Lu Yuan smiled and said, Brother Ming, you are too kind. I'm still far from that. Yeah, I think so too. We need to keep practicing. Only when you can beat me will you be considered successful. Flaming nodded, indicating that Lu Yuan was right. Lu Yuan, he was just being modest, but he didn't expect Fleming to take it seriously. He actually felt that he was quite awesome. After all, he could practice military boxing to such a level in just one day, which was quite impressive. Next is the military sword killing. As if he had seen through Lu Yuan's thoughts, Flaming said, It's already evening, so we'll stop here today. Come over tomorrow, and I'll teach you how to practice swordplay. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Okay, thank you, Brother Ming. Chapter 9. The Path of Gene Warriors. After Lu Yuan left, Fleming secretly returned to his office, took out his cell phone, and dialed a number. Next to Lu Yuan's small cubicle, in a simple room with only a bed and a desk, Li Chingha sat cross-legged on the bed practicing. Suddenly, Li Chingha frowned slightly, flipped her right hand, and a small black square fell into her hand. She clicked on the small square, and a light screen popped up, displaying Fleming's information. Li Chingha answered the phone, and a cold voice sounded. You have 5 seconds to explain. On the other side, cold sweat broke out on Fleming's forehead. Oops, I forgot that my master hates being disturbed when she is practicing. He quickly said, Sir, it's about Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan? Li Chingha raised an eyebrow. What happened to him? What did I tell you? No. Sir, Lu Yuan is not in trouble. He has a strong talent. Very strong. What do you mean? Flaming organized his words and then said, Didn't you say that he just awakened the day before yesterday? But he has already tempered his gene chain with spiritual power. Didn't I say I would teach him physical skills today, and his strength is almost the same as one of my strongmen? I guess he has probably gone through some tempering. I asked him, and he said it took him half a day to absorb the spiritual energy. Li Chingha was startled, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Half a day to absorb spiritual energy? Are you sure? I don't think he's exaggerating. After all, his strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Li Chingha frowned slightly, was silent for a moment, and then said, I see. So you called me. What do you want to say? Ahem. Your Excellency is very observant. I want to recruit him into my team. Roll. Li Chingha replied coldly and hung up the phone. On the other side, Fleming heard the beeping sound in his ear with a confused look on his face and didn't react at all. In the room, Li Chingha put away the communicator and lay down, revealing her graceful curves. She squinted her eyes, looked at the ceiling, and a smile appeared on her face. I didn't expect that little brother to have such talent in half a day. He's almost catching up with me. Interesting. Is this young lady so lucky any poor little brother I meet has such talent? Her eyes flickered, and I didn't know what she was thinking. Lu Yuan returned to the rental house, and the room was very quiet. He glanced at Li Chingha's closed door. It's so late now. Sister Chingha must have gone to work. Lu Yuan wanted to thank Li Chingha, and after thinking about it, he decided to treat her to a good meal in a few days when he had enough money. Lu Yuan shook his head and returned to the room. After taking a shower, Lu Yuan's physical fatigue suddenly surged up, and his increasingly strong body was covered with bruises, all from the beatings from Xiao. He touched a purple-black spot on his abdomen and grimaced in pain. Fuck, that's so cruel. He endured the fatigue, sat down cross-legged, and began to practice the spiritual energy guidance technique. At this moment, a strange sound was heard from the other side. Lu Yuan's face changed, and he almost spit out tears. What time is it now? The couple started exercising? How hungry? Lu Yuan was speechless. He closed his eyes and wanted to continue practicing. As a result, the sound became louder and louder. He opened his eyes unhappily and shouted, It's time to pay the rent. Suddenly, the whole world became quiet. Lu Yuan closed his eyes with satisfaction and continued to practice. 3 days later, Daming Martial Arts School. A group of strong men with their arms folded formed a circle. In the center of the circle, Lu Yuan and a bald strong man, wearing protective clothing, were fighting with huge wooden swords. The wooden swords collided with each other, making a dull thud. The two men flashed, and soon Lu Yuan shook his wrist, and the long sword in his hand drew an arc and landed on the hilt of the sturdy man. Then he moved forward and knocked the sturdy man to the ground with a knee strike. Woohoo, Brother Yuan actually won again. Taitu used to be a mercenary and had practiced swordsmanship very well. I didn't expect that he would be defeated by Brother Yuan in just 2 days. As expected of my Brother Yuan. Awesome. Lu Yuan looked at Taitu on the ground and let out a breath. His hands holding the sword were still shaking slightly because of excessive force. After defeating Xiaohu, Lu Yuan started looking for people to compete in swordsmanship the next day. In the end, he competed with Taitu, who had been a mercenary and even hunted monsters. It took him 2 days to finally master the general body-killing sword and defeat Taitu. You know, Taitu is not a genetic warrior. He is just an ordinary person. It is conceivable how strong this man's fighting skills are. Are you okay? Lu Yuan looked at Taitu. Taitu stood up, holding his stomach, shook his head, and grinned. I've seen quite a few genetic warriors, but I've never seen anyone grow as fast as you. I have a feeling you'll become a big shot in the future. Lu Yuan grinned. I think so too. Just kidding. I, Lu, at least have a golden finger, and I have unlimited potential in the future. Lu Yuan still has this confidence. At this time, Fleming came over. Yes, you have made great progress. With your strength, it will be no problem for you to enter the land of origin for the first time. When Lu Yuan heard this, his eyes lit up and he smiled. Thank you for your care these days, Brother Ming. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to improve so much in such a short time. He also felt that with his current strength, he could go into the place of origin to give it a try. The first time is crucial. 1 step slow, every step slow. It's better to gain something from your first time. Fleming nodded and then said, Come with me. Lu Yuan followed Fleming to the office. Fleming pointed to the sofa and said, Sit down. Lu Yuan sat down. Fleming looked at Lu Yuan and said, Entering the land of origin means you will obtain your first extraordinary gene. This would determine the path you will take in the future. Do you know the types of gene warriors? Lu Yuan nodded. I've seen it on the battle network. The Guardian system focuses on defense and protection. The offensive system focuses on strength and attack, and the assassination system focuses on infiltration and assassination. Flaming nodded and said slowly, since you've read it, you should also know that when you record a super gene, your physical advantages will also tilt towards the direction of that gene. Although gene warriors can record genes in different directions to improve their abilities in various aspects, research shows that if you focus on one direction, the effects of recording genes can be superimposed and the benefits brought are the greatest. Have you decided which path to take? What Fleming said is the basic understanding of genetic warriors. But this is the truth for ordinary gene warriors. Lu Yuan knew that this didn't apply to him, because he has the evolution cube. Each extraordinary gene will specifically strengthen a certain aspect, such as increased strength, stronger and more durable defensive bones, more flexible body, greatly improved explosive power, etc. Although there are enhancements in other aspects, they are not as strong as the one that is specially enhanced. Therefore, almost all gene warriors will choose to focus on burning one line of genes when burning genes, as this will maximize the benefits. But Lu Yuan is different. He can evolve all his genes into the most powerful form. In this case, even if this extraordinary gene does not bring much improvement to aspects that are not particularly enhanced, the accumulation will be extremely terrifying. After all, that is the most powerful gene. Therefore, he can develop in an all-round way. The strongest defense, the most powerful strength, the fastest speed, the most tenacious spirit, and even the control over the elements is the same. Flawless. No one can match it. However, that is a matter for the future. At least at this stage, he has to choose a direction. It is also the direction that is revealed on the outside. Lu Yuan had thought about this before, and he planned to be a strong, offensive warrior. In fact, for Lu Yuan, it doesn't matter which direction you go. With the evolution cube, he can do whatever he wants. It just appears to the outside world that the strong attack system is more versatile and can handle more situations in the future. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Flaming was startled, then smiled. Strong attack type? Strong attack type is good. I am a strong attack type. Lu Yuan glanced at him, speechless. This guy has just broken through to the first order warrior level, and he only has one gene recorded. He is not even a strong attack type. Chapter 10 Sandstone City, Greystone Forest. Afterwards, Lu Yuan chatted with Fleming about genetic warriors, and it was soon evening. Lu Yuan said goodbye to Flaming and returned to his own cubicle. He sat on the bed and turned to look out the window. Under the silent night sky, neon lights flicker in the distance, outlining the prosperity of Shili City. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, released his nervousness, and then closed his eyes. Let's get started. His consciousness was integrated into the genetic battle patterns. The golden lines on the genetic battle pattern flashed with a faint light. In Lu Yuan's consciousness, white mist surged, forming a light gate at the edge of the gene chain. Although he had never been there, Lu Yuan's instinct told him that it was the door to the place of origin. Lu Yuan pursed his lips and moved his consciousness closer to the light gate. The next moment, his consciousness went dark. When Lu Yuan opened his eyes again, what he saw was a blazing red sun. His body immediately felt the scorching heat and dry air. Lu Yuan looked around. He was now in a huge square with many ochre-colored buildings standing outside the square. The sky was a little dim and covered with yellow sand. There was a hint of shock in Lu Yuan's eyes. This place of origin is so magical that it allows him to come to a strange place casually. It is said that all intelligent races in the entire universe can enter the place of origin. In other words, the place of origin connects the entire universe. No one knows where the place of origin is in the universe, and why it is connected with all intelligent races. The noisy sound brought Lu Yuan back to his senses from his shock. A guardian warrior, go to the lair of the yellow sandworm. Only elves are needed. Lead the elite elemental warriors and go to the Gobi Desert to kill sand scorpions. Any race is fine, except kobolds. A newbie from the human race wants to form a human team. Is there any big guy who can guide the newbie? Lu Yuan listened to the sounds that sounded like those from a vegetable market, and his expression looked a little strange. There were many creatures gathering in the square, shouting to form a team. Lu Yuan discovered that besides humans, there were other races here. Elves often appear in fantasy stories on Earth, with tall and slender bodies, pointed ears, and handsome faces. They're kobolds with dog heads. When he saw a beautiful cat man with a pair of cat ears and a tail constantly shaking behind his butt, Lu Yuan's eyes widened. The cat really came to repay the favor. What old pervert can resist these cat ears and tail? Lu Yuan was ecstatic. This world is so wonderful. In this square, there are only 4 races: humans, elves, kobolds, and catmen. This initial city is a city of 4 races. As for where this city is, Lu Yuan already has an idea. The scorching heat, the yellow sand on the square, and the turbid air all show that we are in a desert Gobi area. Among the 4 original cities of the human race on the Great Chishing Star, only Sandstone City is located in the desert Gobi area. When he thought of Sandstone City, Lu Yuan recalled the information he had seen before. Sandstone City is located in the desert area, surrounded by yellow sand and Gobi. Most of the monsters are rock, poison, and wind. When Lu Yuan was thinking about the surrounding environment and monsters in his mind, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Lu Yuan frowned slightly and turned to look over. A handsome elf wearing yellow leather armor stood there with a smile on his face. "Human friend? Alone?" Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "What's the matter?" "Haha, we're planning to hunt greystone beetles. How about joining us? The profits will be divided according to contribution." As the elf man spoke, he pointed behind him. Not far away, there were 3 people: a tall and thin elf, a kobold, and a human. Lu Yuan took a look and shook his head. "No, thank you." He turned around and tried to leave, but the elf man stopped Lu Yuan. "Hey friend, don't leave. It's dangerous to venture out alone. Want to come with me?" Lu Yuan glanced at him and said with a smile, "Who said I was alone? My friend is waiting for me outside." Hearing this, the elf man's smile froze. "So, do you already have a partner? Fine then. I won't bother you anymore." He made way and Lu Yuan walked over. The elf man curled his lips. "It's really unlucky." 3 creatures from not far away walked over. The dog-headed man laughed and said, "Boss, how is it?" That man has friends outside. Hearing this, the 3 creatures all showed disappointment. What a pity. From his reaction, it's clear that he's a newbie. I didn't expect someone to guide him. Let's change our target. The elf man sighed. It's getting harder and harder to cheat newcomers nowadays. Should we also make some changes? Transformation is too difficult. How about finding an opportunity to hold a meeting and upgrade the deception? That's fine too. If it really doesn't work this time, just go out and kill the greystone beetles. Lu Yuan left the square and looked around. The streets of Sandstone City are covered with yellow sand, with buildings made of yellow rocks on both sides of the streets, and rock giants walking on the streets. I have seen this Lu Yuan in a previous post. Each initial city has its own construct from the place of origin to maintain the city's minimum level of operation. This rock giant is the construct of Sandstone City, used to maintain law and order. You can't fight in the city. Sandstone City is very large. Due to time constraints, Lu Yuan jogged all the way, and it took him 2 hours to see the city wall. The city wall is also made of yellow rock and is about 30 meters high. There are unknown, huge cannons placed on the city walls, and there are constructs patrolling. Lu Yuan arrived at the city gate. There were 2 constructs guarding it, but no one was checking. All the genetic warriors left Sandstone City directly or entered the city. When Lu Yuan walked out of the city gate, what came into view was a desolate Gobi desert with howling winds and yellow sand filling the sky. Lu Yuan covered his nose, feeling a little uncomfortable. The 4 initial cities of the human race each have their own harsh environments. Just like Stormwind City is surrounded by storms, and people will be blown into the sky if they are not careful. The problem with Sandstone City is that the air pollution is so serious that half of the air you breathe is sand. A bit hard to top. Lu Yuan identified the direction and moved towards the right side of Sandstone City. The place he was going to was an area called Greystone Forest. The main ferocious beast in that area is the greystone beetle, which is a very weak beast even at the trainee level. The probability of a greystone beetle dropping genetic weapons and extraordinary genes is almost 0, but its stone armor is a material for forging genetic weapons and can be sold for money. For Lu Yuan, it is a safe choice. Because he didn't have a contract to hire a ferocious beast from the land of origin as a mount, Lu Yuan could only run on his own 2 legs. 2 hours later, Lu Yuan had been in the place of origin for 4 hours when a Gobi area covered with gray rock pillars finally appeared in front of him. This is the Greystone Forest. This Gobi Desert area is endless. I checked some posts before and found that some bored genetic warriors had measured the size of these areas. The Greystone Forest is nearly 100 kilometers in radius, which is outrageous. Lu Yuan exhaled, took out the bottle of water, and took a big gulp, then ate some energy bars. He was running all the way and felt like he was being dried out. After replenishing his strength, Lu Yuan slowed down and recovered before entering the Greystone Forest. Not long after entering the Greystone Forest, Lu Yuan heard the sound of fighting ahead. He looked ahead and saw two catmen, one holding a sword and the other holding a bow and arrow, attacking a gray beetle the size of a puppy. There were 5 or 6 corpses of greystone beetles on the ground. The catman holding the bow and arrow was an excellent archer. He drew the bow and shot the arrow, which turned into a stream of light and sank into the eyes of the greystone beetle. Instant kill. Lu Yuan's pupils couldn't help but shrink. There are no precious resources in this area, and strong people will definitely not come to such a place. Most of those who come here are genetic warriors who have just awakened and do not have the strength to explore other areas. However, even so, there is still a difference in strength. Lu Yuan felt that he might not even be able to beat the archer in a one-on-one fight. I'm still a newbie, and I need to keep working hard. Lu Yuan encouraged himself and then left quietly. This is not in the city, so fighting is not prohibited. Not to mention different races. Even if people of the same race meet, they might fight. It would be a great loss if he died. To be safe, Lu Yuan deliberately moved in a direction where there was no fighting. After more than 20 minutes, his surroundings had become very quiet. Just then, Lu Yuan saw a greystone beetle lying under a stone pillar in front of him, gnawing at the rock with its huge mouth parts. It makes a crunchy sound and looks like he is eating it with gusto. Lu Yuan looked around and his eyes lit up. I didn't expect to encounter a lone greystone beetle. That's great. Get on it. Chapter 11. Gifted Dog-Headed Man. Lu Yuan flipped his right hand and took out the black alloy sword from the battle pattern space. The sword reflected a faint light under the scorching sun. Lu Yuan crouched down and approached the greystone beetle cautiously. When it was about 20 meters away from the greystone beetle, it suddenly stopped eating the rock. The 2 antennae on its head trembled and then turned around. After seeing Lu Yuan, it was stunned. Lu Yuan was also stunned. This little thing is a bit sensitive. The 2 sides looked at each other, and after a moment of silence in the air, the greystone beetle made a squeaking sound and pounced towards Lu Yuan with its 8 short legs. The greystone beetle is only the size of a puppy, almost reaching the knee at the edge of the land, but its mouth parts are ferocious, and it still looks a little scary. After all, this is a bug. Lu Yuan had never seen such a big bug on Earth in his previous life, and it is not an alien. However, Lu Yuan is powerful now, so he is naturally not nervous. When the greystone beetle rushed in front of Lu Yuan, it opened its ferocious mouth parts and bit towards Lu Yuan's calf. The military boxing and military sword techniques that Lu Yuan practiced both had evasive footwork. He turned sideways and easily avoided the attack and bite of the greystone beetle. The black alloy sword in his hand slashed out and hit the greystone beetle's head. Click! The black alloy sword made a dull sound as if it was slashing on a rock, and the sword body was stuck on the head of the greystone beetle. This is completely different from the power of the bow and arrow that Lu Yuan had seen from the Catman archer before. He understood that this was probably the difference between genetic weapons and ordinary weapons. But he is poor and cannot afford genetic weapons. What can he do? The greystone beetle was extremely powerful. Lu Yuan cut the greystone beetle with a sword, causing it to hiss sharply and twist its body wildly. The huge force made Lu Yuan almost unable to hold the sword in his hand. The sword slipped out of the wound, and the greystone beetle bit towards Lu Yuan again. The distance was so close that Lu Yuan could even see the ferocious mouth parts opening and closing. He took a sudden step back. Click! The mouth parts bite in front of the land edge. Lu Yuan was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his back. What you see in the post is completely different from encountering monsters in real life. The power in the tiny body of the greystone beetle is slightly stronger than his. Is this the monster from the place of origin? Fortunately, he didn't come in right after awakening. Otherwise, he would have died a very unpeaceful death. The wound made the greystone beetle angry. Seeing Lu Yuan dodging, it pounced on him again. The attack movements of the greystone beetle are very simple. With experience, Lu Yuan can easily avoid its attacks. While dodging the attacks, he left wounds on the greystone beetle's head. After chopping the greystone beetle 5 times, Lu Yuan's sword finally penetrated the thick shell on its head and pierced completely into its brain. The greystone beetle squeaked, and its body fell to the ground, with its 8 short legs twitching continuously. Lu Yuan looked at the dead greystone beetle and let out a sigh of relief. This kind of life-and-death fight is completely different from practicing martial arts in a martial arts gym. Lu Yuan's forehead was covered with sweat. Fortunately, they are non-intelligent creatures after all, so it is not too difficult. At this time, white light flickered on the body of the dead greystone beetle, and the white light condensed in front of it, forming a thumb-sized white crystal. His eyes lit up and he smiled. This is one of the most attractive things about the Land of Origin. The crystallization of the life energy condensed when the monster died, the spirit crystal. Spirit crystals are not only easy to absorb, but are also the basic currency unit for transactions among all races and have very important value. Basically, every monster will drop spirit crystals. It's just a matter of more or less. For a weak monster like the greystone beetle, the most it can drop is 1. I've seen it before in Lu Yuan's new post. A trainee-level genetic warrior can absorb such a small spirit crystal in about 10 minutes to half an hour, which is comparable to the practice results of an ordinary person in several hours or even a day. Lu Yuan picked up the spirit crystal. He thought about it and decided that he had no other use for this spiritual crystal right now, so he might as well absorb it first to see the effect. But we have to find a safe place first. After all, it is still a bit dangerous to be unable to move for 10 minutes. Let's deal with the greystone beetle first. Lu Yuan used the alloy sword to cut off a thick piece of greystone armor on the back of the greystone beetle. This is a forging material that can be taken outside and sold for money. After putting away the greystone beetle, it was no longer valuable, so Lu Yuan left. Soon, he found a secluded cave under a rocky desert. He entered the cave, sat down, and then took out the spirit crystal. According to the information in the post he had seen before, Lu Yuan held the spirit crystal in his hand and practiced the spiritual energy guidance technique. Suddenly, the spirit crystal turned into wisps of spiritual energy, which were absorbed by Lu Yuan, passed through the white mist, and finally merged into the gene chain. The bottom gene chain lit up again, which was almost the same as the effect of his hard practice for an hour. Lu Yuan, who had just closed his eyes, opened them again and looked at the spirit crystal powder in his hand in a daze, unable to react. No more. That's it. Didn't they say it would take at least 10 minutes? Is there something wrong with my sense of time? Lu Yuanren was a little confused. He found that his situation seemed different from what was described in the post. It was said before that it would take several days to sense and absorb spiritual energy, but he absorbed it just by closing his eyes. It is said that it would take at least 10 minutes to absorb the spirit crystal, but he absorbed it all in just a few breaths. Then Lu Yuan thought about it and felt relieved again. Yes, after all, it was the same when I absorbed spiritual energy for the first time. I absorbed it all at once, and there was no need for any preparation time. The one who is gifted is me, right? Lu Yuan felt a little happy, etc. At this moment, Lu Yuan thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It takes others 10 minutes to absorb a spirit crystal, so naturally they need to collect them and find a safe place to absorb them together. But he is different. 1 or 2 breaths is enough. Does that mean that he can hunt monsters and absorb the dropped spirit crystals at the same time? In this case, wouldn't his growth rate be much faster than others? Not only that, the spiritual energy in the spirit crystal can replenish the spiritual energy consumed by oneself. He doesn't need to consume much spiritual energy now, but after the genes are recorded, he will need a lot of spiritual energy to perform genetic combat skills. Does that mean that he can consume spiritual energy while replenishing it? Perpetual motion machine? Lu Yuan had several bold ideas at once. My talent is too amazing, isn't it? Lu Yuan calmed down his excitement, left the cave, and planned to continue hunting. After the combat experience, Lu Yuan also had a general understanding of his current strength. With his current strength, he can easily deal with 1 greystone beetle and can beat 2, but 3 will probably make them run away. He continued his search for prey, intending to look for a lone greystone beetle. Fortunately, the greystone forest is very large, and there are many greystone beetles, and many of them are left alone. After more than an hour, Lu Yuan found 7 lone greystone beetles. After defeating the greystone beetle, he absorbed the spirit crystal, and the spiritual energy he obtained was comparable to what Lu Yuan would have gained from practicing hard for a whole night. The cultivation speed is about 10 times faster than before. And this is just the beginning. As his strength increases, the speed at which he hunts greystone beetles will become faster and faster, and the speed of improvement will only get faster and faster. Laugh. After several confrontations, Lu Yuan stabbed the lone greystone beetle's head with a sword. He skillfully picked up the spirit crystal on the ground and cut off the greystone armor. Just when Lu Yuan was about to leave, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw 2 dog-headed men wearing black leather armor and holding long swords walking towards him from outside the stone pillar. The 2 dog-headed men were also stunned when they saw Lu Yuan. They quickly tightened their weapons in their hands and looked around. But after realizing that there was no one around, the 2 dog-headed men looked at each other, and the smiles they showed towards Lu Yuan gradually became ferocious. Look what we found. A lone human. Human, what do you think we should do? Lu Yuan looked at the 2 slowly approaching dog-headed men and frowned slightly. He had anticipated this situation before. After all, there are all kinds of people here. After the death of a genetic warrior, the things he had obtained before will fall out of the battle pattern space, and he might encounter a situation where thieves rob him. So Lu Yuan tried his best to find deserted places to hunt monsters. After all, he is very self-aware. His current strength is still far behind those genetic warriors who have awakened for a longer time. I didn't expect that even though he was so careful, he still ran into someone. Human, just stand still and don't move. My knife is very fast and won't make you feel any pain. A dog-headed man holding a long knife in his hand was waving the long knife with a lewd smile on his face. The other kobold laughed even more exaggeratedly and licked the corner of his mouth. I would rather you resist a bit, so we can have more fun. Lu Yuan looked at the 2 dog-headed men with a smile on his face. My friends are around. Are there just 2 of you? Hearing this, the 2 dog-headed men paused and looked around in confusion. Your friend? A dog-headed man didn't notice the situation and looked at Lu Yuan while talking. As a result, he found that Lu Yuan had actually run dozens of meters away. Suddenly, the dog-headed man was furious. Damn human, how dare you lie to me? Chase! Kill him! Lu Yuan turned around and saw the 2 dog-headed men chasing after him and grinned. I will remember you guys. Just wait for me. Oh my god. Lu Yuan felt very uncomfortable. Looking at the equipment on the 2 ogres, Lu Yuan knew that he could not defeat them. If you can't beat them, you can only run away. Unexpectedly, these 2 dog-headed men really chased after me like dogs. At this moment, Lu Yuan felt a little overwhelmed. Chapter 12, A Strange Scene. The greystone forest is dotted with thick, long, and huge stone pillars, forming a complex terrain. Lu Yuan was running quickly between the cracks of the stone pillars. In front of him were 2 greystone beetles, enjoying a delicious rock meal. When Lu Yuan approached, the 2 greystone beetles stopped at the same time, twitched their antennae, and turned to look at Lu Yuan, who was running towards them. After discovering the culprit who disturbed their feeding, the 2 greystone beetles screamed angrily, rushed towards Lu Yuan, opened their ferocious mouthparts, and wanted to tear this guy to pieces. Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He stepped forward, changed his body shape, and passed through the encirclement of 2 greystone beetles and continued to run forward. Squeak! The 2 greystone beetles looked at Lu Yuan's departing back, as if insulted. They roared even more angrily and chased after Lu Yuan. However, before the 2 greystone beetles could chase for long, 2 black knife lights flashed by and chopped them away. They crashed into the stone pillars and fell on their backs. Their 8 short legs struggled and tried to turn over. The 2 gloomy-looking dog-headed men glanced at the greystone beetle and continued to chase after Lu Yuan. When the 2 greystone beetles turned over, they looked around and found that they could no longer find their opponents. Their antennae touched each other, and then they slowly ran back to eat rocks. Not far away, 2 dog-headed men looked at Lu Yuan's background. One of the gray, dog-headed men grinned and said, Human, stop running. You can't get away. Aha! You only have an alloy weapon on your body? This is the first time I've seen such a poor genetic warrior. You'd better wait for death obediently. The genetic refinement level of the two dog-headed men is obviously higher than Lu Yuan's. Their physical fitness is stronger than Lu Yuan, and their speed is faster. Although Lu Yuan had secretly run for dozens of meters before, he was now gradually being caught up. Lu Yuan's face looked a little ugly. Am I really going to die here? If you die when you enter the place of origin for the first time, all your previous efforts will be in vain. Moreover, after death, the spirit is traumatized, and one has to wait for the spirit to recover before coming in again. How long will this waste? This was something he couldn't accept. Lu Yuan looked around, his thoughts racing as he thought about countermeasures. At this time, 3 greystone beetles appeared again in the distance. Sensing Lu Yuan approaching, they put down the rocks in their mouths and pounced towards Lu Yuan. TSK. Lu Yuan clicked his lips in annoyance. He was already being chased, and now he had to dodge the attacks of the greystone beetles. If he slowed down, wouldn't he be caught up even faster? But his body is not as hard as rock, so if he doesn't dodge, he will be bitten to pieces. Lu Yuan had no choice but to move again to avoid the attack of the 3 greystone beetles. Fortunately, the attack pattern of the greystone beetle is very simple, and Lu Yuan is now very adept at avoiding it. Squeak! Squeak! The 3 greystone beetles missed their target, screamed angrily, and were about to pounce towards Lu Yuan. At this moment, 2 dog-headed men approached the 3 greystone beetles. The antennae of the 3 greystone beetles trembled again. They turned their heads to look at the 2 dog-headed men, screamed, and pounced on them. Troublesome bug. The gray-haired kobold frowned and chopped off a greystone beetle with one sword. Another greystone beetle was kicked away by him, and another kobold also chopped off the 3rd greystone beetle. Blocked by the greystone beetle, the 2 dog-headed men slowed down again. Lu Yuan, who was not far away, heard the noise and looked back. When he saw this scene, his eyes lit up and he had a bold idea. The greystone beetle is definitely not as fast as him. The greystone beetle will attack anyone who comes within a certain range of it, no matter who the person is. If that's the case, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. He continued running, bending down to pick up some gravel. The 2 dog-headed men in the distance were a little confused when they saw Lu Yuan bending down to pick up the stone. What is that human doing? I don't know. This human is very slippery. Don't let him get away. Don't worry, he can't run away. Judging from his appearance, he should have just awakened. How can he be comparable to us, even if the speed difference is not big? His endurance is definitely not as good as ours. When he gets tired of running, can't we do whatever we want to him? The 2 dog-headed men had ferocious smiles on their faces. However, when they saw Lu Yuan's next move, they all widened their eyes. Some areas between the stone pillars of the greystone forest are as wide as 30 or 40 meters. Generally, greystone beetles only feed on the surface of the stone pillars, although no one knows why they have such a good appetite, and they will never get tired of eating stones. If you encounter an area that is relatively wide, you can run across it without disturbing the greystone beetle. However, now, after running past the area where the 3 greystone beetles gathered, Lu Yuan threw a stone at the head of one of the greystone beetles. The greystone beetle that was gnawing on the stone stopped. It turned its head silently and saw Lu Yuan throwing stones not far away. After a moment of silence, the greystone beetle squeaked, and the other 2 greystone beetles tilted their heads and started screaming too. The 3 greystone beetles put down the rocks in their mouths and chased towards the edge of the land. The 2 dog-headed men not far away widened their eyes. What is he doing? I don't know. Maybe he doesn't want to die in our hands, but wants to die in the hands of the greystone beetle. Ah, that's a nice thought. While the 2 were talking, they suddenly saw Lu Yuan start throwing stones again, attracting 4 greystone beetles from the other side. Together with the previous 3, the 7 greystone beetles looked majestic and a little scary. However, the speed of the greystone beetles was limited after all. They were not as fast as the 2 gnolls and were soon caught up by them. The 2 kobolds caught up with the greystone beetles, and the greystone beetles turned around at the same time and pounced on the 2 kobolds. Troublesome bug. Being stared at by 7 greystone beetles at the same time, even they couldn't help but frown slightly. At this moment, the gray-haired, dog-headed man's pupils shrank, and he thought of something. Damn it, I know why the human lured these greystone beetles here. He wanted to use the greystone beetles to stop us. The other brown-haired, dog-headed man also reacted and became furious. What? Despicable human. You actually resorted to such means. If you have the guts, just let us chop you down openly." After they frantically chopped off 7 greystone beetles, Lu Yuan once again distanced himself from them. The distance has even reached almost 50 meters, which is farther than the beginning. Seeing that the distance between them was getting farther, the two gnolls roared and chased after Lu Yuan again. Lu Yuan turned around and saw the furious ogre. He threw the stone in his hand and raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile. The effect is good. He threw the stone in his hand again onto the head of the greystone beetle that was lying on the stone pillar and gnawing on it happily. The greystone beetle immediately felt hatred towards Lu Yuan for disturbing its feeding, and it squeaked and rushed towards Lu Yuan with its other 2 companions. Lu Yuan has already started throwing stones at other greystone beetles. Not long after, when the 2 gnolls chased to within about 30 meters of Lu Yuan again, there were already 10 more greystone beetles behind Lu Yuan. The 2 dog-headed men looked at so many greystone beetles with gloomy faces. Despicable human race. How dare you use such means? The brown-haired, dog-headed man cursed and waved the long knife in his hand, extremely angry. The gray-haired, dog-headed man had a cold expression on his face. He stared at Lu Yuan in the distance and said, "It's okay. Let's run slower and just follow like this." "Huh? Brother, aren't we going to charge forward? If we rush forward, the greystone beetles will attack us. It will take us some time to deal with so many greystone beetles. It will be enough time for him to escape. What should we do then?" The gray-haired, dog-headed man sneered. "Doesn't he want to run? As a mature hunter, you must be patient. Let's wait until he is exhausted, and then we can go after him." The brown-haired, dog-headed man suddenly realized and said with a smile, "Yes, his endurance is definitely not as good as ours." The 2 dog-headed men followed the huge swarm of greystone beetles with sinister smiles and no longer ventured forward. Then, a strange scene appeared in the greystone forest. A handsome human was running wildly in front, followed by a group of greystone beetles, and behind them followed 2 dog-headed men with sinister smiles. In an area of greystone forest, a team of 4 killed 4 greystone beetles. The handsome elf man wearing yellow leather armor looked at the 4 spirit crystals in his hand, coughed lightly, and put them away. "Leave it here with me first, and we'll distribute it all together later." The other 3 were a tall and thin elf, a kobold, a human. The human man had an ordinary appearance and scratched his head. "Boss, how many spirit crystals do we have now?" The dog-headed man had gray and yellow hair and laughed. "I remember that this time there are 46 spirit crystals. It's a good harvest." The tall and thin elf's eyes widened. "Ah Huang, you remembered it wrong. It's clearly 47. Is that so?" Ah Huang widened his eyes. The elf boss glared and said, "What are you talking about? It's clearly 44. Boss, why do you say it's too little? Are you trying to embezzle money?" The human man widened his eyes, looking a little unhappy. "How is that possible? How long have we known each other? Don't you know what kind of person I am? How could I be corrupt? You still don't believe my math? I was number 1 in my class. Is this true or false?" The tall and thin elf glanced at the elf boss and said with a smile, "I can testify to this. I am his classmate." "Oh well." The human man and Ah Huang both nodded. Just then, they heard some noise in the distance and turned to look. Then they saw Lu Yuan rushing over from not far away. After seeing Lu Yuan, the elf boss widened his eyes slightly. "That human, isn't he the one we didn't trick? Ahem, didn't invite before?" Ah Huang scratched his head. "Boss, do you remember what he looks like? I think you humans, elves, and cat people all look the same. Like monkeys without hair." "Of course I remember. It's rare to see such handsome humans. If it weren't for his ears being different, I would have thought he was an elf." "What is he doing here?" the tall and thin elf asked curiously. The next moment, he knew the answer. A large group of greystone beetles rushed through the passage that Lu Yuan had previously rushed out of, and chased in the direction where Lu Yuan had left. The squeaking sound continued. For people, they looked at each other, somewhat bewildered. Then, they saw 2 more kobolds running over, cursing. Chapter 13. Elite Beasts, Fortune and Misfortune. Until the swarm of greystone beetles and the 2 dog-headed men disappeared from the sight of the 4 creatures. They looked at each other with some confusion in their eyes. "What's going on with them? I heard from that human before that he has his own companions. Could they be those 2 dog-headed men? It's rare to see humans being companions with kobolds. Isn't there a kobold in our team?" What's so rare about that? The elf boss disagreed. The dog-headed man, Ah, and the human man looked at each other and grinned. Looking at their appearance, could it be that the human accidentally provoked the insect nest, and now the two kobolds are helping to kill the greystone beetles? We kobolds are loyal and righteous. Ah Huang's face was full of emotion. Just like us. The tall and thin elf also nodded. Okay, let's not bother them and go in another direction. The elf boss waved his hand and led the way to another passage. Time passed, and after more than an hour, the intense running made the two kobolds gasp for breath. They looked ahead and saw that the number of greystone beetles had increased significantly. There are already more than 30 of them, which is quite impressive. After all, there would always be other greystone beetles encountered on the road, and Lu Yuan had no chance to kill them, so he could only avoid them. All those greystone beetles were integrated into the large group. The genetic warriors they met along the way retreated one by one when they saw so many greystone beetles. Everyone looked at Lu Yuan with a group of greystone beetles as if they had seen a ghost. This is outrageous. Are you so fearless of death? The two gnolls now felt a little tingling as they looked at the swarm of greystone beetles. If this is surrounded, there will definitely be nothing left, right? Their eyes passed over the swarm of greystone beetles and looked towards the land edge ahead. Lu Yuan's speed remained unchanged, and he didn't even look tired. This made the two dog-headed men look shocked and confused. The brown-haired dog-headed man was so tired that his tongue was sticking out. He gasped and said, "Brother, what's wrong with that human? His speed is obviously not as fast as ours. How come his endurance is so long?" The gray-haired, dog-headed man frowned, and his face was gloomy. He looked at Lu Yuan's back with disbelief in his eyes. This shouldn't be the case. How could this happen? We have almost used up all our spiritual energy. Logically, he should be more tired than us. How come he is fine? The gray-haired, dog-headed man was racking his brains but couldn't figure out what went wrong. "Brother, what should we do next? We don't have much spiritual power left. If we continue like this, we will be in danger if we encounter an opponent." The gray-haired, dog-headed man naturally understood this truth. He looked at Lu Yuan's back, his eyes flickering. After a long silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "This human is lucky. We won't chase him." "Huh, with so many greystone beetles following him, I don't believe he can survive. By then, he will definitely be eaten to the point where not even a scrap will be left." Brother is right. I also think he will not survive, even if it's a good deal for him. Stop it. The two kobolds stopped and watched Lu Yuan leave with a group of greystone beetles. They didn't leave in another direction until Lu Yuan and the swarm of greystone beetles disappeared. Lu Yuan would turn around from time to time to see what was happening behind him. When he turned around again and didn't see the two dog-headed men, he was stunned for a moment. Then he was delighted. Those two bastards finally gave up. How the hell could they hold on for so long? Lu Yuan was a little speechless. The two ogres chased him for more than an hour. More than an hour. Do you know how I got through this hour? He ran almost all over a small area of the greystone forest and met quite a few genetic warriors. He couldn't understand what made those two kobolds so persistent. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had reserved a spirit crystal just in case. Together with the spirit crystal he had just obtained when he met the two ogres, he now had 2 spirit crystals in his hands. Only by absorbing the spiritual energy of the spirit crystal to nourish his body can he maintain his physical strength and keep running. Even now, he has already started using the second spirit crystal. After using up this spiritual crystal, he really didn't retreat. Fortunately, the two kobolds finally gave up. But Lu Yuan turned his head and looked at the densely packed swarm of gray stone beetles behind him, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. Damn it, he had never thought that he could gather so many gray stone beetles. Aren't you guys tired? I'm not a stone. Go eat stones. Fortunately, the speed of the continental edge is still slightly faster than that of the greystone beetle. After all, they were there to block the two ogres before, so in order to avoid any accidents and conserve his energy, Lu Yuan could run a little slower. Now, if he ran as fast as he could, and given some time, he could easily shake off these greystone beetles. The continental margin began to accelerate. Gradually, he distanced himself from the swarm of greystone beetles behind him. Although greystone beetles still appear from time to time in front. But the speed of Lu Yuan did not slow down much, and the newly emerged greystone beetles were gradually left behind. After another 10 minutes, there was no movement behind Lu Yuan. He turned his head and looked behind him, but no greystone beetle was chasing him. Lu Yuan exhaled, leaned against the stone wall, slowly sat down, and kept breathing. He had used up all the spiritual power of the 2 spirit crystals, and now his body was still very tired. In such extreme heat, his body seemed to be drenched in sweat. Lu Yuan took out a bottle of water, took a few big gulps, exhaled with satisfaction, and then poured the water over himself from head to toe. Then he took out 2 energy bars and ate them. Feeling warm all over, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile. It feels so good to be alive. After a short rest, Lu Yuan stood up and began to observe his surroundings. There were 4 huge stone pillars where he was, dividing them into 4 passages, and in the center was a small square with a radius of about 100 meters. The surrounding environment was very quiet, and there was no sound of fighting. After running at full speed for a while, he didn't even know which direction he was running in. No matter where you run to, the most important thing is to survive. Now you can continue hunting in peace. Lu Yuan randomly chose a passage and walked in. It wasn't long before Lu Yuan encountered a lone greystone beetle. He rushed forward and quickly killed it, collecting the greystone armor and spirit crystals. Lu Yuan absorbed the spirit crystal, and his physical strength began to recover rapidly. Lu Yuan continued to move along the road. After walking for a distance, he suddenly stopped and looked ahead with wide eyes. In front of him was a dead end. There was a dead end about 100 meters away, but at the end, there were 2 greystone beetles eating rocks. The appearance of these 2 greystone beetles is completely different from those encountered before on the land edge. They are about 1 meter tall, and there is a black line on the back of the greystone armor. Black-veined limestone beetle. Lu Yuan reacted immediately. This is a strong one among the greystone beetles, an elite-level, ferocious beast. Unlike ordinary beasts, elite beasts of the same species are several times stronger than ordinary beasts. Not only that, they also have special combat skills and are extremely powerful. Even though the greystone beetle is the weakest type of ferocious beast, their elite ferocious beast, the black-striped greystone beetle, is also a very powerful existence. There are 2 of them here. This is not the reason why Lu Yuan was shocked. What really shocked Lu Yuan was that behind the black-veined limestone beetle, there was a wooden box lying quietly. The box was about half a meter high and looked ordinary, but it made Lu Yuan's heart beat faster. The treasure chest in the place of origin contains all kinds of treasures. Precious, extraordinary genes, genetic weapons, powerful special potions, even precious knowledge, etc. can all be obtained from the treasure chest. For any genetic warrior, coming across a treasure chest is a matter of luck. This represents a huge gain. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Lu Yuan never thought that after being chased for hundreds of streets, he would actually come across a treasure chest by accident. Should I say this is my luck? The question now is, what to do with these 2 black-striped limestone beetles? Lu Yuan looked at the 2 large gray stone beetles and felt a little overwhelmed. It was difficult for him to kill 2 ordinary-level greystone beetles, let alone the elite-level black-striped greystone beetles. Any one of them alone could hang him up and beat him. 2 of them together, it's a mixed doubles match. Chapter 14, 2 Bad News Experiment. Lu Yuan hid in the corner, looking at the 2 black-striped greystone beetles in the distance, his eyes flashing. There is no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation, so the only option is to outsmart him. He looked at his surroundings and thought about what to do. Not long after, Lu Yuan looked up at the dim sky, then looked above the Gobi Desert, then looked at the surrounding environment and narrowed his eyes slightly. He had a bold idea. He came to the stone wall, put away the black alloy sword in his hand, and used his hands and feet to climb up the stone wall. The stone wall is steep. If Lu Yuan were still an ordinary person, it would be impossible for him to climb up. But Lu Yuan was a genetic warrior after all. He was much better than ordinary people in every aspect of his body. He had strong hands and feet, coordinated muscles, and an agile body. In a short time, he climbed a Gobi Desert that was 30 or 40 meters high. As soon as his head emerged from the stone wall, he felt the whistling wind covering his face. The strong wind mixed with yellow sand made Lu Yuan's face hurt. After all, Lu Yuan's skin was not thick enough. The tremendous force made Lu Yuan's head tilt back. Caught off guard, his hands slipped off the stone wall and his body fell backwards. Lu Yuan felt his arms feel somewhat empty. His pupils contracted violently, and his heart almost stopped. The Gobi Desert is 30 or 40 meters high. Even for someone like him now, he would be completely wiped out if he fell down. At the critical moment, a black alloy sword appeared in Lu Yuan's hand. He exerted force on his waist and stabbed the alloy sword towards the stone wall. Laugh. The alloy sword sank into the stone wall. Lu Yuan supported the alloy sword with his right hand and finally stabilized his body. Lu Yuan took a few deep breaths, with a hint of palpitations in his eyes. Fuck, I was so scared. I thought I was going to die. After recovering, Lu Yuan supported his body and used all his strength to climb up the Gobi Desert. The wind and sand in this area are already very strong, especially now that it is blowing dozens of meters in the air. It is so harsh. If you're not careful, you might be blown away. Lu Yuan stabbed the alloy sword in his hand into the ground and exerted force with his feet to stabilize his body. Even so, Lu Yuan didn't dare to open his eyes as the yellow sand scratched his face and it hurt. Fortunately, Lu Yuan was well prepared. The corner of his mouth raised, revealing a smile, and a pair of goggles appeared in his hand. This is a tool I bought when I was reading posts by new users. After all, the initial urban environments in the land of origin are very harsh. Stormwind City and Sandstone City are both filled with strong winds. If you appear in these two cities, goggles are very necessary. After all, they're all newly awakened apprentice gene warriors, and they are not yet at the stage where they can be fine even if sulfuric acid gets into their eyes. While putting on his goggles, Lu Yuan sighed at himself for having foresight and being well prepared. It's me as expected. After putting on the goggles, Lu Yuan can open his eyes. He took in his surroundings. Because the wind here is too strong, no limestone beetles will come to such a place. For the greystone beetle, it doesn't matter where you eat. Why does it have to come to this damn place to suffer? Lu Yuan looked around and saw an empty space with irregular bumps on the ground and traces of being blown by strong winds everywhere. Lu Yuan walked forward for a distance and came to the top of a U-shaped Gobi Desert that was a dead end. After reaching the top of the dead end, Lu Yuan leaned forward slightly and looked down. Looking down from above, two black-veined limestone beetles can be seen below the land edge. Because the distance was too far, the black-striped limestone beetle became about the same size as Lu Yuan's thumb, and the same was true for the wooden treasure chest. When observing the two black-striped limestone beetles from the Gobi Desert at the edge of the land, the two black-striped limestone beetles did not move at all and were still enjoying the deliciousness of the rocks. Obviously, even the elite-level black-striped limestone beetle cannot reach the edge of the land in its perception range. This made Lu Yuan feel relieved. In this way, his next plan became a lot simpler. Let me see if it's what I thought. Lu Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a smile. He came to a stone pillar nearby that was about as thick as a man could hug. He reached out and grabbed the protruding part of the pillar and easily broke off a piece of stone. Then Lu Yuan squeezed hard, and without much effort, the stone turned into fine sand. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and whistled. Weathering. In such strong winds, even the hardest rocks cannot withstand the power of nature. If water can wear away rocks, what about strong winds? Lu Yuan's plan became more complete. Let's see how these two guys react. Lu Yuan looked at the two black-striped gray stone beetles below, raised his eyebrows, and a hint of solemnity appeared in his eyes. The next moment, he found a piece of stone that had not been weathered yet. The stone was about the size of a basketball. Lu Yuan came to the Gobi Desert some distance away from the black-veined greystone beetle, then took a deep breath, exerted force with his right hand, and threw the stone to the ground about 200 meters away from the black-veined greystone beetle. Bang! The stone fell to the ground with a loud noise. The sound was so loud that two black-striped greystone beetles in the distance raised their heads at the same time and looked in the direction where the sound came from. They looked at each other, and their tentacles vibrated. A short moment later, the black-striped greystone beetle on the right rushed towards the direction where the sound came from. The other black-striped limestone beetle remained motionless in the same place. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan, who was above the Gobi Desert, couldn't help but frown slightly. There are two pieces of bad news. The first bad news was that such a movement could only attract one black-lined greystone beetle. Even if he only kept one black-lined greystone beetle, he couldn't get close to the wooden treasure chest. The second bad news is that this black-veined limestone beetle runs too fast. Lu Yuan compared and found that this guy's speed was 40% to 50% faster than that of an ordinary greystone beetle. At this speed, if Lu Yuan was discovered, he could just close his eyes and wait for death, and even gods could not save him. They both grow up eating rocks, so why is there such a big difference between them? Lu Yuan just couldn't figure it out. Lu Yuan can still solve the second problem, but the first problem is still a bit difficult for Lu Yuan. While Lu Yuan was thinking, the black-striped greystone beetle that had escaped had already arrived at the area where the stone fell. After seeing the gravel on the ground, the black-veined limestone beetle let out a squeaking scream, raised its head and looked around, its antennae trembling as it observed the situation around it. After a moment, the black-striped limestone beetle did not detect any enemy, and there was a big look of doubt in its small eyes. After squeaking a few more times, the black-striped limestone beetle trotted back. After the black-striped limestone beetles went back, Lu Yuan looked at the two black-striped limestone beetles that started eating again, thought for a moment, and smiled. Let's start the second test. This time, Lu Yuan found two basketball-sized stones. He grabbed the stone with both hands and threw it to the left and right directions of the two passages. Boom, boom. Two more loud noises were heard. The black-striped greystone beetles that had just started eating raised their heads again and let out frantic screams. They were obviously not very happy after being disturbed twice in a row. Their sharp claws slid across the ground, leaving traces on the hard surface. The two black-striped limestone beetles looked at each other again, their antennae trembling. Then this time the black-striped limestone beetle on the left rushed out, while the black-striped limestone beetle on the right stayed. Not long after, the black-striped limestone beetle that rushed out arrived at the first landing point. Like the previous black-striped greystone beetle, it first looked around. After finding no enemy, it screamed a few times and ran to the second place to look again. Finding no enemy in the second place again, the black-striped greystone beetle let out a manic scream. Squeak! Squeak! As it screamed, its claws scratched the gravel on the ground, and its sharp mouth parts tore at the gravel, making crunching sounds. Only after it had finished eating the gravel did it trot back satisfied. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and started the third experiment. This time, Lu Yuan directly found 3 rocks and threw them in 3 directions. Boom, boom, boom. The dull sound came again. The two black-striped greystone beetles that were about to enjoy their meal raised their heads first. This time, the two black-striped greystone beetles did not communicate with each other. They screamed at the same time and rushed towards the direction where the sound came from. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up and he smiled. The first problem is solved. As for the second question, it is that the black-veined limestone beetle is so fast. After luring away the black-veined limestone beetle, how did he quickly open the wooden treasure chest and escape? Lu Yuan already has a plan for this issue. Chapter 15. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Huge harvest. Lu Yuan did not throw the stone for the 4th time. Instead, he followed the stone wall and climbed back to the ground from the top of the Gobi Desert. Then Lu Yuan stopped at the narrowest area, about 100 meters away from the black-veined limestone beetle. He flipped his right hand, and a not-too-big plastic bucket appeared in his hand. Opening the plastic bucket, Lu Yuan poured out the sticky, transparent liquid in the bucket. This is a new type of burning oil that is colorless and odorless. Once ignited, it can last for a long time and has an extremely high temperature. This thing can work wonders in special occasions. Lu Yuan bought it just in case, but he didn't expect to actually use it. Lu Yuan poured the burning oil on the channel back and forth several times to ensure that the channel was completely blocked. Then he climbed back to the top of the Gobi Desert. After climbing to the top of the Gobi Desert, Lu Yuan took out another roll of green plastic bags. This plastic bag is made of a special nylon material that is strong, waterproof, and wear-resistant, and can be used in many occasions. This is also one of the must-haves recommended by newbies. Lu Yuan also bought it in case of emergency, and bought a roll of 20 in total. I didn't expect that it would actually be used. Lu Yuan opened the plastic bags one by one and stuffed weathered sand and stones into them. He stuffed almost all the weathered sand and gravel he could see into the bag, filling up 20 plastic bags. After stuffing them full, Lu Yuan put 4 plastic bags together, tied them up with a rope, and tied them into 5 groups. After doing all this, Lu Yuan smiled. It's almost ready, with only one last step left. Lu Yuan looked at the location and came to the sky above the Gobi Desert closest to the wooden treasure chest. He took out the black alloy sword and thrust the blade into the Gobi Desert, leaving only the handle. Then, Lu Yuan took out a long and thick rope and tied it to the handle of the black alloy sword. Lu Yuan pulled it hard, and after making sure it was tied tightly, he sprayed some deodorant on his body to remove the body odor. Putting away the deodorant, Lu Yuan clapped his hands and narrowed his eyes. We're ready. Next, let's see if we can turn the bicycle into a motorcycle. Although he had a plan, Lu Yuan could not guarantee a 100% success rate. However, the brave will die of overeating and the timid will die of starvation. The treasure chest is right in front of him, and Lu Yuan is not the kind of person who will just leave the treasure chest alone. As long as the success rate is high, he is willing to give it a try. Lu Yuan glanced at the two black-striped limestone beetles below. Perhaps because there was no sound of falling rocks, the two black-striped limestone beetles ate with particular relish. But soon, they will be unhappy again. Lu Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a smile. He came to the place where he had thrown stones before, picked up the 4 stones he had prepared, and threw them 2 by 2 in different directions. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous sound of falling rocks shocked the 2 black-striped limestone beetles that were gnawing on the stones happily at the same time. They screamed in anger. The endless sound of falling rocks made them particularly angry. 2 black-striped limestone beetles rushed out at the first moment. Lu Yuan stood on top of the Gobi Desert, watching 2 black-striped limestone beetles rush across the transparent lines drawn by the burning oil and rush towards 2 of the falling rocks. After they arrived at the rockfall area, Lu Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, took out a torch, lit the torch, and then threw the torch hard towards the burning oil. Boom! The moment the torch touched the burning oil, scorching heat emerged and flames gushed out, rising to the top of the Gobi Desert almost instantly. Lu Yuan felt the scorching heat at the place where he was, which made his skin feel a little stinging. The high temperature consumed a lot of oxygen, and he had difficulty breathing. However, Lu Yuan did not pause at all. Just as he had rehearsed it countless times in his mind, he grabbed a group of 4 plastic bags tied together and, using both hands, threw the bags over the wall of fire. Boom! The high temperature caused the plastic bags to break immediately, and sand and stones were scattered, rolling in the heat waves and strong winds. Lu Yuan threw out the second set of plastic bags without stopping. Then came the third group, the fourth group. By the time all 5 groups of plastic bags were thrown out, the air had become turbid. In the sea of fire area, a small amount of sand and rocks began to melt and fell to the ground, while most of the sand and rocks surged in the strong wind and heat waves, forming an invisible barrier. The 2 black-striped greystone beetles noticed the abnormality at the first moment. They turned around abruptly, hissing, and pounced in the direction they were heading back. They stopped before reaching the wall of fire. The scorching heat is such that even elite beasts like them cannot escape unscathed if they try to rush through it. Sensing danger, they hesitated for a moment. At this moment, some of the melted sand and stones fell down, and some of them fell on the body of the black-striped limestone beetle, making a hissing sound. Green smoke even came out of their shells, which scared the 2 black-striped greystone beetles. They couldn't help but take a few steps back and screamed frantically at the wall of fire. While the 2 black-striped limestone beetles were hesitating, Lu Yuan had already followed the Gobi Desert and arrived at the rope that had been prepared earlier. He grabbed the rope with both hands and jumped down directly. His movements were much faster than those of the Special Forces soldiers. If only the flame was burning, Lu Yuan's actions at this moment would have been seen by the 2 black-striped greystone beetles. But at this moment, yellow sand was still flying above the firewall, the sky became dim, and the vision was blocked. The 2 black-striped greystone beetles had not yet discovered that someone had sneaked into their nest and was preparing to steal their belongings. Lu Yuan's speed was very fast. He landed on the stone wall, which was more than 40 meters high, in just a few breaths. After landing, Lu Yuan ran directly towards the wooden treasure chest. The wooden treasure chest had no lock, so he opened it directly. After opening it, Lu Yuan saw what was inside: a ball of white light and a ball of light green light. There were strange lines entangled in the white light ball, and there was a black sword in the other light green light ball. Without even thinking, Lu Yuan picked up the 2 light balls and put them into the battle pattern space. Then, Lu Yuan grabbed the rope and climbed up the Gobi Desert. The speed of climbing up was much slower than the speed of coming down, but Lu Yuan still only took about 10 seconds to climb up the Gobi Desert. After climbing up the Gobi Desert, Lu Yuan didn't have time to catch his breath. He retracted the rope, pulled out the black alloy sword that was stuck in the rock, and ran away with the black alloy sword. Although the burning oil can last for a while after being ignited, due to the limited space of the battle pattern, the amount he brought is only a small amount. In addition, with sand and rocks falling from the sky, it is likely that the wall of fire will go out soon. When the light goes out, if the two black-striped greystone beetles discover his presence, he will be dead. Why don't you run away now, or stay here and wait for death? Taking advantage of the strong wind and flames, Lu Yuan quickly escaped along the Gobi Desert. After running for some distance, he stopped, fell on the top of the Gobi Desert, gasping for breath, and let the strong wind with sand and stones blow on his cheeks. Although the action did not take long, he was very tired now. This is not just because a lot of physical energy is consumed. The physical fatigue and mental tension make people even more tired. But Lu Yuan took a look at the two balls of light in the battle pattern space. The corners of his mouth curled up wildly. He was ecstatic. As a genetic warrior who had just awakened a few days ago, it was a crazy move to seize the treasure chest from under the protection of two elite beasts. Even snatching food from a tiger's mouth is hard to describe. But he succeeded. Although it was very dangerous, the adventure was worth it because what he gained was of too high a value. An ordinary-level extraordinary gene chain, an elite-level genetic weapon, and a long sword that he can use. It is no exaggeration to say that it is worth a fortune. As expected of me, the man who is destined to become the pillar of the human race. Chapter 16, Elite Quality Gene Weapons, Extraordinary Genes. Lu Yuan did not take out the two trophies directly to check them. After a short rest, he continued to move across the Gobi Desert, intending to find a windproof location before checking the spoils. When Lu Yuan left, there was a group of 4 human genetic warriors in another location in the Greystone Forest area. 4 people were resting, and next to them were a dozen corpses of greystone beetles. Suddenly a tall and thin man exclaimed, "Look over there." Hearing this, the other 3 raised their heads and looked over. Following the direction pointed by the tall and thin man, they saw flames rising into the sky. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened with expressions of surprise and confusion. What's going on over there? Why is there such a big fire? Could it be that some treasure has appeared in the world? Perhaps a strange and ferocious beast has appeared in the world. How about we go over and take a look? The tall, thin man turned to look at his companions, seeking advice. Then the tall and thin man and the other 2 looked at a burly man wearing black metal armor and holding a big sword. "Boss, what do you think?" The sturdy man looked at the fire in the distance. His eyes flickered. He thought for a moment, then narrowed his eyes. Let's go. Let's go take a look. But be careful. There may be more than 4 of us in this area. With such a big commotion, other creatures should have noticed the situation over there, and perhaps other creatures will go over there too. Stay alert and don't get tricked by anyone. The other 3 people grinned when they heard this. Don't worry, boss. After all, we have been in the land of origin for a while, so we understand this. Then let's go. The sturdy man stood up, leaning on his sword. The other 3 also stood up with excitement in their eyes. The 4 of them moved towards the direction of the fire. Not long after, the sand and rocks in the air were completely blown to the ground, and the flames began to gradually die out. As the fire subsided, 2 black-striped greystone beetles screamed wildly, rushed into the firewall, passed through the firewall, and ran back to the wooden treasure chest. However, they soon saw the wooden treasure chest being opened and the contents inside had disappeared. Squeak! Squeak! Suddenly, the 2 black-striped greystone beetles screamed angrily, digging the ground with their claws, and strands of white light flashed on their bodies. Then they rushed out, looking everywhere for who had taken the things here. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan had erased all traces. Not even the smell was left. It was naturally impossible for 2 black-striped limestone beetles to find the edge of the land. At the same time, 4 human gene warriors gradually approached the area. A burly man wearing metal armor and holding a big sword walked vigilantly in front, followed by 3 men behind him. As they were walking through a passage, they suddenly stopped, because not far away, 3 elves walked out, 2 male elves and one female elf. The two sides looked at each other and looked at each other warily. Before they could say anything, 3 more kobolds came out from another passage. The 3 groups met and looked at each other. Then a male elf holding a longbow spoke gently. I guess everyone was attracted by the fire. We don't know what's there yet. Why don't we jointly investigate the situation first and then make a decision? How about that? After hearing this, the humans and the gnolls exchanged glances among themselves. A dog-headed man who was more than 2 meters tall and covered in black hair laughed grimly. Hey, I have no objection. The human man looked cold. So can we. The 3 groups continued to move forward at a distance from each other. However, they had only taken a few steps when they saw 2 dark shadows rushing out from a distance. After they saw clearly what it was, the faces of the 3 groups changed at the same time. Is it the black-veined limestone beetle? Fuck, there are 2 of them. Notice, the 2 black-striped greystone beetles immediately discovered the 3 groups of people not far away. After seeing the 3 groups of people, the eyes of the 2 black-striped greystone beetles turned red. It must be you thieves. You bastat, d. Their bodies flashed with white light, and a layer of stone armor covered them. They screamed madly and rushed towards the 3 groups of people. Combat skills, petrified skin. 3 groups of people. They looked at the crazy look of the black-veined limestone beetle and felt a little confused. Using combat skills right away. What the hell are these 2 black-striped greystone beetles doing? These 2 black-veined limestone beetles have gone crazy. Ranged attack warriors attack. Several archers bent their bows and shot arrows at the same time, but the arrows hit the stone armor of the black-veined greystone beetle, leaving only a white dot on the armor, and then bounced off. The elf woman had already recorded the genes, and a fireball the size of a human head appeared in her hand, which shot towards one of the black-striped greystone beetles. Boom! The fire wave raged, and the black-striped greystone beetle rushed out of the fire wave. Its stone armor was a little black, but its momentum remained undiminished. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. Fuck, what a strong defense. Block them. Block them. Don't let them rush to the back row. For a moment, the scene was in chaos. The culprit at this moment, a very handsome man who was destined to become the pillar of the human race, had found a sheltered place on the top of the Gobi Desert and was humming a song as he began to check the spoils. He first took out the light green ball of light. There's a big sword inside the ball of light. Lu Yuan squeezed the ball of light hard, and the ball of light shattered, and the big sword fell to the ground. The sword is pitch black and about 1.5 meters long. There are 2 thicker areas on the sword, a bit like the joints of a limestone beetle. Lu Yuan placed his hand on the hilt of the sword, and immediately information about the great sword came into Lu Yuan's mind. Lu Yuan was not at all surprised. This was the peculiarity of the place of origin. Some of the spoils would be introduced for their uses. The place of origin is too magical, and no one knows why it is like this. No one even knows whether the place of origin has its own consciousness. But this is not what Lu Yuan should care about now. After receiving the information, a smile appeared on his face. This greatsword is called Beetle Claw, and it is a genetic weapon of elite quality. The difference between genetic weapons and ordinary weapons is that the materials used in genetic weapons are special and have an amplifying effect on the user. For example now, the moment Lu Yuan grasped the beetle's sharp claws, he felt that his strength had increased significantly, almost doubling. This is exaggerated. Of course, this is also because Lu Yuan's own strength is too weak and the elite quality genetic weapons are very powerful, so it will bring him such a huge improvement. As Lu Yuan's strength increases, this improvement will be of less and less use to him. But now this beetle claw is like a divine weapon to Lu Yuan. Not only that, when Lu Yuan inserted the beetle's sharp claws in the ground, the beetle's claws pierced into the rock like tofu. The sharpness of the claws was far superior to the black alloy sword he originally used. With this weapon, any black light alloy sword just get lost. Lu Yuan stroked the sword of the beetle claw happily, feeling happy. With this weapon, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill the greystone beetle? Wouldn't the upgrade be very fast by then? As Lu Yuan thought about it, the beetle's claws turned into a ball of black light, merged into Lu Yuan's body, passed through the white mist, and finally turned into a phantom floating around the gene chain. This is another effect of genetic armament, which is that the blessing of genetic armament can always exist as long as one's original body can withstand it. If the power of blessing is too strong, the original physical body will not be able to bear it and will eventually collapse. After all, the power brought by genetic weapons is ultimately just external force. For example, now, Lu Yuan only has the beetle claws, and he feels that his body has reached a certain level of saturation. If he adds other genetic weapons, his body probably won't be able to bear it. Now that the genetic weapons have been checked, the highlight is coming. With a hint of anticipation in his eyes, Lu Yuan took out a white ball of light. Inside the ball of light, strange threads kept interweaving and flowing, seemingly following a strange pattern. Extraordinary genes are the most important thing for gene warriors. This is the first extraordinary gene obtained by Lu Yuan. Chapter 17. Gene Recording, Battle of Will. Extraordinary Gene, Petrified Skin. Lu Yuan obtained the information about this extraordinary gene. He raised an eyebrow. Petrified skin is the combat skill of the greystone beetle. It can build a layer of petrified skin on the surface of the body and greatly enhance the defensibility. Burning this extraordinary gene can mainly improve defense capabilities and secondly increase a certain amount of strength. As for whether it is strong or not. After all, it is an extraordinary gene of ordinary quality, not that strong. But the defensive capability is quite strong. But Lu Yuan was a little disappointed. He actually wanted an attacking type of extraordinary gene. After all, the path he wanted to take was the offensive path, while petrified skin was more inclined towards the protective path. Lu Yuan looked at the extraordinary gene in his hand, his eyes flickering and a little conflicted. After a moment, he made up his mind and gritted his teeth. Just use this one. With his current strength, it would be very difficult for him to obtain other extraordinary genes. I don't know when the next time will be. Otherwise, just burn it directly and improve your strength first. Anyway, his original plan also required an extraordinary guardian gene. As long as it continued to evolve, even a guardian gene of ordinary quality could be upgraded to the highest form. After making up his mind, Lu Yuan planned to start recording this extraordinary gene now. After all, Lu Yuan's current location can be considered quite safe, and basically no one will come to this place. Moreover, it is very easy to record extraordinary genes of ordinary quality, and even apprentice-level gene warriors can record them easily. Unlike other qualities of extraordinary genes, if the genes themselves are not strong enough, the burned genes may even explode and cause death. It's different from other ways of dying. If one dies from gene burning, even in the place of origin, the real world will also die without leaving any trace. Even if it doesn't explode and die, if it's not completely burned, some characteristics of the creature with this gene will be left behind, and this characteristic may be very troublesome. For example, growing a tail, or even acquiring some strange biological habits. These were what Lu Yuan had seen before from a newcomer's post about burning extraordinary genes. It is for this reason that Lu Yuan is confident that he can directly engrave this extraordinary gene. He took a deep breath, grasped the ball of white light, and squeezed it hard. The next moment, the white light ball shattered, and the strange lines inside turned into flowing light and merged into Lu Yuan's body. Strange lines passed through the white mist and entered the gene chain. After awakening, there is a blank section in the gene chain. At this moment, these white lines keep changing their shapes and enter the blank section to fill in this blank section. While completing the work, Lu Yuan felt his body constantly crackling. His flesh seemed to become tougher and his muscles became tighter. When his body changed, he felt an intense pain and cold sweat broke out on Lu Yuan's forehead. Damn! He wanted to curse in his heart. Is this what that post said? That ordinary quality, extraordinary genes are easy to burn. It hurts so much, okay? The process of the extraordinary genes completing the blank chains lasted for a long time, and Lu Yuan was unable to sense the specific time. Once the blank chain was completed, the remaining lines began to merge into other gene chain regions and began to fine-tune other gene chain regions. Another severe pain came, but this time, the pain was milder than before. Lu Yuan had become numb from the pain before, and now he even felt a little comfortable. He thought there might be something wrong with him. After a while, the fine-tuning of other gene chain areas was also completed. But Lu Yuan did not relax. There's one last step. Squeak! A crazy scream sounded in Lu Yuan's mind. Lu Yuan was shocked. Here it comes. This is the final step in recording the extraordinary gene. The original biological will of the extraordinary gene has not yet completely disappeared. At the last moment of burning, the creature's instinctive will begin its final resistance. Only by completely erasing the will of this creature can this extraordinary gene be completely integrated into one's own body. Those genetic warriors who failed to completely record the extraordinary genes were because they were unable to completely erase the will of this creature. If the will of this extraordinary genetic creature prevails, or even wipes out the will of the genetic warrior, then the genetic warrior will undergo a terrible mutation, and death is only the easiest scenario. It's a battle of wills. It's either you or me. For genetic warriors, the road to becoming powerful is full of thorns. Only by shedding blood can you get through. The strength of genetic organisms is related to the quality of their extraordinary genes. With extraordinary genes of ordinary quality, the will of this creature is naturally that of an ordinary-level ferocious beast. It is precisely because of this that even an apprentice-level gene warrior can easily engrave extraordinary genes of ordinary quality. After all, as a genetic warrior, if he can't even defeat an ordinary ferocious beast, he might as well die. Lu Yuan's extraordinary gene is ordinary quality petrified skin, and the corresponding one is naturally ordinary quality greystone beetle. The moment the familiar scream of the greystone beetle appeared, Lu Yuan's consciousness became dazed. When he came to his senses, he found himself in the white fog. Behind him is a genetic chain that reaches from heaven to earth. In front of him, white mist surged, and a greystone beetle about half a meter tall appeared. The pupils of this greystone beetle were dilated, and it screamed madly. The living creature's instinct tells it that failure will mean complete extinction. Even a rabbit will bite when it is angry, let alone a ferocious beast. At this moment, the greystone beetle fell into complete madness. As soon as its body of will condensed, it rushed towards Lu Yuan's body of will. Lu Yuan had a blank expression on his face. The power possessed by his body of will is the power engraved with extraordinary genes. Although the power has been discounted to a certain extent because it has not been fully burned, he can still kill an ordinary-level greystone beetle, even without the burned gene, let alone now. And Lu Yuan opened his right hand, and the shadow of the beetle claw sword floating beside the gene chain disappeared and appeared in Lu Yuan's hand. Lu Yuan's body of will became stronger again. Genetic armament can be used even by a body of will. Looking at the greystone beetle rushing towards Lu Yuan held the sword with both hands and swung it hard. A black light flashed, and the greystone beetle's body of will was cut in half. Lu Yuan did not stop and continued to slash, completely shattering the greystone beetle's body of will. The shattered greystone beetle turned into light spots and dissipated, and a ball of white light merged into the genetic chain behind Lu Yuan. An extremely comfortable and warm feeling spread throughout Lu Yuan's body. This is the sublimation of biological essence. Only after the extraordinary genes are recorded can a gene warrior be called a true gene warrior. This is the sublimation and transformation from a mortal to a supernatural being. Lu Yuan's will return to his body. He closed his eyes, feeling the sublimation of this moment, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The burning of the extraordinary gene is completed. Lu Yuan clenched his hands. He could feel that his skin had become tougher, and his bones, muscles, blood vessels, and other aspects had undergone tremendous changes. He took out the black alloy sword and lightly wiped his finger on the alloy sword, but there was no damage at all. With a little force, there's still no scar. Only when a lot of force was used did the skin on the finger break, leaving a tiny wound. Lu Yuan looked at the tiny wound and felt happy. Now his defense is stronger than that of an ordinary greystone beetle. Not only that, Lu Yuan could also feel that his strength had also increased significantly. The level of improvement is similar to that of having beetle claws. But you have to know that the extraordinary gene is only of ordinary quality, while the beetle claws are elite quality genetic weapons. The strength of the two improvements is almost the same, so you can imagine how big the gap is. Moreover, after the extraordinary genes were engraved, this improvement was an improvement on Lu Yuan's body, which was different from external forces such as genetic armament. Not only that, the spiritual power in Lu Yuan's body surged, white light flashed, and a grayish-white stone skin condensed on the surface of Lu Yuan's body. Combat skills. petrified skin. He clenched his fists and bumped them together. Bang! A muffled sound like stones colliding was heard. Lu Yuan punched the stone pillar behind him. Bang! Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the stone pillar, but Lu Yuan felt no pain at all. Lu Yuan took the black alloy sword and slashed at his own arm. Clang, clang, clang. There were only slight white marks on the grayish-white skin on his arm, and Lu Yuan didn't feel anything at all. This defense is too strong. Lu Yuan was ecstatic. He is gaining weight directly. Fortunately, he did not give up the treasure chest and tried his best. Otherwise, it would take who knows how long it would take to reach this point. With his current strength, killing the greystone beetle is no longer difficult at all. He can easily obtain spirit crystals and refine gene chains. Don't increase the speed too fast. This is not over yet. The most important moment has arrived. Lu Yuan looked at the dark blue cube surrounding the gene chain, and a smile appeared on his face. Evolution. He wants to evolve the engraved, petrified skin extraordinary gene. After the evolution, he will get the final reward for this adventure. Chapter 18, Evolution, Encounter with Dog-Headed Man again. Lu Yuan's mind moved, and the evolution cube that had been rotating around the gene chain suddenly flashed a faint blue light. The faint blue light shone on the gene chain, and the already stable gene chain once again underwent a huge change. The changes this time are even more drastic than when they were burned just now. Lu Yuan's muscles, bones, organs, and everything else seemed to be torn apart and recast. What followed was an intense pain, and Lu Yuan's brain went blank because of the pain. Evolution begins. Time passed, and it was unknown how long it had been. When Lu Yuan could hardly bear the pain that penetrated deep into his soul, the faint blue light slowly dissipated and the pain gradually disappeared. The originally flashing blue light of the evolution cube also became much dimmer, and the cube looked somewhat transparent. Energy was originally stored here for evolution. There was some before, but most of it has been used up now. As for how to charge, just use spiritual power. As the pain gradually dissipated, a powerful force emerged from deep within Lu Yuan's body. The same comfortable feeling as the genetic sublimation just now also appeared. Evolution is complete. No biological will emerged. After all, the biological will of this extraordinary gene had been destroyed by Lu Yuan before. This is another very good news for Lu Yuan. When you record genes in the future, you can choose the ones that you can guarantee to be completely recorded in quality and then evolve them. There is no danger at all. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth raised and a smile appeared on his face. Wonderful. The feeling of sublimation lasted for a while and eventually dissipated. Instinct made Lu Yuan know what the extraordinary genes after evolution were. Body of black iron. It mainly improves the body's defense and strength, and can also slightly improve the body's agility and explosive power. Compared to ordinary quality petrified skin, the black iron body has more comprehensive improvements and also improves agility. Not only that, the increase in all aspect has nearly doubled compared to before. This is twice as much after adding the beetle claws. It is conceivable how much stronger the elite quality extraordinary genes are than the ordinary quality ones. If even the elite quality is so strong, how terrifying will the genes of the chieftain, leader, lord, and even the extraordinary genes after the king be? Lu Yuan felt a little excited when he thought about it. Unfortunately, the energy within the evolution cube is not enough to further evolve the current extraordinary genes. And even if he wanted to evolve, his current physical strength wouldn't allow it to evolve, and he couldn't hold on. If he wanted to evolve again, he would probably have to refine his gene chain to a certain degree and upgrade it before he could evolve. However, he is very strong now. With elite genes and elite weapons, you can almost walk sideways in a new area like the greystone forest. Lu Yuan felt that he could now easily fight the black-striped greystone beetle alone. Thinking of the black-striped limestone beetles, Lu Yuan remembered the two before. I wonder how they're doing now. Why don't you go and say hello to them? Lu Yuan thought about it and felt that it was okay, so he left the shelter and returned along the same route. If it were before, Lu Yuan would have to be very careful if he wanted to walk on the top of the Gobi Desert. But after his strength was greatly improved, the strong wind on the top of the Gobi Desert was like a breeze to Lu Yuan, and he could walk or even run on it easily. The wind and sand that had originally caused Lu Yuan's skin to sting now blew on Lu Yuan's face, as if it were a gentle little hand massaging him. This made Lu Yuan feel a little complicated. Although I have become stronger, my skin seems to have become thicker as well. Lu Yuan quickened his pace and ran towards the previous area. Soon, he returned to the U-shaped gobi area. As soon as he approached, Lu Yuan felt a lingering warmth. This is the high temperature left after the previous firewall was extinguished. Lu Yuan looked down and was stunned, because on the ground, the two black-striped greystone beetles were already dead, their bodies had been processed, and their precious shells had been taken away. Obviously, he had met his match before. He had originally been thinking of dealing with the two black-striped greystone beetles himself, but he didn't expect that someone had gotten there first. I'm afraid it was the genetic warrior who was attracted by the flames just now. Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and felt somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, I ran fast before. The genetic warriors are different from the black-striped greystone beetles. Their IQ is higher. With the intelligence of the genetic warriors, they should be able to discover the problem in the Gobi Desert by then. If Lu Yuan had stayed here before, he might have been discovered. Since the black-striped limestone beetle was already dead, Lu Yuan naturally had no plans to stay any longer. He climbed down from the Gobi Desert. When he passed by the corpse of the black-veined limestone beetle, he took a closer look and then found a random passage to leave. Not long after, Lu Yuan encountered two gray stone beetles gnawing on the rocks under the stone pillar. His eyes lit up. Try to see your current strength. The beetle claw sword appeared in Lu Yuan's hand, and he walked towards the two greystone beetles. When they were about 20 meters away from the greystone beetles, the two greystone beetles stopped at the same time and turned to look towards Lu Yuan. Then, they squeaked and screamed and rushed toward the edge of the landing. Lu Yuan looked at the ferocious mouth parts and was not as nervous as he was when he first encountered the greystone beetle. When the greystone beetle approached, he swung the sword in his hand, and the black sword light flashed across the greystone beetle. Their sprinting movement came to an abrupt stop, and their bodies passed by Lu Yuan and fell behind him. Their short legs kept twitching as they lost their vitality. Lu Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a surprised smile. It's me as expected. Originally, the two greystone beetles could cause him some trouble, but he didn't expect that he could kill the two greystone beetles so easily in such a short time. Lu Yuan picked up the spirit crystal, took off the greystone armor, then left the place and continued hunting. 2 hours later, in an area of the greystone forest. Lu Yuan killed a lone greystone beetle with one sword, exhaled lightly, and walked forward to pick up the spirit crystal. Just then, Lu Yuan heard footsteps. He paused and looked up at the passage where the footsteps came from. The footsteps were getting closer, and two gnolls wearing black leather armor and holding long swords walked out. One of the two dog-headed men has gray fur all over his body, and the other has brown fur all over his body. It looks familiar. The two dog-headed men were also stunned when they saw Lu Yuan. The two looked at each other and then smiled brightly at the same time. The brown-haired, dog-headed man had a ferocious expression and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha! Human race, you didn't expect that. We meet again. Let's see how you run this time. Lu Yuan also laughed. I was wondering if I could run into you guys, but I was so lucky. Are you lucky to have met us? It seems that the genetic weapons you obtained gave you confidence. Your confidence is worthless. The gray-haired, dog-headed man glanced at the beetle claw sword in Lu Yuan's hand, sneered, and approached Lu Yuan with a long sword in his hand. The brown-haired kobolds also approached along with the gray-haired kobolds. Don't you know that we both have genetic weapons in our hands? But we still have to thank you for bringing us extra gains. Just as the two ogres were approaching the edge of the land, someone passing by in the passage not far away discovered this scene. It was the four handsome elves. When they saw Lu Yuan and the two dog-headed men fighting against each other, they were all stunned. Huh, isn't this the guy who was chased by the greystone beetles? And his two kobold companions. The tall and thin elf was stunned for a moment, somewhat puzzled. What are they doing? Are they going to fight? The handsome elf took a look and then said, It may be an internal conflict. The corners of his mouth lifted up, revealing a hint of a smile. Don't go over there yet. Let's hide and wait for them to decide the winner. After hearing what the handsome elf said, the other three understood immediately. Listen to the boss. I didn't expect to encounter an unexpected gain. Not bad, not bad. It's not easy to cheat new people these days. Opportunities like this are rare. The four people secretly hid behind a stone pillar in the distance, watching Lu Yuan and the two dog-headed men. The two kobolds have already charged towards the edge of the land. The brown-haired, dog-headed man saw Lu Yuan standing still and grinned. "Human, it seems that you know you can't escape. Are you planning to let us kill you? Don't worry. Your grandfather will act quickly." As he spoke, he had already rushed in front of Lu Yuan, raised his long sword high, and chopped down towards Lu Yuan at an extremely fast speed. If it were before, Lu Yuan would naturally find it difficult to avoid such an attack. But after recording the extraordinary genes, all aspects have been improved. Naturally, this also includes dynamic vision. Lu Yuan raised his hand slightly. Clang! The beetle claw sword easily blocked the long knife, making a sound of metal clashing. But Lu Yuan's hands did not move at all. The brown-haired, dog-headed man felt the recoil force coming from his hands, and his hands became slightly numb. He widened his eyes and looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Blocked? How is that possible? What's impossible? Lu Yuan smiled slightly. The other gray-haired, dog-headed man, who was slightly behind the brown-haired, dog-headed man, also had his pupils shrunken and was a little shocked. Then he showed a ferocious expression. "You can stop one. Can you stop too?" He suddenly burst out with speed and slashed towards Lu Yuan's waist with his knife. Lu Yuan smiled and exerted force with his right hand. The brown-haired, dog-headed man felt a huge force coming, and his body involuntarily retreated. After Lu Yuan pushed the brown-haired, dog-headed man away, he turned his wrist and blocked with his sword. Clang! The beetle claw sword firmly blocked the attack of the gray-haired, dog-headed man. What speed! Seeing Lu Yuan's actions, the gray-haired, dog-headed man's hair exploded. The strength displayed by Lu Yuan far exceeded his expectations. The gray-haired, dog-headed man immediately wanted to retreat. They were no match for him. At this moment, Lu Yuan's sword shook again, pushing the gray-haired, dog-headed man back a step, and a black sword light flashed across the gray-haired, dog-headed man's neck. Blood gushed out. The light in the gray-haired, dog-headed man's eyes slowly dissipated, and the corpse shook and fell to the ground. The brown-haired kobold was about to go forward to help, but he stopped dead in his tracks when he saw the gray-haired kobold fall to the ground. "Brother?" He stared at Lu Yuan, his eyes full of shock. "How is this possible? You were being chased by us just now. How could you become so much stronger in such a short time?" Lu Yuan looked at the brown-haired, dog-headed man with hair all over his body. A kind smile appeared on his face, and he approached step by step. "You guess." Chapter 19. Shadows in the Dark. "You don't come over here." The brown-haired, dog-headed man turned and ran away with a hint of fear in his eyes. However, before he could run 2 steps, Lu Yuan caught up with him, slashed his neck with a sword, and killed him. After taking a look at the corpse on the ground, Lu Yuan took a deep breath. This was the first time he killed an intelligent creature. But after all, I have experience in killing greystone beetles, so I didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, he was very happy. Who made these 2 ogres chase him before? After the 2 kobolds died, something slowly emerged from the void. There are some spirit crystals and greystone armor. These are what the 2 gnolls gained from their entry into the land of origin. If you die, you won't be able to take your gains out with you, as they will fall out of the battle pattern space. Lu Yuan felt a little regretful that the genetic weapons of these 2 dog-headed men were not obtained this time. Otherwise, he would have made a huge profit. The cheapest genetic weapon costs tens of thousands. Although Lu Yuan felt a little disappointed, he quickly recovered. He picked up the spirit crystals and greystone armor dropped by the 2 gnolls and counted them briefly. There are 45 spiritual crystals and the same number of greystone armors. This was more than he had gained from a day's hunting of greystone beetles. Lu Yuan put the things away. Lu Yuan was in a good mood as he got a sum of unexpected money for free. While Lu Yuan was counting the harvest, the 4 elf bosses hiding in the distance fell into silence. Gurgle. The dog-headed man, Huang, took one look at the 2 of his fellow tribesmen lying dead on the ground and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "Boss, are we going to go?" The corner of the elf boss mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but slapped Huang on the head. "Go ahead. If you miss, then go ahead." Huang covered his forehead and shook his head repeatedly. No, I don't want to die." The human man was still looking in Lu Yuan's direction with shock in his eyes. Is this guy really a newcomer? Are the newcomers so fierce nowadays? The tall and thin elf glanced at the human man and said, "We are both human beings, but there is such a huge difference between us." The human man twitched his lips and argued, "This man must be a descendant of a big family. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? He must have recorded extraordinary genes, and it is a very strong, extraordinary gene, maybe elite level. I am just an ordinary person. How can I compare with him? During the apprenticeship stage, being able to record elite genes is also a skill. You can't record it even if you're given it. The tall and thin elf curled his lips. Then you can. The tall, thin elf fell silent. Okay, stop arguing, let's go. This guy has probably packed up his things. If we don't leave, we might be in danger if we're discovered. After hearing what the elf leader said, the three of them suddenly came to their senses and secretly left in a direction away from Lu Yuan. After killing 2 gnolls, Lu Yuan continued to hunt greystone beetles while constantly absorbing spirit crystals. After recording the extraordinary gene, Lu Yuan absorbed spirit crystals faster. Almost 1 spirit crystal can be absorbed in 1 breath. The spirit crystals contributed by the 2 ogres were soon absorbed by Lu Yuan. This also made Lu Yuan discover a problem. That is, after recording the elite genes, the amount of spiritual power he needed to consume each time to temper the gene chain increased a lot. If it were before, with so many spirit crystals, his tempering degree might be able to reach 10%. But now it's less than 3%. This means that if Lu Yuan wants to refine his gene chain to perfection, he will need more spiritual power and will need to hunt more greystone beetles. Fortunately, it is now very easy to hunt greystone beetles on the edge of the land. Moreover, with his current strength, he can even go to other areas to hunt ferocious beasts and obtain more spirit crystals. I'm afraid it won't last long this time, so I won't run around anymore. I'll see you next time. Just as Lu Yuan was thinking, he felt something strange happening in his consciousness. In the white mist, the light gate appeared again. Lu Yuan felt the suction coming from the light gate, trying to suck him in, and the suction becomes stronger and stronger. A hint of realization flashed across Lu Yuan's eyes. The 24 hours were almost up. Having gained a lot this time, Lu Yuan did not resist the suction. My consciousness entered the light gate, and I was in a trance for a moment. When Lu Yuan came to his senses, he had already returned to his simple room. He looked out the window. It was dark outside, but the neon lights in the distance were still flashing. Lu Yuan took out his cell phone again and checked the time. It was 9 o'clock in the evening when he entered the place of origin, and now it is 11 o'clock. 2 hours passed. The speed of time flow in the place of origin and in real time is different, as stated in the post. After confirming the time, he didn't think about it anymore. Lu Yuan clenched his fists, feeling the power surging in his body. The power of the genes that had been recorded in the place of origin was also brought out. The corners of his mouth lifted up in a slight smile. The first step was pretty good. Although it was a bit dangerous, the foundation was laid, and it was done well. Overall, he took off. Lu Yuan went to the bathroom to take a shower, then sat cross-legged on the bed and continued to practice the guidance technique. He had already absorbed all the spiritual crystals before, so now he could only practice with the guidance technique. Lu Yuan discovered that after recording the elite gene, he absorbed spiritual energy much faster than before. Of course, it still cannot be compared with the speed of absorbing spirit crystals. Something is better than nothing. It doesn't matter anyway. It's never wrong to practice hard. Time passed, and after 12 o'clock, the darkness outside became much thicker. In the corner of Lu Yuan's room, a dark shadow gradually emerged. It was a strange, distorted shadow. After the shadow appeared in the darkness, it slowly approached the edge of the land. Silently. After the shadow approached Lu Yuan, it slowly spread along Lu Yuan's chest and into his body. Lu Yuan, who was practicing, suddenly felt a chill all over his body, and a feeling of nausea and chest tightness suddenly appeared. He shook violently, and his spiritual power surged wildly, activating his black iron body fighting skills. There were deep black iron lines on the surface of his body, which spread along the neck to the sides of his cheeks, and there were 2 more black iron marks on both sides of his cheeks. The black iron body was activated, his physical fitness and defensive capabilities skyrocketed, and a shadow was squeezed out of Lu Yuan's body with a scream. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the strange shadow, twisting and dissipating in the darkness. His pupils shrank and his scalp tingled. XXXX. What the hell is this? With one last piercing scream, the shadow turned into black smoke and disappeared. Lu Yuan still did not relax his vigilance. He stood up, turned on the light, and looked around. Everything was normal in this simple and small room, as if the strange shadow just now had never appeared. What is that? Lu Yuan sat down on the bed, brows furrowed with lingering fear. If I hadn't just obtained the black iron body, I might not have been able to get rid of that damn thing. Wouldn't I be dead? Wait. Lu Yuan's body trembled and his eyes widened. That nauseous and chest tightness feeling. Where have you encountered it before? Lu Yuan frowned and thought about it. Then he suddenly thought of something. When I first traveled through time, the last memory of my previous life was that I died suddenly because of the feeling of chest tightness. That feeling was very similar to how he felt now. Lu Yuan's scalp suddenly exploded. This is so. Could it be that thing that caused it? Lu Yuan used to find it strange why his predecessor died suddenly when he was apparently in good health. So this thing is the one causing the trouble. The previous incarnation was just an ordinary person. How could he have provoked such a weird thing? Lu Yuan was a little confused. Then he remembered something. Alienation incident. Could it be the alienation incident that my predecessor encountered before? It's been many years, and that alienation incident happened to him again. Lu Yuan frowned and felt a little nervous. Although the black shadow turned into black smoke and dissipated, Lu Zhe felt that the thing might not be dead. I'm afraid it will appear again later. He felt a little heavy. If he had some understanding of this thing, Lu Yuan could have found a way to deal with it. But the problem was that he knew nothing about that strange shadow. The unknown is often the most frightening thing. The only thing that made Lu Yuan feel relieved was that his black iron body was still very defensive and seemed to be able to withstand the attack of the black shadow. What he can do now is to continuously improve his strength and refine his gene chain. The stronger the gene chain is refined, the stronger his black iron body will be, and he will be safer by then. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, calmed himself down, sat cross-legged on the bed again, and began to practice. But this time, Lu Yuan did not turn off the lights. The ghost thing really scared him, and he was a little afraid to turn off the light. It was a bit like how he felt when he was a kid watching Deathly Hallows and saw the Man in Black. Psychological shadow. Damn. Fortunately, he is rich now and doesn't care about the electricity bill. Lu Yuan finally found some psychological comfort. Chapter 20. Black Rat Gang Conflict. Nothing happened the rest of the night. When Lu Yuan opened his eyes again, it was already morning. Lu Yuan got up from the bed, stretched, went into the bathroom to wash up, and then walked out of the room. He planned to find a store to sell the greystone armor he harvested yesterday and make some money. When he went out, Li Chingha had not come back yet. Lu Yuan thought that he might have been working overtime. There were a few times before when I didn't meet Li Chingha in the morning. Lu Yuan didn't care either. In the morning, people are hurrying around the slums, and many people in ragged clothes are picking up garbage on the roadside early in the morning. Lu Yuan came to a roadside stall selling breakfast, looked at the skinny and dark boss, and said with a smile, "Boss, 2 steamed buns with meat filling and a pack of sweet soy milk." Okay, wait a moment. The boss had a somewhat humble smile on his face and bent over to speak. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "No hurry." While Lu Yuan was waiting, 2 thugs with colorfully dyed hair and wearing leather armor came over. "Boss, 5 fried dough sticks." "Come on." Okay. The boss nodded and bowed, moving quickly. Lu Yuan glanced at the 2 hooligans. If it were in the past, Lu Yuan would have avoided these kinds of thugs if he could. After all, Li Chingha has said that there are gangs behind these small gangsters. No one knows what those gangs are doing behind the scenes. It could be drug trafficking, it could be organ trafficking. Many of the homeless people who disappeared from the slums were the work of gangs. Since Lu Yuan couldn't afford to offend him, he had to hide away. Now Lu Yuan doesn't care much about it. After all, he is a genetic warrior, and he has elite genes engraved on him, so he doesn't have to avoid even a small gangster. At this time, one of the hooligans with red hair suddenly spoke up. What happened yesterday was really fucking weird. Another green-haired thug said, "Yes, I heard from Xiaoman that he saw Lao Dao was possessed by an evil spirit, and then he suddenly died." Hearing the conversation between the two, Lu Yuan suddenly paused, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Evil ghost. Sudden death? Lu Yuan immediately remembered the shadow of last night. Has anyone else encountered that damn thing? He listened quietly. Damn it, Lao Dao sold his daughter a few days ago. Could this be retribution? What's the point of paying for such a small thing? Yes, did he really offend something evil? I don't know. The boss and his men have investigated it personally. It should be fine. The boss and his men are powerful genetic warriors. I hope the boss can find out the results of the investigation quickly. This is really scary. While the two were talking, the boss had already packed the buns and soy milk and handed them to Lu Yuan. Brother, your buns and soy milk. Lu Yuan smiled and took it. Thank you, boss. How much is it? Etc. The green-haired thug next to him suddenly shouted, narrowed his eyes, and looked at Lu Yuan and the boss. Boss, don't you see that we two are still waiting? How dare you let others take it first? Don't you have eyes? It seems that you don't take our black rat gangs seriously. This. When the boss heard this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he hesitated. A flattering smile appeared on his face. Two young men. Bang. You call me little brother? Call me big brother. The red-haired gangster slapped the stall, causing it to shake and many of the condiments on it to be knocked over and flow onto the table. The boss twitched his lips, still with a flattering smile on his face. Two brothers. It's my fault. Your breakfast is free. I'll make it for you now. After hearing what the boss said, the two gangsters snorted and nodded with satisfaction. You're smart. Then the green-haired thug looked at Lu Yuan beside him with a smile on his face. You look very young, don't you? Boy, have you grown all your hair? You look pretty good. Which club are you from? I'll take care of you next time. As he spoke, he reached out and patted Lu Yuan's face. Lu Yuan had a blank expression on his face and casually grabbed the hand of the green-haired gangster. The little thug was stunned, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. You have the guts. He tried hard to pull his hand out, but found that no matter how hard he tried, Lu Yuan's hand was like an iron clamp, holding his hand tightly. The green-haired gangster kept exerting force, and his face turned red. The red-haired gangster couldn't stand the green-haired gangster anymore. Green hair, what's wrong with you? What are you playing? Boy, let me go or I'll kill you. The green-haired gangster had no words to grievance. He looked at Lu Yuan with a stern face and yelled angrily. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. He exerted a little force with his right hand and slowly tightened it. Click, click, click. There was a creepy sound of bones breaking. The anger on the green-haired gangster's face suddenly disappeared, and he let out a sharp scream. The severe pain made his whole body tremble. His face turned pale and sweat poured down. His whole body went limp, and he felt his knees. The green-haired man's scream attracted the attention of everyone on the surrounding streets, and everyone looked over. When they saw the green-haired gangster's appearance, everyone's eyes widened and a look of horror appeared on their faces. The adults quickly grabbed their children and went away. Others also looked in this direction. Some were curious, some were scared. The owner of the breakfast stall froze in place, looking at the green-haired gangster kneeling on the ground in a daze. Others are confused. Lu Yuan let go of the gangster's hand. The gangster's arm was twisted and the bones were broken. Lu Yuan's expression did not change at all. According to the memory of his previous life, Lu Yuan had no good feelings towards these gangsters and naturally would not hold back. The green-haired gangster's scream scared the red-haired gangster. His eyes widened and turned red when he saw the green-haired gangster's twisted arms. You bastard, do you want to die? He simply took out a folding knife and stabbed it into Lu Yuan's stomach. Killing was like a common occurrence to him, and he stabbed people without any hesitation. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, reached out and grabbed the red-haired gangster's hand holding the knife and squeezed it hard. Click, click, click. The sound of bones cracking was even more frequent than before. Lu Yuan added more strength and almost crushed the red-haired gangster's hand bones completely. The red-haired gangster let out a scream even more miserable than the green-haired gangster just now. The folding knife in his hand also fell to the ground, and he knelt down like his friend. The severe pain calmed his angry mood. A look of fear appeared on his face, and he looked up at Lu Yuan. Little brother, don't. Before he could finish his words, Lu Yuan slapped him in the face and knocked him to the ground. He glared at the red-haired hooligans fiercely. You're calling me little brother? Call me daddy. Forget it. I'm afraid you'll make me die of filial piety, so call me big brother. The red-haired gangster was knocked to the ground. He was stunned for a few seconds, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was stunned for a moment, then cried out with a sad expression. Brother, please stop hitting me. I was wrong. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at the green-haired gangster who was still trembling slightly. The green-haired gangster covered his twisted arms and started crying. Seeing Lu Yuan looking at him, he cried out, Dad! No, brother! I was wrong. Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. You're very good. Why are you still kneeling? It's like I'm bullying you. Stand up. The two men stood up with difficulty, their bodies still shaking slightly due to the severe pain. Lu Yuan glanced at them, then turned to look at the breakfast stall owner who was standing there stupidly, and said with a smile, "Boss, you haven't told me how much my breakfast costs." The boss shuddered and looked like he was about to cry. He shook his head like an electric fan. No, no, no. Bro, no, sir. How can I take your money? I have to give it. How much is it? Don't worry, I'm a good person. Seeing his boss' frightened look, Lu Yuan's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but explain. He just was annoyed with these two punks. He's not a demon. Why is the boss so afraid of him? The boss still refused and didn't want his money. Lu Yuan said a few words, then felt that there was no other way, so he scanned the code and paid 10 yuan. Okay, I've paid, don't refuse. Otherwise I'll beat you up. The boss looked at Lu Yuan, opened his mouth, but finally lowered his head and dared not speak. Lu Yuan turned his head and looked at the two hooligans beside him. You guys knocked over someone's stall, and you're not going to pay for it? The two hooligans looked pale at this moment. They pulled the corners of their mouths and nodded repeatedly. Compensate. We'll pay. Under the boss's incredulous look, they scanned the code and paid the money. Lu Yuan then smiled and said, "Come, follow me." The two gangsters almost cried when they saw Lu Yuan leaving. They looked at each other and followed reluctantly. The boss who stayed where he was looked at Lu Yuan's back as he left. A hint of emotion flashed in his eyes. He wiped the corners of his eyes, then quickly cleaned up the spilled seasoning on the stall and continued working. If you don't work, you won't have money to rent a house. And if you don't have money to rent a house, you'll have to become a homeless person. In the slums, homeless people can disappear at any time and no one will care. Chapter 21 Side Effects. Lu Yuan brought two thugs to an empty alley. The alleys were littered with black garbage bags in the corners, and deeper in the alleys there was garbage dumped on the ground, with flying insects hovering over it and emitting a foul smell. Several wildcats and dogs were digging for food on the garbage dump. When they saw Lu Yuan and his companions coming, they turned their heads to look, arched their bodies, and whimpered a few times. I guess they thought Lu Yuan and the other two were enemies who came to steal their food. Lu Yuan glanced at the wildcats and dogs, but didn't care. The smell inside was too strong, so Lu Yuan didn't dare to go deeper with the two gangsters for fear of vomiting. He was just outside the alley and turned to look at the two thugs. At this moment, the two gangsters were covering their broken arms. Their faces were pale and sweating profusely. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Does it hurt?" The red-haired rascal cried and said, "Boss, please just treat us like shit. Our arms are going to be broken." Lu Yuan hit him even harder, and his arm was now purple and black, with the blood clots unable to drain out. Lu Yuan smiled. "You were brave enough to pull out a knife just now. Why are you so scared now? If your hand is broken, just get a mechanical prosthesis. Don't be afraid." Two little hooligans. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "I'm quite interested in the haunted thing you mentioned before. If you tell me the details, I can let you go." Hearing Lu Yuan's words, the two gangsters were shocked. "Haunted? Boss, are you talking about the old knife we just talked about?" "Yes, that's his business." Boss asked quickly. The red-haired punk couldn't wait to speak. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Did you see how that old knife died? Think carefully before answering. If I find out that you are lying to me, think about the consequences yourself." The two looked at each other, and the green-haired hooligans trembled a little. We didn't see it with our own eyes." "No, but we heard it from others. We heard it. What they said must be true. There is no reason for them to lie to us." What did they say?" "I heard that Lao Dao was out to collect money with a few other people. When they were passing through an alley, a strange shadow rushed out from the darkness. At that time, the shadow rushed into Lao Dao's chest. Then Lao Dao covered his chest, his face turned blue, and then he died." When he said this, the red-haired gangster's face turned a little blue. On the one hand, he was scared, and on the other hand, his hand was completely numb, and he felt as if his hand was about to disappear. As Lu Yuan listened to the words of the red-haired gangster, his eyes gradually narrowed. It's confirmed. This was almost the same situation as the ghost thing he encountered before. He thought of something and asked, "What time was it?" The green-haired thug said, "Well, it seems to be around 12 o'clock at night." Lu Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. When he was attacked yesterday, he also checked the time, and it was also 12 o'clock. Two attacks at the same time. Is there more than one ghost thing? Or is there a clone? Lu Yuan was also a little confused about the situation. It's not a good thing anyway. After that old knife died, were there any abnormal situations? After Lao Dao died, everyone else ran away in fear, and then they informed the boss and his team. When the boss and his team rushed over, Lao Dao's body was still there, and there was nothing unusual. Lu Yuan nodded. Has this Lao Dao ever offended anyone? Has he ever encountered any abnormal events before? Have you offended anyone? Boss, that's the question you asked. People in our line of work have offended countless people. We always have to keep our heads on our belts. As for alienation, I don't think you've experienced it, have you? If you did, could you survive it? Lu Yuan frowned slightly. Yeah, that's a bit sloppy. How can you not offend people when you are in the gang business? It is normal to die at any time. There is no point in asking this question. To Lu Yuan, this person seems to have no reference value. He felt a little overwhelmed. At this time, Lu Yuan heard the low groans of the two gangsters. He took a look and saw that the two hooligans' faces were a little blue, so he waved his hand. Go away, and don't let me see you next time. The two hooligans were stunned when they heard this, and were a little slow to react. Then, they nodded and bowed repeatedly, crying, Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. We'll get out of here right now. They trotted out of the alley. Watching the two hooligans leave, Lu Yuan thought about the previous problem. There might be more than one such shadow, and old Dao might not be the only one who died. At the very least, his predecessor was dead. In places like the slums, some people die and no one knows they are dead. No one cares about this kind of thing. But what on earth was that ghost thing trying to do? Lu Yuan thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure out the reason. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After leaving the alley, Lu Yuan took out the bun he had eaten and started eating it. Well, it tastes okay. Jiuhu Business District, North District, Shili City. This is a business district close to the Gene Warriors Association branch. There are high-rise buildings everywhere, and hovercrafts take off and land on the platforms of the buildings. It is very prosperous. Lu Yuan walked on the street, looking at the elites in suits and various gorgeously dressed ladies, and felt like he had entered another world. The gap between here and the slums is like heaven and hell. The two districts are only separated by a few streets. The purpose of Lu Yuan's coming here was naturally to sell the greystone armor he had harvested before. He quickly found a small storefront on the street. The neon sign in front of the door reads, Mad Wolf Materials Store, and there's a wolf head with its head raised and roaring on the sign. Lu Yuan pushed the door open and walked in. The door was not big, and there were counters all around with various materials placed on them, most of which Lu Yuan didn't recognize. But at first glance, it is obviously something produced from the place of origin. Inside the store, a thin young man with a floral shirt, beach pants, and a rooster comb was sitting on a chair, playing with his mobile phone. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he raised his head and glanced at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan discovered that even though the light in the room was a little dim, he was still wearing sunglasses. Is this visible? Lu Yuan couldn't help but complain in his heart. The young man glanced at Lu Yuan, then quickly lowered his head and continued playing the game. What are you doing here, little brat? Go play somewhere else if you have nothing to do. Lu Yuan. He walked to the counter and tapped his fingers on the countertop. I'll sell the materials. The young man paused, looked up again, looked at Lu Yuan seriously, and put away his phone. Are you a genetic warrior? Lu Yuan nodded. Well, do you want to collect the materials? Oh, sure. Tell me, what are you selling? Lu Yuan took out a pile of greystone armor. Crash! The greystone armor was thrown on the counter, making a rustling sound, and the counter creaked under the pressure. Fuck! Can you please put it on the ground? My table is so broken. The young man quickly stood up and threw all the greystone armor to the ground. Then he took a look and said, Greystone armor? It's made of greystone beetles, low-grade materials of ordinary quality. 150 each. The price is absolutely fair. No bargaining. Lu Yuan had already checked the prices on battle.net before coming here. The price of 150 is indeed quite fair. He nodded. Not bad. Count how many you have. I'll sell them all. Oh, whoa, whoa, woof, woof, woof. Lu Yuan. He looked at the young man who suddenly let out a howl that was not sure whether it was a wolf or a dog, and his mind was full of question marks. Is this person probably having some serious problems? The young man also froze for a moment. Lu Yuan and the young man looked at each other through their sunglasses, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. After a moment of silence, the young man coughed dryly, pretending nothing had happened. Hey, let me count to see how many there are. Woof, woof. Lu Yuan. He considered his tone and gently reminded, Brother, do you want to go to the hospital? The young man was silent for a moment, then said, This is a side effect of gene recording. It's an old problem. It's okay. Hearing the sadness in the young man's tone, Lu Yuan fell silent. He was a little dazed. So that's how it is. If the genes are not completely recorded, there will indeed be side effects of having extraordinary biological characteristics. When Lu Yuan thought about the young man suddenly barking like a dog when talking to people, he felt ashamed for him. It made him feel a little sympathetic towards the young man. He was very curious about what kind of extraordinary genes this person had engraved on him. The barking sounds like both a dog and a wolf. But he didn't ask. For unfamiliar gene warriors, they generally won't tell you what genes they have recorded. Not letting others know about his fighting skills is one of his trump cards. The two did not continue to talk about this topic, and the young man quickly counted the number. It's 102 yuan in total. I'll give you a discount and make it 100 yuan. The total is 15,000 yuan. Lu Yuan, you broke a bone, right? Rounding it off, 20,000. The young man pushed up his sunglasses and smiled cordially. Ahem, it's just a small amount, just wipe it off. Anyway, you can continue to hunt. Lu Yuan also showed a friendly smile. Get lost. This guy is so mean. Could it be related to his extraordinary genes? The young man sighed and said, Okay, 15,300. Give me money. The young man transferred money to Lu Yuan. Looking at the 15,300 yuan that arrived in his account, Lu Yuan suddenly felt touched. Mom and Dad, your son has achieved success and is finally rich. Chapter 22. Brother Yuan pretended to be me again. The young man did not give Lu Yuan any extra time to be touched. He smiled and said, The money and goods are settled. Come to me next time you have goods. I promise I won't cheat you. Since you said so, I'll come back to you next time when I have the goods. Lu Yuan smiled. He thought that the boss who barked like a dog when he disagreed with something was quite funny, and he successfully caught his attention. It would be nice to find this boss again next time. After coming out of the Mad Wolf material store, Lu Yuan went to the mall again to replenish the necessities he had used previously. If it weren't for the burning oil and rope from last time, Lu Yuan would not have been able to open the treasure chest. Necessities are really useful at certain times. Of course, these things can only be used at low levels. Facing high-level ferocious beasts, these things will hardly work. In addition to replenishing the consumed necessities, Lu Yuan also bought new ones, such as tents, sleeping bags, and the like. The length of time you stay in the place of origin is related to your own strength. The first time, because everyone had just awakened, the stay time was 24 hours. But the second time, it will be decided based on one's own strength. With Lu Yuan's current strength, it would be no problem for him to stay for a few days. He would probably have to spend the night in the wild. You still need to prepare things like tents and sleeping bags. Fortunately, Lu Yuan's strength has improved a bit now. With the increase of strength, the battle pattern space has also become larger, about 2 meters. Otherwise, it would be a bit difficult to fit everything in, because I bought a lot of things this time. Naturally, it costs a lot of money. The 15,000 I just received had barely warmed up yet, and less than 4,003 was left. Looking at the money in his hand, Lu Yuan felt that he was still very poor. The idea of moving outside the slums is still a long way to go. He took a deep breath and made up his mind to move out next time. After leaving the mall, Lu Yuan returned to the slums. The little incident that happened in the morning did not cause any ripples in the slums, and everyone continued to live their lives as usual. Lu Yuan came to Daming Martial Art Hall on the way. Brother Yuan, you're here? Why are you here so late today? Brother Yuan, I heard that you went into the place of origin. How is it? You didn't come out dead, did you? As soon as I entered the Daming Martial Arts Hall, the shouts of martial artists and the heat waves hit me in the face. When the martial arts students saw Lu Yuan, they all nodded respectfully and greeted him. Some people even joke around. His attitude was completely different from when Lu Yuan first came. Lu Yuan's performance in the past few days has won everyone's respect. He smiled and nodded to the people who greeted him, then walked to the depths of the martial arts hall. Xiaohu is doing a metal boxing match. The huge fist landed on the metal with a dull thud, and the metal caved in under the enormous force. Seeing Lu Yuan coming over, he stopped, wiped the sweat off his face with the towel hanging around his neck, and walked over. Ah Yuan, why are you so late today? I went to buy some things. Lu Yuan turned around and looked around, then asked with some confusion, "Where's Brother Ming? Why can't I see him?" Usually, Fleming practices boxing here, but today Lu Yuan didn't see anyone. Brother Ming. He went out last night and hasn't come back yet. Hearing this, Lu Yuan was stunned and asked with some confusion, "You went out last night? What happened?" "I don't know either, but Brother Ming would go out occasionally, sometimes for a few days, sometimes he would come back the same day. I don't know what happened specifically." Lu Yuan nodded. "Okay." Xiaohu bumped his fists together, looked at Lu Yuan, and grinned. "Let's go on stage and practice." Lu Yuan glanced at Xiaohu strangely. "Are you sure? Why? I feel like I made significant progress in the past 2 days. Are you afraid?" Xiaohu looked at Lu Yuan provocatively and raised his middle finger. Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "Since you said so, I'll practice with you. Let me make it clear first, I entered the land of origin last night, and I did make some progress. You can only go in for 24 hours the first time. How much progress can you make? Do you think I know nothing and can be fooled?" Xiaohu didn't take it to heart at all. Seeing Xiaohu's disdainful expression, Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Let's get on the stage." The two men walked towards the ring. There were 2 strong men boxing in the ring, and there were some spectators watching the fight around. Seeing Lu Yuan and Xiaohu coming over, everyone made way for them. "Brother Yuan, you're here. Xiaohu is here too. Are you guys going to fight again?" A sturdy man looked at Lu Yuan and Xiaohu and said uncertainly. Xiaohu crossed his arms and grinned. "This is my battle of revenge. Just watch. Today, I, Xiaohu, am going to beat this kid into the hospital." When everyone heard Xiaohu's words, their eyes lit up and they all started to make a noise. "Hey, you two, come down quickly." Yes. Why don't you make room for Brother Yuan and Xiaohu?" "Really? You have no sense at all. Do you want to work in a martial arts school?" The 2 strong men on the ring were not angry. At the urging of the crowd, they quickly jumped off the ring. Everyone urged Lu Yuan and Xiaohu to go up quickly. The 2 men went up to the stage and stood facing each other. The people below began to discuss. Who do you think will win? Need I say more? Of course it's my Brother Yuan." "Bullshit, Brother Yuan. It's obviously my Brother Yuan, okay. Although I know Xiaohu has been practicing very hard recently and has made great progress, I still choose Brother Yuan." "Isn't that obvious? Brother Yuan is a genetic warrior, and he entered the place of origin yesterday. Judging from his appearance, he must have come out alive, and he must have made considerable progress." A strong man couldn't help but speak up for Xiao. "No, don't you think Xiaohu can win? Xiaohu is too pitiful, isn't he?" "Do you think Xiaohu can win?" The sturdy man scratched his head and laughed dryly. "Well, of course my Brother Yuan will win." Cut. Everyone gave him the middle finger. On the stage, Xiaohu and Lu Yuan naturally heard the discussion below. A dark expression appeared on Xiaohu's honest face, and he looked depressed. Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "Bring it on. Humph. Boy, I'll show you what I've achieved in the past few days." The little tiger roared angrily and pounced towards Lu Yuan with the momentum of a tiger descending from mountain. Compared to the past few days, there has indeed been some progress. But Lu Yuan's face was expressionless, and there was no fluctuation in his heart. This little bit of progress is too big a gap for him. He raised a finger to block Xiaohu's fist. Xiaohu's fist, with the wind in it, seemed to hit an insurmountable wall and stopped abruptly. Xiaohu widened his eyes, looking at the finger that blocked his fist, and his whole body froze in place. A bit confused, the people below also watched this scene with their eyes wide open. The air suddenly fell into deathly silence, and the atmosphere was extremely quiet. After a moment, someone exclaimed, "What the hell? Fuck, my Brother Yuan is always the god. You actually blocked such a powerful punch with just one finger. Is Brother Yuan still a human being? Brother Yuan wasn't this strong yesterday, was he? Did he make the progress he did in the land of origin? Isn't this too exaggerated? Damn it, Brother Yuan got me for pretending again." Everyone was shouting, and even looking at Lu Yuan with a hint of admiration in their eyes. Those who come from slums and practice martial arts in martial arts schools are actually very simple people. If you have strength, you will gain respect. If you are strong enough, you can gain admiration. After all, in such a dark area, the law is hard to reach and power represents almost everything. It only took Lu Yuan a few days to acquire power that was unattainable for many other members of the martial arts school. Naturally, He also gained the admiration of everyone, even though Lu Yuan is much younger than them. On the ring, Lu Yuan looked at the confused Xiaohu and smiled slightly. He pushed with his fingers, and Xiaohu immediately retreated repeatedly until he reached the edge of the ring and almost fell down. Looking at the shocked Xiaohu, Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Are you still going?" Xiaohu was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. "No more, no more. We're no match for each other." He looked at Lu Yuan with some depression and scratched his head. "This is weird. How come your strength increased so quickly? Is the land of origin really that magical?" Lu Yuan said seriously, "This is all the result of my own hard work." In fact, he didn't even use his full strength. Not to mention his full strength, he didn't even use 1/3 of his strength. Yesterday's improvement was huge. The reason why he used only one finger was that he was afraid that he would not be able to stop his hand and really cripple Xiaohu. Chapter 23. My Own Life, a Boss with Bad Taste. After Xiaohu admitted defeat, the two men left the ring. Lu Yuan was suddenly surrounded by a group of people. "Brother Yuan, you are too strong." "That's right, Brother Yuan. With your strength, I'm afraid only Brother Ming can beat you in our martial arts hall." Haha. When Brother Ming comes back and sees Brother Yuan's current strength, he will definitely be shocked. "Brother Yuan, when are you going to challenge Brother Ming?" "Yeah, Brother Yuan, when are you going to challenge Brother Ming?" Lu Yuan smiled and said, "My current strength is still far behind Brother Ming's. I'll practice hard first." In fact, Lu Yuan felt that it wouldn't take too long for him to surpass Fleming. After all, Fleming was just a genetic warrior who had just broken through to the warrior level. With Fleming's talent and the fact that he has only just broken through now, the genes recorded during his apprenticeship stage should have been of ordinary quality. This kind of strength isn't actually that strong, right? With the elite genes he has engraved now, once they are tempered enough, it shouldn't be too difficult to defeat Fleming. However, Lu Yuan didn't want to show off too much. Being generally strong was enough. Now he has no one to back him up, and in a dark place like the slums, standing out from the crowd is not necessarily a good thing. We must act with a steady development mindset in mind. After all, I, Lu Yuan, am a steady and low-key man. There's a fierce tiger in your heart, but you can still smell the roses. Well, it's me as expected. After getting rid of the crowd's entanglement, Lu Yuan continued to practice military boxing and military sword. Time passed, and by evening, Fleming had not returned. Lu Yuan left Daming Martial Arts School. The slums are much more chaotic at night than during the day, and there are very few people on the streets. Most of them are people who work the night shift. After walking down a street, Lu Yuan heard fierce gunfire coming from an alley not far away. The pedestrians around quickened their pace and walked away with their heads down. Standing on the street, the heavily made-up young lady seemed to have gotten used to it. She lowered her head, cursed the bad luck, and hurriedly went to another place to solicit customers. Lu Yuan glanced in the direction of the alley, but without interfering in other people's business, he quickened his pace and followed the pedestrians, leaving the area of the gunfight. After returning to the community in a low-key manner, Lu Yuan saw a familiar figure on the community path. He raised his eyebrows slightly and walked over quicker. "Sister Chingha?" The figure in front turned around, and it was Li Chingha. She looked tired at the moment and was holding a cigarette in her hand. After seeing Lu Yuan, she exhaled a puff of cigarette, and a smile appeared on her tired face. "Brother Yuan, why are you still out so late?" Lu Yuan smiled and said, "I just came back from Daming Martial Arts School." Hee. Brother Yuan is really working hard. You have to work hard to make progress, make money, and leave this ghetto. So how is your training going now? Didn't you say you entered the land of origin? Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he smiled. "I made great progress. I gained a lot from entering the land of origin yesterday. I made more than 10,000 yuan. "Oh, so many." Li Chingha's pupil shrank, revealing a hint of surprise. The price of low-level beast materials is only about 1 or 200, more than 10,000. Brother Yuan has killed nearly 100 beasts. This kid, I still underestimated him. Li Chingha was really a little scared. It's not because of this gain. Li Chingha has seen many people who gain more when entering the land of origin for the first time. When she first entered the land of origin, she killed almost all the elite beasts in the area. But her identity and talent are there and cannot be used as a reference. With such achievements, Lu Yuan can be considered a very talented person if compared to others. Most of these people have family support. Li Chingha knew Lu Yuan's family situation very well. It was not easy to achieve this. Lu Yuan thought of Li Chingha as a sister who cared about him. Seeing Li Chingha's surprise, he smiled and was somewhat proud. Unfortunately, I have to buy some necessities for the adventure with my money this time, so there is very little left. Next time I go to the land of origin, I will definitely save enough money, and then I will take you away with me. Li Chingha looked at Lu Yuan with a smile. I'm very happy that you have this intention. Let's talk about it when you have saved enough money. By the way, Sister Chingha, you didn't come back during the day? Did you just get home now? Lu Yuan looked at the fatigue on Li Chingha's face and asked. Yeah, I just got back. Li Chingha took a puff of cigarette, stretched her graceful figure, and smiled. Why is it so late today? A strange smile appeared on Li Chingha's face. He looked at Lu Yuan and said in an ambiguous tone, Someone doesn't want to let my sister sleep. Forehead. Lu Yuan was speechless for a moment. He opened his mouth, unable to say anything more, so he could only change the subject. It seems that you are very tired, Sister Chingha. Let's go back first and have a good rest. Li Chingha glanced at Lu Yuan, and a sly smile appeared on his face. Hee, Brother Yuan, you're an adult, right? Why are you still so shy? How about I help you? Don't worry, I won't charge you any money. Lu Yuan stopped and looked at Li Chingha seriously. Sister Chingha, you have always been helping me before, and I didn't have the ability to help you. But now I have the ability, and I will never let you do such things again. I will let you live the life of an ordinary girl, have your own job, your own love, and your own life. Li Chingha didn't expect Lu Yuan to say this, and was stunned for a moment. She looked at the serious Lu Yuan, took a puff of cigarette, and chuckled. Little brother is so sensible. I'm a little touched. Then let's wait for a while. I have to say goodbye to my clients first. After all, they have taken care of me for more than a year. Without them, I would not be here now. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in Li Chingha's eyes. Lu Yuan thought about it, and felt that Li Chingha was talking about people like Fleming. In fact, after getting to know each other, Lu Yuan discovered that Fleming was quite nice to his people. Sister Chingha must have received a lot of care. He didn't think much about it and nodded. Oh well, let's go. Go back. I'm a little hungry. Since you've made some money, why don't you treat me to a good meal? Don't worry, Sister Chingha. Just tell me what you want to eat. Hee, then I won't be polite. By the way, do you really not want your sister to help you enter the adult world? Sister Chingha, please stop joking. The two chatted and laughed as they disappeared into the night. They went out for a midnight snack before returning to their respective rooms. Li Chingha returned to his room, lay on the bed, looked at the white ceiling, and narrowed his eyes slightly. After a moment, she raised the corners of her mouth and smiled. That brat, if I let him see my true face, I don't believe he would refuse Humph. Then, the smile on her face faded. That thing has started again. But you can't escape while I'm here. Lu Yuan returned to his room, turned on his broken computer, logged into battle.net, and read the posts as usual. This is a habit Lu Yuan has developed in the past few days. Many of the posts on the War Network were of great help to him. Unfortunately, some of them require payment, and some require a battle.net level. This made Lu Yuan lose the joy of getting something for free. Fortunately, judging from the titles, these posts that require money and levels are not what Lu Yuan really needs right now. If I don't want to get it for free in the future, then I won't. By then I'll be rich. Lu Yuan was browsing the forum and soon saw a post. Human nature is twisted. How could someone do such a thing in Greystone Forest? Greystone Forest? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Isn't that where he is now? What happened? Lu Yuan clicked on the post out of curiosity. Today I want to tell you something that makes you angry. Here's what happened. My team and I were hunting greystone beetles in the Greystone Forest, and we found a place with a strong fire. With the intention of searching for treasure, we went to that place to take a look. As a result, we saw two crazy black-striped greystone beetles there. I don't know what happened to the two black-striped greystone beetles, but they went crazy and attacked us when they saw us. There were also teams of elves and kobolds with us at the time. It took a lot of effort for our 3 teams to kill the 2 black-striped greystone beetles, and 2 of my companions died for this. That's not the most annoying thing. The most annoying thing is that we discovered that the black-striped greystone beetle was actually guarding a wooden treasure chest. When we discovered the wooden treasure chest, it was already empty. Someone must have taken the treasure chest in advance and left the 2 black-striped greystone beetles behind to trick us who came later. I just want to ask, do people who do this kind of thing still have any heart? How despicable. Human nature is distorted. Morality is lost. Everyone on the forum, please give your judgment. Lu Yuan. He finished reading the post and looked a little strange. Firelight, 2 black-veined greystone beetles, and an open wooden treasure chest. Why does this feel so familiar? Could it be the treasure chest he opened before? He suddenly felt unwell. He is so wronged, isn't he? If he could kill those 2 black-veined limestone beetles, would he still keep them to trick people? I must have hunted it. Maybe I could get the fighting spirit. Obviously, he kept it because he couldn't kill it. Okay? I never expected that people would say that I have a twisted humanity, lost my morals, and have no heart. Lu Yuan suddenly felt depressed. There were hundreds of replies to this post, and Lu Yuan clicked on them to read the comments. Wow, that person is really evil. He doesn't seem like a good person. The poster is really weak. Aren't rubbish beasts like the black-striped greystone beetles easy to kill? The poster's 3 teams besieged 2 black-striped greystone beetles and still had some casualties. It's really funny. You can't say that. Who doesn't start out weak and gradually become stronger? The black-veined greystone beetle is a rookie killer after all. However, someone can open the wooden treasure chest and leave the guardian beast behind. He must be a big shot, right? Otherwise, how can he open the treasure chest while the guardian beast is still alive? I also think he's a big shot. Are all big shots nowadays so evil? Do they deliberately trick newbies? Lu Yuan read some posts and immediately laughed. These people have good vision, don't they? You actually know that I, Lu, am a big shot. Lu Yuan's mood suddenly improved. He closed the post and looked at the other posts. After looking at it for a while, Lu Yuan closed the website. His thoughts were integrated into the genetic battle patterns. Suddenly, a gate of light emerged from the white mist of consciousness. The light gate was a little dim because of the energy consumed by Lu Yuan when he entered the land of origin. However, this dimness was recovering quickly, and he would be able to enter the land of origin again soon. It would be good if you come out alive, but if you come out dead, your spirit will be damaged, and it will be more difficult to recover. It will take much longer to enter the place of origin again than to come out alive. Lu Yuan waited for a few minutes, and the light gate was completely restored. Lu Yuan entered the place of origin again. Chapter 24. The Strong One. Lu Yuan's vision went dark, and he was in a trance for a moment. When it recovered again, Lu Yuan had appeared in the greystone forest, and all he could see were tall stone pillars. This was exactly the place where Lu Yuan left last time. At the base of a stone pillar near the land edge, 3 greystone beetles were happily gnawing on the rocks. Lu Yuan's sudden appearance caused the 3 greystone beetles to stop at the same time. They slowly turned their heads and looked towards Lu Yuan. The 2 sides looked at each other, and the air was silent for a moment. Then, 3 greystone beetles screamed and rushed towards the edge of the land. A black sword appeared in Lu Yuan's hand, and he rushed towards the 3 greystone beetles. Although the black iron body does not increase speed too much, it is still relative to the same level. Lu Yuan's current speed is still very fast compared to the greystone beetle. He crossed steps and flashed between 3 greystone beetles, the black sword light flashing across their bodies. Dark green blood gushed out, and 3 greystone beetles fell to the ground, lifeless. Lu Yuan walked over and picked up the 3 spirit crystals on the ground, then cut off 3 pieces of greystone armor, revealing a smile. I've gained a lot just after coming in, not bad. He casually absorbed 3 spirit crystals, looked at the sun, determined the direction, and moved towards the area leaving the greystone forest. With his current strength, he can hunt beasts that are more powerful than the greystone beetle. This way he will obtain more spirit crystals and improve faster. Along the way, Lu Yuan killed all the greystone beetles he saw. No matter how many there were, they were no match for Lu Yuan. Soon, he entered a wide square about 100 meters in size. As soon as he entered the small square, he saw a black-striped greystone beetle and 4 greystone beetles lying in a row on the right side of the square, gnawing on the rocks happily. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. I didn't expect there would be a black-veined limestone beetle. If it had happened before, if he had encountered the black-striped limestone beetle, he would have definitely sneaked away without saying a word. But now it's different. He feels that he is no weaker than the black-striped greystone beetle. It's just right. I can also test my own strength. Lu Yuan looked at the black-striped greystone beetle in the distance, pursed his lips, and was eager to try. Just when Lu Yuan was about to move forward, a team of 5 ogres walked out from another passage not far away. After they saw Lu Yuan, they were stunned for a moment, and then they saw the black-striped limestone beetle on one side. Suddenly, the 5 dog-headed men's eyes lit up and they smiled. It's actually a black-veined limestone beetle. What good luck. You can kill. There's still a human. Let's deal with him first. He won't get in the way. Barry, be careful. If any black-veined greystone beetles are disturbed, just block them. No problem. As they talked, they looked at Lu Yuan with cold eyes and gradually ferocious expressions. Lu Yuan. He felt speechless. Why did he always run into kobolds? Looking at the 5 gnolls who took out their weapons and slowly approached, Lu Yuan's face turned cold, and he tightly gripped the beetle claw sword. Kill! A female kobold who had been standing at the back with a longbow in her hand pulled the bow, shot an arrow, and sounded the attack horn. Call out! The arrow broke through the air and shot towards the edge of the land. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted. He looked at the arrow and raised the sword in his hand. Clang! The arrow hit Lu Yuan's sword and was then knocked away. When the gnolls saw this scene, their eyes sparkled with excitement. The leader, a burly dog-headed man holding a long-handled giant axe and over 2 meters tall, grinned. Be careful, he's an expert. No, the burly dog-headed man roared and rushed towards Lu Yuan like a tank. A kobold holding a long sword and a kobold holding 2 short swords followed the burly kobold on both sides and charged towards Lu Yuan at the same time. The moment the 2 sides started fighting, the black-striped greystone beetle and 4 greystone beetles in the distance were alarmed. They turned their heads to look in the direction of Lu Yuan and the others. Then the black-striped greystone beetle screamed and pounced towards them. The one who stayed behind was a burly dog-headed man named Barry, who was wearing gray armor and holding a metal shield more than half a person's height and a long sword in his hands. He saw the black-striped greystone beetle rushing towards him with 4 greystone beetles, and he smiled grimly. You can't disturb them. He let out a low roar, and pieces of greystone armor appeared on the surface of his body. It is the petrified skin fighting skill. He faced the black-striped greystone beetle and 4 greystone beetles alone. When the black-striped greystone beetle saw Barry rushing towards him, it roared and activated its petrified skin. It extended its sharp claws and slashed towards Barry. Barry raised the big shield in his hand to block the sharp claws. Clang! Barry took a few steps back, but quickly steadied himself. He showed a sinister smile. My defense is not something you can break. He ignored the roaring black-striped greystone beetle and slashed at the other 4 greystone beetles with his long sword. For a moment, Barry easily held back the black-striped greystone beetle and 4 greystone beetles. The burly ogre had already rushed to Lu Yuan at this moment. He roared, clenched the long-handled battle axe with both hands, raised the battle axe, and chopped towards Lu Yuan fiercely. There was a hint of white light on his battle axe. Genetic combat skills, heavy attack. The battle axe roared towards Lu Yuan with violent spiritual power. Lu Yuan's pupil shrank, and he felt a little heavy in his heart. Who would have thought that in a place like the Greystone Forest, I would actually encounter 2 genetic warriors with extraordinary genes? The violent axe strike made his hair stand on end, and he felt the breath of danger. He gripped the heavy sword tightly with both hands and blocked the battle axe. Clang! Lu Yuan felt a huge force coming. His chest felt tight, and he took a few steps back, his hands feeling slightly numb. Just as Lu Yuan was retreating, the 2 sword-wielding ogres following the burly ogres on both sides suddenly jumped up at the same time and approached Lu Yuan. The dog-headed man on the left swung at Lu Yuan's waist with a long sword in his hand, while the dog-headed man on the right clenched 2 short swords, stabbing one at Lu Yuan's eyes and the other at his heart. The coordination is smooth and seamless. Lu Yuan sensed the danger and spiritual power surged throughout his body. The combat skill Black Iron Body was activated, and the surface of his body turned pitch black, with 2 black lines appearing on his cheeks. As his black iron body moved, his strength increased greatly. A sharp look flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed the dagger that was stabbing at his eyes. Lu Yuan let the other 2 swords cut towards his body. Seeing this scene, the 3 dog-headed men all showed a grim smile. Clang, clang, clang. 3 consecutive sounds of metal clashing froze the hideous smiles on the 3 dog-headed men's faces. Lu Yuan firmly grasped the dagger with his left hand, and the other two swords slashed at Lu Yuan's body, but they only cut open Lu Yuan's clothes and got stuck in his skin, without going any further. The two attacking gnolls felt it most clearly. They felt as if they were cutting on steel, and their hands were numb from the recoil force. The two dog-headed men's pupils contracted violently. What? No defense broken. This is impossible. The burly kobold, who was one step behind, opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Missy, watch out!" Missy, holding two daggers, seemed to realize something. There was a flash of fear in his eyes, and he wanted to step back. However, it was too late. The reason why Lu Yuan had been holding the beetle claws and not blocking the sword was because of this moment. The beetle claw sword turned into a sword light and slashed across the neck of the dog-headed man Missy, and blood gushed out. Missy's pupils were dilated, and there was still a hint of fear in her eyes. His body swayed and then fell to the ground. Except for Barry, who was struggling with the black-veined limestone beetle. The other three dog-headed men looked at Missy, who fell to the ground with wide eyes, with disbelief flashing in their eyes. Damn it, he's a strong man who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger. The other sword-wielding, dog-headed man's hair stood up at this moment. He quickly retreated and ran to the side of the burly dog-headed man, looking at Lu Yuan vigilantly. It was as if Lu Yuan was going to chop him to death the next moment. The burly dog-headed man looked at Lu Yuan with an unpleasant expression. "Asshole, how could you be in an area like the greystone forest with your strength?" Lu Yuan rubbed his chest and waist. The place that was attacked by the two people just now still hurts a little. But his black iron body was very hard after all, and these two ogres had no engraved combat skills, so their attack capabilities were still a little weak, and they could only cause him pain. I couldn't even cause him any harm. He looked at the burly dog-headed man with an ugly expression and smiled. "Aren't you guys pretty strong? If you can all stay here, why can't I?" The dog-headed men were speechless. Lu Yuan rubbed his neck and smiled brightly. "Don't waste any more time talking nonsense. I'll send you on your way to accompany your friends." Chapter 25. A Worker Among Gene Warriors. Hearing this, the two dog-headed men in front of Lu Yuan immediately tensed up. Lu Yuan stepped on the ground, dragged his sword, and rushed towards the two gnolls. He was extremely fast and arrived in front of the two dog-headed men in an instant. He gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands, exerted all his strength, activated the military killing sword technique, and slashed at the dog-headed man holding the long sword. After all, the burly kobold with the battle axe had already had his genes recorded. Although he had only recorded genes of ordinary quality, his strength was much stronger than that of a warrior without genes recorded. Of course, you should pick the softest persimmons first. The black sword turned into an afterimage and slashed towards the sword-wielding kobold. The wind from the sword blew his hair into mess. The dog-headed man's pupils contracted violently, with fear in his eyes. "Captain, save me, asshole! How dare you?" The burly ogre roared, raised his battle axe again, and chopped towards Lu Yuan. White light flashed on the battle axe, and the heavy strike skill was activated again. Facing the combat skills, Lu Yuan naturally didn't dare to block them with his body. Even if the black iron body has strong defense, he will definitely get hurt if he blocks it. He didn't want to get hurt in a place like this. After all, he didn't have any recovery potions. He crossed his steps, put away his sword, and turned sideways to avoid the attack of the battle axe. At the same time, his body turned in an arc, and the long sword slashed horizontally again at the moment of turning. Although the battle axe has a higher attack capability, it is still inferior to the long sword in terms of flexibility. The moment the battle axe fell to the ground, Lu Yuan's sword had already slashed towards the sword-wielding kobold. The sword-wielding, dog-headed man had time to react in the last instant. His face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and held the sword horizontally. Long swords collided with long swords. Clang! A deafening sound of clashing swords rang out. The sword-wielding kobold's face changed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards under the huge force. The burly dog-headed man had a ferocious look on his face. He raised his battle axe again and chopped towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan staggered his body and dodged the attack easily. He took a step and followed closely behind, chasing after the injured sword-wielding kobold. "Call out!" Just then, a sound of breaking air was heard, and Lu Yuan saw an arrow shooting towards him. It was the attack from the female kobold in the distance. Unfortunately, the attack power of her arrow was not strong enough for Lu Yuan. He reached out his hand, grabbed the arrow, and squeezed it hard, breaking the arrow into 2 pieces. The female kobold in the distance widened her eyes, seeming a little bit incredulous. Lu Yuan did not stop. While grabbing the arrow, his body had already come to the side of the sword-wielding ogre. Ah! The sword-wielding kobold roared and slashed with his sword. Lu Yuan remained expressionless and kicked the sword-wielding kobold in the wrist. Click! The sword-wielding kobold's wrist broke and the sword flew out. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. The next moment, a dark sword light flashed across. Blood gushed out from the sword-wielding dog-headed man's neck. The light in his pupils dissipated, his body swayed, and he fell heavily to the ground. Call! A sound of breaking wind was heard behind Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan stepped on the ground with both feet and moved sideways half a meter. The battle axe passed by Lu Yuan's side and hit the ground. The axe blade penetrated into the ground and gravel flew everywhere. Damn it! The burly kobold roared and tried to raise his battle axe to strike again. At this moment, Lu Yuan stepped on the battle axe. The burly dog-headed man widened his eyes and was shocked. Oops. He immediately gave up his battle axe and kicked Lu Yuan hard. However, Lu Yuan has already mastered the military boxing to a very proficient level. He instinctively raised his palm and slapped the sturdy dog-headed man's leg to the side and slashed with his sword, cutting the sturdy dog-headed man's thigh. A deep wound appeared and his face turned pale. The severe pain made the burly dog-headed man stagger. Lu Yuan clenched his left fist and punched the burly dog-headed man in the face with a strong wind. Click! The burly dog-headed man's face was deformed by the heavy punch and blood gushed out. The huge force made the burly kobold dazed for a moment. By the time he came to his senses, the sword had already slashed across his neck. The burly kobold covered his neck, blood flowing out from between his fingers. You just wait. Someone will come to avenge us. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and kicked out, hitting the burly dog-headed man in the chest. Boom! His body flew backwards 4 or 5 meters and fell heavily to the ground. Lu Yuan glanced at the corpse on the ground and muttered, I don't know whether I will seek revenge or not, but you are dead now. There are 2 more. Lu Yuan turned his head and looked in the direction of the female kobold who was shooting the arrow. Then he was stunned for a moment because he saw the back of the female kobold running away. She had already run to the passage they came in through. Only then did he realize that the female dog-headed person had also had her genes recorded. But judging from her appearance, it seems that what is recorded is the speed. He ran very fast, even faster than him. He couldn't catch up even if he wanted to. Lu Yuan. He turned to look at the dog-headed man who was still fighting off the black-striped greystone beetle, with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Isn't this person too miserable? His friends just left him there. Barry is still fending off the attack of the black-veined limestone beetle. The use of combat skills requires the consumption of spiritual energy. Most of his spiritual power had been consumed. The battle in the distance was in full swing. He was a little anxious and roared, Are you guys okay? It's just a human. Haven't you dealt with him yet? As he spoke, he turned to look in the direction of the battle. Then, Barry saw the 3 dog-headed men lying dead on the ground, and Lu Yuan who was looking at him with sympathy. Barry. He was completely stunned, and he was a little unresponsive. The black-striped limestone beetle didn't give Barry a chance to react. Seeing that he was stunned, it swept over with its claw. The claws swept across Barry's waist, and his petrified skin shattered. Barry was hit hard, his face turned pale, and his body retreated repeatedly. He reacted quickly and used his large shield to block the next claw from the excited black-striped greystone beetle, while exclaiming in disbelief. Team leader? He turned around and began to look for his remaining archer companion. However, after searching for a long time, he found that his archer companion was gone. Continuous distraction caused Barry's defense to make mistakes continuously, and he was hit by the black-veined limestone beetle several times. His face turned pale, and sweat began to appear on his forehead. Lu Yuan walked over with a bright smile. Don't worry, 3 of your companions are dead, and the remaining 1 has already escaped. You're the next one. Barry. He felt a chill on his back, blocked the claw of the black-veined greystone beetle, and looked at Lu Yuan. Damn human, how dare you kill my captain and the others? We are a team of genetic warriors from the Vimy Consortium, responsible for accompanying the 3rd Miss in her training. How dare you attack us? Our consortium will never let you go. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan frowned slightly. The genetic warrior of the consortium? The third lady? The one who just ran away. He couldn't help but click his tongue, somewhat speechless. I didn't expect to meet someone from the consortium. Where there are people, there are naturally rivers and lakes and interests. The land of origin contains countless treasures, and the big families and big financial groups of all races in the universe will naturally not let go of this piece of cake. They will sign contracts with genetic warriors and let them explore the place of origin and discover treasures. Every large conglomerate and family will establish a force of their own in the place of origin. Even the human race on their great chi star is the same. He had seen the recruitment post of the Johoo group in Shili City on the Battle Network. The recruitment conditions are very good. Even a newly awakened genetic warrior will receive hundreds of thousands or even millions of startup funds. If he has high talent, he will even be given elite-level extraordinary genes for free. But every gift has a price. The genetic warriors who join the Johoo group must work for the group for at least 30 years. In fact, when he first woke up, someone called him. Obviously, all forces will keep an eye on the awakening ceremony. It's just that Lu Yuan only awakened in the 3rd year, and others thought that he had little potential, so he only contacted small companies and small families. Moreover, the conditions were very general, with only 100,000 yuan in starter capital. Lu Yuan naturally refused without even thinking about it. Are you kidding? With his talent and the evolution cube, does he still need to join these consortiums and work for them? In his previous life, he was a worker who enjoyed good fortune. He would rather die than be a worker in this life. In fact, not only large conglomerates and big families, but also various official and unofficial organizations will establish their own forces in the place of origin to train their own genetic warriors. In the place of origin, there are many genetic warriors from various forces. It can even be said that lone genetic warriors are the outliers. For a lone genetic warrior, it is still a bit troublesome to encounter a powerful genetic warrior. If you provoke one, you might end up provoking a whole bunch of them. Obviously, Lu Yuan has already provoked someone, and he offended the 3rd daughter of the consortium. This gave Lu Yuan a headache. I hope that female kobold can be more generous. After all, he didn't chop her down, right? Just think of it as a small adventure and laugh it off. As for the guardian kobold warrior in front of him, Lu Yuan smiled brightly. No matter what happens to me later, you're done for. Lu Yuan rushed towards him and swung his sword decisively. Barry was fending off the attack of a black-striped limestone beetle at the moment. Lu Yuan attacked him from behind without any moral principles, and he could only stare with wide eyes as Lu Yuan slashed the back of his neck with his sword. When he died, there was still resentment in his eyes, and his expression was very uneasy. Chapter 26, Tempering Limits. The enemy that blocked its way died, and the black-veined greystone beetle screamed with excitement. Then it looked at the new enemy, Lu Yuan. The black-striped greystone beetle screamed and roared again, and attacked Lu Yuan with one claw. Lu Yuan raised his sword and blocked the claws. Clang! The sword and the claw collided. Lu Yuan felt the heavy force and raised his eyebrows slightly. Good. Within an acceptable range. He took a step forward, turned his body, and used the force to come to the side of the black-striped greystone beetle. The long sword in his hand slashed horizontally, cutting through the petrified skin of the black-striped greystone beetle. With a dull sound, the petrified skin was cut, and the beetle's sharp claws and sword left a scar on its body. After all, the beetle claw sword is an elite-quality genetic weapon, coupled with Lu Yuan's own strength. Even the black-veined greystone beetle would find it difficult to completely resist such an attack. This was the first time the black-striped limestone beetle suffered substantial damage. Its body shook, it let out a sharp cry, and its movements became even more frantic. Its 2 sharp front claws danced wildly and attacked towards the edge of the land. Lu Yuan dodged, avoiding the attacks and fighting back. The battle lasted for a while, and the black-striped greystone beetle had a lot of wounds on its body. Although the wound was not deep, a lot of dark green blood flowed out, dyeing its body dark green. Due to continuous injuries, the black-striped limestone beetle's movements became stiff and trembling, and its attacks were no longer as violent as before. It is also easier for Lu Yuan to hide. A moment later, he dodged a claw attack from a black-striped greystone beetle, and his sword pierced its eyes and penetrated its head. Squeak! The black-striped limestone beetle let out a sharp scream, and its body fell to the ground. Its short legs kept twitching, and its vitality gradually dissipated. Lu Yuan glanced at the corpse on the ground, slowly exhaled, and his black, iron body dissipated. Most of the spiritual energy was consumed in this battle, but the results were fruitful. Gnolls were killed, as well as an elite beast. I can only say that it's worthy of me. Very strong. A white light flashed on the dead black-striped greystone beetle, and the next moment, the white light condensed into a spirit crystal. Unlike the greystone beetle, the black-striped greystone beetle has condensed 20 spirit crystals, which is 20 times as many as the greystone beetle. Not only that, a ball of white light floated out from its body and floated above it. Inside the white light ball was a set of gray armor that looked somewhat simple. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Genetic armament. Although the probability of an elite beast dropping ordinary quality genetic weapons upon its death is not too low, Lu Yuan was still very happy that it dropped for the first time. Lu Yuan picked up the ball of light, and the information about this genetic weapon was transmitted into his mind. This genetic weapon is called Gray Beetle Armor, which is condensed from the shell of the greystone beetle. Because it is a genetic weapon of ordinary quality, it simply provides considerable defensive capabilities, but it cannot amplify his strength like elite quality. The style of this armor is also very simple. It only protects important parts such as shoulders, chest, and knees, and most parts are empty. Lu Yuan wondered if this armor was made with shoddy materials. No matter what, protecting the vital parts can sometimes save a life. After all, it was the first time that he obtained the genetic weapon by killing an elite beast, so Lu Yuan did not have too high expectations. As long as it works, it's fine. Before, Lu Yuan had blessed the long sword with beetle claws, and his physical body found it difficult to support it. But now that he has recorded the extraordinary genes, his body has become much stronger. In addition, this armor is of ordinary quality and does not increase strength much, so Lu Yuan can still improve it. With a thought, he absorbed the gray beetle armor into his body. The armor, like the sword, turned into a phantom and floated around the gene chain. Lu Yuan suddenly felt that his defensive capabilities had improved to a certain extent. However, his original defensive capabilities were already very strong, so this improvement was not that big. Lu Yuan's mind moved, and armor appeared on his body, protecting his vital parts. Lu Yuan looked down. The style is a bit ugly. I'll replace it as soon as a new one is available. Afterwards, Lu Yuan collected the black-striped shells on the back of the black-striped greystone beetle and collected the spirit crystals and greystone armors of the other 4 greystone beetles. Finally, he picked up the spoils dropped by the other 4 kobolds. Perhaps because these 4 ogres had just come in not long ago, their harvest this time was not very good. A total of only 112 spirit crystals and the same number of greystone armors. This dashed Lu Yuan's original hope of gaining other things. But overall, this wave yielded more than what he gained from hunting greystone beetles alone for several hours. He could barely accept it. After putting away all his things, Lu Yuan left the battle area. In the greystone forest some distance away from the battle area, Bertha Vimy looked behind her and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that no one was catching up with her. Then, she gritted her teeth, a ferocious look appeared on her face, and she clenched the longbow in her hand. Damn human! How dare you attack me? I can't let this vengeance go. She flipped her hand, and a transparent crystal appeared. This is a communication crystal. It can be bought in the city store in the Origin Land. It requires expensive spirit crystals and can be used to communicate within a certain range of the current city. Bertha Vimy input her spiritual power, and with a thought, the transparent crystal glowed with white light. A white light flashed, and soon, a picture appeared in the transparent crystal. It was a dog-headed man with black fur. He looked at Bertha Vimy with respect. Miss San, what do you want to contact me about? Bertha Vimy gnashed her teeth. My training team was attacked. Everyone except me died. Hearing this, the black-skinned, dog-headed man was stunned, and his eyes widened. All dead? Where's Larkin? Dead too. I told you they're all dead. Bertha Vimy frowned and raised her voice impatiently. The black-skinned kobold lowered his head quickly. Yes, Miss San. Did you encounter a team from some force? No, there's only one human. A human? Miss Third, isn't the place where you practiced Greystone Forest? How could a human have the power to destroy your practice team? The black-skinned kobold looked confused. I want to know too, how do you do things? This human is not mentioned in any of the information about the strong men in Sandrock City. You take my father's money, but you can't accomplish anything. I will tell my father about this." Bertha Vimy exclaimed angrily. "Miss Sant, please calm down. This is our negligence. Please allow us to make up for this mistake." The black-skinned kobold spoke quickly. "Humph. I want revenge. I want to tear that human into pieces. Send more people. He's very powerful. Don't let him get away." "Don't worry, Miss Third. I will gather the men right away." The black-skinned kobold spoke quickly. "Humph. I'll wait for you here." When Bertha Vimy heard this, the coldness on her face eased a little. She spoke slowly, then cut off the communication. Looking at the transparent crystal, she recalled the previous humiliation. She held the longbow in her hand and gnashed her teeth. "My eldest brother and second sister are all doing well. Why is it so hard for me? Damn human. Wait, I will make you regret messing with me." Bertha Vimy. Lu Yuan absorbed spirit crystals while he was on the road. There were about 130 spirit crystals in total. It didn't take Lu Yuan long to absorb over 100 of them. At this moment, a bright white light flashed at the bottom of the gene chain in Lu Yuan's body. The quenching degree has reached about 8%. However, Lu Yuan discovered that his efficiency in absorbing spirit crystals for tempering was getting lower and lower. Moreover, he felt a dull pain in his body. Lu Yuan suspected that this situation might be caused by him absorbing too many spirit crystals in a short period of time and tempering them too quickly. After all, apart from him, is there any other apprentice-level gene warrior who can absorb more than 100 spirit crystals in just 10 minutes to temper the gene chain? If other people knew about this speed, they would be scared to death. Even if he could keep up with the absorption speed, his body could not withstand such a tempering speed. He was afraid that he had reached the limit of tempering in a short period of time. If he continued to temper the gene chain, he felt that his body would probably collapse. Need to slow down. However, even if he does not temper the gene chain, Lu Yuan can still continue to absorb spirit crystals. He had to charge the evolution cube and prepare for the next evolution of the black iron body. Although he was not quite sure how many spirit crystals were needed to evolve from elite genes to leader genes, the amount would definitely not be small. There is no gain without hard work. Being able to use spirit crystals to evolve extraordinary genes is already a unique opportunity, and Lu Yuan is quite easily satisfied. Lu Yuan absorbed another 10 spirit crystals. He suddenly thought of something and paused. "By the way, I have offended the consortium now, and they might be looking for trouble with me, so I have to keep some cards in my pocket." Lu Yuan took a look at the remaining 20 or so spirit crystals and stopped absorbing them. At the same time, he also quickened his pace and ran out of the greystone forest. As long as he leaves greystone forest, the people from the consortium can look for him. Chapter 27. Sandstone Underground Palace. Sneak Attack. This is it. The Sandstone Underground Palace. The place where Lu Yuan is now is no longer the greystone forest. Where he was now was a dry and cracked wilderness area. In front of him was a hole leading underground. The cave was only about 4 or 5 meters wide, with a series of stairs leading down. Torches were hung at regular intervals on the walls of the corridor, burning continuously. Below is the largest underground maze in the Sandstone City area, the Sandstone Underground Palace. The ferocious beasts inside range in strength from weak to strong, and there are quite a few of them. Not only that, if you're lucky, you might come across ruins in the underground palace, which contains some precious treasures. Of course, the main reason why Lu Yuan came here was because the roads in the Sandstone Underground Palace were very complicated. After all, he had provoked the consortium before, and now his strength is not strong enough. In such a complicated area, he will have more escape routes. There are dozens of underground passages leading to the Sandstone Underground Palace, and this is one of them. The entrance outside the Underground Palace was very busy, with many genetic warriors staying outside. Go to the northern area of the Underground Palace to hunt the lizards. We are in need of a control warrior. Divide the harvest equally. Antidote. Antidote for sale. Everyone knows the effects of black scorpion venom. With an antidote, you won't be worried. The quantity is limited, so hurry up if you want to buy. A dagger of ordinary quality. Hurry up if you want one. 180 spirit crystals, no bargaining. There were all kinds of shouting, and the area outside the entrance was almost turning into a small market. But Lu Yuan could also understand. The Sandstone Underground Palace is one of the areas with the largest number of genetic warriors in Sandstone City. Where there are people, There are always business opportunities. Lu Yuan glanced around and found that most of the genetic warriors who planned to enter the underground palace were formed into teams of several people. He only saw 3 or 4 lone travelers like Lu Yuan. Each lone traveler was wearing leather armor or mail, holding a weapon in his hand, fully equipped and looking extraordinary. The sandstone underground palace is not like the greystone forest, and it is far more dangerous than the greystone forest. Most of those who can work alone here are quite capable. Otherwise, going in would just mean death. Lu Yuan was alone, so naturally he attracted some people's attention. Some Jin warriors looked at him and quickly looked away. Lu Yuan didn't care. He stepped into the passage and walked down the stairs. In addition to Lu Yuan, there was a team of 4 catmen and a team of 2 elves and 2 catmen. The 2 teams and Lu Yuan alone were very quiet along the way. Lu Yuan glanced at the 2 teams from time to time and found that they were looking at each other from time to time. Everyone was on guard. After walking down for a distance, the hawking sounds outside could no longer be heard. The only sound in the passage was the sound of armored boots hitting the ground. The atmosphere was silent. After a while, everyone came to the end of the stairs. It was a small open space of about 50 meters in radius. On one side of the open space are 4 passages. Lu Yuan glanced around and didn't care about the opinions of the people from the other 2 teams. He walked directly to the passage on the far right. Until Lu Yuan left, the members of the other 2 teams exchanged glances and went into the other 2 passages. After Lu Yuan entered the rightmost passage, he soon encountered several forks in the road. Lu Yuan didn't know the way, so he just walked in a random direction. The deeper you go into the underground palace, the wider the passages become. After walking for a distance, the passage of the underground palace has expanded from a few meters to more than 20 meters wide. However, Lu Yuan had been walking for such a long time, but had not encountered any ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan was not surprised by this. After all, this was an area close to the entrance, and even though there were many paths in the maze, there were probably people who had walked here. The road ahead is still long, and Lu Yuan is not in a hurry at all. After passing a few more forks in the road, the passage where Lu Yuan was now was about 30 meters wide. He looked around but still found no trace of the ferocious beast. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and continued moving forward. Just as he passed by a pile of rubble, a stone the size of a human head suddenly flew up from above the rubble and hit the back of Lu Yuan's head at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yuan felt a strong wind coming from behind his head and was startled. He stomped his feet hard on the ground and moved his body sideways for a distance. Suddenly, a stone flew past Lu Yuan's head. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank. Where did the stone attack come from? He had clearly looked around just now and did not see any ferocious beast. He turned his head and looked in the direction where the stone came from. Then his eyes widened. In a pile of rubble in the corner of the wall, pieces of rubble floated up at this moment. Then all the rubble gathered together to form a stone man about 1.8 meters tall. There are actually such creatures. Lu Yuan was a little confused. At this moment, a whistling sound came from behind his head again. He quickly dodged again. A stone the size of a human head flew by and finally landed on the stone man's right hand. The stone man raised his 2 stone fists as big as sandbags and started whimpering. Although Lu Yuan found it difficult to understand how this stone man pronounced his words. But he had no time to think because the stone man was already rushing towards him, waving his fists. The stone man's heavy footsteps fell on the ground, making a thudding sound. Lu Yuan frowned, his sword emerged, and he looked at the stone man solemnly. The stone man quickly came in front of Lu Yuan and swung his right fist towards Lu Yuan. The fist was accompanied by a whistling force of wind, and its momentum was astonishing. Its speed is not slow, but it is still slightly slower than Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan dodged the stone man's fist by leaning sideways, and then slashed at its head with his sword. Clang! The sword collided with the stone, making a clanging sound. Then the sword left a deep crack on the stone, and a huge force caused the stone man's body to retreat several steps. Seeing this, Lu Yuan understood the strength of this stone man. It is much stronger than the greystone beetle, but weaker than the black-striped greystone beetle. If calculated according to the Jin warrior, his strength is almost the same as that of a trainee warrior who has not engraved extraordinary genes and has a tempering degree of about 40%. Such strength poses no threat to Lu Yuan now. The only trouble is that this stone man is a bit insidious and can actually turn into a pile of rubble to launch a sneak attack. It's completely invisible from the outside. Don't judge a stone by its appearance. After confirming the strength, Lu Yuan launched a fierce attack with the sword. It wasn't long before he smashed the stone man's head. After smashing the stone man's head, its body seemed no longer connected as before. It turned directly into rubble and scattered all over the ground. White light flashed, and 3 spirit crystals condensed out from the rubble. There are a lot more of them than the greystone beetles. Lu Yuan smiled and picked up the thing. In addition to the spirit crystal, Lu Yuan also saw a round bead stone like a white pebble. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and picked up the thing. The information reached Lu Yuan's mind. Heart of the Little Stoneman, a material of ordinary quality that can be used to refine genetic weapons and genetic medicines. The heart of the Little Stone Man. So this thing is the Little Stone Man? Lu Yuan glanced at the rubble on the ground, and a look of realization appeared on his face. When he was reading the introduction to the Sandstone Underground Palace, he also saw the types of ferocious beasts inside and knew about the Little Stone Man. However, there is no detailed introduction to the habits of the ferocious beast in the post. Lu Yuan never expected that the Little Stone Man would be so insidious. Fortunately, his strength is not bad. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. After learning the lesson this time, Lu Yuan decided that in the next exploration, he must open his black iron body at all times to ensure his defensive capabilities. Otherwise, you might get ambushed by a ferocious beast that appears from nowhere. Then he would have no place to cry. If it were anyone else, it would be unrealistic to use combat skills all the time. After all, this kind of continuous defensive combat skill requires the continuous consumption of spiritual energy. If it is kept on all the time, the spiritual energy will not be able to sustain it. But Lu Yuan is different. He absorbed spirit crystals quickly and could replenish his spiritual power at any time, and he had no pressure at all to keep driving the black iron body. Opening his black iron body, Lu Yuan continued to go deeper into the underground palace. This time he began to pay attention to the piles of gravel on the side of the road. Not long after he walked, he saw 2 piles of rubble not far away. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and walked over slowly. Sure enough, as he approached, 2 rocks on top of the rubble pile flew toward the edge of the land. Humph! You still want to sneak attack me now? Lu Yuan easily dodged the sneak attack of the Little Stone Man and then killed the 2 Little Stone Men. Each Little Stone Man dropped 3 spirit crystals. But only 1 Little Stone Man dropped the Little Stone Man heart. Obviously, not every Little Stone Man will drop this material. The continental margin continues to deepen. Not long after he walked, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting coming from the passage ahead. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, frowned slightly, and glanced at the passage ahead. If possible, Lu Yuan didn't want to meddle in other people's business. It would be very troublesome if he happened to meet a big boss whom he couldn't afford to offend. But there is no other detour here, only this one road. He had no place to hide. Helplessly, Lu Yuan could only step deeper and planned to take a look at the situation. Chapter 28 Hunter. Lu Yuan had just taken a few steps forward when he saw a flash of red light. A fireball flew over from the darkness deep in the passage. Lu Yuan's pupil shrank, and he quickly hid to the side. Boom! The fireball landed on the stone wall not far from the edge of the land, making a roar, and the fire wave raged and the heat wave hit the face. Lu Yuan looked at the burnt and broken stone wall. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he looked up into the depths of the passage. The sound of hurried footsteps could be heard, and 4 human warriors were fleeing towards this side. Behind them, there were 3 cat people. Among them was a cat man wearing a robe and holding a wooden staff. Spiritual energy fluctuated around him, and a fireball the size of a head emerged from the top of the staff and shot out. The 4 humans dodged, and the fireball shot towards Lu Yuan's location. Lu Yuan. This is such an unexpected disaster. He also quickly dodged. Boom! The fireball hit the wall again and exploded. Lu Yuan looked and saw a hole on the wall. The powerful force made Lu Yuan feel slightly frightened. Seeing Lu Yuan in front of them, the 4 human warriors were stunned at first, and then the tall guardian warrior in the lead spoke. Friend, the catman behind you is a hunter. Run. When Lu Yuan heard this, his pupils shrank slightly. Hunter is the name for a type of genetic warrior. In the land of origin, if a genetic warrior dies, the harvest will be lost, his spirit will be damaged, and the next time he enters the land of origin will be delayed for a long time. Most genetic warriors have a certain resistance and avoidance towards life and death battles. But some genetic warriors are different. They don't want to hunt ferocious beasts themselves and take risks to obtain treasures. They set their sights on other genetic warriors, specializes in hunting other genetic warriors to obtain various resources. These genetic warriors are called hunters. Hunters are generally stronger than ordinary genetic warriors. If you're not strong, it will be impossible to hunt other genetic warriors and obtain resources. That's right. If a genetic warrior encounters a hunter, he or she may be lucky enough to escape, but if he or she is unlucky, he or she may die. Now, Lu Yuan didn't expect that he would encounter a hunter as soon as he arrived at the Sandstone Underground Palace. When a human warrior saw Lu Yuan, the several Catman hunters behind him naturally saw Lu Yuan as well. They smiled. I didn't expect there was another one. Let's kill them together. There were only 3 Catman hunters, but when facing the 5 people of Lu Yuan, they treated them like hunters treating their prey. A hot Catwoman wearing black leather armor and holding a longbow licked her lips. This human boy is quite handsome, what a pity. She drew her longbow, and a faint red light flashed on the arrow. After releasing the bow, the arrow, with a piercing scream, tore through the air and shot towards Lu Yuan. The 4 human warriors widened their eyes upon seeing this. Be careful. This arrow is very powerful. Before, several of their companions were killed by this arrow. Lu Yuan frowned slightly and held his sword horizontally. Clang! A deafening sound rang out, and Lu Yuan's arm trembled slightly, feeling a little numb from the huge force. He was a little surprised. The power is several times stronger than the arrow shot by the 3rd ogre lady. He is indeed an archer with genes recorded. Moreover, this guy might have engraved extraordinary genes specifically to enhance the power of bows and arrows. Seeing that Lu Yuan actually blocked the arrow and did not retreat a single step, the 3 Catman hunters narrowed their eyes. Be careful, this guy is quite strong. The 4 human warriors were stunned to see that Lu Yuan could actually block the arrow, and then they all smiled with surprise. He's a strong man. Friend, we're here to help you. Seeing that Lu Yuan was powerful, the leading guardian warrior gritted his teeth and immediately prepared to counterattack. Most hunters are agile and fast genetic warriors. It's important to kill with one strike. Otherwise run away for thousands of miles. Running away from a hunter is the only option. Now that there is an opportunity to counterattack, the fighters with rich combat experience will naturally not miss such an opportunity. Although this guardian warrior already had many scars on his body, he did not hesitate at all. When the other genetic warriors heard this, they were stunned. However, they obviously trusted the guardian warriors very much. After they came to their senses, they immediately prepared for battle. Fuck him. Damn it, these 3 bastards killed Shao Qi and the others. Let's avenge them. Seeing the 4 genetic warriors ready for battle, the 3 Catman hunters smiled with disdain. Humph, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I'll hold down the human warrior, and you guys deal with them. The female Catman holding a longbow smiled and looked at Lu Yuan with her sharp emerald green cat eyes. The other 2 Catman hunters, one is an elemental warrior who has mastered the fireball combat skill, and the other is an offensive warrior wielding a long sword. The offensive warrior used his combat skills. His skin turned slightly red, his speed increased dramatically, and he rushed towards the 4 genetic warriors. He said coldly, "That guardian is pretty strong. Kill the others first. The first target should be the one holding the sword. Don't worry, as long as you can disrupt their formation." The elemental warrior in the robe smiled slightly and began to condense the fireball again. Among the 4 genetic warriors, the strong attack warrior holding a sword looks the youngest, with a somewhat childish face. He looks about the same age as Lu Yuan. Seeing the cat hunter looking at him, his face turned pale and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The guardian warrior was a middle-aged man with a calm face. He snorted coldly and slammed the shield in his hand, which was almost as tall as him, to the ground. "Get through me first." The Catman hunter, holding a long sword, curled the corners of his mouth and rushed to the front of the guardian warrior at a dramatically increased speed. He put his feet in a strange posture, holding the heavy sword in both hands, took a deep breath, and roared. The long sword slashed horizontally, and a white airflow emerged on the sword body. Clang! The long sword and the large shield collided. The guardian warrior's face turned pale, he groaned, and took a half step back. He already had many wounds on his body, and after one blow, the wounds burst open and blood gushed out. The cat swordsman said in a relaxed tone, "It's quite good that you were able to block my blood rage fighting skill combined with a heavy sword body slashing technique. It's a pity that you were injured. Let's go together." The remaining 3 human warriors widened their eyes when they saw the guardian warrior being suppressed and attacked the Catman swordsman together. The Catman swordsman snorted lightly and dodged the attacks of the 3 human warriors. Just then, a fireball shot out and flew towards the young human swordsman. The human swordsman felt the scorching heat, his pupils shrank, a look of fear appeared on his face, and he rolled on the ground to avoid the fireball. Boom! The fireball exploded on the ground, and the formation of the 3 human warriors suddenly scattered. Seeing this, the Catman swordsman grinned fiercely, roared, and slashed with his sword, but he attacked the guardian warrior at all kinds of tricky angles. The guardian warrior was exhausted from resisting. The wounds on his body became more and more torn, blood gushed out, and his face gradually turned pale. Seeing that the guardian warrior's defense was gradually becoming stretched, the Catman swordsman revealed a sinister smile. The other 3 wanted to help, but were suppressed by the Catman elementalist's fireballs and could only keep dodging. Just when the situation was becoming very bad for the human genetic warriors, a scream was heard. The cat warrior and the elementalist's faces changed. They turned and looked in the other direction. The cat woman was pale at this moment, and a black sword pierced her abdomen. Lu Yuan held the sword with a grim expression. There was also an arrow stuck in his armor at the shoulder. The cat woman is very powerful. Her arrows are very powerful, and her body is very flexible. If they were in an open area, Lu Yuan really wouldn't be able to do anything to her. After all, the genes he recorded were biased towards defense, and his speed was actually very average. He could block the arrows, but he couldn't catch up with the Catwoman. But this is an underground palace. The entire passage area is only about 30 meters wide, and there's another part of the area where other people are fighting. The Catman woman had to hold Lu Yuan back and prevent him from rushing to the battlefield, putting pressure on the Catman swordsman. This also greatly reduced the area where the Catwoman could hide. Lu Yuan can use his powerful defensive ability to constantly force the Catwoman's position. Eventually, she was forced into a corner. Even so, when Lu Yuan finally launched a charge, the Catwoman still shot an arrow, making it difficult for him to dodge. Fortunately, he twisted his body slightly at the end, so that the arrow that was originally aimed at Lu Yuan's heart hit his shoulder instead. He also wore gray beetle armor, which blocked some of the power of the arrows, plus his powerful black iron body. In the end, only the tip of the arrow penetrated Lu Yuan's flesh and blood, without even touching the bone, let alone penetrating it. It can only be said to be a minor injury. Jasmine. When the 2 cat hunters saw this scene, their eyes widened and they roared at the same time. Damn it! The Catman swordsman immediately gave up on the human guardian warrior, who was almost at his limit, and turned around to rush towards Lu Yuan. Another Catman elementalist in the distance also condensed a fireball towards Lu Yuan with a cold face. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked cold. He pulled out the beetle claw sword, and Jasmine fell to the ground, gasping for breath, with blood flowing out of her abdomen quickly, staining the ground red. Chapter 29. Fight back, classmates. Asshole. The Catman swordsman has rushed to Lu Yuan. He breathed in a strange rhythm, and a stream of air emerged from the sword, slashing towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan also used the military body-killing sword's physical skills and faced the Catman swordsman with a sword. Clang! As the swords collided, sparks flew, and both of them took a step back. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. This guy's a bit strong. You know, he has elite genes recorded. I didn't expect that I couldn't defeat this Catman in terms of strength. This is also because Lu Yuan's own genes are not refined enough. If the degree of genetic refinement has reached 50 or even higher, why would there be so much trouble? Unfortunately, the degree of tempering needs time to accumulate, and he has no other choice. His tempering speed is already considered very fast. After the swords collided, the Catman swordsman immediately turned around and moved sideways for a distance. A fireball flew out from behind the Catman swordsman and shot towards Lu Yuan. The scorching heat caused Lu Yuan's pupils to contract violently. Without even thinking, he instinctively stepped on the ground and rushed to the left. The fireball passed by Lu Yuan, and the high temperature made his hair smell burnt. Even with Lu Yuan's black iron body's defense, he would suffer serious injuries if he took such an attack head-on. While Lu Yuan was dodging, the Catman swordsman approached him again and slashed with his sword. Lu Yuan's body was unstable at the moment, and he could only raise his sword hastily to block. Clang! His body took a few steps back. As soon as he stepped back, another fireball flew over. Lu Yuan could only dodge again. The Catman swordsman and the elemental warrior cooperated very smoothly, and their attacks were connected very harmoniously. For a while, Lu Yuan was suppressed. At this moment, the human guardian warrior recovered some strength. He took a step and rushed towards the elemental cat warrior in the distance. When the Catman elemental warrior saw the guardian warrior rushing towards him, his face changed and a fireball was shot at the guardian warrior. The guardian warrior raised his large shield to block the fireball. Boom! The fireball exploded on the big shield. The guardian warrior groaned and took a step back. He yelled, "What are you guys waiting for? Let's siege this elemental system together." The other three came back to their senses from their previous embarrassed state and rushed towards the Catman elemental warrior. Seeing this scene, the elemental warrior frowned. Xia. When Xia, the Catman swordsman who was attacking Lu Yuan, heard this, his eyes flashed. Ah! He roared, his arms puffed up, his skin turned a little redder, and he gripped the sword tightly with both hands and slashed down heavily. A strong sword wind blew, and Lu Yuan's hair fluttered in the wind. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed, and he clenched the sword with both hands. He used all his strength to activate his black iron body. Spiritual power gushed out, and the sword blocked in front of him. Clang! The force was even stronger than before, causing Lu Yuan to take a few steps back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Catman swordsman retreated and came to the fallen Catman woman Jasmine. He picked up Jasmine and then retreated directly. The elemental warrior's spiritual power surged throughout his body, and he fired fireballs one after another, completely disregarding the consumption of spiritual power and quickly suppressed everyone. At the same time, he followed the Catman swordsman and retreated quickly. The three of them quickly disappeared into the depths of the passage. Lu Yuan's speed was not as fast as that of the Catman swordsman, and he was also suppressed by the fireball of the Catman elemental warrior. He did not dare to rush forward and could only frown and watch them run away. As for the other four human gene warriors, they breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the three hunters leave, and their whole bodies seemed to soften. Especially the guardian warrior. He was leaning on a large shield and gasping for breath. Lu Yuan glanced at him and found that his body was covered in blood and his face was extremely pale. After taking a breath, the guardian warrior flipped his hand and a crystal bottle filled with red liquid appeared in his hand. He bit open the lid of the crystal bottle with his mouth and drank the liquid inside. Then Lu Yuan discovered that the guardian warrior's complexion looked a little better and his breathing was not as heavy as before. The bleeding on his body stopped in a short time. Lu Yuan knew that this was a healing potion, a type of genetic medicine that can speed up recovery from injuries. He had wanted to buy a bottle before, but it was just a healing potion for trainee soldiers, and one bottle cost 8,000. He simply can't afford it. After the guardian warrior drank the healing potion, he looked at Lu Yuan and smiled. "My friend, this time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, the four of us might not have been able to escape." Lu Yuan shook his head. "Even if you weren't here, if I met the hunters, they wouldn't let me go. To be honest, if Lu Yuan encountered those three cat people alone, without these people here to hold him back, he would probably have to pay a heavy price to escape. From the previous cooperation between the Catman swordsman and the elemental warrior, it can be seen that they have a good understanding of each other. And the strength of each of the three of them is probably no weaker than his. It's too difficult to fight three at once. I'm still a little weak." Lu Yuan felt that he still had to work hard. As for what happened today, it can only be considered bad luck for him. Lu Yuan took a look at the arrow on his shoulder and pulled it out with force. The pain made him frown. Looking at the slowly flowing blood, Lu Yuan felt that he might have to prepare some medicine. Not only healing potions, but also speed burst potions and strength burst potions should be prepared. As a trump card, used to deal with different situations. All of this requires money. Lu Yuan suddenly discovered fact. He is very poor. At this moment, a somewhat uncertain voice sounded. "You are Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan and the guardian warriors were both stunned and looked in the direction where the voice came from. He was a young offensive warrior holding a long sword and with a childish face. He was a young man with a pretty face. At this moment, the young man looked at Lu Yuan with a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. Lu Yuan looked at the young man and felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where. "Who are you?" The young man widened his eyes slightly and exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you really Lu Yuan? I am Zhuo Ming. Zhuo Ming, the one in your class. The Zhuo Ming who awakened in the 2nd grade." Hearing this, Lu Yuan suddenly thought of something. "Zhuo Ming, it's you." The awakening ceremony of the genetic warriors is held once a year. During the 3 years of high school, they naturally awakened 3 times. Zhuo Ming is the genetic warrior who awakened in Lu Yuan's class during his sophomore year of high school. Because the genetic warriors need to train and go to the place of origin, they have very little time to come to school. It has been 4 months since Zhuo Ming last came class. Moreover, Lu Yuan's previous incarnation was also a marginal person, and he and Zhuo Ming were from completely different worlds. He didn't even remember Zhuo Ming's appearance very clearly. For a moment, he didn't even recognize that this was his classmate. The guardian warrior couldn't help but speak. "Xiao Zhuo, do you know each other?" Zhuo Ming nodded. "Yes, Captain. He's our classmate." As he spoke, he looked at Lu Yuan with shock in his eyes. "I heard in the class group that you have awakened this time, but you have only awakened for a few days. How can you be so strong?" "What?" When the others heard this, they all exclaimed in surprise. Several people looked at Lu Yuan in shock. The guardian warrior was stunned. "Friend, have you just awakened?" A thin young man holding 2 short swords had a face full of envy. "I've been awakened for 3 years, and I haven't even broken through to the 1st level yet. Aren't you too strong?" Another pretty woman holding a longbow stared at Lu Yuan and said with a smile, "Lu Yuan, you are so amazing, aren't you? Can you teach me how you improved?" Lu Yuan understood that the strength he displayed was indeed a bit strong. He smiled and said, "I was lucky. I opened the treasure chest and got some rewards, so my strength is pretty good." Hearing this, several people fell silent. As for treasure chests, it all depends on luck. All I can say is that Lu Yuan's luck is enviable. Lu Yuan didn't plan to talk more about these things with others. He laughed. "You guys don't seem to be in a good condition right now. Do you want to go back?" After they came to their senses, the guardian warrior nodded and said with a wry smile, "This trip to the underground palace was a loss. Not only did we not gain anything, but we have almost used up all the potions and lost 3 teammates. We plan to go back and reorganize first." Zhuo Ming looked at Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, what about you?" "I just got here, and I plan to continue exploring." After hearing this, the guardian warrior thought for a moment and then said, "Then you have to be careful. Those 2 cat hunters have escaped now. If they meet you alone, they might attack you. Also, that cat archer doesn't seem to be dead yet. They should have potions, and maybe he can recover by then." Lu Yuan nodded. "I know." He thought of this problem when he saw the guardian warrior take out the healing potion. "I should have given him one more blow before that. It was a pity that I didn't think of the existence of healing potions at that time, and that Catman swordsman came indeed quickly." He suddenly felt a headache. "Didn't you come to the underground palace to escape being hunted by that Vimy consortium? How come I offended someone again just after coming in? Isn't this too difficult? I just want to grow up peacefully. Since you know, I won't say any more. Just be careful. Do you have a communication crystal? Do you want to add a contact method? I haven't bought it yet." Lu Yuan has never been back to Cheyenne City, and he doesn't have any spirit crystals to buy this thing. The guardian warrior showed a look of regret. "Okay then, we'll be leaving first." Zhuo Ming looked at Lu Yuan and said with a smile, "Lu Yuan, I'll be leaving first. Be careful. By the way, I'll add you after I get out. We can keep in touch through text messages." Lu Yuan thought about it and nodded without refusing. "Okay." Chapter 30. The sound of the door opening in the early morning. Lu Yuan said goodbye to Zhuo Ming and the other 3, and then continued to go deeper into the underground palace. Along the way, Lu Yuan became more cautious, fearing that 3 Catman hunters would suddenly appear from somewhere. As he continued to explore deeper, he encountered more and more ferocious beasts and harvested more and more spiritual crystals and materials. Of the harvested spirit crystals, a portion was kept for replenishing spiritual power, and the rest were all used to charge the evolution cube in preparation for evolving the black iron body. Lu Yuan thought about it and wanted to improve his strength quickly. Tempering the gene chain is one aspect, and another aspect is naturally evolving extraordinary genes. After he evolves his black iron body to the leader level, I'm afraid that among the apprentice genetic warriors, few can match his combat power. Those who can engrave the leader's genes at the trainee level must be the top geniuses, right? When he thought of this, Lu Yuan was full of anticipation. In a remote corner of the underground palace, Xie and the Catman elemental warrior stopped with the seriously injured Jasmine. Jasmine had fallen into a coma, and Xie gently placed her on the ground. The Catman elemental warrior glanced at Jasmine's abdomen. The hideous sword wound had stopped bleeding, leaving behind a curved scar. How about it? The Catman elemental warrior spoke. I've already taken the healing potion. At least he's out of danger now. She had glanced at the unconscious Jasmine and frowned slightly. But her injuries are too severe. It will probably take several days for ordinary quality healing potions to completely heal her. Humph. I didn't expect to run into such a tough guy. What bad luck. The elemental warrior looked grim. That human is indeed very powerful. I think his strength is not weak. His defense can withstand Jasmine's arrows, so he is probably even stronger. But his speed seems to be quite average. He must have the extraordinary gene of the Guardian system engraved on him. If we were in an open area, we could play him any way we wanted. The underground palace has too much advantage against this kind of Guardian warrior. Xie ignored the cat elemental warrior's complaints, sat down on the ground, took out a piece of dried fish, and started to chew it. If you lose, you lose. If you've been a hunter for a long time, you'll eventually become the prey. Once Jasmine recovers from her injuries, we'll find new prey. The elemental warrior sat next to Xie, took a look at the dried fish in his hand, and swallowed his saliva. Aunt made this. Give me a piece. Xie rolled his eyes at him, took out a piece of dried fish, and handed it to the elemental warrior. The elemental warrior took a bite happily, then said with a cold face, looking at the human warrior's appearance, he probably won't leave the underground palace in a short time. Maybe we'll have a chance to meet him again. We can take revenge then. Xie also narrowed his eyes, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Somewhere in the underground palace, Lu Yuan carefully walked around a corner. A slender black shadow stabbed out from the shadows on one side. The black shadow was moving so fast that Lu Yuan didn't even have time to react. He could only raise his hand to block it. Clang! The black shadow pierced Lu Yuan's arm, making a clanging sound. Lu Yuan felt a strong force and took a step back. A shrill and sharp chirping sound was heard, and Lu Yuan saw a black scorpion swooping down from the shadow of the wall. The scorpion is completely black, almost the same color as the walls of the underground palace, and it is almost completely invisible in the dark area without candlelight. Its two pincers were nearly half a meter in size, and the scorpion tail behind it flashed with cold light. The slender black shadow before was obviously the scorpion's tail. Lu Yuan took a step back, avoiding the scorpion's pincers that were aimed at his head. The black scorpion did not pause. After missing the first attack, it charged towards the edge of the land again, with its two pincers growing huge and its tail raised high. After approaching Lu Yuan, its pincers clamped on Lu Yuan's legs, and, at the same time, its tail stabbed again. Lu Yuan moved his feet and dodged its pincers. At the same time, he swung his sword, and the sharp edge of the sword cut through the scorpion's tail, cutting off its tail. Inky black blood spurted out from the wound. The scorpion screamed and angrily attacked Lu Yuan with its pincers again. Lu Yuan was nimble on his feet and easily dodged the attack. He eventually stabbed the scorpion's head with his sword, killing it. The dead scorpion dropped 3 spirit crystals, and Lu Yuan collected the scorpion's tail and pincers. The poisonous tail of the sandstone black scorpion, ordinary quality material, highly toxic, can be used to refine genetic medicines. The giant claws of the sandstone black scorpion, ordinary quality material, can be used to refine genetic weapons. When Lu Yuan saw this message, he broke out in a cold sweat. Is this the black scorpion? Before, when he was outside the underground palace, Lu Yuan heard the shouting of a vendor selling antidote for black scorpion venom. He was also concerned about the black scorpion. I didn't expect that this black scorpion could be so insidious. The color of its pitch black shell is very similar to the walls of the underground palace. If it were in a shadow area far away from the torches, who would be able to see it clearly if it squatted there? This kind of sneak attack is really difficult for ordinary genetic warriors to defend against. Fortunately, his defense ability was strong enough, and the black scorpion's poisonous needle failed to pierce his skin. Otherwise, he felt like he might have died after being poisoned. Lu Yuan discovered that the ferocious beasts in this underground palace were all old, sinister creatures. The little stone man is, and so is this black scorpion. It seems that before he comes next time, he will have to find out the specific habits of the ferocious beast in the sandstone underground palace. Otherwise, who knows if he will encounter some sinister beast next time. After this sneak attack by the black scorpion, Lu Yuan was once again happy with his own wisdom and bravery. Fortunately, I chose the guardian type extraordinary gene. If it was an extraordinary gene of a strong attack type, he would probably be finished. Although the guardian system is not as good as the attack system in terms of attack, it is really good in terms of survivability. It is very suitable for him as a lone ranger. Lu Yuan felt more confident and started exploring again. As we go deeper, the number of black scorpions increases, and they can be encountered as frequently as the stone man. The number of ferocious beasts killed by Lu Yuan increased, and the number of spirit crystals collected also increased. He hunted in the underground palace, ate when he was hungry or thirsty, and found a secluded corner to set up a tent and sleep when he was tired. The concept of time in the underground palace is not as clear as outside. After all, the environment hardly changes. Lu Yuan has collected as many as 600 or 700 spirit crystals. Among them, more than 500 were used by Lu Yuan to charge the evolution cube, and another 100 were used by Lu Yuan to slowly refine the gene chain. He refined his gene chain to about 10%, and his strength increased again. Lu Yuan kept the remaining spirit crystals as a backup for his spiritual power. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yuan discovered a serious problem. That is, his supplies have been almost consumed, and the cube of the battle pattern space, which is about 3 meters in radius, is now filled with various materials. Even if we continue to hunt ferocious beasts, we may not be able to store the materials. Lu Yuan thought about it and decided to go out and sell the materials at the small market at the exit. There are also people buying materials at the small export market, and of course the transactions are made with spirit crystals. At this moment, in the gene chain area of Lu Yuan, white mist surged again and a light gate appeared. Lu Yuan was shocked. Is it time to go out? But it's just right. Lu Yuan did not hesitate and directly connected the light gate with his mind. The next moment, his vision went dark. In a trance, when he opened his eyes again, Lu Yuan was already in his simple room. Feeling the power surging again in his lower body, Lu Yuan exhaled and smiled excitedly. If he continues like this, it won't be long before his tempering degree reaches 100%. Then he can consider breaking the gene lock and start advancing, right? At this rate, it will probably happen about 11 or 12 times at most. I think it won't even take a month, right? Maybe he could improve his strength to the level of a first-class warrior before the college entrance examination. By then, I should be able to get into a good genetic warrior academy. I don't know why so many people have spent more than 10 years and still haven't been able to advance to the first level. It seems quite simple. Lu Yuan was a little confused. He didn't think any more about it, took out his cell phone, and checked the time. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. It was 10 o'clock in the evening when we entered the place of origin, and 6 hours have passed since then. 2 hours corresponds to 1 day in the land of origin. So he stayed in there for 3 days? A little shorter than he thought. He had thought he could stay in there for a week or so. However, the length of time you stay inside is determined by the place of origin. There was nothing he could do. Why not practice a little more while there is still some time? Just as Lu Yuan was thinking, he suddenly heard the sound of a door opening outside. Lu Yuan was stunned and a little confused. His roommate, Sister Chingha, came back with him yesterday and is probably sleeping now. The other 2 households are at work during the day, so they should be sleeping now. Who will open the door and come in? Chapter 31, Catching a Bullet with Bare Hands. In the living room outside Lu Yuan's room, 3 figures were looking around in the light from the window. Among these 3 people, 2 were the 2 thugs that Lu Yuan had dealt with before. Their arms that were crushed by Lu Yuan have been replaced with mechanical arms, and their faces are still a little pale. The 2 looked around nervously, as if something was about to appear. The red-haired hoodlum whispered, "Brother Pete, we asked before. That boy is a senior student at Rose Middle School. He's an orphan. He is very poor, so he can only rent a house here. But he awakened into a genetic warrior a few days ago. I'm afraid he will become rich soon." As he spoke, a look of envy appeared in the eyes of the red-haired gangster. In front of them, a tall brown-haired man looked around and nodded expressionlessly. "Well, That guy is so interested in the cause of Lao Dao's death. Maybe he knows something. Let's catch him and ask him. And if he dares to attack our Black Rat gang, no matter if he is a student or not, he must be prepared for retaliation. The two gangsters were moved when they heard this and nodded vigorously. This house is a shared house. Which room is that kid in? This, we don't know. How about looking for them one by one? Then let's look for them one by one. Pete nodded, and a pistol appeared in his hand. The other two thugs also took out their pistols. The three men held guns, with murderous intent in their eyes, and planned to start looking for Lu Yuan's room. In Li Chingha's room, Li Chingha, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed and practicing with her eyes closed, opened her eyes. Her beautiful brows slightly frowned, revealing a hint of cold, murderous intent. How dare some little rat from the gutter pay attention to me? He's courting death. She stood up and prepared to go out. Suddenly she paused, raised her eyebrows, and showed a hint of interest. In Lu Yuan's room, Lu Yuan heard the door opening and frowned. This is a slum area. The door was opened in the middle of the night. I'm afraid it was a home robbery. Home robberies happen every day here. If the robbers are unhappy, many of them will kill someone after the robbery. Lu Yuan has lived here for a while. Although he has not encountered it himself, he has heard of a lot of it. If it were in the past, he would be a little scared. But now, a cold look flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. He opened the door and walked out. In the living room, Pete and two thugs who were about to start searching heard the noise and looked towards Lu Yuan. After seeing Lu Yuan, the two gangsters instinctively opened their eyes wide with a hint of nervousness and fear in their eyes. The arm that had been equipped with the robotic arm also had the illusion of a dull pain. The red-haired thug quickly pointed at Lu Yuan and said, "Brother Pete, that's him. He's that kid." When Lu Yuan saw the two hooligans, he couldn't help but frown and showed a cold smile. "Is it you two? It seems that you didn't cherish me well when I let you go last time." "Oomph. Boy, don't think we'll be the same this morning. You're done. Prepare tout dit. Our Black Rat gang will not let go of anyone who dares to hurt our gang members." Pate ignored the two hooligans shouting and raised his pistol towards Lu Yuan with a cold expression. "Boy, come with us." Lu Yuan glanced at the pistol in Pete's hand and smiled. "What if I say I don't?" Pate narrowed his eyes. "This is an order, not a request. I know you are a genetic warrior, but you have just awakened, right? You can't resist firearms." Lu Yuan smiled. His body exploded instantly, his speed increased greatly, and he rushed towards Pate and the other two. Pate's pupils shrank, and he immediately pulled the trigger towards the edge of the landing. Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out in the night. The next moment, Pate's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Yuan turned into a pitch-black hand and grasped the muzzle of the pistol. After the gun went off, the bullet was blocked by Lu Yuan. While Pate was shocked, Lu Yuan exerted force, and the barrel of Pate's pistol was flattened, and the pistol was scrapped on the spot. Lu Yuan withdrew his hand, and a flat bullet fell from Lu Yuan's palm to the ground, making a crisp sound. "This is impossible. How can I catch a bullet with my bare hands after just awakening?" Pate opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. Lu Yuan glanced at his palm. There was a little skin breakage and bleeding. However, it was only a flesh wound. The defense of the black iron body has never let him down. The lethality of this type of pistol is limited, so the damage to the black iron body is naturally not that great. He looked up at Pete, who was in shock, and smiled. "What's impossible? Didn't you see it with your own eyes?" He glanced at Pate, then at the two thugs. "Remember I told you not to let me see you next time?" The two gangsters came back to their senses after hearing Lu Yuan's words. They quickly raised their guns and pointed them at Lu Yuan. "What do you want to do? Don't come over here." Lu Yuan quickly reached out and grabbed the pistols of the two thugs. When the two thugs saw this, a ferocious look appeared on their faces, and they wanted to shoot at all costs. However, Lu Yuan's speed was faster than the two ordinary people. He grabbed the two men's pistols and lifted them up. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out continuously, and all the bullets hit the ceiling. Soon the gunfire stopped, and the two gangsters pulled the trigger hard, but found that there were no bullets left. Lu Yuan used force with both hands. A harsh sound of metal friction was heard, and the barrel of the pistol was flattened by Lu Yuan. He let go of the gun and smiled at the two thugs. When the two gangsters saw Lu Yuan smile, their bodies trembled violently, and fear was written all over their faces. The green-haired gangster yelled and threw the broken pistol towards Lu Yuan, then turned around and tried to run. Lu Yuan caught the gun and threw it at the gangster. The pistol was thrown behind the green-haired gangster, and the sound of breaking bones was heard. The green-haired thug threw himself forward and fell to the ground, twitching continuously. The red-haired gangster saw this, and his face was filled with horror. Even the previously indifferent Pate broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing this. Pate acted decisively, grabbed the red-haired thug, and pushed him to the edge of the land. He ran towards the window, threw himself forward, broke the window, and jumped out of the room. The red-haired gangster had never expected that Pate would push him to Lu Yuan, and there was confusion in his big eyes. Lu Yuan kicked the red-haired gangster in the chest. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and the red-haired gangster flew backwards, hit the wall heavily, then slid to the ground, twitching continuously. Lu Yuan didn't even look at him. He came to the window and saw that Pete had landed and was running outside. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. The house where Lu Yuan lives is on the 3rd floor. Although it is not high from the ground, it is not too low either. Most people would have been injured if they jumped down. I didn't expect this guy to still be alive and kicking. He supported himself on the windowsill with one hand and jumped down. After landing easily, Lu Yuan burst into speed and chased after Pete. When Pate saw Lu Yuan catching up with him, he turned around and threw a knife at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan then caught the knife and threw it back. Call out. The knife shot towards Pete's chest at an extremely fast speed. Pate's eyes suddenly turned into vertical pupils, and he rolled sideways to avoid the knife. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. It turns out he is also a genetic warrior, but the strength seems to be not good enough, and the genes recorded do not seem to be biased towards combat power. Lu Yuan sped up, ran for dozens of meters, and caught up with Pete. He punched Pete in the back. Pate turned around and put his hands in front of him. Lu Yuan's fist hit Pate's hands. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and Pete groaned, his face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered back 2 steps, but Lu Yuan had already stepped forward again and swung his fist. Wait, I surrender. I have something to say. Pate suddenly shouted. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, and his fist stopped in front of his eyes. Gurgle! Pate looked at the fist so close to him, swallowed, and cold sweat broke out on his face. Lu Yuan retracted his fist, looked at Pate, and smiled. What is it? See if I can save your life. Pate pulled the corner of his mouth, took a deep breath, and then said, Friend, do you want to know the news about that dark figure? Lu Yuan's pupil shrank. He looked at Pate and smiled. You know, although our Black Rat gang is not the largest gang in the entire slum, we are still well informed. We do know a little bit, and our gang members also have victims. We have also been looking for intelligence on that thing recently. Tell me what you know. Friend, after I'm done, can you let me go? Do you believe I will kill you right now? I'll tell you. I'll tell you right away. Pate quickly raised his hands, and a flattering smile appeared on his face. Chapter 32. Night Watchman, a humble bug. Lu Yuan looked at Pate and said, Hurry up and tell me. Pater put down his hand and said, We, the Black Rat Gang, have been investigating the Black Shadow in the entire slums for a while now, and we have indeed made some discoveries. 4 or 5 years ago, someone saw the Black Shadow killing people in the slums. But before that, there were very few deaths and not many witnesses. In the past 2 years, the number of deaths has increased. Just from what our Black Rat Gang has discovered, last year, hundreds of people were killed by the Black Shadow. This year, I'm afraid there will be more. Hundreds of people? So many? Even more this year? Lu Yuan opened his eyes wide, a little stunned. Although the number of people who die in the slums every year is definitely more than this. But the others were due to gang fights or death from starvation, disease, etc. However, there were hundreds of people killed by this inexplicable thing just by the Black Rat Gang. This number is already a lot. Didn't anyone notify the Night Watchman of this unusual situation? The Night Watch is an official organization established to deal with various abnormal situations, such as alienation, alien spies, etc. Not only the Red Maple Empire, other countries also have organizations like the Night Watch. In Lu Yuan's opinion, this was somewhat similar to the special police or special agents in Lu Yuan's previous life. The current situation is already very serious. Lu Yuan really couldn't understand why they didn't notify the Night Watchman to deal with it. Pate shrugged. In the eyes of those high-ranking bigwigs, we in the slums are just lowly bugs. Why would those bigwigs care about our lives? So many people die here every year, and now there are only a few hundred people a year, so naturally it won't attract their attention. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. Regarding this abnormal situation, if we don't report it to the Night Watch, the local governor will be punished, right? Who said we didn't report it? Our Black Rat Gang's people in the police station said that we had already reported it last year, but there has been no action since then. So those big shots won't care about us. Pate grinned. However, that ghost thing seems to only target ordinary people. It doesn't have any thoughts about us, genetic warriors. Maybe it can't harm us? So my friend, you don't have to worry too much. Lu Yuan smiled and said, that ghost came to me a few days ago. If it weren't for my good strength, I would have died. Pate. He widened his eyes slightly and stared at Lu Yuan blankly. The two sides looked at each other and were silent. Pate swallowed and laughed dryly. That's not good. From originally targeting ordinary people to now targeting genetic warriors, everyone knows that this thing may have undergone major changes. Any other information? Lu Yuan continued to ask. Pate shook his head. No, we in the Black Rat Gang are also very curious about this thing, so we are actively investigating it. This is all we have found out during this period of time. Lu Yuan nodded and said with a smile, then I can send you on your way. Pate was startled and took 2 steps back. Wait, friend, this is not what we agreed on. Didn't you say you would let me go after I'm done? Lu Yuan tilted his head. When did I say that? I just said that if you hadn't told me, I would have killed you. You have lived longer now. You should be grateful. Lu Yuan walked towards Pate. Pate's eyes widened, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he stepped back repeatedly. Wait, friend, let's talk it over. We can sit down and talk it over. His eyes suddenly widened, and he thought of something. By the way, wait a minute. I still have some use for you. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. What for? Look, haven't you been targeted by that shadow? As far as I know, no one who was targeted by that shadow survived. You definitely don't want to be killed, right? Lu Yuan's heart sank. To be honest, he still feels a little uneasy now. After all, that thing seems very strange. He also didn't know whether that thing would continue to attack him in the future. That's why Lu Yuan is so concerned about the Black Shadow. Otherwise, what does that thing have to do with him? Seeing Lu Yuan stop, Pate was delighted and quickly continued. We in the Black Rat Gang have power and intelligence channels that you don't have. As long as you let me go, I will definitely inform you of any intelligence our Black Rat Gang has as soon as possible. Do you think this is a good deal? Lu Yuan looked at Pate and fell silent. To be honest, he was a little moved. After all, he is just a poor student and his power cannot compare with that of the local gangs. It would indeed be beneficial for him if the Black Rat Gang could gather intelligence. Seeing that Lu Yuan was somewhat moved, Pate continued. And my friend, you see, our Black Rat Gang has considerable influence in the slums. If you want to join a gang in the future, roll. Lu Yuan glared at Pate. He would never join any of these weird organizations. He said, I can let you go this time, but if you get any information about that shadow, you must inform me immediately. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Seeing that Lu Yuan agreed, Pate nodded quickly. I know. I will definitely inform you as soon as possible. Lu Yuan took out his phone and smiled at Pate. Give me your contact information. Pete smiled and took out his phone, and the two scanned the QR code and added each other as friends. Only then did Lu Yuan realize that there was another friend request in his phone. He glanced at the notes. Zhuoming, a classmate I met in the Sandstone Underground Palace before. Lu Yuan readily agreed to the application. After adding Pate as a friend, Lu Yuan put away his phone. Pate also breathed a sigh of relief and kept smiling apologetically at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled and said, You can handle those 2 people up there, right? Pate nodded quickly. Leave it to me. I will take good care of it. Well, follow me up. Lu Yuan took Pete back to the residential building. The entire residential building was dead silent, without a sound. It would be unrealistic to say that I didn't hear the continuous gunfire. However, if you encounter such a situation in the slums, the safest way is to keep silent and keep your head down. Meddling in other people's affairs can get you killed. This is the law of survival in the ghetto. Lu Yuan opened the door of the rented house, but saw Li Chingha walking out of the room. She was wearing a plain white nightgown, looking warily at the 2 hooligans lying on the ground, with a cell phone in her hand, and her expression seemed a little frightened. Lu Yuan was stunned. Sister Chingha, why did you come out? When Li Chingha saw Lu Yuan, his eyes lit up, and he smiled in surprise. Brother Yuan, I woke up when I heard gunshots. Then after a long time, there was no movement, so I wanted to come out to see if you were okay. I also called the police. Lu Yuan felt warm in his heart. If it were anyone else, who would risk their life to care about him? The doors of the other two tenants were still closed at this moment. It was completely quiet inside, and there was no sign of anyone being there. He laughed. I'm fine, don't worry, Sister Chingha. Wait a moment, I'll finish this first. Li Chingha nodded, glanced at Pate, and said, then I'll go back to my room first. She walked back into the room and closed the door. Lu Yuan turned to look at Pate. You handle it. Pete nodded and squatted in front of the two thugs. The red-haired hoodlum had fainted. Although the green-haired gangster had many broken bones, he was still conscious. When he saw Pete coming, his eyes lit up and a hopeful look appeared on his face. Brother Pete. Pate glanced at the green-haired gangster and put his hand on his neck expressionlessly. Under the incredulous gaze of the green-haired gangster, he pinched it hard. Crack! The green-haired gangster died on the spot. Pate also took care of the red-haired thug, who was still in a coma. He turned around and smiled at Lu Yuan. Mr. Lu, I'll take their bodies away. Lu Yuan nodded. Yeah. Pate lifted up the bodies of the two men, one in each hand. Just as Pete was about to go out, Lu Yuan spoke again. Oh, by the way, how about the money for repairing the window? He is very poor now and has no money to repair the windows. He was also thinking about buying genetic medicine. I'll fix it. I'll transfer the money to the landlord. Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Then you can go back. If you have any news about that thing, inform me in time. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. I will definitely inform you as soon as possible. Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Pete carried the two bodies away and then gently closed the door of the room. Lu Yuan exhaled and looked out the window. The night is darkest before dawn. Only the brilliant neon lights remain unchanged. Lu Yuan was silent for a moment and knocked on the door of Li Chingha's room. Li Chingha seemed to have been waiting at the door. When Lu Yuan knocked for the first time, the door of the room opened. Brother Yuan, what happened just now? Chapter 33, Class Gene Warrior Boss. Nothing, that was someone from the Black Rat Gang. He wanted to cause trouble for me, but I defeated him. Black Rat Gang. A gleam of light flashed in Li Chingha's eyes, and then she opened her eyes wide, revealing a look of surprise and fear. That's a big gang. Will you be okay? Lu Yuan shook his head. It's okay. They won't bother me again. When Lu Yuan came back, he talked to Pate about the strength of the Black Rat Gang. In a gang like this one in the slums, the most powerful boss is just a first-level genetic warrior. For example, Pate is a trainee-level genetic warrior, but he is already a senior figure in the Black Rat Gang. Come to think of it, if he was a powerful genetic warrior, why would he hide in a place like a slum? Status, fame, money, whatever they want, they have it all. Lu Yuan wasn't that afraid of a first-level genetic warrior. And the first-level genetic warriors would not deal with him because of such a small matter. After hearing Lu Yuan's words, Li Chingha breathed a sigh of relief and was no longer nervous. She looked at Lu Yuan curiously. Brother Yuan, why are they looking for trouble with you? Lu Yuan was silent. He was wondering whether he should tell Li Chingha about the Black Shadow. Then he thought, after all, the Dark Shadow seemed to be appearing more and more frequently in the slums. You could talk to Li Chingha and ask her to take care of it herself. He said, it's like this. Recently, a strange black shadow has appeared in the slums. That black shadow will attach itself to people, and then the people will die suddenly. This morning I heard that someone from the Black Rat Gang had encountered that black shadow, so I asked a few questions casually. I didn't expect them to come to my door in the evening. Li Chingha's pupils shrank slightly, and then a look of fear appeared. She hugged her shoulders. I didn't expect there would be something this strange. Could be haunted. What ghosts are there? Seeing Li Chingha's frightened look, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile. It should be something weird, maybe alienation or something like that. Lu Yuan frowned and said, generally speaking, this kind of thing should be handled by the Night Watch. Unfortunately, I heard that even after the governor reported it to the governor, no Night Watch came to take over. Lu Yuan shook his head. There's a reason why this slum is so chaotic. Li Chingha smiled and said, maybe the Night Watch has already arrived? They just didn't notice it. Lu Yuan glanced at Li Chingha with some doubt. Sister Chingha, how did you know? I'm just guessing. After all, if it really is something like that, the Night Watchman will definitely not let it go, right? Li Chingha said with a smile. Lu Yuan thought about it and felt that it made some sense. Then he nodded. I hope so. If the Night Watchman could handle it, He wouldn't have to worry. Okay, now that everything is all right, I'm gonna go back to sleep. It's rare for me to get some beauty sleep at night. Li Chingha covered his mouth and yawned, feeling sleepy. Then, Sister Chingha, you can continue to rest. Lu Yuan smiled. Yeah, good night. You should get some rest too. Li Chingha waved to Lu Yuan and closed the door. Lu Yuan returned to the room and looked at the time. It was already past 5 o'clock. It didn't take long before dawn, and Lu Yuan was too lazy to continue practicing. Moreover, there is news from Guangxin. It's Shuoming's. Lu Yuan clicked it and took a look. Student Lu Yuan, you are so strong. You have already become so powerful after only awakening for a week. Student Lu Yuan, I'll invite you to join the group. This is our class's small group of genetic warriors. It's full of awakened genetic warriors in the class. If they knew your strength, they would definitely be shocked. Ha ha! Student Lu Yuan? Student Lu Yuan, are you there? Boss Lu Yuan? The messages started coming out as soon as Lu Yuan accepted his friend request. After sending several messages, Lu Yuan did not reply. Shuoming sent another message after more than 10 minutes. Lu Yuan was helpless. He had been dealing with pizza fairs and had no time to look at his phone. He also sent a message. I was busy before and didn't check my phone. Just a few seconds after Lu Yuan sent the message, Shuoming replied. So you're busy, Lu Yuan. I was wondering why you didn't reply to my message. Hurry up and join the group. I'm bragging to people in the group. I told them you're strong, but they didn't believe me. Shuoming sent another group invitation link. Future War Gods. Lu Yuan. What kind of group name is this? Still a god of war? Is this suitable? The entire human race doesn't have a god of war, okay? He couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. However, I still clicked to agree. After all, this group name was prepared for him. Isn't Lu Yuan the future god of war of the human race? As soon as I entered the group, Shuoming shouted in the group. Welcome the new god of war, Lu Yuan, to join us. Please give me a red envelope. After Shuoming finished shouting, several more messages popped up. Welcome the new god of war, Lu Yuan, to join us. Please give me a red envelope. Welcome the new god of war, Lu Yuan, to join us. Please give me a red envelope. Welcome the new god of war, Lu Yuan, to join us. Please give me a red envelope. Lu Yuan. He almost couldn't help but click on those +1 numbers. But after all, he is the god of war himself, so he has to be reserved. As for the request for red envelopes, he simply ignored it. He lives in a slum, and these people asked him for red envelopes. Does he have any shame? Lu Yuan looked at the name. Shuoming, Wang Xiangxiang, Guyu, and Winnie. Lu Yuan was impressed by several names. Shuoming and Guyu are men, and Wang Xiangxiang and Winnie are women. Among them, Shuoming and Winnie awakened last year when they were in their second year of high school. Wang Xiangxiang and Guyu awakened in their first year of high school. He also recalled from his previous life's memories that Wang Xiangxiang and Winnie were both beauties. Wang Xiangxiang's long legs left a particularly deep impression in my memory. Shuoming sent a message again. It seems that Chao Yin and Molly are still in the land of origin and have not come out yet, so they are unable to welcome the new god of war. Lu Yuan heard 2 familiar names again. Chao Yin and Molly also awakened in their first year of high school. For people in their class awakened in their first year of high school, 2 awakened in their second year of high school, and only one, Lu Yuan, awakened in their third year of high school. Compared to classmates in the entire class, the probability of awakening is already quite high. However, both Chao Yin and Wang Xiangxiang are born into families of gene warriors. Since their parents are gene warriors, the probability of their children becoming gene warriors is much higher. So neither of them really counts. There are only 4 people who have awakened in an ordinary family. Wang Xiangxiang. At Lu Yuan. Xiaomingzi said you are very strong? Are you really that strong? Lu Yuan was stunned. He thought Shuoming was joking. I didn't expect that he actually said it. Guyu. Shuoming must be bragging again. Classmate Lu Yuan has just awakened. How strong can he be? He should be at most 5% of the tempering degree now, right? Winnie, little Naruko, come out and get spanked. Shuoming. No, I'm telling the truth. Lu Yuan is really a big shot. I encountered 3 hunters in the Sandstone Underground Palace, and it was Lu Yuan who helped me. Otherwise, I would have died again this time. Wang Xiangxiang, ha. Guyu, ha. Winnie, ha. Shuoming. At Lu Yuan, boss, please say something. Lu Yuan smiled and replied, Shuoming is right. I did encounter 3 cat hunters last time. That was when I saw Shuoming. There was silence in the group. Zhuoming, ha ha ha. Did you hear that? Classmate Lu Yuan said so. Wang Xiang, really? Did you really encounter a hunter? You've only been awakened for a week. How could you survive a hunter? Winnie, if this is true, then classmate Lu Yuan must have been encoded with extraordinary genes, and he is very strong. Lu Yuan took a look at Winnie's message and didn't expect that this person was so perceptive. But this can't be concealed at all. Zhuoming is not a fool. Just a quick glance can tell that he definitely has high-level extraordinary genes engraved on him. Fortunately, his current strength is a bit ahead of its time, but can only be considered a genius, not too outrageous. Geniuses are beyond common sense, and although there are few of them, they will always appear. He could just be considered a genius. What's wrong with being a genius among the future gods of war? It would be strange if he wasn't a genius. He smiled and replied, Classmate Winnie is right. I have indeed recorded the extraordinary gene, and it is an elite quality extraordinary gene. The group exploded instantly. Zhuoming, ha 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 ha. I said it. The combat skill that boss Lu Yuan used before was definitely of elite quality, too strong. That defense was outrageous. Goo you fuck. Boss, I'm so jealous. I recorded the extraordinary gene of ordinary quality. Winnie, I also have ordinary quality extraordinary genes. Boss Lu Yuan started with elite quality extraordinary genes, so he took off from then on. He laid such a good foundation. Wang Xiang, is Lu Yuan the boss? I'll show you some black stockings photos. Lu Yuan, black stockings photos? Is Lu Yuan that kind of person? He angrily sent the message. How many? Chapter 34. The future boss is by my side. The atmosphere fell silent. Wang Xiang, anger.jpg, anger.jpg, anger.jpg. She sent a series of emojis before sending the message. You actually took it seriously? I was just joking. I'm in Stormwind City. I'm not from the same starting city as you, and I'm already 98% refined. Lu Yuan was stunned and felt a little embarrassed. It turns out that Wang Xiang has become so strong. Then Lu Yuan thought, after all, Wang Xiang awakened in her first year of high school, and her family was a family of genetic warriors, so they must have been of great help to her. It's been almost 2 years, so it's reasonable to break through to the first level soon. He said seriously, do you think I don't know you were joking actually? I was joking too. You actually took it seriously, no way. Wang Xiang. Zhuoming, at Lu Yuan, the boss is worthy of being the boss. Idol, how dare you tease Sister Xiang. Guyu, at Lu Yuan, the boss is worthy of being the boss. Idol, how dare you tease Sister Xiang. Wang Xiang, Xiao Mingzi, Xiao Yuzi, do you want to die? Zhuoming, well, shall we talk about something else? Winnie, by the way, we haven't met Lu Yuan yet. When can we get together? Guyu, I think it's okay. Classmate Lu Yuan is a big shot now, so shouldn't he treat us to a good meal? Wang Xiang, smirked at JPG. Sure, I want to go to Juhu restaurant to eat. Lu Yuan, please sell me off. I have no money at all. Juhu restaurant is the most high-end restaurant in the entire Shili city. Even someone like him who lives in the slums knows about it. Let him go there to treat us? What are you thinking about? He simply can't afford it. Wang Xiang. Just kidding. The genetic warriors have a lot of places to spend money. Just treat us to a meal. By the way, let's wait for Xiao Yinzi and Lily to come out. Winnie, I agree. Zhuoming, then it's settled. From today on, I won't eat anymore. I'll just wait for the boss to treat me. Lu Yuan, okay, don't eat it. Guyu, if Brother Chow can come out alive this time, he should be about 95% refined, right? Zhuoming, I'm so jealous. I'm only at 36% now. Winnie, you're already good enough. I'm only 33%. At this rate, it's hard to reach 35% before the college entrance exam. Guyu, how much are you? Guyu, my score is 64%, which is incomparable to Sister Xiang and Brother Chow. Zhuoming, that's not bad. With your tempering level and the extraordinary genes already recorded, you can definitely go to a medium-level Gene Warrior Academy. It's difficult for Winnie and me. Wang Xiang. If we can come out alive after entering the land of origin, Xiao Mingzi, you and Winnie will still have a chance to reach 50% of the tempering degree. Zhuoming, crying.jpg. It's not that easy to get out of the land of origin alive. The beasts and other warriors in the land of origin don't treat you like a human being. They all want to kill you right away. I've been awakened for a year, and I've only gotten out of there alive 10 times. I was going to die this time, but it was all thanks to Brother Yuan. Winnie, if it doesn't work, my dad plans to spend money to buy me a batch of spirit crystals, which can at least increase the degree of quenching. Zhuoming at Winnie. Rich woman, hungry food. Winnie, smile.jpg, go away. Wang Xiang. At Winnie, you have to hurry up. After all, the college entrance examination is coming soon. Winnie, yeah, I know. Wang Xiang. Sci.jpg, it's difficult for me too. It's too difficult to break the gene lock. The materials I need are hard to get in a short period of time. If I can break through to the first level warrior, then I might be able to compete for the top 10 Gene Warrior Academy. Guyu, is this the boss? While we were still trying to figure out how to get out of the origin alive, she had already started thinking about breaking the genetic lock. We are all human. Why are we so different? I'm sorry for being born as a human. Crying JPG. Winnie, is this the boss? While we were still trying to figure out how to get out of the origin alive, she had already started thinking about breaking the genetic lock. We are all human. Why are we so different? I'm sorry for being born a human. Crying JPG. Zhuoming, is this the boss? While we were still trying to figure out how to get out of the place of origin alive, she had already started thinking about breaking the genetic lock. We are all human. Why are we so different? I'm sorry for being born as a human. Crying JPG. Lu Yuan, is this the boss? While we were still trying to figure out how to get out of the origin alive, she had already started thinking about breaking the genetic lock. We are all human. Why are we so different? I'm sorry for being born as a human. Crying JPG. Lu Yuan, who had been peeking at the screen, couldn't help but choose to repeat the year. Seeing Lu Yuan's message, Zhuoming asked curiously, by the way, Brother Yuan, what is your tempering degree? Lu Yuan, my score is lower than all of you. I'm only about 10%. Wang Xiang. Winnie. Guyu. Zhuoming. Lu Yuan was a little confused. What's wrong? Wang Xiang. You've only been awakened for a week? And it's already 10%? Guyu, why so fast? Zhuoming, I suddenly don't understand whether Brother Yuan is too strong or I am too weak. Winnie, this speed is too scary. At this speed, there's still about 2 months until the college entrance examination. You must be able to break through to the first level. Terrified. JPG. Lu Yuan, maybe I'm more efficient in absorbing spiritual energy. I heard people say I am a genius. In fact, a large part of the spirit crystals he consumed was used to charge the evolution cube. Wang Xiang. If that's true, then you, Lu Yuan, are really a genius, and not just an ordinary genius. Your speed can catch up with the children of those big families. Really, if you can keep it up in the future, you will definitely become a big boss. Maybe you can become a war general or a warlord. Zhuoming, warlord. Holy shit, the future big boss is actually by my side. Winnie, boss, can I hug your thigh in advance? Guyu, which leg do you want to hold? Zhuoming, Lao Gu, something is wrong with you. Winnie, Guyu was banned from speaking for 24 hours. Wang Xiang, okay, it's quiet now. I'll go beat up Xiao Yuzi later. Zhuoming, candle.jpg, prayer.jpg, I hope everyone is okay. Lu Yuan looked at the messages in the group and curled his lips. He had never realized before that the genetic warriors who awakened in his class were all truly talented. After that, everyone chatted for a while and talked about some things about the place of origin. Wang Xiang and Xiao Yin are both children of Gene Warrior families. With the help of their families, they live a good life. It's a bit difficult for the others. I always die when I enter the place of origin. It is difficult to come out alive more than 10 times in a year, and the progress is relatively slow. Of course, compared to normal practice, it is still much faster. After all, the speed at which most people absorb spiritual energy is actually quite average. There are not many geniuses like Lu Yuan. They chatted until dawn. Then Lu Yuan left the chat group, opened the website, and began looking for information about the ferocious beast in the sandstone underground palace. Soon, he found it in the new post. Illustrated Guide of Ferocious Beasts in Sandrock City. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he clicked on the post. Then his face darkened. It turned out to be a paid post. The fee for one post is 3,000 yuan. Robbery. Even if I die, I won't pay this money. Lu Yuan was somewhat unconvinced, so he exited the post and continued searching. After searching for a long time, Lu Yuan found a few more posts, also about the ferocious beasts in Sandrock City, but they were all paid posts. The first one you see is also the cheapest. Lu Yuan had no choice but to find the first post. Isn't it just 3,000 yuan? It's not like I can't afford it. Fortunately, he still had more than 4,000 yuan in his pocket. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to pay the bill. This post is about the illustrations of the beasts in the initial city of Sandstone City. Note, this post only includes regular beasts, and some unique beasts are not included. Lu Yuan glanced at the first sentence and couldn't help but curl his lips. But he could also understand it. After all, the land of origin was too large, and there were too many kinds of ferocious beasts. There are some ferocious beasts that even the genetic warriors have never encountered, so it is understandable that they don't know what kind of ferocious beasts they are. Greystone beetle, a common fierce beast, the weakest fierce beast in Sandstone City. It is mainly found in the greystone forest and also in other areas. It is weak and feeds on rocks. It is very slow. It is a benefit for newcomers. Black-veined greystone beetle, an elite beast that mainly lives in the greystone forest. It is relatively weak among the elite beasts, and its strength is equivalent to that of a genetic warrior with 40-60 of the normal genetic refinement level. It possesses the combat skill of petrified skin. Ironclad beetle, a common ferocious beast that mainly lives in the depths of the greystone forest. There are relatively few of them. They are stronger than greystone beetles, have strong defense capabilities, and are slow. Little stone man, black scorpion, underground palace sand ants. There are hundreds of ferocious beasts in the entire post, and there are hundreds of them in the sandstone underground palace, including the little stone men and black scorpions that I have encountered before, as well as the underground sand ants, black line snakes, underground sand ants, etc. that I have never encountered before. Information about these ferocious beasts, such as their characteristics, strengths, and which parts are more precious, is also written down. After reading it, Lu Yuan suddenly felt that it was not a bad investment. After knowing the type of ferocious beasts in the sandstone underground palace, Lu Yuan felt much more confident. Even if he encounters some ferocious beast now, he can only run away, otherwise he will definitely die. If it was before, and he didn't recognize the ferocious beast, he might have rushed forward foolishly. Lu Yuan thought about it and wanted to buy a map of the underground palace. Although the nests and habitats of ferocious beasts in the underground palace will migrate at different times, there will generally not be major changes unless there is a major accident in the passage. After buying a map, the probability of getting lost is much lower. However, when he clicked on the post to buy the map, the payment of 10,000 yuan made him speechless. He only had a little over 1,000 left in his pocket. Fortunately, he still had a space of materials that had not been sold. It took me 2 hours to read the previous posts on the Encyclopedia of Ferocious Beasts, and it was already getting late. I guess the shops are open too. Let's sell the materials first. Lu Yuan turned off the computer and went out. Perhaps because of what happened last night, all the tenants today hid in their rooms and none of them went out. Lu Yuan glanced at the closed room and didn't think much about it. He left his rented house and took a bus to Jihu Business District. Chapter 35, Gene Medicine. Jihu Business District, Mad Wolf Materials Store. As soon as Lu Yuan opened the door and walked in, he saw the boss sitting on a chair in front of the counter, wearing flowered shorts, a big shirt, and sunglasses. The boss was still playing with his phone like last time, cursing. Damn it, you are a bunch of losers. I can't defeat you even if I kill you. Go home and do your homework. Woof woof woof. Ewiyo. Lu Yuan curled his lips. Boss, I'm here to sell goods. The boss looked up. After seeing Lu Yuan, he put away his phone and said with a smile, Is it you? Did you make it out of the place of origin alive again? That's great, brother. You made it out alive twice in a row. You're quite something. Lu Yuan smiled. There's a lot of stuff this time, so you just threw it on the ground? The boss nodded. Okay, just throw it on the ground. Lu Yuan took out all the materials in the battle pattern space. Suddenly, a mountain of materials more than 2 meters high filled the small store space. Boss! He looked up at the mountain-like pile of materials and couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. Lu Yuan glanced at him and said, How about it? Give me a price. The boss came back to his senses. He looked at Lu Yuan with a slightly shocked expression. Wolf brother, did you kill all these people by yourself? Lu Yuan was speechless. Is this important? Let's take inventory quickly. The boss glanced at Lu Yuan again and said, It's really not important. Wait a minute. He began to count in front of Lu Yuan. Greystone armor. Is this the heart of the little stone man? Brother, you can actually hunt down the little stone man. Awesome. Hiss. Black scorpion tail needle. This thing is quite good, very poisonous, and there are so many of them. You won't spend all your money to buy an antidote, will you? It's only been 1 day since we last met. Brother, you've gained weight like 2 different people. The boss seemed unable to stop and kept chattering while counting the items. Lu Yuan felt a bit overwhelmed after hearing this. He looked around, found a small stool to sit down, and watched the boss count the items. There were quite a lot of things, and it took the boss more than 10 minutes to count all the materials. After seeing the black-striped carapace at the bottom, the boss exclaimed again, "Good fellow, this is the black-striped carapace of the black-striped greystone beetle. You can actually hunt down such an elite beast." He looked up at Lu Yuan and said, "Brother, let me be honest. You are the fastest improving genetic warrior I have ever seen. You can kill an elite beast in just 1 day. You are very strong." Lu Yuan smiled, did not answer him, and said, "How much? Have you figured it out?" "Who am I? Of course I have figured it out. 189 gray carapaces, priced at 150 each. 124 small stone man hearts, priced at 300 each. 87 poisonous scorpion tail needles, priced at 400 each. 87 pairs of poisonous scorpion giant claws, priced at 250 each. 1 black striped carapace, priced at 3,000 each. The total price is 115,100, no cheating." Lu Yuan glanced at his boss, who was patting his chest, then took out his phone and did the math himself. Then the corner of his mouth twitched, and he looked at the boss and smiled. 115,100? The boss looked away slightly and smiled awkwardly. "Ahem, did I calculate it wrong? Let me calculate it again." He took out his phone and calculated it, then suddenly realized, "Oh, I miscalculated. The total is 125,100. Lu Yuan sneered. "Forget it. I'll take it somewhere else to sell." He stood up, preparing to pack up his things and leave. Seeing this, the boss immediately became anxious. Hey, I calculated wrong just now. It wasn't intentional." Lu Yuan paused. "Who knows if he did it on purpose? You almost caused me to lose 10,000 yuan. Give me some mental damages, 130,000 yuan. The boss's face changed, and he looked at Lu Yuan. "How can you take advantage of me? I clearly treat you as a brother." Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, and without saying anything, he packed up his things and left. Hey, okay. 130,000 is 130,000. It's my fault. I'll make it up to you. Only then did Lu Yuan smile. Make a deal. Although this boss is a bit of a jerk, at least he still made money. In fact, Lu Yuan had already estimated before coming here, and the market price of these materials is indeed around 125,000. The boss can give him 130,000 yuan, which is 4,900 yuan more. It should be enough for him to use for several months, right? The money has been transferred to you. Take a look, woof woof. Lu Yuan glanced at his phone and confirmed the payment message. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. "I didn't expect that Gene warriors make so much money, 130,000 a night, 3.9 million a month, and more than 40 million a year. How many buns can this buy? I never thought that I would become a rich man one day." Lu Yuan was ecstatic. He watched the boss put away the materials, then smiled and said, "Then I'll come see you next time." The boss nodded. "Okay, come and take care of me when you have business. By the way, boss, I'm curious about something." "What's up? Why are you wearing sunglasses in store?" The boss, who had been smiling, froze. He coughed dryly and waved to Lu Yuan. "Brother, come again." Seeing that the boss didn't want to talk, Lu Yuan shrugged and didn't ask any more questions. After leaving the Mad Wolf material store, Lu Yuan first went to a store and spent more than 10,000 yuan to buy all the necessities. This time, he even had money to buy various seasonings and a barbecue grill. After working so hard to hunt down ferocious beasts in the land of origin, you must at least have something good to eat, right? It's definitely not a good idea to keep eating energy bars. I heard that the meat of ferocious beasts is very delicious, so I have to enjoy it. Reward yourself for working hard to make money and become stronger. For other necessities, Lu Yuan also chose the best quality ones. He didn't have money before, so he thought it was enough as long as he could use it. Now that I have money, I must make the best arrangements. After buying various necessities, Lu Yuan still had 120,000 yuan left. After purchasing the necessities, Lu Yuan returned to the slums contentedly. He glanced at the thugs fighting with knives on the street, then looked at the garbage on the ground and smelled the unpleasant odor as he passed by. But I feel a lot more relaxed than before. Now that I have money, I can finally afford to move away from this chaotic area. Lu Yuan returned to his simple rental house. After returning to his room, he opened the battle.net. This time, he wanted to buy genetic medicine. There is an online mall managed by an association on the Gene Warrior network. Some special gene warriors, such as pharmacists who can refine potions and blacksmiths who can create genetic weapons, will sell genetic potions and genetic weapons in the mall. Lu Yuan opened the mall and selected genetic medicine according to the category. Lu Yuan's choice this time is very clear. Among them, healing potions are definitely needed. After all, you are injured. If you don't have potions, you can only heal yourself slowly. If that doesn't work, you can't even hunt ferocious beasts. You can only wait until the time is up and then come out. If you encounter any danger during the injury period, you might die. He was lucky these 2 times. He obtained protective combat skills, and his defense was strong enough, so he did not suffer serious injuries. But it's impossible to be so lucky every time. Therefore, healing potions are a must. He began to look up the therapeutic potions according to the classification. The usage levels of healing potions are the same as the levels of genetic warriors, which are divided into apprentice level, warrior level, battle master level, battle general level, battle lord level, etc. In addition to the usage level, healing potions are also divided into ordinary potions, excellent potions, strong potions, etc. due to different refining materials. Lu Yuan clicked on the product page of an apprentice-level common healing potion. There is an introduction to healing potions in it. Ordinary healing potions can treat most external injuries. If the injury is serious, the treatment time will probably take more than half an hour, and it may take several hours to fully heal. Lu Yuan looked at the introduction and frowned slightly, a little dissatisfied. Although it took only a few hours to treat serious injuries, it would be considered a medical miracle for ordinary people. But for genetic warriors, this speed is a bit slow. He thought about it and clicked on the excellent healing potion next to him. The moment the product page popped up, the glaring price of 30,000 yuan made Lu Yuan's heart stop for a moment. What kind of potion is this? It's so expensive? Ordinary potions are only 8,000. Are they robbing me? Lu Yuan frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. He looked at the description of the potion's effects. The healing effect of excellent healing potions is about 3 times that of ordinary healing potions, and most serious injuries can be cured within 10 minutes to an hour. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. This thing is really good. Then he took another look at the price, and suddenly he felt depressed. I have 120,000 left, but I can only buy 4 bottles of high-quality healing potions. Why am I still so poor? Lu Yuan stared at the high-quality healing potion for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and put a bottle into the shopping cart with great reluctance. Anyway, sometimes this thing can save lives. Then Lu Yuan took out another bottle of ordinary healing potion and put it into the shopping cart. If the injury is not particularly serious, it can be treated with ordinary healing potions, which can save some money. Lu Yuan actually wanted to buy a few more bottles, but if he did, he would have no money to buy other genetic medicines. He had no choice but to give up. Afterwards, Lu Yuan began to look for amplification potions. After encountering the 3 Catman hunters, Lu Yuan discovered that sometimes he still had to stock up on some potions as a trump card for the future. Amplification potions are divided into those that increase strength, speed, defense, and spiritual power. Lu Yuan's first choice is the speed enhancement potion. After all, what he engraved was the guardian-type extraordinary gene, so the speed was really too weak. And the faster the speed, the faster you can escape. When you use your trump card, it's probably when you encounter a strong enemy and you run away if you can't defeat him. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Lu Yuan looked at the ordinary quality speed-enhancing potion and clicked on the product page. He was a little unsure and afraid that the price would be beyond his affordability. Chapter 36 Kill Him. 15,000. When he clicked on the product page, Lu Yuan saw the price immediately. His heart sank slightly. This price is almost twice that of a healing potion. It's really expensive. He looked at the introduction again. For apprentice-level genetic warriors, ordinary speed potions can increase the speed by about 20%, but because each genetic warrior focuses on different aspects, the effects will be slightly different. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. His current black iron body can slightly increase his speed, but the difference is actually not that much compared to engraving ordinary quality speed-type genes. If it can be increased by 20%, it should be comparable to ordinary speed-type gene warriors of the same level, and may even be stronger. It can be said to be pretty good. However, ordinary speed-type fighters pose no threat to Lu Yuan. Is it really necessary to buy this thing? Lu Yuan thought about it and clicked on the excellent speed potion on the side again. 50,000. When Lu Yuan saw the price, the corner of his mouth twitched. These pharmacists are making too much money. A bottle of potion costs 50,000. Drinking it can make you immortal? He complained and looked at the effect. High-quality medicine can increase the effect by about 50%. His eyes lit up. That's a big increase. With about 50% of the potion being high quality, his speed is considered pretty good. Then if you encounter danger, there should still be hope of escaping. It's just the price. Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to put it in the shopping cart. A bottle of excellent speed potion costs 50,000. A bottle of excellent healing potion costs 30,000, and a bottle of ordinary healing potion costs 8,000. 3 bottles of medicine cost 88,000. Lu Yuan now only has a little over 30,000 yuan left in his pocket. He had to keep 10,000 to buy the map of the Sandstone Underground Palace. There is still more than 20,000 available. Lu Yuan thought about it and finally chose the defensive potion. Defense is his strongest point. If he encounters a powerful beast, strengthening his defense may prevent the opponent from breaking through it, and maybe he can even defeat it. Ordinary defense potion, the price is 10,000, which is lower than the speed potion. Excellent medicine costs 35,000, which is still very expensive. Lu Yuan can't buy good medicine with his current money. He thought about it and bought 2 bottles of ordinary defense potions. In the end, I spent a total of 108,000 and bought 5 bottles of medicine. You have paid, and your order will be delivered today. Lu Yuan looked at the information that popped up on the page and smiled. In that case, I can go on an adventure to the land of origin today. Afterwards, Lu Yuan spent another 10,000 yuan to buy the map of the Sandstone Underground Palace. After making preparations, Lu Yuan did not go to Daming Martial Arts Hall to practice physical skills, but stayed at home to absorb spiritual crystals. After all, this is a slum, and no one will sign for the delivery for him. What if the medicine I bought cannot be delivered? He spent almost all his fortune to buy it. In the evening, the express delivery arrived. The healing potion is light red, the defense potion is light black, and the speed potion is light cyan. They are packed in crystal bottles and look good. Lu Yuan solemnly placed the 3 potions in the battle pattern space so that he could use them at any time in the future. Time flies. During the day, Lu Yuan gradually and gently absorbed the spirit crystals, increasing the degree of tempering by 1%. The current quenching degree has reached 11%. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the light gate of the place of origin was completely repaired. Lu Yuan's consciousness touched the light gate, and he disappeared into the simple room and entered the place of origin. The Sandstone Underground Palace appeared out of nowhere. The place where he appeared was exactly where he left the place of origin yesterday. In the passage, candles were burning, and the light was a little dim. After the land edge appeared, several stones shot over from the piles of rubble nearby. At the same time, a dark shadow appeared in the shadows and pounced towards Lu Yuan. It's the little stone man and the black scorpion. Although Lu Yuan had already cleared out the ferocious beasts nearby when he left yesterday. But the place of origin is just so strange. There are a large number of ferocious beasts, and no one knows how many races there are in the entire universe. No matter how hard you try, you can't kill all the ferocious beasts here. Lu Yuan dodged the stone attack with a flash, and a long sword appeared in his hand. He killed the black scorpions that pounced on him one by one. Then he killed all the little stone men that had taken shape. After collecting the spirit crystals and materials, Lu Yuan left the passage and continued to go deeper into the underground palace. When hunting ferocious beasts in Lu Yuan, not far from the Lu Yuan passage, there was a fight going on. Call out. The arrow cut through the air, making a sharp sound. It eventually pierced the neck of an elf man. Blood spurted from the elf man's neck, staining his body red. He covered his neck, widened his eyes, and stared at the Catwoman not far away. Jasmine glanced at the elf man who was slowly falling to the ground, her expression unchanged. She took out the arrow again and set her sights on the others. The Catman swordsman Xia is fighting with 2 elf offensive warriors. Xia's movements were like leaves dancing in the wind, more agile than the 2 elf warriors. The violent, heavy sword slash with strong sword wind suppressed the two elven warriors. The two elf warriors were defeated. On the other side, fireballs continued to condense in the hands of the Catman elemental warrior, suppressing an elf guardian warrior and an elf archer holding a longbow. Seeing their companions die, the four elf warriors roared in anger. Damn hunter! Xie and the other two had blank expressions on their faces. As hunters, the anger of their prey could not cause any emotional fluctuations in them. Nanshi, Jasmine hummed softly, picked up two arrows, and drew the longbow. Arrows were fired, hitting the elven archers from two directions. Archers' physical skills, double arrow technique. The elemental warrior, Nanshi, understood and let out a low shout. 3 fireballs condensed on his staff and shot towards the guardian elf warrior. The guardian elf warrior's pupils shrank, his whole body tensed up, and he raised his shield to block. Boom, boom, boom. The fireball exploded on the giant's square shield. The elf warrior groaned and took several steps back. The body of the elven archer behind him was also exposed. 2 arrows pierced through the elven guardian warriors, turned into streams of light, and shot towards the elven archers. The handsome elf archer was shooting arrows at Nanshi when he suddenly heard a sound of arrows breaking through the air. Her pupils shrank, and she quickly rushed to the side. 1 arrow flew over her head, and another arrow pierced her chest. Ah! The elven archer screamed, fell to the ground, blood gushing out, and lost his life. Bell! The elf guardian warrior and the other 2 elf swordsmen had red eyes and roared continuously. However, with the consecutive deaths of 2 elven warriors, the other 3 elven warriors could not hold on for long with the cooperation of the Catman hunter. In a short period of time, an elven swordsman was pierced through the chest by Jasmine's arrow, another elven swordsman was slashed across the neck by Xie's long sword, and the following elven guardian warrior was killed by Nanshi's fireball, which shattered his internal organs. Xie and the other 2 let out a breath and took a look at the spoils that had fallen to the ground. Nanshi smiled. There are genetic weapons, 2 sets of leather armor. Not bad. It seems that this team has made some gains. Xie silently picked up all the things and said with a faint smile, "Isn't it a bargain for us in the end?" Jasmine put away her longbow, took out her kettle, drank some water, and pursed her lips. "I'm lucky this time. This team is just average in strength, and we don't have much to lose. Let's continue looking for prey." Nanshi waved his staff and smiled. "Well, let's go." The 3 Catman hunters collected their spoils and set off again. Soon, they heard the sound of fighting coming from the distant passage. The 3 of them looked at each other and exchanged glances. The 3 of them have been together for a long time and can understand each other without communicating. They lowered their footsteps and moved in the direction where the sounds of fighting came from. Soon, they arrived at the area where the sounds of fighting came from. Jasmine made a silent gesture with the corner of her mouth and looked around the corner. When she saw the battle scene not far away, Jasmine's pupils shrank, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Not far away, a human warrior was facing the siege of 3 little stone men and 2 black scorpions. Even though he was under siege, the human warrior still seemed to be able to handle it with ease. His skin turned into black iron, and he was wearing simple armor with amazing defensive capabilities. Even the black scorpion's poisonous needle could hardly pierce his skin. His body could even withstand the fists of the stone man. Jasmine was naturally impressed by this human warrior. It was the human who stabbed her in the stomach yesterday. As soon as she saw this human, she felt a dull ache in her stomach. This made her clench her fists and grit her teeth. Sensing that Jasmine was acting strange, Xie and Nanshi looked at each other, and Xie patted Jasmine gently. Jasmine came to her senses and retracted her body. "What's going on?" Xie asked. Jasmine's eyes flashed with a hint of cold, murderous intent, and she said softly, "It's the guardian human warrior from yesterday." "Is it him?" Nanshi suddenly revealed a sinister smile. "I didn't expect to run into him again." Xie's eyes flashed, and he clenched his sword tightly. "He's the only one." "Well, he's the only one. Then kill him." Chapter 37. Is it a big deal that you are rich? The continental margin is under siege. 3 little stone men and 2 black scorpions. As Lu Yuan's genetic refinement level continues to increase, the strength of his black iron body is also increasing. During the time he entered the land of origin, he absorbed a lot of spirit crystals and increased the degree of refinement to 12%. Although the degree of tempering is not too high, you have to know that what Lu Yuan engraved is an extraordinary gene of elite quality. The main improvement in defense capability is enough to be compared with ordinary genetic warriors with 50 or even 60 tempering degree. In addition, he was wearing genetically armed armor, so his defensive capabilities were naturally extremely strong. As long as they don't hit his vital parts, these ferocious beasts can't cause him any substantial harm. They can only make him feel a little pain. Without any worries about defense, Lu Yuan focused on practicing his body movements and swordsmanship. Under the same strength, the genetic warrior with stronger physical skills will naturally be more powerful. In this regard, Lu Yuan does not want to lag behind. By dodging again and again, you can make your movements more efficient. Through repeated attacks, his swordsmanship became more and more powerful. It is very difficult to avoid the siege of 5 ferocious beasts. He was hit repeatedly, but he was not in a hurry at all. This ability to dodge can only be improved through constant practice. He swung the sword in his hand, leaving scars on the bodies of the 5 ferocious beasts from time to time. Not long after, a small stone man turned into a pile of rubble and fell to the ground. The remaining 4 ferocious beasts continued to besiege Lu Yuan, and it became much easier for Lu Yuan to hide. But I still get hit from time to time. Lu Yuan continued to attack, and just when he killed another little stone man, a sharp sound of breaking air came from behind him. Lu Yuan felt a chill on his back and instinctively sensed a hint of danger. He took a step and moved sideways. An arrow with a strong wind brushed past Lu Yuan's cheek and hit the head of a small stone man. Boom! A hole was pierced through the little stone man's head by the violent arrow attack. Its body shook and turned into rubble and fell to the ground. This attack capability is even stronger than Lu Yuan's. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank slightly, and he turned around to look. As soon as he turned around, a fireball came towards him. They actually launched a sneak attack. How insidious! Lu Yuan cursed inwardly and flashed again. The fireball passed through him and landed on the back of a black scorpion. The black scorpion screamed as it was engulfed by flames. A bloody hole exploded in its upper body and it fell to the ground. At the same time, Lu Yuan saw a Catman swordsman rushing towards him with a sword. Seeing this swordsman, Lu Yuan frowned slightly. It's you. This is exactly the Catman hunter we encountered yesterday. If it was him, then the 2 attacks just now. Lu Yuan raised his head and looked towards the corner. The Catman archer and elemental warrior we met last time are also here. But this time, Lu Yuan didn't have another team of warriors to help him. 3-1. This is a bit troublesome. Lu Yuan's face darkened. The Catman swordsman quickly rushed to Lu Yuan. That strange breathing rhythm sounded in Lu Yuan's ears again. The Catman swordsman held a greatsword and slashed diagonally towards Lu Yuan's neck from top to bottom. Lu Yuan exerted force with his legs and slashed out with the sword. Clang! Sparks flew on the 2 swords. Xie's face changed, and he took 2 steps back. Seeing that Lu Yuan did not retreat at all, he could not help but shrink his pupils and revealed a hint of shock. Your strength has become so much stronger. You know, the last time the 2 of them collided, they were evenly matched, and Xie even had a slight advantage. As a result, after such a short time, Lu Yuan had already gained the upper hand in the collision of power. Lu Yuan smiled. The last time, he had just entered the land of origin, and the degree of tempering was less than about 9%. But this time, his temper degree has reached 12%. This increases the degree of tempering by nearly 50%. Although Lu Yuan's black iron body is not mainly used to increase strength, it naturally has a significant effect on improving strength. Compared with the last time, even if Xie has improved, it will be difficult for him to be on par with Lu Yuan. After one strike, Lu Yuan took a step forward, intending to pursue the victory. However, just as he took a step forward, a sound of breaking air was heard. An arrow shot towards Lu Yuan's eyes, and at the same time, a fireball came towards him. Lu Yuan frowned. He moved sideways to avoid the arrows and fireballs. As soon as he dodged, the Catman swordsman moved forward again and stabbed Lu Yuan's unprotected abdomen with his sword. Lu Yuan blocked the Catman swordsman's sword with his sword, and at the same time, kicked the Catman swordsman in the abdomen. The Catman swordsman's pupil shrank, and he raised his left hand to block his leg. A muffled sound was heard, and the Catman swordsman took several steps back. Lu Yuan had no time to pursue, as 2 consecutive arrows were shot at him. At the same time, a fireball bigger than the previous one was also shot at him. The battle between Lu Yuan and Shi Yi was naturally seen by Jasmine and Nanqi from a distance. Their expressions also changed. What's going on? Xie is suppressed. How is that possible? Last time, the two of them were clearly about the same strength. If they had burst out in a short period of time, Xie should have been able to suppress this human. It's only been a short time. He's gotten so much stronger. Use all your strength. Otherwise, we will have to escape this time. Jasmine gritted her teeth. A ferocious look emerged on her delicate face, and the arrow in her hand flashed with a faint bloody light. Nanqi's face also turned cold, and the fireball on his staff grew bigger and bigger. The two sides fought together. Lu Yuan's individual strength is stronger than Xie's, but he cannot be killed in a short period of time. With Xie's distraction, Jasmine and Nanqi in the distance can easily attack Lu Yuan from a distance. The three of them cooperated very well. Every time Lu Yuan repelled Xie and wanted to pursue, Jasmine and Nanqi would suppress him with firepower and force Lu Yuan to retreat. And every time Lu Yuan wanted to go directly to cause trouble for Jasmine and Nanqi, Xie would restrain Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's speed was not fast to begin with, and it naturally became even slower under Xie's restraint. It was simply unrealistic for him to catch up with Moli and Nanqi. For a moment, the battle situation was a stalemate. Lu Yuan's face didn't look good either. My strength has improved, but so have these three Catman hunters. If the arrows of the Catman archer are as powerful as before, I can even withstand her arrows and kill the Catman swordsman first. He's a little annoyed. After fighting for a long time, no one was killed. This is the helplessness of the Guardian Warriors. The thief is strong in defense and very tanky, but he does not have the ability to launch a decisive attack. Gradually, time passed. Jasmine shot another arrow, her forehead covered with sweat, and she was panting. Nanqi next to him also looked a little pale. He looked at Lu Yuan in the distance with a look of doubt and uncertainty. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Jasmine nodded repeatedly. It's not right. What's wrong with this human? He has been maintaining his fighting skills. Could it be that his spiritual power has not been exhausted? Nanqi was also surprised. Our fighting skills are all offensive fighting skills. We have been using them continuously, and now our spiritual power has been almost used up. How could he use a continuous defensive fighting skill for so long? Looking at him, he is still so energetic, as if his spiritual power has not reached its limit. In the distance, the battle between Lu Yuan and Xie was still going on. Xie's expression had turned pale, and his originally rosy skin had become much darker. His fighting skills were almost unsustainable. However, Lu Yuan did not seem to have changed at all, and was still covered in black iron. Clang! Another collision. Xie's face turned pale, and he took 5 or 6 steps back. His hands were shaking slightly, and even holding the sword became difficult for him. He stared at Lu Yuan. How come you have so much spiritual power? Lu Yuan smiled. Who made me strong? Of course, he wouldn't say that he had a spirit crystal in the center of his left hand, which was constantly absorbing spiritual energy. This was already the 4th spirit crystal he had absorbed spiritual energy from. After all, his degree of tempering is not as good as those of these 3 Catman hunters, and his spiritual power is definitely not as good as that of the Catman hunters. If it was an ordinary protracted war, Lu Yuan would definitely be the loser. But who made Lu Yuan able to absorb spirit crystals to restore his spiritual power? This is long-lasting. Now, Lu Yuan could already feel that the Catman swordsman in front of him was beginning to feel overwhelmed. He smiled. Next, it's my turn, right? He had been working on it for so long and finally exhausted all of this guy's spiritual power. How difficult it was. He took a step forward, his body shot out like lightning, and slashed towards the Catman swordsman with his sword. The whistling sword wind blew the Catman swordsman's hair. His face changed drastically, and he threw himself to the side. Lu Yuan's sword slashed on the ground, leaving a sword mark on the ground. Lu Yuan raised his sword and rushed towards the Catman swordsman again. The Catman swordsman was shocked and dodged repeatedly. Why don't you just hide if you have the guts? Lu Yuan was happy and kept attacking. Xie felt a huge pressure. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he roared. Moli, Nanqi, come and support us. Jasmine and Nanqi in the distance changed their expressions and struggled to squeeze out their spiritual power again to use combat skills to attack. Lu Yuan swung his sword and knocked the arrow away, extinguishing the fireball. He smiled and said, "That's the strength of the attack? The spiritual power of both of them should have been almost consumed, right? Do you think you're the only one who is consuming it?" Hearing this, Xia's face changed. Seeing Lu Yuan rushing up again, Xia gritted his teeth and showed a trace of heartache. He took out a bottle of potion that sparkled with starlight and drank it. When he saw the potion, Lu Yuan's expression changed slightly. Spiritual power recovery potion. He had forgotten that such a potion existed. After eating it, this guy's spiritual power probably recovered slowly, even if your spiritual power is restored. Before Lu Yuan finished speaking, she took out another piece of blood red potion and drank it, then took out a bottle of light green potion and drank it. Jasmine and Nanchi, who were not far away, also took out potions and drank them one after another. Lu Yuan felt their gradually growing aura, and his expression suddenly changed. Damn it, the potion is free, right? How can you drink it like this? You think you are rich. Chapter 38, Underground Palace Ant Nest. Boom! The fighting skills that had originally dissipated from Xia's body were restored again, and a light red color appeared on his skin. He stepped on the ground and rushed towards Lu Yuan in an instant, slashing at Lu Yuan's neck with the long sword. The giant sword cut through the air, causing a whistling wind. Lu Yuan's face darkened, and he raised his sword to meet the enemy. Clang! Lu Yuan felt a huge force coming that was much stronger than before. His expression changed slightly, and he took 2 steps back. On the other hand, Xia did not retreat a single step. Seeing this, Xia revealed a ferocious smile. He snorted coldly and swung his sword towards Lu Yuan again. The attacks came wave after wave, continuously. Lu Yuan's expression changed slightly. He continued to resist the attacks and took steps backwards. Clang! Another collision. Lu Yuan took another step back and moved closer to the wall. At this time, Xia moved sideways for a distance. Lu Yuan heard a sharp sound of breaking air and also felt the scorching heat. Oh no! His face changed, and he quickly dodged to the side. Call out! The arrow, with a black light, passed through Lu Yuan's shoulder, tearing a hole in the armor on his shoulder. Fortunately, the arrow did not hit Lu Yuan's body. Otherwise, even with his current defense, he would still be injured. The fireball passed by Lu Yuan's edge and landed on the wall behind him. Boom! The fireball exploded, and a wave of fire gushed out with surging hot air, falling heavily on Lu Yuan's back. Lu Yuan couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Xia, who had dodged before, appeared again at this moment. His cat-like eyes were filled with cold mockery. He gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands and slashed towards Lu Yuan's waist with the sword. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank, all the muscles in his body tensed, and he took a step and moved sideways for a distance. The long sword slashed across his waist, cutting his skin, and a trickle of blood flowed out. Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had practiced the movement skills before. Otherwise, you might not be able to avoid this. After dodging Xia's attack, Lu Yuan took several steps back. He looked at Xia, Jasmine, and Nanchi in the distance, and a cold look appeared on his face. A bottle of light black potion appeared in his hand, and he tilted his head back to drink it. Common defensive potion. After drinking the potion, Lu Yuan could clearly feel that the potion turned into an invisible spiritual power fluctuation in his body, forming a special barrier. He could feel that this barrier greatly improved his defensive capabilities. Ordinary quality defense potions can increase defense capabilities by approximately 20. How strong is Lu Yuan's defensive capability at this moment? If it increases by another 20%, it will become outrageous. The only problem is that the price is too high. 1 bottle costs 10,000 yuan. When he thought of the price, a trace of pain flashed across his eyes. Damn it, he had worked so hard for so long, but the materials he obtained only cost a little over 10,000. This time it's all gone. He looked at Xia and the others with strong, murderous intent in his eyes. It's all because of those bastards. What medicine should I use? Seeing Lu Yuan drink the defense-enhancing potion, the expressions of Xia and the other 2 changed slightly. Damn it, this guy actually bought potions. Xia, Jasmine called out from the distance. Xia looked at Lu Yuan, his eyes flashed, and he nodded. Withdraw. He ran towards Jasmine and Nanchi. Lu Yuan watched them run away, and his face twitched. Damn it, I drank the potion and lost 10,000. If I let you get away, will I still be a human being? He rushed directly in the direction where the three people were fleeing. We must not let them escape this time. As soon as he rushed out, Lu Yuan saw that the three people had already run more than 30 meters. I have to admit that his speed is indeed inferior to the other three, especially now that the Catman Swordsman and Catman Archer have both drunk the speed potion. Although the Catman Elemental Warrior did not drink the potion, he was carried on the back of the Catman Swordsman, and his speed was not slow. If Lu Yuan wants to catch up with them, he will probably have to drink a speed-enhancing potion. However, that stuff costs 50,000 per bottle. He has already lost 10,000 now. If he kills those 3 hunters and nothing good drops, he will lose another 50,000? He really couldn't accept it. The most important thing is that was the trump card he kept to escape when he encountered danger, and it was not worth using it here. But he was unwilling to not pursue her now. He could only grit his teeth and continue chasing the 3 Catman hunters. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind. After he breaks through to the first level, the gene that is recorded must be of the speed type. The two sides were chasing and fleeing, and before long, Lu Yuan found that the distance between them was getting farther and farther. The 3 Catman hunters were actually about 50 meters away from him. In a short period of time, he was thrown 20 meters away. I'm a tortoise, right? Lu Yuan couldn't help but curse himself. The fire in the underground palace passage was dim, and there was darkness in the distance. If they ran a little further, Lu Yuan might not even be able to see them. Fortunately, there is no other fork in the road here, otherwise he would probably be left behind by these 3 cat hunters. However, if you continue, you will reach a fork in the road sooner or later. It was only a matter of time before he was left behind. Just when Lu Yuan looked unhappy, a low growl suddenly came from distance. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. It was the voice of the little stone man. He saw 2 piles of rubble in the distance, and rocks from 2 little stone men were flying towards the 3 Catman hunters. Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile. However, just as his smile appeared, 2 consecutive fireballs hit the rubble. Before the 2 piles of rubble had completed their transformation, they had turned into a pile of real rubble. There is no need for the Catman Swordsman or Catman Archer to take action. The Catman Elemental Warrior, being carried on his back, can have his hands free to deal with any ferocious beast he encounters. Judging from their level of proficiency, these 3 Catman hunters must have been hunted quite a few times. The smile on Lu Yuan's face froze. The little stone man is too weak. The current strength of these 3 Catman hunters is not much different from his after drinking the potion. The little stone man can't stop it at all. Lu Yuan's heart sank again. However, Lu Yuan did not give up the pursuit. He still felt a little unwilling. Maybe this road is a dead end? How will these 3 bastards escape then? Lu Yuan was feeling a little excited. After running for a while, the 3 cat hunters were getting closer and closer to the darkness. Nanshi lay on Xie's back and killed a black scorpion that wanted to sneak attack them with a fireball. He turned and glanced behind him. Lu Yuan, who was more than 70 meters away, stared at them coldly. Nanshi was delighted and challenged with a grin. Human, with your turtle-like speed, you think you can catch up with us? Maybe in the next life. Jasmine carried a longbow on her back and rolled her eyes at Nanshi. We haven't escaped yet. Xie's face was cold. This human must hate us to death. That can't be helped. After all, we've met twice. I didn't expect his strength to improve so quickly. It was obviously not easy for him to deal with Xie alone last time. Jasmine looked unhappy. This guy might be a genius. Nanshi grinned, not caring at all. So what if he's a genius? The worst that can happen is that we can just avoid him next time we see him. He's a guardian type, and he's so slow. How can he chase us? Well, let's escape this time first. Why is there no fork in the road yet? Jasmine frowned and spoke. However, before she could finish her words, the ground she had just stepped on suddenly cracked, forming a large hole, and she fell down. Not only her, but also Xie beside her, and Nanshi, who was carried on Xie's back, fell down as well. After falling about 5 meters, they stepped on the ground again. But this time, their faces turned pale. Damn it, it's an ant nest. We are so unlucky, aren't we? We actually came across an ant nest. Jasmine and Nanshi's eyes were filled with despair. Xie's mouth also twitched violently. He looked at the passages on both sides. There were no torches in the passages inside the ant nest, and even with the enhanced vision of the genetic warriors, they could only see a distance of no more than 5 meters. It was pitch black in the distance. However, The genetic warrior's extraordinary hearing allowed him to hear a rustling sound approaching quickly. Xia's pupils shrank. Think of a way to get up first. No, that human is up there. He wants to tear us apart. Nanqi spoke quickly. Xia twitched the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Jasmine's expression changed drastically. Here it comes. Hearing this, Nanqi and Xia's faces also changed. They looked around and saw yellow ants about 1 meter tall like giant dogs, crawling out from the depths of the dim passages on both sides. Sand ants in the underground palace. Their strength ranges from 10% to 99% tempering degree, making them one of the most powerful groups in the Sandstone Underground Palace. The ant nests in the Sandstone Underground Palace can be said to be distributed throughout the entire Sandstone Underground Palace. The underground sand ant's deep black eyes stare at the 3 Catman hunters, and the antennae on its head kept shaking. A moment later, several underground sand ants screamed and rushed towards the 3 Catman hunters frantically. Pheromone Judgment, it's an intruder. Chapter 39 Transaction. Damn it! Attack! Seeing several underground sand ants rushing over, Xia's face changed and he roared. Nanqi and Molly's expressions also changed slightly. They attacked without any hesitation. Fireballs and arrows were shot out, killing 2 underground sand ants. Xia also swung his sword and chopped the head of an underground sand ant in half. However, one after another, the underground sand ants continued to scream and rushed over with 3 Catman warriors. For a moment, the 2 sides began a fierce battle. Lu Yuan had been following Xia and the other 2 when he suddenly heard a loud roar. He glanced ahead with some confusion. What happened? He continued running forward quickly. Soon, he saw a deep pit on the ground of the passage. Then, Lu Yuan heard Xia's roar, the hissing of the sand ants in the underground palace, and the sounds of fighting. This deep pit, the sound. Ant nest of underground sand ants. Lu Yuan's expression changed suddenly. Yesterday, Lu Yuan looked at the illustrated guide to the vicious beasts in Sandrock City, and naturally also saw the introduction to the sand ants in the underground palace. If you encounter a small group of underground palace sand ants in the underground palace passage, it is okay to kill them if you can defeat them. But if you come across the nest of underground sand ants, the author of the illustrated book only gave 2 words. That is, escape. If you enter the nest of underground sand ants, you will be regarded as an invader, and all the sand ants will rush over to besiege you. If 1 doesn't work, try 10. If 10 don't work, try 100, until the invader is killed. You should know that there are tens of thousands of sand ants in an ant nest of underground sand ants. If a group of people attack you, and their numbers are too large, no matter how strong you are, you will not be able to withstand it after your spiritual power is exhausted. Genetic warriors can also get tired. What's more, in addition to ordinary worker ants, there are also elite soldier ants. If it is a giant ant nest, there may even be a boss-level existence. Not to mention the leader-level underground sand ants. Would you die if faced with the siege of a group of elite soldier ants? Although Lu Yuan's defense is not weak now, he still cannot withstand it if he encounters elite-level soldier ants. Elite soldier ants are different from black-striped limestone beetles. The degree of tempering of black-striped limestone beetles is originally lower. The moment he saw this information, Lu Yuan had made up his mind that he would never go to the underground sand ant's nest to commit suicide. Unexpectedly, I encountered an ant nest here. Lu Yuan immediately thought of retreating. However, listening to the sounds of fighting below the deep pit, Lu Yuan's expression kept changing and he looked a little conflicted. After all, I used the defense enhancement potion that cost 10,000 yuan a bottle. Is it really true that I got nothing in return? That's 10,000 yuan. But for 10,000 yuan, if you get caught in the siege of sand ants in the underground palace, it's not worth it. Lu Yuan's heart was conflicted, but his steps were involuntarily stepped towards the deep pit cautiously. Well, I'll just take a look. With my defensive ability, ordinary worker ants can't break my defense at all. As long as I'm not besieged by elite soldier ants or worker ants with a particularly high degree of tempering, I shouldn't be in danger. At the very least, I have to watch the 3 hunters die with my own eyes. Of course, it would be best if they could drop something good. Lu Yuan kept comforting himself in his heart. Soon, he reached the edge of the pit. Lu Yuan lowered his head and looked down. I saw a pit about 5 meters deep. There are 2 dark passages on both sides of the pit. Sand ants from the underground palace kept running out of the passage and attacking the 3 Catman hunters in the center of the pit. The three Catman hunters are quite powerful, especially now that they are still taking potions. The effect of the drugs has not yet worn off, so their strength is naturally stronger. All the underground sand ants that attacked them were killed by them. There was a thick layer of corpses of underground sand ants on the ground, about 20 of them. Lu Yuan looked at him and raised his eyebrows. If this goes on, when there are enough corpses of sand ants in the underground palace, maybe they can block the passage? Then these three cat hunters can escape. No, I'm still here, so they have been caught by me, right? Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he found that this was not a bad idea. Xia and the other three cat people also noticed that the number of corpses was gradually increasing. Xia's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of surprise. We use the corpses of sand ants to block the passage. Good idea. Nanqi's eyes lit up. Xia, you go, you have the most strength. The two of us will support you. Xia, the corners of his mouth twitched, but he had no way to refute. At this moment, the underground sand ants also discovered this. A few underground sand ants did not pounce on the three Catman hunters, but picked up the bodies of dead underground sand ants and retreated back into the passage. The corpses of sand ants that originally covered the ground were quickly cleared away. The expressions of Xie and the other two suddenly turned ugly. Nanqi cursed. Are these ant spirits? They're so smart. Jasmine looked at the underground palace sand ants that kept rushing out, her face pale. What should we do? If we continue like this, we will be exhausted to death sooner or later. Xie's face was gloomy. He killed a sand ant in the underground palace casually and felt that his spiritual power was being consumed rapidly again. Suddenly, Xie thought of something and his expression changed. By the way, where's that human? The other two were stunned, and they looked up at the top of the pit at the same time. Then they saw Lu Yuan, who was squatting on the edge of the deep pit, watching them silently. Seeing them looking over, Lu Yuan waved at them and smiled. Hello, my three cat friends. I never thought I could catch up with you again with my turtle-like speed. Three cat hunters. When they saw the smile on Lu Yuan's face, their teeth were about to break. Especially Nanqi, who had mocked Lu Yuan with these words before, was now gritting his teeth and wished he could throw a fireball at Lu Yuan. In the end, he still threw the fireball at a dungeon sand ant that was about to rush towards him. He said coldly, Human, we are really unlucky to have come across an ant nest. What's the point of you watching the show here? Lu Yuan smiled and said, Who said I was just watching the show? I'm still waiting for you to die, so I could go down and pick up the things you dropped. Hearing this, the three catmen gnashed their teeth. Jasmine glanced at Lu Yuan coldly. I hope you don't die in the mouth of the underground palace sand ants. Thank you for your concern, beautiful lady, but you are a good person. There is no possibility for us. Asshole! Nanqi and Jasmine were both extremely angry. Human, how about we make a deal? At this time, Xie, who had been silent all the time, spoke. Lu Yuan was stunned and looked at Xie, somewhat puzzled. What can we trade? If you let us out and don't attack us, we will give you the spirit crystals. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Give me the spirit crystal? Yes. I might as well tell you that we just came in not long ago and have not gained anything yet. Even if we die, you can only get less than 100 spirit crystals and a dozen materials. Lu Yuan's expression froze for a moment. A dozen ingredients? How the hell is this treating a beggar? The medicine he used cost 10,000 yuan. Wouldn't that be a loss? Seeing that Lu Yuan didn't say anything, Xie's eyes lit up. There's hope. This human seems to be in great need of spiritual crystals. He struck while the iron was hot. If you let us out and don't attack us, each of us can give you 1,000 spirit crystals. 1,000 spirit crystals per person. Lu Yuan looked at Xi and repeated the sentence. 1,000 for one person, 3,000 for three people. Then he would have to kill thousands of ferocious beasts in the sandstone underground palace. This would take him a long time to kill. Damn, so exciting. Yes, 1,000 per person. How's that? Xie killed a sand ant in the underground palace with a sword and spoke. Lu Yuan fell silent. Xie didn't say anything, and neither did Moli and Nanqi. They silently killed the underground sand ants that kept appearing. It has to be said that as the number of sand ants in the underground palace increases, their pressure is also increasing. Besides, the effects of ordinary medicines only last for 20 minutes at most. Now the effect of the medicine is almost over. For a moment, Xie and the other two were extremely anxious. At this moment, Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Your offer is very tempting, but I refuse." When they heard Lu Yuan's words, Xie and the other two's faces changed. "Why? Who knows if you guys have lied to me? Maybe you've gained a lot this time? And what if I let you out and you continue to run away? Do I have to keep chasing you? The most important thing is..." Lu Yuan smiled, with a hint of coldness in his eyes, and gnashed his teeth. "You three bastards tried to kill me twice in a row. I won't be happy unless I kill you once. Although I, Lu, am short of money, I really want to kill you three bastards even more. Every time he comes in, he messes with me, Lu. Am I easy? I'll kill you this time, and see if you dare to do it again next time." Although he said so, Lu Yuan still felt a dull pain in his heart. 3,000 spirit crystals. If you get it, it will be a huge sum of money. Chapter 40, Massacre, the Power of the Guardian System. The anger of the three Catman hunters was of no avail. As the effects of the potion on them gradually wore off and the number of sand ants continued to increase, they no longer even felt angry. Just resisting the siege of sand ants had exhausted all their strength. However, this was of no use, and eventually the three Catman hunters were swallowed by sand ants, and their blood dyed the ground red. After the three Catman hunters died, the surrounding space distorted and a lot of things fell out. Lu Yuan looked at the thing on the ground with his eyes wide open. Not only was there a pile of spirit crystals and materials, there were also 2 white balls of light. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Is this genetic weapon or extraordinary gene? This time it posted, "This Catman swordsman is really evil." She actually lied to him and said there was no gain. Such a great harvest. Lu Yuan jumped down from the top of the deep pit to the ant nest, swung the sword in his hand, instantly killed 2 sand ants, and knocked the rest of the sand ants away, clearing a space. On the ground, the bodies of 3 Catman hunters lay flat, gradually turning into white light and dissipating. The genetic warriors who died in the place of origin will eventually return to the real world and be resurrected. Lu Yuan didn't care about the disappearance of their bodies. He quickly picked up the 2 light balls on the ground. He took a look and saw 2 sets of leather armor inside the light ball, which were genetic weapons. Although it is not as valuable as extraordinary genes, it can still be sold for tens of thousands of dollars. For Lu Yuan, it's pretty good. As soon as Lu Yuan picked up the 2 balls of light, the surrounding sand ants screamed and pounced on him again. "I just killed 3 invaders, but unexpectedly another one came." The sand ants attacked Lu Yuan frantically, but Lu Yuan's expression did not change. He was wearing armor and always maintained a body of black iron, with strong defensive capabilities. Although the effect of the defensive potion has now ended, ordinary sand ants are still unable to break his defense. A sand ant clamped Lu Yuan's thigh with its huge jaws, causing a cracking sound. Lu Yuan could only feel a slight stinging pain. "Get lost!" Lu Yuan let out a low roar and kicked the sand ant that was determined to break his thigh away. While cleaning up the sand ants, he picked up the spirit crystals and materials on the ground one by one. Not only were there the spirit crystals and materials dropped by the 3 Catman hunters who had died before, but there were also the spirit crystals dropped by the sand ants they had killed before. However, the bodies of the sand ants were dragged back to the ant nest by their companions, and the materials could not be collected. Moreover, the most precious material of sand ants is a peculiar tendon in their bodies, which needs to be cut open to be collected, and cannot be collected in this environment. Lu Yuan naturally gave up the idea of collecting the tendons of sand ants. Not long after, Lu Yuan picked up all the spirit crystals and materials that had dropped before. The sand ants continued to attack the landing edge. Lu Yuan looked at the densely packed sand ants rushing out from the 2 passages, and his original idea of retreating directly dissipated a little. With so many sand ants, even if you don't collect their materials, you can make a lot of money just from the spirit crystals they drop. If it were anyone else, facing so many sand ants could be a fatal threat. But Lu Yuan is different. He always maintains his body of black iron, and these worker ants cannot break his defense. And his spiritual power can be constantly replenished and will not be exhausted. This gives Lu Yuan the capital to continue fighting here, unless you encounter worker ants with a high degree of tempering or elite soldier ants. However, more than 100 of these sand ants have died, and no stronger worker ants or soldier ants have appeared, which means that this sand ant nest may not be too big. Even if there are elite soldier ants, their number is probably not large. It is not too late for him to leave when he encounters powerful worker ants or soldier ants that he cannot deal with. After all, the pit was not high, and it was easy for him to climb up. It is not easy to find such a large number of ferocious beasts that are difficult to break through his defense in other places. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan took a deep breath and looked at the worker ants that were constantly besieging him. Let's get started. He gripped the sword tightly with both hands and began to reap the lives of the worker ants that besieged him. 5, 10, 20, 100. When Lu Yuan felt tired, he used spirit crystals to absorb spiritual energy, always keeping his black iron body running at full capacity. He no longer remembered how many sand ants he had killed. His body was already covered with the transparent mucus left behind by the dead sand ants. At the same time, he also consciously practiced his body movements and swordsmanship. His physical skills and swordsmanship were also improving steadily. Laugh. A black sword light flashed by, and Lu Yuan killed a sand ant with one sword. A ball of white light emerged from the body of the sand ant. Lu Yuan's spirit, which had already become a little numb, was shocked. Got something? He quickly picked up the ball of light and took a look. It was a pair of daggers that looked like sand ant crocodiles. A white genetically armed dagger. Lu Yuan smiled. The probability of an ordinary ferocious beast obtaining genetic weapons is extremely low, but I didn't expect his luck to be so good. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he killed a large number of sand ants. Quantity will lead to qualitative change. Squeak! Lu Yuan put away the genetic weapon and was about to continue hunting. Suddenly, a sharp cry was heard, and chaotic footsteps were heard in the passage in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's face changed, and without thinking, he stepped on the head of a sand ant and jumped up. As a genetic warrior, Lu Yuan's abilities in all aspects are extremely powerful, and this is naturally true for his ricochet ability. He jumped up to a height of nearly 4 meters. Then he held the sword in his right hand and grabbed the protruding rock at the edge of the pit with his left hand. He exerted force with his arms and rose up again. In less than a second, he flipped out of the deep pit about 5 meters high. After climbing out of the deep pit, Lu Yuan ran directly towards the depths of the passage. After running for dozens of meters, Lu Yuan turned around and saw 2 huge yellow sand ants about 1 meter and 78 meters tall rushing out of the deep pit. Behind them, there were dense swarms of sand ants. Those sand ants were generally about 1.2 meters tall and looked much stronger than those they had encountered before. It is the strong one in the ant nest. Lu Yuan's heart trembled, and he continued to run away. There were calls and footsteps behind me. After Lu Yuan ran for a distance, he saw several forks in the road. He randomly found a fork in the road and continued to escape. He ignored the small stone men, black scorpions, and other ferocious beasts he encountered along the way and allowed them to attack him. They ran like this for about half an hour. When Lu Yuan could no longer hear any sound from behind him, he stopped in a passage where there were no ferocious beasts. He leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. After a moment, after calming down, Lu Yuan looked at the mucus on his body and frowned. He found a corner, put away his genetic weapon, took off his clothes, washed himself with clean water and shower gel, and then felt comfortable. After changing his clothes, Lu Yuan put on his armor again. Because of the previous battles with 3 hunters and the ant colony, Lu Yuan's armor now had quite a few cracks. The repair of genetic weapons requires a special equipment refiner. Lu Yuan does not know how to refine equipment, so naturally he cannot repair it. Just wear it like this. Fortunately, his beetle claw sword was of elite quality and much harder than armor, and it looked pretty good. Lu Yuan found a place to sit down and began to count the harvest. First of all, there are 3 sets of genetic weapons. 2 sets are leather armor, and 1 set is a dagger. Although they're all ordinary level, these 3 sets of genetic weapons can be sold for more than 100,000, and their materials. Lu Yuan had not had the chance to collect materials for sand ants before, but the 3 hunters did drop a lot of them. The heart of a small stone man, the sting of a poisonous scorpion, the silk of a spider in a dungeon, the tendons of a sand ant. There are many types, totaling more than 200. These things add up to tens of thousands of dollars. This is just foreplay. The real highlight is the spirit crystals piled up like a hill. The 3 hunters had dropped more than 1,000 spirit crystals before, and later they killed nearly 100 sand ants, which also dropped almost 200. Adding up, there were about 1,500 spirit crystals. The rest were all obtained by Lu Yuan by killing sand ants. Lu Yuan obtained more than 1,500 spirit crystals. In other words, Lu Yuan had killed more than 500 sand ants before. You know, the 3 cat hunters before only killed nearly 100 before they were swallowed up by the ant colony. Lu Yuan was just one person, but he killed 5 times as many sand ants as them. Lu Yuan was numb from all the killing before, so he instinctively dodged the attacks, swung his sword, and absorbed the spiritual power from the spirit crystal to keep his black iron body running. He himself didn't expect that he would kill so many sand ants. Looking at the mountains of spirit crystals, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile excitedly. It seems that the Guardian gene is still advantageous. If my combat skills this time were not the defensive type of black iron body, but the offensive type of combat skills, then I would not be able to avoid the attacks of the sand ants, and I would definitely get injured in the end and then be swallowed by the ant colony. Perhaps when facing fast gene warriors, the Guardian gene seems a bit cumbersome. However, when facing a group of ferocious beasts, the power of the Guardian gene was revealed, especially when he absorbs the infinite spiritual power of the spirit crystal. It's almost cheating. In this underground palace full of ferocious beasts, this advantage is too huge. In comparison, the slightly clumsy speed seems less important. Chapter 41 Li Luo Big Profit. Of the more than 3,000 spirit crystals, Lu Yuan kept 500 to be used for absorbing and tempering the gene chain. Lu Yuan used all of the remaining 2,000 spirit crystals to charge the evolution cube. At this moment, the evolution cube once again glowed with a faint blue light, which was deeper than the first time. However, at this moment, the energy of the evolution cube is still not enough to evolve the black iron body. But Lu Yuan was not in a hurry. He thought about it carefully and realized that every time genes evolved, there would definitely be changes in genetic combat skills. Many people have seen his current black iron body. If he evolves his black iron body during the apprentice stage, his fighting skills will also change accordingly. He is still an apprentice and has not yet burned the second gene, but his fighting skills have changed. This is so strange. There is no doubt that he is a genius, but the thing called evolutionary genes is too magical, and Lu Yuan will never let others know about it. If I let others know that I have the ability to evolve genes, I would be in great danger. Therefore, Lu Yuan thought that he would evolve his black iron body after he broke through to the first level. At that time, he could announce to the outside world that he had obtained this second extraordinary gene. Although it is powerful to have a leader-level extraordinary gene engraved at the first stage, it is not unheard of. At most, people will regard it as a super genius, and he can secretly record another gene. By then, with the blessing of the 2 leaders' extraordinary genes, how strong will he be? It's scary to think about. The evolution cube absorbed the spirit crystals, and Lu Yuan himself also absorbed a portion of the spirit crystals to temper his gene chain. Until he could no longer bear it, the degree of his genetic refinement had reached 14%. If other people knew about this cultivation speed, they would probably be shocked. There are about 200 spirit crystals left, and Lu Yuan plans to keep them. In fact, spirit crystals can be sold for money, but for gene warriors, the preciousness of spirit crystals is definitely far beyond money. Generally, not many gene warriors will exchange raw crystals for money. Even if Lu Yuan was so poor, he would not consider selling spirit crystals. After absorbing the spirit crystal, Lu Yuan rested for a while, ate something, and then set off again to continue hunting ferocious beasts. As Lu Yuan's strength increased, his efficiency in hunting ferocious beasts became higher and higher. Soon, his materials filled the battle pattern space. At this moment, the light gate for exiting was less than half lit. Next, we have to hunt down the ferocious beasts, so we can only sell the materials. The place where materials are sold is naturally the small market at the exit of the underground palace. It is difficult to determine the direction in the underground palace, but fortunately there was guidance in the post when I bought the map before. There's a kind of grass in the underground palace that has a strong ability to attract wind. This type of grass will grow in the direction of fast air movement. Inside the underground palace, although the principle is unknown, the air quality has always been good, but the airflow will only become faster towards the exit. As long as you find this grass, you can find the direction of the exit by following its growth direction. Lu Yuan searched in the nearby passage for a while, and soon found a small purple grass in the corner. The grass crawls against the wall and grows in one direction. Lu Yuan smiled, and moved towards a direction where the grass grew. While searching for wind-traveling grass along the way, Lu Yuan discovered that the number of ferocious beasts was getting smaller and smaller, and occasionally he could even see other teams of genetic warriors. When each genetic warrior team saw Lu Yuan, they all looked at him warily. They didn't let down their guard until Lu Yuan left. Of course, there were also human genetic warriors. After seeing Lu Yuan, they smiled and nodded as a greeting. In such a place, the relationship between people of the same ethnic group is closer than that between people of different ethnic groups. If two teams of genetic warriors were to fight, it was customary to help one's own kind. This is true not just for humans, but also for cat people, elves, and kobolds. After walking for a while, Lu Yuan finally found the exit. After leaving the underground palace, the biting cold wind blew in his face, making Lu Yuan shiver. It is night now, the darkness covers the entire desert, and the night wind is biting. The sky was filled with bright stars and silver lights sprinkled down, so it didn't seem dark at all. Buying materials, ordinary materials, elite materials, all kinds of materials are accepted. Large quantities are preferred. Prices are guaranteed to satisfy you. A late-night stall, grilled scorpion meat, grilled ant legs, and stir-fried spider meat. Hurry up. Selling genetic weapons. Selling genetic weapons. The price is negotiable. Even though it was late at night, there were still many genetic warriors setting up stalls and selling goods at the exit. Not everyone likes to fight with ferocious beasts. It is also a good thing to earn spirit crystals by doing business and improve the degree of gene refinement. Of course, there may be special reasons for this. After all, many genetic warriors have signed contracts with the consortium, so perhaps this is the consortium's mission. However, Lu Yuan discovered that all the vendors were humans, and there were no ogres, catmen, or elves. Elves are rather arrogant and disdain to set up stalls on the roadside. Cat people seem to have internal digestive tracts, which are somewhat different from the other three races. Lu Yuan came to a small stall that sold materials with a particularly loud name. The stall owner was a human youth. After seeing Lu Yuan, his eyes lit up and he smiled brightly. "Sir, do you want to sell materials? Well, look at the price." Lu Yuan took out the materials he wanted to sell and placed them on the stall. "It's a lot. It looks like the sir has made a great harvest this time. Well, one heart of the little stone man costs 2 spirit crystals. One poisonous scorpion tail needle costs 3 spirit crystals, and one ball of spider silk costs 3.5 spirit crystals. A total of 1,139.5 spirit crystals here. I'll round it up to 1140 spirit crystals. What do you think?" Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. "Okay, let's take this price." Before, Lu Yuan had also looked at the market price of these materials in the place of origin. This young man thought the price was quite fair, and the price was already the highest in the market. Lu Yuan was already very satisfied to have 1140 spirit crystals. Adding the remaining spirit crystals he has now, the number of his spirit crystals has reached 1,387. He planned not to use these spirit crystals to be absorbed by the evolution cube, but to use them for cultivation and as a reserve of spiritual power. After collecting the spirit crystal handed over by the young man, Lu Yuan was about to leave when a young man smiled and said, "Wait a moment, sir. What's wrong?" Lu Yuan looked at him with some confusion. "Sir, I see you're a Lone Ranger. You have made quite a lot of gains this time, so you should be quite strong, right? Any questions?" "Look, I'm a material supplier under Linglong Chamber of Commerce, and I have a lot of pressure on my monthly sales. How about this? If you come to me every time you want to sell materials, I will definitely give you the highest price in the market. You won't be able to find a higher price anywhere else." The young man smiled and spoke. Lu Yuan suddenly realized, no wonder the young man had given such a good price before. He thought about it and nodded. "No problem. As long as I'm still in the underground palace, I will definitely find you if I have materials." It doesn't matter who he sells to. For Lu Yuan, it would be less troublesome to find a familiar material supplier. When the young man saw that Lu Yuan agreed, his eyes lit up and his smile became even brighter. "My name is Li Luo. What's your name, sir?" "My last name is Lu. Mr. Lu, I hope we can cooperate more in the future. By the way, Mr. Lu, do you have a communication crystal? How about adding a contact number? I haven't bought any yet." Lu Yuan wondered if he should really prepare a communication crystal. Otherwise, you won't be able to communicate with others when the time comes. "Is that so? If you want to sell materials, just come here. I'm basically here." Lu Yuan nodded, and then entered the underground palace again. After all, There are less than 2 months left before the college entrance examination, and his current cultivation level is still a bit low. You have to practice well before the college entrance examination. Also, there's been no news about the Black Shadow, and Lu Yuan has a thorn in his heart. He can only feel safe if he practices hard and improves his own strength. In the following time, Lu Yuan continued to hunt ferocious beasts in the underground palace. His strength was growing stronger and stronger, and the ferocious beasts in the outer area of the underground palace could no longer pose any threat to him. With his powerful defensive ability and inexhaustible spiritual power, he could be said to have swept all the way. He could kill hundreds of ferocious beasts every day, and naturally he would gain a lot of spirit crystals and materials. He even had to go out of the underground palace every day to sell some materials. The next day, when Lu Yuan went out of the underground palace to sell materials, Li Luo was stunned. "Mr. Lu, what can I do for you?" "Selling materials, of course." Lu Yuan threw a pile of materials on the stall. Li Luo opened his eyes wide. "You killed all these in one day?" Lu Yuan nodded. In fact, he has tried his best to choose materials that are expensive and easy to carry. The number of ferocious beasts he killed was about twice the amount of materials. Li Luo Duo looked at Lu Yuan, then counted the materials. A total of 1,100 spirit crystals. On the third day, Li Luo looked at the pile of materials that Lu Yuan put down. "Mr. Lu, you have gained so much today. You are really powerful. Let me count them for you." A total of 1,120 spirit crystals. He smiled and gave the spirit crystal to Lu Yuan. "Thanks to Mr. Lu, I feel my performance has improved a bit." Lu Yuan smiled and said, "If you want to thank me, just give me some more spirit crystals." "Ah, Mr. Lu, you're joking. I've already given you the highest amount within my rights. If it's any higher, I'm afraid I'll be out of job." Lu Yuan smiled and didn't care. Ever since the battle at the ant nest, he had discovered the power of the guardian system. With his defensive abilities, he can move freely in the underground palace. He can kill 500 to 600 ferocious beasts every day. Even without counting the materials, he could harvest more than 1,500 spirit crystals every day. If the materials are included, he can harvest more than 2,600 spirit crystals every day. In 3 days, the number of his spirit crystals reached 6,643. You should know that the current market price outside is 150 to 200 yuan to buy one spirit crystal. Even if you calculate it based on the lowest price of 150, he has earned more than 997,000 yuan in these 3 days. Chapter 42, Death Around Us. Of course, Lu Yuan would not sell the spirit crystal. He also needs to use it to charge the evolution cube and for cultivation. After putting away the spirit crystal, Lu Yuan entered the underground palace again. This time, before Lu Yuan could fill the battle pattern space with materials, the light gate for exiting had been completely restored. "Is it time?" Lu Yuan killed a little stone man with one sword and picked up the little stone man's heart on the ground. His vision went dark as he thought about it. When his vision returned, he was already in his own, simple little room. He instinctively looked out the window. Outside the window was a deep blue sky, and the neon lights that had been shining all night dimmed. "Morning already? You stayed a little longer this time than last time." Lu Yuan took out his cell phone and saw that it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. This time he entered the land of origin at 9 o'clock, which meant he stayed there for 10 hours. 5 days? Lu Yuan smiled and stayed in the place of origin for 2 more days than yesterday. The harvest is naturally huge. His gene refinement level has officially reached 20%. Compared to yesterday, the degree of tempering has increased by 10%. Adding the several thousand spirit crystals he had charged into the evolution cube, he now only had 342 spirit crystals on him. Apart from the spirit crystals, there were other gains. There are about 200 pieces of materials. In addition, there are 4 genetic weapons. In addition to the 2 sets of leather armor from the 3 Catmen hunters, there was also a pair of daggers dropped by the sand ants. There is also a set of leather armor dropped by the black scorpion. Not only that, before he came out, the armor he was originally wearing was replaced with the Stone Man battle armor, dropped by the Stone Man. As for the armor he had obtained from the black-striped greystone beetle, it was eventually shattered after being attacked by thousands of ferocious beasts. Even the phantom within the gene chain was completely disintegrated and could not be repaired. He directly lost the set of armor, which amounted to tens of thousands of dollars, and his heart ached a little. The new Stoneman battle armor is of ordinary quality, just like the previous armor. However, compared to the previous armor, the defense increase provided by the Little Stone Man battle armor is actually a little greater. This is probably because the Little Stone Man himself has been tempered to a higher degree. For Lu Yuan, this is the only thing that makes him happy. It's still early. I'll take a look at the post first, and then go to the Mad Wolf Materials store to sell my stuff. I don't know if the boss will accept genetic weapons. If not, I'll just put it up for sale on battle.net. As long as you're a genetic warrior, you can open your own store and sell things. The Continental Margin is no exception. But he thought it was a bit troublesome, and it would be best if he could sell in a material store. Just as Lu Yuan was thinking about the problem, he just sat down. He heard a shrill scream coming from the next room. Wei, wake up. Wei, what's wrong with you? Lu Yuan was stunned. That sound. That young couple over there? He frowned slightly, stood up, and walked out. Lu Yuan came to the young couple's door and knocked. Are you okay? There was a knock on the door, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps from inside. Soon, the door opened, and a black-haired woman of average appearance, wearing black hollow pajamas, appeared in front of Lu Yuan. The black-haired woman's face was still covered in tears and looked horrified. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. Miss Ma, I heard your voice and came to see you. Are you okay? The man of the young couple is named Feng Wei, and the woman is named Ma Lingling. Although he knew their names, Lu Yuan didn't have much interaction with them. He just nodded and smiled when he saw them. Ma Lingling was still in shock. When she heard Lu Yuan's words, she screamed, Come and help me. Wei is not breathing. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed, and he hurried into the room. The layout of the young couple's room is similar to Lu Yuan's, but it is slightly larger. On the small desk, there's a photo of a young couple. They're smiling happily. There's also a bunch of faded plastic roses in a small vase on the desk. At this moment, Feng Wei was lying on the bed in the middle of the room. He was only wearing underwear, and his upper body was naked. His face was pale, his body was stiff, and he looked a little scary. When Lu Yuan saw this scene, he couldn't help but frowned and hurried forward. Ma Lingling followed, pulled Lu Yuan's hand and shook it, and said in a shrill voice, Brother Lu Yuan, I know you're a high school student. You must have a way to save Wei, right? Please save him. Lu Yuan checked Feng Wei's heartbeat and breathing and found that they had stopped, and his body was even a little cold. He frowned and looked at Ma Lingling, who was holding him, and said in a deep voice, Miss Ma, calm down. Wei is dead. What? I don't believe it. Wei said he wanted to marry me. How could he die? How could he leave me alone? Ma Lingling turned pale and screamed. Lu Yuan grabbed her shoulder with one hand, shook her, and said, Ms. Ma, calm down. Have you noticed anything unusual before? Did he have a heart disease or something like that? How powerful is Lu Yuan? After being shaken by Lu Yuan, Ma Lingling became a little more sober. Her pupils gradually focused. She looked at Feng Wei on the bed, covered her mouth, squatted beside the bed, and cried silently. Lu Yuan looked at Ma Lingling, who was crying silently, and actually felt a little sympathy in his heart. The young couple seemed to have a good relationship, but unexpectedly they were separated overnight. I'm afraid no one would be able to accept it. After Ma Lingling cried for a while, Lu Yuan spoke. Ms. Ma, can you think about what happened before? Did he have any disease? Ma Lingling shook her head, wiped her tears, and choked up. Wei has always been in good health, and he doesn't have any disease. In good health. Lu Yuan frowned, feeling that things seemed not so simple. Then do you have any guesses as to who might want to harm him? Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Ma Lingling thought for a moment. Then she seemed to remember something and widened her eyes. When I was sleeping before, Wei made a sound that sounded a bit uncomfortable. I took a dazed look and saw a vague black shadow on Wei's body. But Wei's sound stopped soon and the black shadow disappeared. I thought I was seeing things and fell asleep again. As she said this, Ma Lingling turned pale. She looked at Feng Wei on the bed and silently shrank back. Lu Yuan's heart also exploded. Looking at Feng Wei's dark face, he might have died of suffocation, plus the black shadow that Ma Lingling mentioned. Could it be that ghost thing? No way, it's happening again. He looked at Ma Lingling solemnly. Are you sure? Ma Lingling had a trace of confusion in her eyes. She nodded, shook her head, and sobbed. I was so sleepy at the time, I don't know if I really saw it. Lu Yuan was silent. He took a deep breath and slowly said, Miss Ma, call the police and let them handle it. Ma Lingling nodded repeatedly. Yeah. She hurriedly made a call. Lu Yuan took a deep look at Feng Wei's body on the bed. I'm afraid that dark shadow has appeared again. Last time it was in his room, but I didn't expect that this time it would be right next door to him. It shouldn't be directed at him, right? It seems that the black shadow only appears at night. He is in the place of origin at night, so the black shadow definitely can't find him. So it deals with the people next to him? Lu Yuan immediately thought of Li Chingha. If that's the case, will the black shadow deal with Sister Chingha then? After the alienation incident, almost everyone stayed away from Lu Yuan, and the only person who really cared about him was Li Chingha. Lu Yuan always regarded Li Chingha as a sister who cared about him. Although that was something that happened in his previous life, after accepting the memory, Lu Yuan also felt the same way and naturally did not want Li Chingha to get into trouble. But Lu Yuan thought that Li Chingha was basically out at night, so the probability of something happening was low. Just tell her not to come back at night. Just as Lu Yuan was thinking this, the door to the room outside opened. Ma Lingling, who had just called the police, heard the sudden sound of the door opening. She shuddered and grabbed Lu Yuan's clothes with one hand. Lu Yuan glanced at Ma Lingling. "Miss Ma, let go, I'll go out and take a look." Ma Lingling nodded and carefully untied Lu Yuan's clothes. Lu Yuan walked out of the room and came to the living room, where he saw Li Chingha holding a cigarette in his mouth and closing the door with his foot. She was holding a bag of buns and 2 bags of soy milk in her hands. Seeing Lu Yuan, she smiled and said, "Brother Yuan, I knew you hadn't left the house yet. Have you been busy practicing and not going to class? I bought your favorite meat buns." As she spoke, she raised a bun in her hand. Lu Yuan looked at the buns in Li Chingha's hand, and his heart warmed. He smiled and said, "Sister Chingha, I have money now. I will pay for your meals from now on." "What do you mean, kid? Are you too arrogant? I still have money to treat you to a bun." Li Chingha held the cigarette in his mouth between his fingers, blew out a smoke ring, and glared at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled helplessly and was about to speak when Li Chingha suddenly raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. "That's not right, Brother Yuan. Why did you come out of that young couple's room?" Chapter 43, People of Status. Lu Yuan glanced at the open door and said, "Mr. Feng is dead. I heard Miss Ma making some noise just now, so I went to check." Li Chingha's eyes flashed, revealing a horrified expression. "Mr. Feng is dead. What happened?" Lu Yuan said, "Do you remember the black shadow I told you about last time?" Miss Ma said she saw the black shadow kill Mr. Feng. Li Chingha's pupils shrank slightly, and his expression became more nervous. "You mean that black shadow? That was actually real? Is it really a ghost?" Lu Yuan. He curled his lips and said, "Sister Chingha, you thought I was lying to you before. Now it seems that it is very likely a special abnormal situation. It is quite dangerous here during this period. You must pay attention to safety at night. It seems that the thing only appears at night." Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Li Chingha nodded repeatedly. She glanced at the door. "Is Sister Ma in there? I'll go in and comfort her." Lu Yuan nodded. He and Li Chingha returned to the young couple's room to accompany Ma Lingling, while also waiting for the police to arrive. Police work in ghettos is ineffective. Even though a murder had occurred, it took more than 2 hours to get here. 2 imperial policemen wearing red maple leaf uniforms with white edges examined Feng Wei's body, asked him some routine questions, and left shortly afterwards. As for the cause of the case, they said that further investigation is needed. Lu Yuan was not at all surprised by this situation. Gangs are rampant in this area and may even be connected to the ruling elite. The police turn a blind eye to gangs and dare not interfere. No matter what type of murder it is, it may involve gangs. All 2 small policemen can do is to take notes and register them. Ma Lingling is still sad. Li Chingha stayed with her, while Lu Yuan left the room. He returned to his room, took out his cell phone, and wanted to ask Pete if there was any new information about the shadow. There are quite a lot of chat records on the phone, mostly from class groups and Future God of War groups. There are also people in the Future God of War group at him. He opened it and saw that it was asking him how his cultivation was going and whether he had come out alive from the place of origin yesterday. Lu Yuan was a little afraid of scaring Zhuo Ming and the others, so he didn't tell them that his tempering degree had reached 20%. In addition to this, there is also something they obtained in the place of origin, some exchanges on physical training, and so on. Lu Yuan didn't have the mood to reply to them now. In addition to chatting, there are also many friend applications. In fact, ever since Lu Yuan awakened, he has been receiving a constant stream of friend requests. Lu Yuan was originally handsome, but because of his poor family background and the alienation incident he had experienced before, people were afraid to approach him. But now that Lu Yuan has awakened and become a genetic warrior, many people want to get to know Lu Yuan. Of course, they're mostly girls. Lu Yuan didn't even look at the applications and deleted them all. He opened Pete's chat box and sent a message. Any new news about Sombra? A few minutes later, a message came from Pate. Mr. Lu? I'm sorry there's no new news yet. I'm afraid there won't be any new news in the next few days. Lu Yuan frowned. What's going on? It's like this. The Wild Dog Gang is ruthless. They killed our gang members yesterday and also took over our territory. Our boss has decided to have a good fight with those bastards of the Wild Dog Gang. So we don't have the energy to investigate the news about the Black Shadow during this period of time. Wild Dog Gang. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Even though he didn't know much about gangs in the slums, he would occasionally hear the name of the Wild Dog Gang. After all, the Wild Dog Gang is the most arrogant gang in the entire slum, and they will do almost all the bad things you can think of, as long as I can make money. Their style of action is like that of wild dogs snatching food in the slums regardless of the cost. Not only that, the Wild Dog Gang is also the largest gang in the slums and has great influence. Pate's message came again. The Wild Dog Gang is getting more and more rampant. They have grown rapidly in the past few years and no longer take our other gangs seriously. Some time ago, they invaded the territory of the Viper Gang. In the end, the Viper Gang had no choice but to swallow their anger because of their strength. But our Black Rat Gang is not a bunch of sissy gang members like the Viper Gang. Lu Yuan has little interest in gang affairs. He was just a little helpless. He didn't expect such a thing to happen at this time. Then check on the Black Shadow as soon as possible. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. As long as we teach the Wild Dog Gang a lesson this time, we will continue our investigation. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and had no choice but to accept this. The gang wanted to fight, and there was nothing he could do to make them stop fighting and continue their investigation. After exiting the chat box, Lu Yuan thought about it and realized that there was nothing he could do now. He could only practice hard and become stronger so that the Black Shadow would not come to bother him. Let's sell the materials first, get some money, and then buy some potions. Lu Yuan went out and came to Jihu Business District. Not far from the Mad Wolf material store, Lu Yuan saw a pitch-black hovercraft parked quietly. There was a ferocious dog head pattern on the door of the hovercraft. Lu Yuan took a look and came to the door of the Mad Wolf material store. Just as he was about to push the door open, he heard voices talking inside. Master, the boss wants you to go back. Get lost. I'm not going back. I will never go back to that cold-blooded person. But Master, if you don't go back, we will be punished. That's your business. What does it have to do with me? Don't you have enough blood on your hands? Get out. Get out of here. Don't force me to do anything. Woof, woof, woof. Then Lu Yuan saw the store door open, and two men in black suits and black sunglasses walked out in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Their faces were a little pale. They glanced at Lu Yuan, then lowered their heads and hurried away. Lu Yuan turned around and saw them get into the hovercraft. The hovercraft took off and then left. Lu Yuan pushed the door and walked into the store. The boss, who was looking down at his phone, shouted coldly, "Didn't I tell you to get out? How dare you come back?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. The boss told me to get out? The boss' body froze. He looked up at Lu Yuan and then suddenly smiled brightly. "Oh, it's you? I was talking about those dogs. They should have left." The boss glanced outside the door. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Yes, they left. I watched them get in the car." The boss looked at Lu Yuan and said with a smile, "Did you see that just now?" Lu Yuan looked at the boss, who had brown curly hair and looked very thin. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect the boss to be a person of status. Those two men in black look unusual, and they actually called you young master." Identity? The boss shook his head and didn't talk more about it. He said, "By the way, buddy, are you going to sell materials again?" Lu Yuan nodded and threw out a pile of materials. Seeing this, the boss whistled, "Wow, so many again? Brother, you are too strong. The land of origin is your ATM, right?" Lu Yuan smiled and didn't answer. To be honest, the place of origin is now like an ATM to him. Of course, this also requires strength. Give me a price. Okay, let me count them first. The heart of the little stone man costs 300. The scorpion tail needle costs 400. The giant claws costs 250. And the spider silk from the underground palace costs 600. A total of 213,000. What do you think? Lu Yuan nodded. Okay. The boss of Crazy Wolf is a bitter ripoff. Lu Yuan calculated the price before coming here again, and it was about this price. The boss looked at Lu Yuan with amazement. Brother, you are too strong. You can kill the spider in the underground palace so quickly. Your improvement speed is too fast, right? Are you a genius from some family? Lu Yuan smiled and said, I'm just an ordinary person. By the way, do you accept genetically armed people? Gene weapons? Take them, of course. Do you have any more genetic weapons to use? The boss's eyes lit up. Well, look at the price. Lu Yuan took out 3 sets of leather armor and a pair of daggers. The boss took a look and said, This leather armor was dropped by the underground palace sharp-toothed rat. I'll give you 45,000 for 1 set, 90,000 for 2 sets. And this leather armor was dropped by the black scorpion. The price is a little higher, 60,000 for 1 set. As for the dagger, it's a little more expensive than the armor. I'll give you 80,000 for a pair. A total of 230,000. What do you think? Lu Yuan nodded. Okay, let's take this price. Okay, the total is 443,000, which has been transferred to you. The boss was operating his cell phone and soon grinned at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was secretly happy. I only made 130,000 last time, but this time I made more than 3 times as much. And this was after he sold a lot of materials in the land of origin. It's so easy to make money. With this money, he can buy some more medicine and there should be some left over. Then I'll go first. Hey, wait, brother. You've been to my place a few times, but I don't even know your name. How about adding us as friends? The boss said with a smile. Lu Yuan heard this and thought for a moment. Okay, my name is Lu Yuan. My name is Shui Wang. Woof, woof, woof. Shui woof, woof, woof. Lu Yuan's face looked a little dark. Shui Wang's mouth twitched. Just Shui Wang, haha. It's an old problem, you know. Understand? Lu Yuan nodded. Chapter 44. Underground Palace Remains. After the two added each other as friends, Lu Yuan said goodbye and left. As usual, after going to the mall to stock up on supplies for his next trip to the land of origin, Lu Yuan returned to his rented house. The door to Ma Lingling's room was open, and there were sounds of things being knocked over inside. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and walked over. As soon as he entered, Lu Yuan saw Ma Lingling and Li Chingha packing their things. Lu Yuan was stunned. What's wrong? Li Chingha glanced at Lu Yuan and said with a smile, Brother Yuan is back? Sister Ma is planning to leave here. Lu Yuan looked at Ma Lingling. Ma Lingling's eyes were red and swollen. She smiled at Lu Yuan with unspeakable bitterness. Away is gone. It's meaningless for me to stay here alone. I also plan to visit Away's hometown first. Lu Yuan didn't say much. He just nodded. Then I wish you good luck. Ma Lingling smiled, solemnly placed the photo on the desk into a corner of the suitcase, and carefully put away the faded plastic rose. Lu Yuan stepped forward and said with a smile, I'll help too. Ma Lingling didn't have much stuff, so she quickly packed it into several boxes. Afterwards, Lu Yuan went downstairs with a few boxes, and the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the community. Ma Lingling stopped a hovercraft, turned to look at Lu Yuan and Li Chingha, and smiled. I'm leaving now. I hope you two will have a smooth life in the future and leave this hell as soon as possible. Lu Yuan and Li Chingha also nodded. Watching the hovercraft leave, Li Chingha sighed and took a puff of cigarette. I've always known that human life in the slums is worthless, but I didn't expect to see someone die around me. Lu Yuan nodded. Then he smiled and said, Sister Chingha, I made more than 400,000 this time, which is enough for us to move. When Li Chingha heard Lu Yuan's words, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. More than 400,000? How many materials do you have to sell? Didn't Brother Yuan just awaken not long ago? How could he bring so many materials out? How could he be so strong already? It seems that I still underestimated him. Li Chingha's thoughts turned, and he looked at Lu Yuan's expression with some disbelief, and said, More than 400,000? That's a lot. So Jin warriors make so much money. Lu Yuan smiled and said, I am quite capable, so it is easier for me to make money. Besides, I was lucky this time and got something valuable. Li Chingha nodded and said with a smile, I don't know anything about the genetic warriors, but you are successful now, Brother Yuan. You can make so much money. No wonder you dare to ask me for food money. Lu Yuan smiled and said, Let's not talk about this for now. Let's leave the slums. Li Chingha was silent for a moment, then sighed. Brother Yuan, my sister's business is not yet finished. Why don't you leave first? Lu Yuan frowned. How can that be? Tell me what's wrong. I might be able to help you. Now, there's that weird black shadow. The slums are quite dangerous. I'm not sure if you're alone. Li Chingha looked at Lu Yuan with a half-smile on his face. Lu Yuan felt a little embarrassed when he was looked at. What's wrong? Do you know what it is? Brother Yuan, you can't help your sister. When Lu Yuan saw Li Chingha's expression, the corner of his mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to ask more questions. He said, in that case, I'll wait for you to finish. Li Chingha blew out a smoke ring, his eyes softened, and he smiled. You really want to take me away from here? Of course, sister is the only one who cares about me now. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to survive in the slums. I certainly can't just leave you alone. Okay then, I'll finish it as soon as possible. Go back to bed. I haven't slept since I got back. I'm so tired. Back in the room, Lu Yuan opened the battle.net again. This time, he had money and the confidence to look at other medicines. The potions and healing potions I purchased before were usually used up during the battle. There's one good quality bottle left. Lu Yuan bought another bottle of high-quality wine. At the same time, I also bought a bottle of high-quality speed potion. I also bought 2 bottles of high-quality defensive potions. Not only that, Lu Yuan also bought 2 bottles of high-quality strength-enhancing potions. Healing potions cost 30,000, speed potions cost 50,000, 2 bottles of defense potions cost 70,000, and the price of strength potions is the same as defense potions, also 70,000 for 2 bottles. The total amount is 220,000. In addition to these, Lu Yuan also bought some other refined items that can be used in the land of origin. You never know when it might come in handy. A total of another 150,000 yuan was spent. All in all, Lu Yuan spent 370,000 yuan, and the money in his pocket shrank again, leaving only more than 70,000 yuan. However, Lu Yuan was still very satisfied. Think about it. A few days ago, his monthly living expenses were only a few hundred yuan, and he even had to rely on Sister Chingha for food. A few days ago, I would have never imagined that I would be where I am today and be able to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars at will. The place of origin, the small market in the sandstone underground palace. Lu Yuan walked out of the entrance of the underground palace. As soon as he came out, someone in the market greeted Lu Yuan with a smile. Lu Yuan, you're out again? Brother Lu, what did you gain this time? Seeing you always bring out so many beast materials, I'm also very jealous. But it's a pity that I don't have such strong defensive ability as you. Among these people, there are humans, elves, cat people, and dog-headed people. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded in response, then came to Li Luo's stall. When Li Luo saw Lu Yuan, his eyes lit up and he smiled brilliantly. Mr. Lu, you are here again? Well, give me a price. Lu Yuan poured out the materials in the battle pattern space and piled them into a small hill. The snake skin and venom sac of the black snake. Mr. Lu, you can actually kill the black snake? The black snake is a ferocious beast close to the inner circle of the underground palace, right? When Li Luo saw Lu Yuan's materials, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yuan smiled. I am lucky. I encountered a few lone black snakes. Black-lined snakes usually live in groups. The strength of an individual snake is 50 to 80 of the normal tempering level, so it is very powerful. Being surrounded by a group of snakes is no safer than falling into an ant nest. Therefore, there are very few genetic warriors who can hunt black-lined snakes. Lu Yuan was able to kill the black-striped snake only when he encountered a lone black-striped snake. In the past few days, Lu Yuan entered the place of origin several times. With his powerful defensive ability, he could run rampant in the underground palace and obtain a lot of spirit crystals and materials every time. And his gene refinement level has reached 39%. This has already surpassed Zhuoming and Winnie. Up to now, it has been less than a month since he awakened, so you can imagine how fast he has progressed. As his strength continues to improve and he has excellent medicines at hand, Lu Yuan can explore the underground palace more freely. The area of the underground palace we enter every day is getting deeper and deeper, and the ferocious beasts we kill are getting stronger and stronger. The number of ferocious beasts hunted every day is increasing. Once a day, he would leave the underground palace and go to Li Luo to sell materials. As he went there more often, Lu Yuan gradually became familiar with the genetic warriors in the small market. The genetic warriors who often hang out at the market all know that there is a very young human genetic warrior who can hunt a large number of ferocious beasts every day and bring back a large amount of materials. In addition, Lu Yuan would encounter genetic warriors from time to time in the underground palace. Those genetic warriors had also seen Lu Yuan's powerful strength, and naturally the news spread when they were chatting and communicating in the market. For a time, Lu Yuan gained a certain reputation in this market. Because Lu Yuan used the black iron body, his skin turned into the color of black iron, and he himself was a guardian. He was also given the title of Black Knight. You know, only genetic warriors who truly possess strong strength can be recognized in a small circle and gain a name. This is a symbol of strength. The circle in this small market obviously regarded Lu Yuan as a powerful and capable person. If you want to hunt a black line snake, it's not as simple as just luck. You need strength to do it. There are 3,021 spirit crystals in total. They are all here. Please count them, Mr. Lu. Li Luo took out the spirit crystal. In the past few days, he has earned more than 30,000 spirit crystals, but Lu Yuan invested most of them in the evolution cube. Even after investing tens of thousands of spirit crystals, the evolution cube was still unable to evolve the elite genes to the boss level. This made Lu Yuan a little confused, and he didn't know how many spirit crystals were needed for the evolution. About 2,000 spirit crystals were left behind, which Lu Yuan used to practice and absorb spiritual power. Lu Yuan took the spirit crystal and put it into the battle pattern space. No, we have cooperated so many times. I trust you. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Li Luo immediately smiled. Everyone would be happy to be recognized, especially by a strong person. By the way, Mr. Lu, I have some news here that may interest you. What's the news? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Luo with some curiosity. It's like this. Someone discovered a relic in the inner north of this underground palace area, and many people are planning to go and take a look at the relic. Remains. Lu Yuan's pupil shrank, and he showed a look of surprise. In the place of origin, where there are the most treasures, those are not treasure chests that appear randomly, but it is a relic that appears in an unknown place. No one knows how the ruins of the place of origin appeared. Unlike treasure chests, the ruins seem to contain relics from other civilizations. There are various dangers inside, but it also contains the knowledge and treasures left over from that civilization. The discovery of every relic will attract genetic warriors and make them crazy. Who would have thought that there would be a relic found in the sandstone underground palace? Lu Yuan's heart beat faster. He plans to go and see. Chapter 45 Comparison. In the inner northern area? Lu Yuan confirmed. Yes, I heard it was near an ant nest. I'm not sure exactly where it is. I heard it from someone when I was setting up a stall. Li Luo spoke. Lu Yuan nodded. I see. Thank you for telling me the news. Haha, you're too polite, Mr. Lu. You're my big client now. If you get any treasures from the ruins, it would be best if you could sell them to me. Lu Yuan smiled and said, if there's anything I can gain, I will consider it. Then I will go over and take a look first. Lu Yuan said goodbye to Li Luo and was about to leave when he heard someone calling him from behind. Boss Lu Yuan, Brother Yuan. Lu Yuan turned around in confusion and saw Zhuo Ming running towards him. Behind Zhuo Ming were the guardian warrior that Lu Yuan met last time and several teammates. But compared to last time, there are 2 more people in their team this time. Brother Yuan, you are here too? What a coincidence. Zhuo Ming laughed. What a coincidence. Did you just come in? We've been here for 2 days. We just came out to resupply and are about to go back in again. Black Knight Lu Yuan, we meet again. The guardian warrior also came over with his teammates and extended his hand to Lu Yuan. I didn't have time to introduce myself properly last time. My name is Green. As you can see, I'm a guardian warrior. Lu Yuan stretched out his hand and shook Green's. My name is Lu Yuan. Ha ha ha, you need no introduction. I've often heard rumors about you at the market these days. Green laughed and looked at Lu Yuan with amazement in his eyes. I felt your strength was extraordinary when we met last time, but I didn't expect you to make a name for yourself so quickly. I've been hanging around in the sandstone underground palace for several years, but I haven't made a name for myself yet. Several teammates around Green were also looking at Lu Yuan curiously at this moment. One of the hot topics at the market during this period was this Black Knight. After all, it is rare to find a genetic warrior who can kill hundreds of ferocious beasts every day. I didn't expect to see you here. When Zhuo Ming heard Green's words, he also remembered something and looked at Lu Yuan and said, Brother Yuan, aren't you too strong? I heard for people at the market that you can bring back hundreds of materials every day. That means you must kill hundreds of beasts every day. Aren't you exaggerating? Sister Xiangxiang said you were a genius before. She certainly didn't expect you to become stronger so quickly. Lu Yuan smiled and said, This is just because I have the advantage of the guardian system. After all, my defense is strong and I don't run into danger easily. Green beside him smiled bitterly. I am also a guardian. Why do I feel like we are not warriors of the same type? The teammates nearby all laughed. Captain, if you can be as good as the Black Knight, then you will have a name of your own. Captain, you still need to work harder and strive to get a title like White Knight or Gray Knight. The Genetic Warriors teammates obviously have a good relationship with each other, and several teammates were laughing and joking with Green. By the way, Lu Yuan, I have some news here. Do you want to hear it? Green looked at Lu Yuan with a serious look on his face. Seeing this, Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. What's the news? We discovered a small ruin in our area. Many people are planning to go over and take a look. We are also planning to go over there. Do you want to go? You mean the ruins? I just received the news and was planning to go take a look. Green smiled and said, That's great. Why don't we go together? Zhuo Ming looked at Lu Yuan and said, Yeah, brother Yuan, how about we go together? There will be more people to look after us. Lu Yuan thought about it, then nodded. Okay. The number of ferocious beasts in the inner circle of the underground palace is more than that in the outer circle, and their strength is also stronger. Even Lu Yuan needs to deal with it carefully. If you have someone with you, you can relieve some of the pressure. Compared to people they don't know, Zhuo Ming and Green have worked together once after all. Green's strength is still good. Green smiled and said, With the Black Knight here, the journey will be much smoother. Then let's go. The group re-entered the underground palace and moved towards the inner circle they discovered. Not long after Lu Yuan and his group entered the underground palace, a group of people approached outside the market. Leading the group was a female dog-headed person with smooth white hair and wearing black leather armor. It was Bertha Vimy who escaped last time. Behind her were more than a dozen aubergine warriors. At this moment, Bertha Vimy's face looked unhappy, and she said coldly, A bunch of rubbish. I told you to look for that human, but you haven't found any news at all after searching for such a long time. Next to Bertha Vimy was a black-haired, dog-headed man. With a bitter smile on his face, he said, Miss Third, the greystone forest is too large and the terrain is complex. It is too difficult to find a human being. We have tried our best to find one. Don't make excuses for your incompetence. Bertha Vimy shouted. The black-haired, dog-headed man's face froze, revealing a helpless look. Yes, Third Miss, it's my subordinates who are not doing their job well. Humph, but we have discovered some ruins this time. If you can gain something from them, the human affairs can be put to rest. The black-haired, dog-headed man smiled. Don't worry, Miss Third. This time, not only have all the experts from our consortium been dispatched, but I have also invited Bloodblade Sari and Madman Li Shao. Even if other forces receive the news and rush over, they may not be as well prepared as we are. We will definitely gain a lot this time. Bertha Vimy smiled and said, I hope you won't let me down this time. Humph, if I can get something good from the ruins this time, I will have more say in my father's opinion and won't be laughed at by my elder brother and second sister. Please rest assured, Miss San, I will definitely not let you down this time. As the group talked, they entered the underground palace. Deep in the underground palace, Lu Yuan and his group were moving forward in the passage. Green was walking in front with a huge shield in his hand. Behind him were Zhuo Ming and his group. Lu Yuan was walking at the end. At this moment, Green, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and his face changed. He looked down at his feet and found that they were entangled in white spider silk. Something's happening. As soon as he spoke, two huge spiders, about 1.8 meters tall and completely black, swooped down from the top of the passage in front of Green. The sharp claws stabbed towards Green's head. Green quickly raised his shield to block. Boom! The spider's claws landed on the shield, and the huge force made Green take 2 steps back. Others also reacted. Team leader, Zhuo Ming and his companions held heavy swords or long knives and looked at the huge underground spider. Pay attention to the ground. Burn the spider's silk first. Green spoke. Everyone came back to their senses and looked at the ground not far away. I found a lot of white spider silk wrapped around the ground and both sides of the passage. A fireball appeared in the hands of a handsome blonde young man whom Lu Yuan hadn't seen last time. His fireball shot towards the spider silk. Suddenly the spider's silk started burning. Seeing the spider silk burning, the 2 huge underground spiders screamed and rushed towards the blonde young man angrily. Don't even think about going over there. Green moved sideways and raised his huge shield, trying to block the 2 underground spiders. However, one underground spider was blocked, but the other underground spider broke through Green's defense line and pounced on the blonde young man. Seeing the huge spider rushing towards them, the others' faces changed drastically, especially the blonde young man. The underground spider was too fast. It had engraved elemental super genes, so there was no special increase in speed, and there was no way to dodge it. The strength of the others was not that strong either. Faced with the sudden appearance of the underground spider, they could only stare with wide eyes and watch the underground spider rushing towards the blonde young man. At this moment, Lu Yuan appeared in front of the blonde young man. He moved his black iron body, holding a huge, heavy sword in his hand, and slashed at the giant spider with a strong wind. Clang! The underground spider's sharp claws collided with the heavy sword, making a sound of metal clashing. Then, the underground spider screamed, and its huge body took a few steps back. Tiny cracks appeared on the claws that collided with the beetle claw heavy sword. Lu Yuan had a blank expression on his face. He took a step forward, clenched the heavy sword with both hands, and launched an attack as continuous and surging as the tide, slashing out one after another. For a moment, the spiders in the underground palace screamed and retreated continuously. The others looked at Lu Yuan, who suppressed the underground spider with their eyes widened. So strong. Is this the strength of the Black Knight? This underground spider is so big. I'm afraid its tempering degree has reached more than 70%. I didn't expect it to be suppressed by the Black Knight in a head-on collision. When everyone was surprised, Green, who was fighting off another dungeon spider, shouted, "What are you doing? Why don't you come and help?" The others came back to their senses after hearing this and looked in Green's direction. As a guardian warrior, Green could only hold up a giant shield to block the attacks of the underground spiders. This comparison made them feel a little embarrassed. My captain looks so weak. Here comes the captain. Go help the captain. Shopter for the sex bronsgata. Not long after, the heavy sword in Lu Yuan's hand shattered the shell on the underground spider's head and cut into its brain. The underground spider let out a shrill scream and fell to the ground twitching. Lu Yuan drew out his sword, shook off the green mucus on the blade, and looked in the direction of Green and the others. Green is very strong defensively. Although the underground spider is powerful, it is still difficult to break through Green's defense. With him holding off the attacks from the spiders in the underground palace, the others only need to be responsible for attacking. Although Zhuo Ming and his companions are slightly weaker in strength, the underground spider itself is not a ferocious beast with particularly strong defense, and their attacks can still leave scars on it. However, even their attack as a team still failed to cause fatal damage to the underground spider. After Lu Yuan killed his spider, Green and others still had the strength to fight against the underground spiders they faced. Lu Yuan stepped on the ground and rushed towards the underground spider. At this moment, the underground spider's sharp claws were once again blocked by Green's giant shield. It screamed angrily, and Lu Yuan's body leaped up, jumped 2 meters, and appeared above its head. Lu Yuan raised the heavy sword above his head and chopped it down fiercely. The pitch-black sword blade landed on the black shell, and a sword mark appeared on the shell in an instant, and spiderweb-like cracks spread around the sword mark. Click! Laugh! The blade tore through the shell on the spider's head and pierced its skull. Squeak! The underground spider let out a shrill scream, twisted its body violently, and waved its sharp claws in all directions. Lu Yuan stood firmly on its back and stabbed it hard with his heavy sword. The underground spider's movements suddenly stiffened, and its huge body, about 1.8 meters tall, fell heavily to the ground. Zhuo Ming and the others all opened their eyes wide at this moment, with shock on their faces. Too strong. The head shell of the underground spider is obviously the hardest part, but the Black Knight actually split it with one sword. How strong must this force be? A guardian type has such a strong power. As an offensive type, I am shocked. Everyone spoke up. Green glanced at the corpse on the ground, put away his giant shield, smiled bitterly, and said, "Lu Yuan, you are too strong. I feel like if we follow you, we will be a burden to you." Lu Yuan smiled and said, "How could that be? This underground palace spider is much stronger than the spiders outside. If there are 2 of them together, it would be a bit troublesome for me. If you hadn't blocked one, I wouldn't have been able to deal with it so easily." Lu Yuan didn't say any polite words. His strength is indeed strong, but facing 2 such huge underground spiders, it is not so easy to solve the problem in a short time. especially since there were spider silk and other things nearby, and the terrain was favorable for the underground spiders. It was still a bit troublesome to deal with. Of course, with his defensive ability, he wouldn't be injured, but his killing speed would be slower. The problem is that he is going to the ruins now. Who knows what the situation is like there? It would be better if he could get there sooner. If you go too late and the ruins are closed, it will be too late to regret. Haha, I feel relieved when you say that. Pack up the materials and go in. Green laughed. The group took out the materials and continued to move deeper into the underground palace. As one goes deeper into the inner circle of the underground palace, the passages become wider and more complex. Some passages are even more than 200 meters wide, like a small square. The ferocious beasts that Lu Yuan and his companions encountered became increasingly powerful. Some ferocious beasts seemed a bit tricky to deal with even with Lu Yuan's strength. However, Lu Yuan's strength is not weak, and with the help of Green, who is also quite powerful, and other genetic warriors, although the battle is sometimes difficult, they are still moving forward steadily. After walking for a distance, Lu Yuan and his group passed through a rocky area. Just then, a low roar was heard in the distance. Lu Yuan felt the powerful aura and stopped immediately. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he looked at the corner where the sound came from with a look of doubt and surprise. What a powerful aura! It had been such a long time since he entered the underground palace, but this was the first time he felt such a terrifying aura. If he confronted him head-on, he felt he had no chance of winning. The same as Lu Yuan is Green. Green immediately raised his index finger to his mouth and gestured to Zhuo Ming and others. Zhuo Ming and his companions stopped immediately and looked around quietly. This is normal communication for a team adventuring in an underground palace. Lu Yuan and Green looked at each other, and there was a hint of fear in both of their eyes. The two of them carefully leaned around the corner and looked outside. After turning the corner, there was a huge passage that looked like a small square. At the edge of the passage, there was a ferocious beast with a body covered with black scales, a single horn on its forehead, and a body shaped like a dog. It was about 1.7 meters tall at the shoulder. It was biting the corpse of a giant snake that was about 5 meters long, yellow in color, with a black line on its back. There are also several giant snakes over 2 meters long on one side. When Lu Yuan saw the giant yellow snake on the ground, his pupils couldn't help but shrink, and he was a little frightened. The black snake is highly poisonous and has great speed, strength, and physique. The average black line snake is only 2 meters long, but a black line snake that is more than 5 meters long is obviously an elite-level ferocious beast. The genetic refinement degree of the black-striped snake is at least 50%. Even Lu Yuan doesn't dare to provoke an elite-level black-striped snake. I didn't expect that I would become a corpse in the mouth of this ferocious beast. This beast is too strong. Lu Yuan looked at the ferocious beast and compared it with the illustrated books he had seen before. It didn't take long for him to find out what kind of ferocious beast it was. Black-scale horned wolf. This is a powerful beast distributed throughout the Sandstone City area. The number of black-scale horned wolves is small, but the strength of the tribe is very strong. The weakest black-scaled horned wolves are all elite level, and are elite beasts with a tempering degree of over 80. It is said that there are powerful and ferocious beasts at the leader level in the black-scaled horned wolf tribe. They are one of the top predators in the entire Sandstone City. I didn't expect to encounter such a ferocious beast here. He turned and looked at Green beside him. Green was also turning to look at him. Lu Yuan also saw a look of fear in Green's eyes. The two of them exchanged glances and slowly retreated. "Boss, Brother Yuan, how is it?" Zhuo Ming asked carefully. The others also looked at the two. Lu Yuan and Green looked at each other, and Green frowned and said, "Not good. There's a black-scaled horned wolf eating there." "What? Black-scaled horned wolf?" Zhuo Ming and the others all widened their eyes in shock. Everyone immediately lowered their voices and became a little nervous. How can we encounter a beast of this level here? Even if we go over there, we won't be enough to fill its teeth. "Boss, Brother Yuan, what should we do?" Everyone looked at Lu Yuan and Green. Green also looked at Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, you are the strongest. Do you have any ideas?" Lu Yuan frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "The black-scaled horned wolf is too strong. Even just feeling its aura makes people feel a little scared. We're no match for it. Let's find a way to take a detour." After hearing Lu Yuan's words, Green and others nodded. "We could go a little further back. There is a fork in the road ahead that should also lead to the direction of the ruins. After making the decision, everyone retreated carefully, not daring to disturb the black-scaled horned wolf while it was eating. They changed the channel and continued moving forward. As he went deeper and deeper into the inner circle, the number of elite beasts that Lu Yuan felt were very dangerous increased. There were some ferocious beasts, and even Lu Yuan didn't notice the danger. They were all discovered by Green. At this time, the benefits of rich experience in underground palace exploration are reflected. Green has been in the sandstone underground palace for several years and has learned a lot of ways to avoid ferocious beasts. These are the experiences gained from dying again and again. Everyone continued to move forward cautiously. Soon, they passed through a small passage less than 10 meters wide. As soon as they came out of the passage, they saw a huge yellow sand ant corpse. It's a sand ant. Judging from its size, it should be an elite soldier ant. I didn't expect it to die here. Go and have a look. Several people came to the body of the elite soldier ant and found many knife and sword marks on its body. It was left by the Gene Warrior. It seems that the Gene Warrior killed him. I heard that the ruins are near the ant nest. Normally, soldier ants will only stay in the ant nest to guard it. Could it be that the ruins are coming soon? Zhuo Ming spoke. Everyone showed surprise. Don't be happy yet. Stay alert. Don't let others trick you. Green growled. Zhuo Ming and the others were startled and nodded. They continued to move forward and saw many more corpses of sand ants on the road. Most of them are the corpses of worker ants, and from time to time, you can also see the corpses of soldier ants. Soon, they came to a small square. There were quite a few genetic warriors gathered in groups of 3 or 4 in the small square. Humans, elves, cat people, and dog-headed people, the 4 races are vaguely distinguished. There's also a small group of teams that are a mix of 4 races. And deep in the small square, there's a tightly closed bronze gate. There are all kinds of strange patterns carved on the gate. It's the gate to the ruins. Lu Yuan and the others' eyes lit up and they looked surprised. Chapter 47. Reactions from all parties. 500 million annual salary. The arrival of Lu Yuan and his companions attracted the attention of hundreds of genetic warriors in the square. Everyone's eyes swept over Zhuo Ming, Green, and the others. And after seeing Lu Yuan's black iron body, many of them showed a hint of vigilance in their eyes. In the human area, a man with purple-black hair and a skinny figure looked at Lu Yuan and said, "Is this person the Black Knight, Lu Yuan, who has been killing a large number of ferocious beasts every day recently?" Beside him, a black-haired young man nodded. "Yes, that's him. We have already created a file on him. Have you investigated?" "We have already investigated. Lu Yuan has only been in the Sandstone Underground Palace for a short time, less than 2 weeks in real time. But in these less than 2 weeks, the strength of the beasts he hunted has been constantly improving, which shows that he is improving very quickly. Based on this, we can judge that his speed of absorbing spirit crystals is probably not low. Moreover, there are witnesses who have seen Lu Yuan fight with the beasts. His genetic combat skills are probably elite-level protective combat skills, and his defense is very strong. Overall, he is a rare genius." The purple-haired man narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. "He looks young, so he must have just awakened recently?" The young man looked at Lu Yuan and nodded. "I'm afraid so. I guess before he came to the Sandstone Underground Palace, he must have ventured into the Greystone Forest, 100 Flowers Oasis, and other areas. With his defensive ability, the beasts in these areas may not pose a threat to him. If his cultivation speed has always been so fast, then he should be a newcomer who awakened this year. You just woke up this year." The purple-haired man pondered for a moment, then said, "He is indeed a great genius. Have you ever met him? Which country is he from?" The young man shook his head. "I have just obtained his general information, and I don't know much about other aspects of him. Although I haven't seen him get particularly close to other gene warriors, I can't rule out that he is a child of a large family. But he is currently training alone, so I won't contact him rashly at the moment." "Well, you did the right thing. Let's observe him first. If he can maintain this speed of improvement, he will definitely be able to reach the level of a general in the future. Maybe there's a glimmer of hope that he can reach a higher level. It's worth contacting him." "I think so too. Let's arrange it as soon as possible. I'm afraid there are people from other forces who are also watching him." The purple-haired man said as his eyes swept across several locations. Those locations are the gathering places of various forces. The leaders are now looking at Lu Yuan and talking in a low voice to the people around them. Yes, I will do it as soon as possible. Not only people in the human area are talking about the landing edge, people in several other areas are also talking about the landing edge. In the kobold area, a tall and sturdy kobold wearing black armor and carrying a huge axe as tall as a man looked at Lu Yuan and said slowly, "Is this the human genius who has gained considerable fame in the market recently?" Beside him, a slender kobold wearing leather armor nodded. "Yes, sir. His training speed is very fast. He must have just awakened not long ago." The burly dog-headed man stared at Lu Yuan. After a moment, he grinned and sneered. "Find an opportunity to kill him once. The conflict between humans and us is getting more and more intense. It won't be long before another war breaks out. Try to suppress the genius of humans as much as possible. Don't let him grow too comfortably." The slender dog-headed man nodded and smiled. "I see. Elf area." The two handsome elf men looked at Lu Yuan. "That human, have you investigated him?" "Not yet. I heard that he is quite capable, but there are many geniuses of this level every year. I'm afraid there are many geniuses among our elves this year who are stronger than him." "Oh, that's not worth much attention." Cat people area. A beautiful cat-like woman with a hot body, wearing leather armor and long white hair glanced at Lu Yuan and then looked away. She frowned slightly and asked, "Has the news about the ruins spread?" Beside her, a young cat man nodded. "Team leader, the news has been spread. Can His Highness Yi arrive in time?" The Catman youth showed an embarrassment. What's wrong, although Her Highness Yi has just awakened. But with Her Highness's strength, if she can come here, this time the ruins will definitely be occupied by us cat people." The white-haired cat woman frowned slightly. Her Highness said that she encountered a leader-level gale eagle that looked delicious, so she went after it. The white-haired cat woman was silent. Then she showed an expression of admiration. "As expected of His Highness, he is able to hunt down leader-level beasts right after awakening. Under His Highness's leadership, our empire will surely make further progress." The Catman youth also nodded with admiration. His Highness Yi's talent is well known to everyone. "In that case, let's not disturb Your Highness. It's just a small relic, and it's really nothing to Your Highness." In the area where various races mix together, a cat man in a blue robe and a dog-headed man in armor were also looking at Lu Yuan. The cat man raised his eyebrows. "This fighting skill that turns the skin black, is it the Black Knight Lu Yuan who has been killing a large number of ferocious beasts every day recently?" The kobold grinned. "It should be him. I didn't expect him to come too. Quite a few famous gene warriors are here this time." The Catman shook his head, somewhat disdainfully. "Humph, this Black Knight was just hanging around in the outer circle before. Although his defensive ability is commendable, his real strength is actually not that strong and is not worth much attention." The dog-headed man also nodded in agreement. "Yes, the ones who are really worth paying attention to are Iron Axe, come on, Poison Scorpion Kong Xian, White Cat Ping Xing, and others. They are all truly strong men with a tempering degree of over 80 and elite genes engraved on them. Compared to them, Lu Yuan is still too young. Indeed, with this kind of strength, he dares to come to the ruins. He is really not afraid of death. A genius like him has never suffered any loss. It would be good if he died this time and understood the cruelty of reality." "Ha!" The kobold said, "Don't worry about him. Just wait until the ruins door opens." The Catman nodded, and both of them looked in the direction of the ruins. When Lu Yuan and his group arrived at the square, they saw many people looking at them. Zhuoming lowered his head slightly and couldn't help but whispered, "It seems like there are a lot of strong people, and it seems like a lot of people are looking at you, Brother Yuan." Green looked around and smiled. Lu Yuan is very powerful, so it's normal for these people to pay attention to him. After all, he has gained a reputation at such a young age. Lu Yuan also discovered that many people were watching him. He smiled and said, "Just take a look. It won't cost you anything." Green said, "Lu Yuan, shall we go to the human side? Things might get chaotic after the ruins are opened. It will be safer to stay with our own people." Lu Yuan nodded. "I think so too. Let's go over there." The group walked towards the human camp area. A slender young man wearing leather armor smiled when he saw Lu Yuan and others coming over. "Black Knight Lu Yuan, I didn't expect to see you here." Lu Yuan glanced at the young man, was stunned for a moment, smiled and nodded. "Hello, my name is Lu Xia. This is my team. We are the explorers of Tianfu Consortium." Lu Xia introduced herself with a smile. "Tianfu Financial Group?" The Tianfu Financial Group, one of the top 10 financial groups in the world. Zhuoming said with some surprise. This little brother also knows our consortium? Yes, our Tianfu consortium is indeed one of the top 10 consortiums in the world. Lu Shi raised his head slightly, and his smile became even brighter. He looked at Lu Yuan and continued. By the way, brother Lu Yuan, I heard that you haven't joined the organization, yet do you want to join our Tianfu Financial Group? I'll recommend you. With your talent and strength, I guarantee that the salary will not be low. As long as you join, you'll get an annual salary of 500 million at least. If your strength improves and reaches the warrior level or the battle master level, it will definitely be higher. Lu Shi's words made Zhuoming, Green, and others open their eyes wide in shock. 500 million a year, and that's the minimum. Isn't Brother Yuan only at the trainee level? Zhuoming couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Not only Zhuoming, but even Green and the others couldn't believe it. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would definitely not believe it. Isn't this treating money as money? Seeing the shocked expressions of the others, Lu Shi said with a smile. Other trainee fighters definitely don't have such a high price, but Brother Lu Yuan is a genius, so it must be different. When Green and the others heard this, they felt jealous. They don't have to do anything and just earn 500 million a year. They risk their lives to hunt ferocious beasts, but in the end they only make a few million a year, and at best tens of millions. The difference between people is sometimes greater than that between people and dogs. Lu Yuan was also a little surprised. This price is indeed a bit high. You have to know that when he just awakened, the highest amount given by those consortiums was less than 1 million. I didn't expect that it would reach 500 million now. However, he thought about it and realized that with his current strength, it would not be difficult to earn millions a day as long as he worked hard. There is no need to join a consortium. Although the money given by the Tianfu Group is not small, one will definitely lose freedom in return. Lu Yuan has made up his mind not to be a wage earner anymore. It is impossible for him to work, no matter how much he is paid. He smiled and shook his head. I have no plans to join the consortium for now, sorry. A trace of disappointment flashed across Lu Shi's eyes, and then he smiled and said, It's okay. If you change your mind, you can contact me at any time. Our Tianfu consortium has a base in Cheyenne City. No problem. While the two were talking, Bertha Vimy came to the small square with a group of kobolds. When Bertha Vimy saw the ruins, her eyes lit up and she smiled. However, she soon saw Lu Yuan chatting and laughing with Lu Shi. Her pupils shrank and a ferocious look appeared on her face. Is it that human? I didn't expect him to be here, too. Chapter 48. The ruins are opened, the greystone tower. Bertha Vimy immediately took out her longbow and wanted to attack Lu Yuan. At this moment, the black-haired, dog-headed man next to her held Bertha Vimy's hand. Miss San, please wait a moment. Bertha Vimy turned to look at the black-haired kobold, her face full of anger. Kingba, what are you doing? How dare you stop me? Jingba's eyebrows twitched. Miss Third, it's not that I want to stop you, but something is wrong. Bertha Vimy frowned and looked at Pekingese. What's wrong? If you can't tell me the reason, I will definitely tell my father. Jingba took a deep breath and couldn't help but show a hint of anger in his eyes. But facing his third young lady, he could only suppress his anger. Miss Third, look at the young man next to that human, talking and laughing with him. Bertha turned and looked at Lu Shi beside Lu Yuan. She frowned and asked, What's the problem? Jingba smiled bitterly and said, Of course there is a problem. The human is called Lu Shi, and he is the person in charge of the Tianfu Financial Group of Daqixing in Cheyenne City. He is very powerful, almost as powerful as me. Moreover, the power of the Tianfu Financial Group is even stronger than our Weimi Financial Group. What? More powerful than our consortium? Bertha could not help frowning. Although she hated Lu Yuan, she was not stupid. Now, Lu Yuan and the head of the Tianfu Group were talking and laughing, and they seemed to have a close relationship. If she took action against Lu Yuan now, it would obviously provoke a counterattack from the Tianfu Group. Bertha looked at Lu Yuan in the distance with anger in her eyes and couldn't help but clench her fists. Jingba on the side said, Miss San, we can't do anything now. If we provoke a counterattack from the Tianfu Group, it will have a significant impact on the development of our Weimi Group. When the time comes, the boss will blame us, and even Miss San will probably be blamed. Humph, I know that without you telling me. Bertha spoke coldly. She glanced at Lu Yuan again, put away the longbow in her hand, and said, In that case, let him go for now. But how did this human get here? Shouldn't he be in the greystone forest? How did he appear in the inner circle of the sandstone underground palace in such a short time? Jingba looked at Lu Yuan and was also a little confused. He frowned slightly. Miss Third, we have been searching the greystone forest area before. Now it seems normal that we can't find it. Bertha nodded. Send someone to check when this human came to the sandstone underground palace. No wonder he has been able to evade our search. Okay, Miss Sand, let's go first. The group walked towards the kobold area. As soon as we reached the area of the kobolds, a kobold with brown and black hair came over and said with a smile, Jingba, you are here as expected. Meet Miss Bertha. Bertha nodded grimly. The dog-headed man was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, What happened to Miss Bertha? Did someone make her angry? Do you need any help? Our Lunar Bone group and Vimy group are the best of partners. If you need any help, please let me know. Jingba beside him smiled bitterly and said, A human has offended the third Mississippi. Now the human seems to have an unusual relationship with the Tianfu Financial Group. We can't deal with him. Humans? Tianfu Financial Group. The dog-headed man was stunned and looked in the direction of Tianfu Group, where he saw Lu Shi talking to Lu Yuan. His expression was a little strange, and he said, Miss Bertha was talking about. Could it be the human being who was talking to Lu Shi? Hearing his words, Bertha and Jingba were both stunned. Jingba said, Mousy, do you know him? Yes, the Black Knight Lu Yuan. This human has become quite famous in this area recently. Who would have thought that he would offend Miss Bertha? He really doesn't know how to live or die. Black Knight Lu Yuan? Jingba frowned. He actually became famous? How is that possible? How is it impossible? That human is now able to kill the black snake, so his strength is quite good. Of course, his strength is not the key. The most important thing is that he can kill hundreds of ferocious beasts every day. It is because of this that he is well known. Killing hundreds of beasts every day in a sandstone underground palace. This is impossible. Hearing this, Bertha immediately objected. He was in the greystone forest just a few days ago. In such a short period of time, he can actually kill hundreds of beasts every day in the sandstone underground palace. Were you still in greystone forest a few days ago? Mousy narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Lu Yuan when he heard this. Some people have been speculating that Lu Yuan's improvement is very fast, and he may have just awakened. Now, after hearing what Miss Bertha said, it is almost certain. This human is probably a very strong genius. A very strong genius? Hearing this, Bertha gritted her teeth and looked at Lu Yuan with a cold face. Hearing that her enemy's talent was better than hers, she felt particularly dissatisfied. Seeing Bertha's expression, Mouse's eyes flashed and he smiled. Miss Bertha, Lu Yuan and Lu Shi are close now, so it's not convenient to take action. But after the ruins are over, he will leave, and it won't be too late to take action then. Jingba frowned slightly. What about the Tianfu Consortium? Don't worry, I don't think he came here with the people from the Tianfu Financial Group, but with a few ordinary human gene warriors. At that time, they should not leave together. Hearing this, Bertha's eyes lit up and she smiled. Okay, it's decided. Since he dared to attack me, I must kill him. Lu Yuan and Lu Shi chatted for a while when suddenly white lights appeared on the patterns on the bronze door. Everyone was shocked by the changes in the bronze gate. They looked towards the gate. The smile on Lu Shi's face disappeared, and his face became serious. The ruins are about to be opened. A heavy sword appeared in Lu Yuan's hand, and Green also clenched the giant shield in his hand. Zhuo Ming swallowed his saliva, his face full of tension, and also clenched the long sword. Everyone is on high alert at this moment. For a moment, the noisy sounds disappeared and the atmosphere became very quiet. The white light on the bronze door flowed along the lines, as if an invisible hand was painting a complex pattern on the door. Soon the patterns covered the entire gate. With a click, the bronze door opened automatically inward. Inside the gate was a gray rocky land. The land stretches far away with no end in sight, and on the land stands a gray-white stone tower. It was the only building on the flat, rocky ground. Seeing the stone tower through the gate, many people widened their eyes and couldn't help holding their breath. Lu Shi showed a surprised smile and said, I didn't expect it to be a trial-type relic. Trial ruins? Lu Yuan didn't know much about the ruins. There are several types of ruins: exploration-type ruins, trial-type ruins, killing-type ruins, etc. Among all the ruins, Trial-type ruins are the safest. In other types of ruins, you may encounter opponents who are far beyond your strength, but in trial ruins, the opponents you encounter depend on your strength. Look at the stone tower inside the gate. That should be the trial tower. A trial tower is a typical trial-type ruin. We are lucky. Lu Shi's face was full of joy. When Lu Yuan heard Lu Shi's explanation, he was also happy. In this way, the probability of obtaining treasures will be much greater. Not only Lu Yuan and others, almost everyone showed a look of surprise. I made a profit this time. Go in. Start the trial. One by one, the genetic warriors rushed towards the gate. Lu Shi said, "Brother Lu Yuan, let's go in too." Lu Yuan nodded and entered the gate of the ruins with others. He looked around. Apart from the stone tower, there are no other buildings. The gray land stretches into the distance, and it is unknown how big the space is. But looking at the ruins gate from the outside, it is impossible to tell that there is such a large space inside. That's the magic of the ruins. Everyone came to the bottom of the stone tower. The door of the tower was open. White light was flashing inside, and the inside could not be seen clearly. Everyone looked at the stone door flashing white light, feeling a little hesitant. At this time, a dog-headed man carrying a huge axe sneered and said, "No one dares to go in, so I'll be the first to go in." He took off the giant axe and stepped into the stone gate. Lu Shi looked at the dog-headed man who entered and said, "This is Iron Axe, come on. He is very powerful. I heard that in reality, he is the Enlightenment instructor of the Kobold military. He is a hard-blooded person and has always been hostile to us humans. Brother Lu Yuan, you are a genius. I'm afraid this kobold will target you." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan frowned slightly. He had already felt that this dog-headed man had ill intentions towards him. "So that's the reason? Just keep your eyes on me. I'm not that easy to deal with." Lu Yuan smiled. "Ha ha, if you join our Tianfu consortium, we will all help you." Lu Shi still hasn't forgotten to get Lu Yuan to join him. Lu Yuan smiled and refused. After Come On entered without any accidents, others also stepped into the stone gate. "Brother Lu Yuan, I'm going in too." Lu Shi smiled and said something to Lu Yuan, then entered the stone gate. "Brother Yuan, let's go in too." Zhuo Ming had an eager look on his face, and his eyes were full of anticipation. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Well, come on." He also stepped into the trial stone tower. Chapter 49, Moonstone Spirit Dew, Elite Trial. Stepping into the stone gate, Lu Yuan appeared on a gray and white rocky land. At the same time, a huge sound rang out in the sky. "Welcome, Trialist 119201. The Stoneman Tower trial is about to begin. You have 30 seconds to prepare." The Tower of Stoneman? Is this the name of this greystone tower? I heard that many of the ruins in the land of origin are the remains of destroyed civilizations. Maybe this one is also the remains of a civilization? Lu Yuan looked around with some curiosity. He found that the situation here was similar to that outside, with nothing but rocky ground. 30 seconds passed quickly. Trial begins. Current level, 1 inch. As the sound appeared, the gray-white rock in front of Lu Yuan suddenly condensed and turned into a gray-white stone man about 1.8 meters tall. It looks a bit like a little stone man, but it looks a lot more refined than the little stone man, and it even has its own face. Lu Yuan gripped the heavy sword tightly and looked at the gray stone man vigilantly. He didn't know much about the trial, and he wasn't quite sure about the strength of the stone man in front of him, so he naturally treated it with the most cautious attitude. After the gray-white stone man appeared, he growled and rushed towards Lu Yuan. The gray-white stone man was quite heavy, and his footsteps made dull sounds when they stepped on the rocky ground. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. The speed is very slow. The gray-white stone man rushed to Lu Yuan, clenched his fists, and swung towards Lu Yuan. Call! The fist, with a strong wind, hit Lu Yuan's face. The strength is roughly the same as that of a stone man with 10% tempering degree. Lu Yuan took a step sideways, and the heavy sword cut through the air and slashed the gray stone man's neck. Clang! Click! The heavy sword fell, cracks appeared on the gray-white rock, and then the entire gray-white stone man's neck shattered. As the stone man's head fell, his body also collapsed. Passed the level 1 trial and received the reward. 1 drop of Moonstone Spirit Dew. The body of the gray stone man disappeared, and a drop of white liquid flashing with silver light floated in the air. Lu Yuan reached out and caught the Moonstone Spirit Dew. he discovered that the spiritual dew was condensed into a ball, as if it was covered with a layer of transparent sugar coating. The information about the place of origin immediately appeared in Lu Yuan's mind. Moonstone spirit dew is a resource for cultivation. Compared with spiritual crystals, the spiritual power contained in moonstone spirit dew is gentler and easier to absorb. If too many spirit crystals are absorbed at one time, the genetic chain will collapse. Although there is moonstone spirit dew, the amount required is much greater than spirit crystal. Moreover, moonstone dew can nourish the body and heal injuries. If used in large quantities, it can enhance the body's defensive capabilities. When Lu Yuan saw the first function of the moonstone spirit dew, his eyes lit up. He absorbs spirit crystals very quickly. If he were allowed to absorb without limit, he could reach 100% tempering degree in a very short time, and then start to break the genetic lock. However, the endurance of the gene chain prevented him from doing so. I didn't expect that there would be such a moonstone dew that could be absorbed in large quantities and refine the gene chain. If he had a large amount of moonstone spirit dew, he could break through in the shortest time. Lu Yuan swallowed the drop of moonstone spirit dew immediately. According to the information provided by the place of origin, the way to use moonstone dew is to take it directly. After taking the moonstone spirit dew, it immediately turned into strands of gentle energy and merged into Lu Yuan's body. Lu Yuan could also feel that his gene chain was being tempered rapidly. Unfortunately, the spiritual power contained in the moonstone spirit dew is almost the same as that of a spiritual crystal, and Lu Yuan doesn't feel anything special now. Trial list 1192-01. Do you want to take the level 2 trial? If you refuse, you will leave the Stoneman Tower. Accept. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Now he needed a large amount of moonstone spirit dew to improve his cultivation. How can I not accept it? Trial begins. Current level, 2-inch. On the gray land, greystone men appeared again, but this time there were 10 of them. After 10, gray-white stone men appeared. They roared and rushed towards Lu Yuan again. Lu Yuan also rushed forward with a heavy sword in hand. The gray-white stone man is not very strong, and it is even difficult for him to break Lu Yuan's defense. For Lu Yuan, this trial is very easy. Soon, Lu Yuan killed 10 gray-white stone men. This time, Lu Yuan obtained a total of 10 drops of moonstone dew. He absorbed the moonstone dew immediately. The stronger you are, the higher the level of trials you can pass, and the greater the rewards will naturally be. For others, absorbing the moonstone dew requires going outside to find a quiet place to absorb it. However, this thing is gentler and easier to absorb than the spiritual power of spirit crystal. For Lu Yuan, it can naturally be absorbed directly on the spot. After absorbing the moonstone dew, Lu Yuan started the 3rd level trial. This time, there were a total of 100 gray-white stone men. A large number of gray-white stone men rushed towards the edge of the land together, and it even felt like a charge of thousands of troops. Even if a more powerful genetic warrior stood in front of them, he would feel his scalp tingling. Lu Yuan smiled. His defense is strong, so there is no need to worry about his safety. As long as his spiritual power can maintain his combat skills, no matter how many gray-white stone men of this level there are, they will hardly pose any threat to him. As for spiritual power, will Lu Yuan be short of it? He now has a large amount of spirit crystals in his battle pattern space, so he will not lack spiritual power at all. After spending some time, Lu Yuan killed 100 gray-white stone men and harvested 100 drops of moonstone spirit dew. Lu Yuan quickly absorbed all the 100 drops of moonstone spirit dew. At this time, he could finally feel the difference between moonstone spirit dew and spirit crystal. If it were spirit crystals, after absorbing 100 of them continuously, with his current level of refinement, they would have become a little swollen. But I didn't feel anything when absorbing the moonstone spirit dew. Lu Yuan's smile became brighter. Not enough. Not enough. More. It is detected that the trial participant 1192-01 has passed the level 3 trial and is qualified to start the elite trial. Do you want to start it? Lu Yuan was stunned. Is the 4th trial different? Elite trial? Should it be somewhat different from the current trials? Shouldn't what you get be better? But I don't know if I will continue to obtain moonstone dew. If we continue with this normal trial, the next thing we'll see is probably 1,000 greystone men. That is 1,000 drops of moonstone spirit dew, which is a considerable amount. Even though the higher the degree of refinement, the more spiritual energy will be consumed to continue refining. 1,000 drops of Moonstone Spiritual Dew can improve his cultivation significantly. And it's not dangerous. It is a very safe way to improve Lu Yuan. If there was no Moonstone Dew in the elite trial, then his idea of quickly improving his cultivation would be shattered. There might even be fatal dangers in the elite trial. If he died, he would have to leave the place of origin, and all the gains this time would be lost. Of course, the elite trial is also likely to contain Moonstone Dew, or even more and better treasures. Lu Yuan was a little confused for a moment. He hesitated for a moment, and a voice in the sky reminded Lu Yuan again to make a choice. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. Open. Rather than playing it safe, Lu Yuan decided to give it a try. It was just like when we encountered the treasure chest in the greystone forest. You'll only know if it works if you give it a try. As a person, if you don't push yourself, you will never know how good you are. Drop! A voice called out from the sky. Trialist 119201, start the elite trial. At the same time, in the ruined space outside the Stoneman Tower. At this moment, many genetic warriors in the ruined space have withdrawn from the trial. 4 ordinary genetic warriors, 10 gray-white stone men might be enough to deal with them. But 100 gray-white stone men are too difficult. Anyone who can kill 100 gray-white stone men must be a strong man who can thrive in the underground palace, and his tempering degree must be at least 60%. With a flash of white light, Zhuoming appeared in front of the Stone Man Tower. Zhuoming's teammate, the blonde young man, came over and whispered, Zhuoming, you made out alive? How is it? How many levels did you pass? Zhuoming looked around and replied in a low voice with a smile. 2. The blonde young man's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, Sure. 11 drops of Moonstone Spirit Dew. 10 drops. I used 1 drop during the level 2 trial. I found that it is really useful. The healing effect is stronger than ordinary healing potions, and it can also speed up the recovery of spiritual power. If I hadn't used 1 drop, it would have been difficult for me to get through level 2. The blonde youth grinned. Me too. This Moonstone Spirit Dew is a combination of a healing potion and a spiritual potion. It's like 10 extra lives for us. It's worthy of being a relic. It actually has such good stuff. It's worth it. Of course not. Zhuoming's face was full of excitement. Then he sighed again, alas. What a pity. If I were stronger, I could pass the level 3 trial. Then I would have 100 drops. As he spoke, his eyes became red. The blonde young man looked around and said, Brother Yuan can definitely pass level 3. I just don't know if the captain can do it. Brother Yuan will definitely be fine. He's too strong. Captain, I think there's hope. That gray stone man is similar to the little stone man. It's a bit difficult for the captain to fight 100 alone, but with the Moonstone Spirit Dew, there's still hope of winning. As the two were talking, a vast voice rang out from within the ruined space. Trialist 119201, start the elite trial. Everyone who was discussing the harvest in a low voice was silent, looking at the Stoneman Tower with wide eyes, a look of surprise on their faces. Elite trial? There is actually such a trial? Zhuoming exclaimed. The blonde young man was also a little shocked. After the level 2 trial comes the level 3. Is this elite trial even harder than the level 3? It should be some big shot, right? He passed the level 3 trial so quickly and has the confidence to start the elite trial. He must be no ordinary person. Zhuoming's words made the blonde young man nodded. Both of them had a look of longing on their faces. How great would it be if they were that strong? I don't know how much I can gain. Chapter 50, Leader-Level Genetic Weapons, Huge Improvement. Inside the Stoneman Tower. After the voice in the sky announced, the elite trial began. The stone man appeared again on the gray ground in front of Lu Yuan. However, this time the stone man is no longer gray, but dark gray. After the stone man appeared, he clenched his fists, touched them against his chest, then roared and stomped on the ground. Boom! The ground exploded, and his body rushed towards the edge of the land. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. Very fast. The speed of this dark gray stone man has almost reached 50% of the tempering degree. Although it is still a little bit slower than Lu Yuan, it is much faster than the gray-white stone men in ordinary trials. A dark gray stone man appeared in front of Lu Yuan and punched towards him. The wind from the fist whistled, blowing Lu Yuan's hair. Lu Yuan swung the heavy sword in his hand, colliding with the dark gray stone man's fist. Boom! With a loud bang, Cracks appeared on the dark gray stone man's fist, and his body flew backwards. Lu Yuan felt the power of the dark gray stone man and felt a little relieved. The attack was quite powerful, but the damage it could cause to Lu Yuan was very limited. It's a good thing that this is the case, otherwise it would be difficult for him to break into deeper levels. After confirming the strength of the dark gray stone man, Lu Yuan stepped forward with his sword and attacked the stone man continuously, chopping off his head. Pass the Elite Level 1 trial and get the reward, 10 drops of Moonstone Spirit Dew. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. There were actually 10 drops? This reward is 10 times that of the normal Level 1 trial. Isn't Level 2 more? Trialist 119201. Do you want to take the Elite Level 2 trial? If you refuse, you will leave the Stoneman Tower. Conduct the trial. Lu Yuan agreed immediately. As expected by Lu Yuan, there were 10 dark gray stone men in the Level 2 Elite trial. The combined combat power of 10 dark gray stone men is stronger than that of 100 gray white stone men. It took Lu Yuan quite a while to kill them all. Pass the Elite Level 2 trial and get the following rewards: 100 drops of Moonstone Spirit Dew, 1 drop of Moonstone Essence. Something different. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he looked up into the sky. A piece of Moonstone Dew appeared, with a drop of silver liquid in the center. Moonstone Essence. Lu Yuan put the Moonstone Essence into his hand and obtained the information of the Moonstone Essence. Moonstone Essence is the essence refined from Moonstone Spirit Dew. Its effect is similar to that of Moonstone Spirit Dew. It can improve cultivation and heal injuries. If used frequently, it can also make one's own defense stronger. However, the effect of Moonstone Essence is 100 times that of Moonstone Dew. It's not just about improving your cultivation. The healing effect of Moonstone Essence is also extremely strong, even more powerful than excellent healing potions. Lu Yuan carefully kept the essence of the Moonstone and did not use it directly. If this thing is used when you're seriously injured, it may save your life. Then Lu Yuan absorbed 100 drops of Moonstone Spirit Dew. At this moment, his tempering degree finally reached 41%. After absorbing the Moonstone Dew, Lu Yuan began the Elite Level 3 trial. 100 dark gray stone men appeared. Lu Yuan spent a lot of time and finally killed them all. Although his defense ability was extremely strong and the dark gray stone men did not cause much damage to Lu Yuan, the continuous battle between 100 dark gray stone men still caused Lu Yuan to suffer serious injuries. He used that drop of Moonstone Essence to maintain his peak condition. After passing the Elite Level 3 trial, Lu Yuan obtained 1,000 drops of Moonstone Dew and 10 drops of Moonstone Essence. Lu Yuan absorbed the Moonstone Dew and the tempering degree reached 48%. Not only that, after absorbing more than 1,000 grams of Moonstone Spirit Dew, Lu Yuan could clearly feel that his body became stronger under the nourishment of the Moonstone Spirit Dew. Muscles, bones, and skin all become tougher and stronger than before. The defense is increased by nearly 10%, and the strength and speed have also increased. You should know that this is not the improvement brought by Lu Yuan's tempering gene, but an additional improvement. These are all the effects brought by the Moonstone Spirit Dew. After the Level 3 Elite trial, there was no higher level trial as Lu Yuan had originally imagined, but a Level 4 Elite trial. Lu Yuan naturally chose to agree. The opponents in the Level 4 Elite trial are a total of 1,000 dark gray stone men. Even a strong man with elite genes and 100% tempering degree would probably be weak in the face of so many dark gray stone men. After all, killing so many stone men would require too much spiritual power. Where does an apprentice-level genetic warrior get so much spiritual power? 1,000 dark gray stone men rushed to the edge of the continent, and the earth shook under their feet. Lu Yuan was even a little worried that he would be trampled to death by them. Fortunately, Lu Yuan discovered that as his tempering degree continued to increase, coupled with the Moonstone Dew, his own defensive capabilities were enhanced. At this moment, when using the Black Iron Body, the dark gray stone man was unable to even break through Lu Yuan's defense. This made Lu Yuan happy. He completely ignored his own defense and continued to swing his sword, killing the dark gray stone men one by one. When too much spiritual energy is consumed, absorb spiritual crystals to restore it. Lu Yuan felt the same way as when he fell into the ant nest, and he swung his sword until he became numb. I don't know how long it took, but the last dark greystone man was killed by Lu Yuan with one sword. A voice sounded in the sky. Pass the elite level 4 trial and receive the following rewards. 100 drops of moonstone essence, genetic armament. Moonstone. In front of Lu Yuan, there were 100 drops of silver moonstone essence floating and a moon-white crescent stone. The white crescent-shaped stone was flashing a deep green light. Lu Yuan's eyes were immediately attracted by the deep blue light, and his face was filled with shock. Blue, is it a leader-level genetic weapon? Generally, elite-level genetic weapons will emit green light, while leader-level genetic weapons will emit cyan light. You know, elite-level genetic weapons are already extremely powerful and precious. For example, the beetle claw heavy sword in Lu Yuan's hand is still very useful, even though its tempering degree is now more than 40%. He killed tens of thousands of ferocious beasts in the underground palace, but failed to obtain elite-level genetic weapons again. It is conceivable how precious elite-level weapons are. Who would have thought that now they would be rewarded with leader-level genetic weapons? The surprise came so quickly that he even wondered if he was dreaming. The rewards for level 4 elite trials are so rich. Lu Yuan quickly put the thing in his hand. The land of origin transmitted the information of the moonstone into Lu Yuan's mind. Moonstone. This is a genetic weapon of the emblem type. It only needs to be included in the gene chain and does not need to be materialized to exert its effect. The effect of this moonstone is to enhance the overall strength of the body, and it also has a special moonstone guarding ability. Moonstone Guardian is a guardian ability that can resist mental attacks and protect the owner's spirit. Being able to protect the spirit is a very powerful guardian ability. After all, this is the special ability of the leader-level genetic weapon. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan felt that he might not be able to use it. How can an apprentice-level genetic warrior perform mental attacks? This is outrageous. In comparison, the all-round improvement in physical strength made Lu Yuan extremely surprised. He had an idea and wanted to take the moonstone into his body. However, as soon as he absorbed it, Lu Yuan felt a slight pain in his body, and he stopped immediately. Is this the leader-level weapon? It actually has such high requirements for the physical body. Even though my current tempering degree is almost 50%, I still can't bless it. He exhaled. I have to continue practicing. Fortunately, I still have 100 drops of moonstone essence. Lu Yuan looked at the 100 drops of silver liquid in the air and smiled. Absorb it now. Lu Yuan began to absorb the essence of the moonstone. 1 drop, 10 drops, 20 drops. The spiritual power contained in the moonstone essence is 100 times that of the moonstone's spiritual dew. As Lu Yuan absorbs it, the rich and vast spiritual power quickly refines Lu Yuan's genetic chain. In the white mist inside his body, the gene chain became brighter and brighter. 50%, 55%, 60%. After Lu Yuan absorbed 71 drops of moonstone essence, his body began to feel a slight bloating and tingling sensation, and he could no longer absorb spiritual energy. Even the extremely gentle spiritual power of the moonstone essence cannot be absorbed infinitely. 71 drops of moonstone essence are equivalent to 7,100 drops of moonstone spirit dew, which is also equivalent to the spiritual power contained in more than 7,000 spirit crystals. If Lu Yuan were to absorb it using spirit crystals, it would take him about 10 days to complete the absorption. And now, it only took a few minutes. With such vast spiritual power, even if Lu Yuan engraved elite-level extraordinary genes, the amount of spiritual power required to temper the gene chain was several times greater than that of ordinary genes, but the tempering degree was still increased to 74. With the improvement of the tempering degree, Lu Yuan's body became much stronger than before, and vast power surged out from Lu Yuan's body. Far more powerful than before. Chapter 51. Genius Trial, the Powerful Black Stone Man. This power can easily defeat the previous me. Lu Yuan clenched his fists and muttered to himself. He also didn't expect that this time entering the ruins would bring him such great gains. The improvement was too great. With my current physical strength, I should be able to bless the moonstone, right? Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he took out the moonstone from the battle pattern space. As soon as he thought about it, the moonstone turned into a stream of green light and merged into Lu Yuan's body. In a white mist, a huge genetic chain stands. The shadow of the moonstone appeared around the gene chain, and deep blue light flowed and slowly merged into the gene chain. Lu Yuan could feel a powerful force penetrating into his body. His skin, bones, muscles, internal organs, every aspect was improving rapidly. It continued to increase by nearly 30% before it stopped. He could feel that his body was tougher, stronger, and more flexible. This is an improvement in all aspects. Is this the effect of the boss-level weapon? So powerful. He smiled in surprise. Even if they are both warriors with elite genes, but their tempering degree is 10% or even 20% higher, they may not be my opponent. Right? Drop. Just when Lu Yuan was surprised, the voice in the sky sounded again. It has been detected that the trial participant 1192-01 has passed the Level 4 Elite trial and is qualified to start the Genius trial. Do you want to start it? Lu Yuan was startled and came back to his senses from the surprise of the improvement. There is actually a higher level of trial, the Genius trial. So, I'm not considered a genius yet. Lu Yuan originally thought that he was already a genius. His eyes flickered, and he revealed a confident smile. Now that we've come this far, let's see what the Genius trial is like, right? Start the Genius trial. Lu Yuan is very confident now. He feels very strong now. Boom! A roar sounded from the sky, different from the original mechanical sound. This time a louder voice came out. Trialist 1192-01. Start the Genius trial. Outside the Stoneman Tower, in the ruined space. At this moment, there are more genetic warriors outside the tower than before. There was another man with short black hair and ordinary looks beside Zhuo Ming and the blonde young man. He is also one of Zhuo Ming's teammates. At this time, a voice sounded. Trialist AS22203, start the Elite trial. The blonde young man said. Another person enters the Elite trial. Is this the 19th person? Well, it's the 19th one. Zhuo Ming nodded. A man with short black hair said. The captain hasn't come out yet. I wonder if the Elite trial has started. I think it must be activated. 100 stone men are definitely no match for the captain, but the captain is a guardian after all. It will probably take a lot of time to kill 100 stone men. Maybe the current trialist AS22203 is the captain. Zhuo Ming analyzed. It's possible. The blonde young man nodded. Hey, but Ami and the others haven't come out yet. With their strength, I'm afraid they can't pass the Level 3 trial. They haven't come out for so long, they must have died. The short black-haired man sighed. Zhuo Ming and the blonde young man were silent. The blonde young man shook his head. If Ami and the others hadn't said anything, Xiao Yu's strength would definitely be able to pass Level 2. He hasn't come out yet. Maybe he couldn't help but challenge Level 3? Level 3 trials are definitely not something he can pass. It's still too greedy. Zhuo Ming also smiled. If you die, you'll have nothing. I understand in the land of origin, the greedier you are, the easier it is to die. If you die once, you will not be able to enter the land of origin for at least a few weeks, which will widen the gap with others. The blonde young man smiled and said, Yes, unfortunately sometimes, people's greed is beyond their control. Zhuo Ming and a young man with short black hair nodded in agreement with this. Don't they know they shouldn't be greedy? But when you really face that kind of situation, it's not possible to control it just because you want to. Boom! Just as they were talking, a loud roar suddenly sounded. Everyone was stunned and looked up at the sky in confusion. Zhuo Ming's eyes widened. What happened? Was there thunder? The blonde young man looked confused. There will be thunder in this relic space? Just when they were confused, a loud voice rang out. Trialist 1192-01. Start the Genius trial. Outside the relic space, the atmosphere suddenly fell into deathly silence. For a moment, everyone was in an uproar. No matter if they were kobolds, elves, cat people, or humans, everyone cried out in surprise. Genius trial? Isn't an elite trial? Is it more advanced than the elite trial? Wait, 1192-01? Isn't this participant the first one to start the elite trial? No, 1192-01. Who is he? Is it a human? An elf? A cat man? Or a kobold? He should be a powerful person who's been famous for a long time, right? Everyone was talking about it, guessing who 1192-01 was the first person to start the elite trial, and now the Genius trial. Inside the Stoneman Tower, after Lu Yuan started the Genius trial, a pitch-black stone man slowly condensed on the gray-white ground about 20 meters in front of him. After the black stone man appeared, he did not rush towards Lu Yuan immediately. His hands and feet moved smoothly, unlike the stone man in the previous trial, and there was no sense of stiffness at all. It seems like some of them are living people. The stone man spread his legs, clenched his fists, and made a strange fist gesture towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was stunned. Is this a physical skill? The stone man in the genius trial can actually use physical skills? While Lu Yuan was stunned, the stone man stepped on the ground and rushed towards Lu Yuan like a black shadow. Almost in an instant, he crossed the distance of 20 meters and arrived in front of Lu Yuan. The black stone man's face was expressionless, his body twisted and exerted force, and his right fist hit Lu Yuan. Boom! Above his fist, a strong wind was flowing, carrying with it an incomparably powerful energy. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted violently. What a fast speed! What a powerful force! He didn't even have time to raise his sword. His whole body tensed up, and he slapped the black stone man's arm. The side of the stone man's fist passed by Lu Yuan's ear. The strong wind cut a few of Lu Yuan's hair, causing his cheek to sting. Not only that, his palms felt numb due to the recoil. After the punch missed, the black stone man stomped his feet on the ground, took another step forward, and thrust out his left knee, hitting Lu Yuan's abdomen hard. Lu Yuan flew backwards for more than 10 meters, staggered back a few steps on the ground before he could steady himself. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was slightly pale. He felt an excruciating pain in his abdomen, as if all his internal organs were ruptured. This is the opponent in the genius trial. So strong. Lu Yuan was extremely shocked. As soon as the thought flashed through his mind, before he even had time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, the black stone man once again turned into a black afterimage and rushed up. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. Damn it! You don't leave me any chance to survive, do you? He clenched the heavy sword in both hands and took a step forward. His black iron body was working to its limit, and he used the military sword's force to slash straight down with the heavy sword. Lu Yuan's heavy sword was greatly improved, and its speed was extremely fast. A black light flashed in the air, and the sword wind was extremely sharp. However, when the heavy sword approached the black stone man, his body twisted strangely, shook, and moved sideways, but his speed did not slow down at all, and he rushed towards Lu Yuan again. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, exerted force with both hands, changed the sword's momentum, drew an arc in the air, and slashed towards his neck. The black stone man suddenly stretched out his left hand and placed it on Lu Yuan's heavy sword. With a slight pull, Lu Yuan's heavy sword was deflected. He clenched his right fist and punched Lu Yuan in the chest. Boom! Lu Yuan felt a tightness in his chest, and his bones crackled. The enormous force caused him to fly backwards more than 10 meters and fall heavily to the ground. A sharp pain came from his chest, and Lu Yuan looked grim. The sternum is cracked. My strong defense couldn't stop it. How come this bastard's attack power is so strong? Before Lu Yuan had time to think about it, the roar sounded again. A black stone man appeared in front of him and stepped heavily on Lu Yuan's head with his right foot. The hairs on Lu Yuan's back stood up, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He rolled over and hid to the side. The black stone man stepped on the ground, and when he moved his feet away, tiny spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground. Chapter 52, Black Steel Strength. Lu Yuan took the opportunity to stand up and step back, looking at the black stone man vigilantly from a distance, while taking out a drop of moonstone essence and swallowing it. The gentle power of the moonstone essence flowed through Lu Yuan's body, and the healing power began to heal Lu Yuan's abdomen and chest. His abdomen and chest became warm, and the original severe pain slowly disappeared. The black stone man rushed over again. Lu Yuan's face was solemn. He retreated while struggling to resist the black stone man's storm-like attack. He felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, he had made tremendous progress before accepting the genius trial. If his strength was still the same as before, he might have been taken away by the first wave of attacks, just now. However, even though he has improved so much now, the strength and speed of this black stone man are still much stronger than him. Not only in terms of physical strength, but also in terms of fighting ability, Lu Yuan is not as good as him. Faced with the powerful attack of the black stone man, Lu Yuan could only barely resist. Fortunately, he has other cards up his sleeve. Lu Yuan blocked a heavy punch from the black stone man, and his body retreated violently. Before the black stone man caught up, Lu Yuan had a bottle of black potion in his hand. Excellent Defense Enhancement Potion. After drinking the Excellent Defense Potion, Lu Yuan took out the Speed Enhancement Potion and the Strength Enhancement Potion and drank them. All of them are excellent grade medicines. He drank bottle of potion one after another, and immediately powerful spiritual power surged in Lu Yuan's body. The medicine took effect, and his performance in all aspects continued to improve by more than 30. The improved effect made Lu Yuan frown slightly. Originally, the high-quality medicine could increase the effect by about 50%, but now it can only increase it by more than 30%. This is probably because Lu Yuan's current strength is already quite strong, so the improvement seems to be smaller. However, even if it is increased by more than 30%, it would be almost enough. Lu Yuan looked at the Black Stone Man, rushing up again, and grinned. This time, I wonder if he can hold it back? He turned around and rushed forward, slashing out with a heavy sword with even more powerful and fierce momentum than before. Call! The sword light quickly approached the Black Stone Man's neck. Roar! The Black Stone Man roared and swung his fist to block the attack. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Lu Yuan and the Black Stone Man both took a few steps back. Lu Yuan waved his heavy sword and was shocked. I didn't expect that even after using the potion, I could only be on par with this Black Stone Man. No wonder the Black Stone Man almost crushed him before. Is this the difficulty of the genius trial? The Black Stone Man seemed to have no emotions. After being repelled by Lu Yuan, he roared angrily and turned into a black afterimage again and rushed towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and went forward to meet him. The two sides continued to fight on the gray and white land, and the sound of metal clashing continued to echo in the empty land. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Yuan took a deep breath and took out another spirit crystal to absorb it, replenishing his almost exhausted spiritual power. There were gaps on the heavy sword in his hand. The defense of this Black Stone Man is too strong. Even an elite-quality heavy sword would be difficult to remain intact. However, at this moment, there were many tiny cracks on the Black Stone Man's body, especially his hands, which were covered with numerous cracks due to constant collision with the heavy sword. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed. Although this guy is very strong, I am not weak now and can wear him down. At this moment, Lu Yuan's face changed. He felt the effects of his medicine wearing off. Has the effect of the potion ended? He quickly took out a few bottles of excellent potion and used them before the Black Stone Man rushed over again. He felt a pang of heartache. In order to pass this level of trial, he used hundreds of thousands of potions. Quick decision. Lu Yuan rushed towards the Black Stone Man again. The battle continued for nearly 10 minutes. Lu Yuan's heavy sword was worn even more severely, and the Black Stone Man's hands had been smashed by Lu Yuan. With both hands shattered, the Black Stone Man managed to hold on for a while with the help of his superb leg skills. But in the end, his head was smashed by Lu Yuan. Looking at the Black Stone Man falling to the ground, Lu Yuan took a breath and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He took one look at the beetle claw heavy sword with its blade full of notches, and couldn't help but twitching the corners of his mouth. I didn't expect this battle to be so difficult. Even after drinking the potion, he was still injured and his weapon was almost destroyed. Not only that, he also absorbed more than 10 spirit crystals. If his spiritual power would not be exhausted, he would still be defeated even if he drank the excellent potion. Isn't this genius trial too difficult? Lu Yuan felt hit. He thought he was a genius. In the end, you had to rely on cheating to pass the level 1 trial. Passed the Genius Level 1 trial. Received rewards. 100 drops of Moonstone Essence. Physical skills. Black Steel Strength. 100 drops of Moonstone Essence and a piece of white crystal stone appeared in the air in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was stunned and showed a trace of surprise. Physical training? There are actually physical skill rewards? Lu Yuan now masters 2 physical skills. They are military boxing and military sword. These 2 physical skills correspond to boxing techniques and swordsmanship techniques, respectively. This greatly improved Lu Yuan's close combatability and swordsmanship. Moreover, these 2 physical skills are very helpful in controlling one's own strength, allowing Lu Yuan to exert almost 100% of his body strength. If an ordinary genetic warrior wants to master such force-generating techniques without systematic learning, it will probably take a long time. It can be said that these 2 physical skills are quite precious. Even the Red Maple Empire would warn users to keep the items strictly confidential and not pass them on when giving them away as gifts. I wonder how this black steel is. Lu Yuan took the white crystal with some curiosity. The information about the black steel force entered Lu Yuan's mind. Black steel strength, a physical skill inherited from Sherman civilization. Only geniuses of the Sherman tribe are qualified to practice it. By mastering each of their own power groups, they can gain strength that exceeds the limits of their own body. It is divided into 4 levels in total. The first level masters the core strength groups of the body and can exert force at the same time, which can increase strength by 50%. The second level is to master the body's core strength groups and large strength groups and be able to exert force at the same time, which can double the strength. The third level masters all the power groups of the body and can exert force simultaneously, which can increase the strength by 2 times. The fourth stage amplifies the strength of the whole body and can increase strength fourfold. Moreover, practicing black steel power is very helpful in mastering one's own strength in detail. If the physical body is not strong enough, forcibly using the black steel power will place a heavy burden on the body and may cause injury. Lu Yuan took in the information and his eyes widened. He was stunned. There is such a powerful physical skill. Can it directly increase a person's physical strength by 4 times? If you can train to the 4th level, it will be comparable to the combat skills contained in some boss-level extraordinary genes, right? At least, Lu Yuan's current black iron body cannot increase his defense fourfold. This is too exaggerated. This is just a physical skill. It's not a genetic combat skill, etc. Lu Yuan suddenly thought of the smooth, fighting posture of the Black Stone Man. Could it be that the Black Stone Man's own power might not be as strong as Lu Yuan's, but he was so strong because he used the black steel power? Lu Yuan felt a little numb for a moment. This physical skill is much more powerful than the military boxing and military sword. It is indeed a physical skill inherited from a civilization, and it is a physical skill that only geniuses are qualified to practice. Unfortunately, the Sherman civilization has already disappeared, so only the ruins appeared here. After reading the information about black steel power, Lu Yuan found that this physical technique still has limitations. That is, if your body is not strong enough, forced amplification will backfire. In this case, the most suitable person for this black steel force is undoubtedly the guardian and attack warriors. After all, if we only consider physical strength, these two are the most powerful among all the genetic warrior routes. The weakest ones are probably the psychic and elemental types. If it was that type of genetic warrior, it might be difficult to even cultivate to the 1st level, and if he used the 2nd level, he might get seriously injured. This black steel force may be tailor-made for the protection and attack types. Lu Yuan smiled. He is not bragging, but in terms of physical strength alone, he feels that he is one of the strongest in the same level, and it will only get stronger in the future. After all, his black iron body can continue to evolve. If he could practice this black steel power to the 4th level, it would be like gaining an extra leader-level genetic combat skill. Although it does not have the improvement effect brought by extraordinary gene engraving, it can still be considered invaluable. After all, it's a free fighting skill, and it's so powerful, who wouldn't like it? Chapter 53, Ordinary. Lu Yuan also collected black steel's inheritance crystal and 100 drops of moonstone essence. Including these 100 drops, he now has 139 drops of moonstone essence. As for the moonstone spiritual dew, Lu Yuan had already absorbed it all before. At this moment, it was difficult for him to continue absorbing, so he kept the essence of the moonstone and absorbed it later after some time. After absorbing the essence of these 139 moonstones, even if his tempering degree has not reached 100%, it can be almost 90%. By that time, he would be ready to break the genetic lock and advance to the 1st-class warrior level. This speed is much faster than Lu Yuan originally thought. Trialist 1192-01. Do you want to take the Genius Level 2 trial? If you refuse, you will leave the Stoneman Tower. A voice rang out in the sky. Lu Yuan thought about it, then shook his head. Leave the Stoneman Tower. Just one black stone man made Lu Yuan use all his strength. However, 10 black stone men are not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. With Lu Yuan's current strength, there is no hope of passing at all. Although he really wanted the reward for Genius Level 2, he was in the trial and would give away what he had gained if he left the place of origin. Lu Yuan still has self-knowledge, and the best thing to do is to quit while you are ahead. As soon as Lu Yuan finished his words, a ball of white light enveloped Lu Yuan and sent him out of the Stone Man Tower. At the stone gate outside the Sure Man Tower, a white light flashed, and the sturdy body of Iron Axe Come On emerged. At this moment, his armor was covered with cracks, his mouth was open, and he was gasping for breath. However, his eyes were shining with joy. After seeing Come On coming out, several gnolls' eyes lit up and they went to meet him. "Sir, you're out." Come On glanced at the kobolds and then looked around. The nearby genetic warriors were also looking in his direction at this moment. Come On didn't care and said, "Go first." He led a group of gnolls back to the place where they had gathered before. Come On glanced around and slowly said, "What's the situation now? Pingxing, Sun Qian, and the others haven't come out yet." "Yes, sir. The two famous strong men who have come out now are blood swordsman Mi Qiu and Big Hammer, Wang Lang. The others have not come out yet." Come On nodded and asked, "Is there anything unusual?" Hearing this, the kobolds looked at each other, and a gray-haired kobold spoke up. "When we are conducting trials, if someone enters the elite trials, the ruin space will notify them. It will not notify the name, but the trial number." Hearing this, Come On grinned and said, "Interesting. How many people have reported it now?" "So far, there are a total of 37 people who have entered the elite trial, and one of them has entered the genius trial. His number is 119201. Hearing this, Come On was stunned and a little stunned. 119201? Genius trial. When the gnolls saw Come On's dazed look, they all felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. They understood that Come On might not have entered the genius trial. Come On's face gradually became gloomy, and the air fell into silence. Several kobolds looked at each other, lowered their heads, and dared not speak. After a moment of silence, Come On slowly spoke. "Genius trial. How is it possible? The dark greystone men in the elite trial are not very strong, but their defense is not weak. It takes some effort to kill them. There are 100 dark greystone men in the level 3 elite trial. They are very difficult to deal with. It takes a lot of spiritual power to pass that level. After the level 3 elite trial is the level 4 elite trial. There are 1,000 dark greystone men in the level 4 elite trial. Even with spiritual potions, it is difficult to kill so many dark greystone men. How is it possible that someone can pass the level 4 elite trial?" Come On pondered for a moment, then turned his head and looked around. "Do you know who entered the elite trial?" The gray-haired, dog-headed man was stunned and said, "This is not clear. After all, some trial participants are loners. They will not tell others their true information. Even if they pass the elite trial, it is difficult to find them. In addition, there is the possibility that they fail in the trial and leave the place of origin, which makes it even more difficult to find. Especially for 119201. The difficulty of the genius trial is probably very high, and it is unlikely that he will come out alive. No matter how difficult it is, you have to find out for me. You have to find out who that now. 119201 is." "Yes." Just as Come On was giving orders to the gray-haired, dog-headed man, another white light flashed outside the door of the Stoneman Tower. A cat-like woman with white hair appeared. As soon as she appeared, the eyes of all the cat people in the cat camp lit up. Several catmen warriors came forward. "Master Pingxing." Pingxing's leather armor also had some more signs of damage at this moment, but the damage was much less than that of Come On, and even his aura had not changed much. She nodded to several cat warriors and walked back into the cat camp. "What's the situation now? Are there any abnormalities in the ruins?" A fat cat man with a pair of orange ears rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "There is an anomaly. A participant numbered 119201 has started the genius trial. We don't know if it is you, Master Pingxing." Pingxing's pupils shrank when he heard this. Genius trial. Then she shook her head. "Not me." She frowned slightly, looked around, and then looked away. "How many people haven't come out yet? It's hard to estimate. Those who fail the trial will die. After death, they will leave the place of origin. We can't tell how many people are still taking the trial." Ping, she narrowed his eyes with shock in his eyes. Someone actually managed to pass the level 4 elite trial. How is that possible at the trainee level? Besides His Highness Yi, is there any other genius who can kill 1,000 deep greystone men? She took a deep breath and said, "Keep an eye on the next person who comes out, and carefully check who 119201 is. The one who can start the genius trial must be an extraordinary strong man. If he is a cat man, train him with all your strength. If he is another race, try to make friends with him. If you can't make friends with him, then restrict his growth. Yes. Before long, one trial participant after another left the Stoneman Tower. Some people returned to their own forces, while there were also powerful lone rangers who took a look around and then joined the crowd on their own. Not long after, white light flashed again, and Lu Yuan's body emerged. As soon as he appeared, he felt a large number of eyes focused on him. Lu Yuan looked around and found that a large number of genetic warriors were looking at him. He raised an eyebrow. Is it because I'm too handsome? Not really. At least the aesthetic sense of the kobolds is definitely different from that of humans. Why do they look at me like this? Lu Yuan had a calm expression on his face and walked towards the human group. As soon as they reached the human area, Zhuoming, the blond young man, and others came to meet them. Zhuoming smiled and said excitedly, "Brother Yuan, you came out? I knew you would make it out alive. How is it? You must have made it to the elite trial, right?" Lu Yuan nodded and said with a smile, "Indeed, I made it." Hearing this, the blond young man looked admiring. "Brother Yuan, you are amazing. You have only awakened for such a short time, but you have already made it to the elite trial. If you were given time, you might be able to enter even the genius trial." Zhuoming and several others nodded in agreement. Zhuoming said, "Yes, if you had awakened last year, you would have definitely been able to enter the genius trial. By the way, Brother Yuan, did you know that someone actually made it into the genius trial? Wow, that's amazing. I don't know which boss it is." Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged, but he felt a little strange. Someone breaks into the genius trial? Could it be him? But he started the genius trial himself. How do they know? Lu Yuan asked with some doubt. There is such a powerful person. You don't know who that person is? How did you know that someone broke into the genius trial? Because the relic space will broadcast. Every time someone breaks into the elite trial, the trial number will be broadcast. When entering the genius trial, there will be thunder. I was scared at the time. Lu Yuan. Wow, this relic space can actually be used for broadcasting? Fortunately, I didn't report my name. Zhuoming sighed. I'm really curious about which boss opened the genius trial without making any noise. You know, there's so many gene warriors here, 37 of them entered the elite trial, and only that one entered the genius trial. Too strong. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. He is indeed very strong. He must be a genius with outstanding talent. Maybe he is also very handsome. The blond young man pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled. I always thought that Brother Yuan was handsome enough and talented enough, but I didn't expect there was an even stronger genius. Lu Yuan smiled and said, there are always people better than you. There are many people who are more talented than me. I am just an ordinary person. Zhuoming looked at Lu Yuan with a frown on his face. Brother Yuan, your definition of normal seems to be a bit problematic. Lu Yuan was stunned. Really? The blond young man and others nodded in unison. Very much. Chapter 54. The High-Priced Essence of Moonstone. Not long after, Lu Shi also came out. Although he had many wounds on his body and his armor was even a little torn, he still had a smile on his face. Lu Shi walked back and saw Lu Yuan and said with a smile, Brother Lu Yuan, how is it, what level did you reach in this trial with your strength? You should be able to enter the elite trial, right? Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. Yes, I passed the elite level 2. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Lu Shi's eyes flashed with surprise, and he smiled. You've only awakened for half a month, and you've already passed elite level 2? If you had awakened earlier, your current strength would probably have surpassed mine. Your talent is indeed amazing. Are you really not going to consider joining our Tianfu financial group? I can also apply for other benefits for you. With your talent, I believe the top management will agree. Lu Yuan shook his head and smiled. Forget it, I can't stand being bound. It is impossible for me to work. I will never work in this life. What a pity. Lu Yuan changed the subject. Looking at Brother Lu's expression, did he pass the elite level 3 trial? Haha, I barely made it through. Lu Shi had a proud look on his face, all smiles. Lu Yuan smiled and said, among the genetic warriors here, there are probably no more than 10 who can pass the elite level 3. Brother Lu's strength is considered top-notch here. Haha, Brother Lu Yuan, thank you for the compliment. Lu Shi might not care too much about the compliments from ordinary people. After all, his status in Shine City is not low. But Lu Yuan is a genius with extremely high talent, and Lu Shi was very grateful for Lu Yuan's praise. At this moment, A genetic warrior from the Tianfu Consortium beside Lu whispered. Manager, this time, there's another person who has made it into the genius trial. Genius trial? Lu looked shocked. After the explanations from this genetic warrior and Zhuo Ming and others, he finally understood. His eyes widened, somewhat shocked. How could someone pass the elite level 4 trial? That's 1,000 deep greystone men. How'd he do it? Lu Yuan nodded in agreement and sighed. It's really strong, but I don't know who it is. Lu glanced at Lu Yuan and said with a smile. Brother Lu Yuan, don't be discouraged. You have just awakened, and you have passed the elite 2 level. If you had awakened last year, you would definitely be able to enter the genius trial. You don't have to feel disappointed. You have a very high talent, and the trial is to enter the genius trial may not necessarily be stronger than you. Lu Yuan was a little confused. Be discouraged? When did I get discouraged? That trial taker definitely can't be stronger than him. Probably just as strong as him. After all, it's him. Lu Yuan laughed dryly and said, Brother Lu is right. I will continue to work hard. Lu smiled and nodded. After a while, Green also came out. There were some bruises on his face, his armor was almost in tatters, and his huge shield had some holes in it. But there was still a smile on his face. The captain is out. Zhuo Ming and his friends were extremely surprised. They went up to meet him. The blonde young man smiled and asked, Captain, how is it going? How far have you reached? Green smiled. I'm lucky. I used various means to finally pass the elite level 2 trial. Hearing this, Zhuo Ming was shocked. Captain, you are awesome. You have passed the same level of trials as Brother Yuan. When Green heard this, his face darkened. What do you mean, you bastard? Lu Yuan is strong, but am I weak? Zhuo Ming and the blonde young man looked at each other, laughed dryly, and said nothing. Seeing this, Green's face turned even darker. At this moment, Lu came over and said with a smile, Mr. Green, you have passed the elite level 2 level, so you should have obtained a drop of moonstone essence, right? I want to buy this moonstone essence from you, but I wonder if you are willing to give it up? Green was stunned and looked at Lu. Mr. Lu wants to buy this moonstone essence. What price do you plan to offer? Mr. Green, you're a friend of Brother Lu Yuan, which means you're also my friend. The price I offer you will definitely not be low. 3,000 spirit crystals, how about that? Hearing this, Lu Yuan was stunned and a little surprised. The effect of 1 drop of moonstone essence is equivalent to 100 drops of moonstone dew. The spiritual power contained in moonstone spirit dew and spirit crystal is similar. The spiritual power contained in 1 drop of moonstone essence is only equivalent to 100 spiritual crystals. Although the essence of moonstone also has many effects such as healing and increasing physical strength. But Lu Yuan still didn't expect Lu to quote such a high price. Not only Lu Yuan was shocked, but Green and Zhuo Ming were also shocked. Green stared at Lu with eyes wide open. 3,000 spirit crystals? This price? What's the matter? Mr. Green, I am very sincere. This is the highest price I can offer. It won't be lower. Lu frowned slightly. No, Mr. Lu, I think the price is a bit high. Lu was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Haha, are you willing to sell it? Zhuo Ming and the blonde young man on the side were looking at Green expectantly. Green also nodded. I sold it. Even though the moonstone essence has various benefits, it is only 1 drop after all, so it is not of much use to him. If it can be sold for 3,000 spirit crystals, only a fool wouldn't sell it. Lu also smiled. Then let's trade. The two completed the transaction quickly. Green got a bunch of spirit crystals and smiled happily. Lu was also very satisfied and smiled. He turned to look at Lu Yuan. Brother Lu Yuan, do you want to sell your moonstone essence? Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. I won't sell it. I plan to keep it for myself. He doesn't just have 1 drop of moonstone essence. He has a total of 139 drops of moonstone essence. If he sells them and exchanges them for spirit crystals, he will have 417,000 of them. For a trainee-level genetic warrior, this is an extremely huge fortune. However, Lu Yuan has no shortage of spirit crystals now, and he also needs to use the essence of moonstone to practice. Haha, that's right. You are a monster that can hunt hundreds of ferocious beasts every day. How could you be short of spirit crystals? Lu smiled and shook his head and didn't mention the sale again. In the relic space, new genetic warriors come in from time to time, and genetic warriors who have completed the trial leave. Especially the lone travelers, who had already found an opportunity to sneak away after coming out of the trial. However, because many genetic warriors died in the trial, the number of genetic warriors in the ruin space is now more than half of what it was at the beginning. Green and Lu Shi both have their own teams, so naturally they need to wait for their team members here. After a while, both of them frowned. Lu Shi looked at the Stoneman Tower and said, "It's been so long, and no one has come out yet. It seems that the rest must have died in there." Green looked at his team and found that only 4 people, him, Zhuoming, the blonde young man, and a man with short black hair, came out alive. He frowned slightly, then sighed. "It seems that Xiaoyu and John have failed. In that case, we're leaving." Lu Shi said. He looked at Lu Yuan. "Brother Lu Yuan, do you want to leave with us? In this trial, those who came out alive have gained something. I'm afraid someone will target those who came out alive." Lu Yuan also understood. After all, as long as you kill the trial taker, all the rewards will fall out. Naturally, someone will kill him. I'm afraid that in the coming period of time, there will be a lot of chaos and fighting in the underground palace. Lu Yuan thought about it, then nodded. "Well, let's leave together." Although he is not afraid of difficulties, he also doesn't like trouble. By following Lu Shi and others, he can avoid a lot of trouble. Green smiled and said, "Then let's join us." After everyone finished talking, the group of people left the ruined space. Among the group of dog-headed people, Bertha watched Lu Yuan, Lu Shi, and others leave with a cold look in her eyes. She turned to look at Mao Si, who was standing aside. "Mao Si, didn't you say they wouldn't leave together? Now give me an explanation." Mao Si's eyes wandered. They really didn't come together before. Maybe it's because everyone has gained something from this ruins, so it's safer to leave together. I don't care what their reasons are. What should I do with my next plan? Bertha's expression was icy. Miss Third, this time Lu Yuan is with the people from the Tianfu Financial Group, so we may not have the chance to attack him. However, we will still have a chance in the future. After all, we already know that he is here. As long as we keep an eye on him, we will always find an opportunity. Jingba reminded Bertha. Hearing this, Bertha took a deep breath and slowly calmed down her dissatisfaction. She nodded. "You have a point. In that case, you must keep a close eye on him from now on. This damn human is improving too fast. After passing the test again, I'm afraid he will improve even more. We must kill him before he becomes stronger." Jingba grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. "Don't worry, Third Mississippi. He will be able to be proud soon." Chapter 55, Sandstone City. Sandstone City, at the city gate. Lu Yuan and his group entered the city gate under the gaze of 2 5-meter-high, ochre-colored rock structures. Looking at the khaki buildings in the city, Zhuoming let out a breath and smiled. "I'm finally back. I was so scared along the way." The blonde young man nodded and said, "I didn't expect so many people would be eyeing those genetic warriors who passed the trials. Of course, everyone knows that there are a lot of treasures in the ruins. Which warrior who passed the ruins trial didn't gain a lot? If you kill someone, you can get that reward. There must be someone willing to do it, especially the hunter." The others nodded in agreement. "Thanks to our large numbers and Mr. Lu's presence. Otherwise, we might not be able to enter the underground palace." Green said with a smile. Lu Shi also smiled. "In the Shine City area, Lu Shi, still have a say." He turned to look at Lu Yuan. "Brother Lu Yuan, we are in the city now. I need to go back to our Tianfu Consortium headquarters to handle some business, so I can't accompany you. If you need anything, you can come to our headquarters. Our headquarters is located at No. 042 in the residential area. You can find it easily if you go to the residential area." Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. "Okay, I will." Lu Shi left with his team. Looking at Lu Shi's leaving back, Zhuoming clicked his tongue twice, with a look of envy on his face. A-grade residential area, as expected of the Tianfu group. They're doing really well in Sandstone City. They're so rich. The others also nodded in agreement. Green laughed. After all, they're a large conglomerate, unlike us. Lu Yuan asked with some confusion, "Are there any levels of residential areas?" Green and the others were stunned. "Brother Yuan, don't you know? Haven't you ever been to a residential area?" Lu Yuan smiled and said, "I only stayed in Sandy Rock City for a few hours when I first came here, and I have never been back to Sandy Rock City since then." Everyone, including Green, widened their eyes. "Lu Yuan, you have been in the land of origin for more than a month since you awakened. You have never come back? You have been living in the wild." Green was a little shocked. "Is there anything wrong with that?" Lu Yuan was stunned. He always thought that everyone was like this. Now it seems not. Green smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I know why you can improve so quickly. Talent is one thing, but not everyone has this kind of terrifying resilience. Most people will be exhausted after staying in the dangerous wilderness for a period of time and will come back to adjust. But you have never come back. Zhuoming was also speechless. Brother Yuan, when you are tired, don't you need to rest? Don't you need to sleep? Are you still a human being? What do you mean I'm not a human? Who said I don't rest? I even prepared a tent and a sleeping bag. Everyone, the blonde youth smiled bitterly and said, even if we are a team and spend the night in the wild, we have to divide people to keep watch. Brother Yuan, you are alone. Aren't you afraid of encountering danger? Lu Yuan smiled and said, maybe I'm just too careless and lucky. I've never encountered any threats. Lu Yuan naturally wouldn't say that even when he was sleeping, he kept the black iron body active. Green shook his head. It's really incomparable. Let's not talk about this. Lu Yuan, didn't you ask about the difference between our residential areas? The residential areas in the city are also divided into different levels. The lowest level D-level housing is to share a house with others, and each person has a room. C-level housing is a single or multi-person suite. B-level housing is a townhouse, and A-level housing is a small manor with a courtyard. The higher the level of housing, the more luxurious it is, and of course the more expensive it is. For example, our base is generally a C-level suite, and the rent for one day is 30 spirit crystals, while for an A-level suite, I suspect it may cost hundreds or even thousands of spirit crystals a day. The bases of major forces like this are all rented for a long time. How many spirit crystals do you think it costs? Lu Yuan listened to Green's words and showed a look of realization. No wonder Green and the others are so envious. Based on this calculation, wouldn't the rental cost of Tianfu Group's residents be hundreds or even thousands of spirit crystals a day? This is almost half of his current daily income. You're really rich. Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Is it? Zhuoming nodded. Then he glanced at Lu Yuan. Brother Yuan, you earn a lot of spiritual crystals every day, and you are a wealthy man. There are still many things in Cheyenne City that require spiritual crystals. Without spiritual crystals, you can't move forward. Zhuoming sighed and shook his head. Even though Zhuoming lived a good life in real life, he was a poor guy in the place of origin. Green smiled and said, in this Sandrock City, the residential areas, dueling arenas, bars and the like are all big spenders. Bar? Lu Yuan was stunned. There's a bar here? Of course there are. Genetic warriors are on high alert after killing in the wild. Naturally, they need to relax and have a drink and chat after they come back. Naturally, there are bars. Zhuoming showed an ambiguous smile on his face. Generally, strong and handsome men are very popular in the bar. Brother Yuan, when you go there will definitely be many beautiful ladies who will like you. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes and said righteously, Zhuoming, what are you thinking? I, Lu Yuan, am not that kind of person. By the way, are there really cat ladies and elf ladies going there? Lu Yuan felt that he had to find some time to criticize. By the way, what is that dueling arena? The duel arena? It's where the genetic warriors fight. You can't fight in Sandstone City, or you'll be killed by the constructs. The only place you can fight is the duel arena. Fighting in it is usually a gamble, and even if you die in the duel space, it's not real death, and you won't leave the place of origin. So many powerful warriors like to hang out there. Is there such a place? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, showing some interest. Although he is powerful, most of his combat experience is fighting against ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan actually doesn't have much experience fighting genetic warriors. If you have the chance, you can go and have a look. Lu Yuan, we're a little tired from this ruins trial. We're going to go to the residential area to rest. Do you want to join us? Green asked with a smile. Lu Yuan shook his head. I'll just go for a walk by myself. That's good. You can contact us if you have any questions. Oh, by the way, you'd better buy a communication crystal so that you can contact people in Sandstone City. It's not expensive and is sold in many stores in Sandstone City. Only then did Lu Yuan remember that he really needed to buy one of these things. He nodded. I understand. Green and his group also said goodbye to Lu Yuan, leaving Lu Yuan alone. Lu Yuan looked around and randomly chose a direction to walk around. The last time I was in Sandstone City was when I first entered the land of origin. At that time, he could only stay in there for 24 hours. Time was tight, so he didn't waste time, and his understanding of Sandstone City was somewhat superficial. Now that he had time, he could take a closer look at the place. The street was very wide, at least 50 meters wide, with giant 5-meter-tall rock structures patrolling on both sides. There were many genetic warriors walking on the street. There are shops on both sides of the street. There are shops selling medicines, genetic weapons, groceries, and equipment repairs. These shops are quite large. There are also many genetic warriors coming in and out. The clerks inside are not genetic warriors, but rock constructs. However, unlike the giant rock construct on patrol, the clerk construct is only about 1.8 meters tall. Out of curiosity, Lu Yuan went to the store to take a look. I found that the medicines, materials, and genetic weapons here are more expensive than the market price. For example, ordinary healing potions require 60 spirit crystals per bottle. The price in the outside world is 8,000 red maple coins. Even if the exchange rate of spirit crystals and red maple coins is calculated based on the lowest ratio of 150, it will still require 9,000 red maple coins. This is a difference of 1,000. If we use the highest proportion of 200, the difference will be even greater. The price/performance ratio is not high. The same is true for other commodities. However, even so, there are still many people coming to buy. After all, no one knows whether the medicine will run out, and since it cannot be replenished outside, one can only buy it here. Lu Yuan bought a communication crystal at the grocery store, spending 200 spirit crystals. I also bought some things like glow sticks for lighting, and the total cost was 1,000 spirit crystals. Compared with Lu Yuan's current deposits, it is just a drop in the bucket. Afterwards, Lu Yuan remembered that his heavy sword needed repair. During the previous trial, he had fought with the Black Stone Man, and his heavy sword was almost broken. Lu Yuan came to the genetically armed shop. The shop is about 300 to 400 square meters in size, and there are many genetic weapons placed on the walls, including long swords, heavy swords, axes, war hammers, armor, etc. At this moment, many genetic warriors are looking at the goods. After Lu Yuan came in, he found a construct behind the counter. The construct looked at Lu Yuan, and a hoarse mechanical voice sounded. "Human, welcome. Do you want to buy equipment, repair equipment, or sell equipment?" "I need to repair the equipment. Please go to the back door to repair your equipment." The construct pointed to a door on the side. Lu Yuan nodded and walked in. The room behind the door was even larger, with a number of refining tables filled with blazing flames. The temperature was so high that Lu Yuan felt a little breathless. Constructs holding hammers were hammering the genetic weapons, and lights of various colors were flowing. "Human, do you need your equipment repaired?" A construct standing not far from the door looked at Lu Yuan with a mechanical and cold voice. Lu Yuan nodded. "Please get your gear out." Lu Yuan took out the beetle claw heavy sword with a broken blade. The construct's khaki eyes flashed with light, and white rays fell on the beetle claw heavy sword, and then the machine spoke. "This is an elite-level weapon with moderate damage. The repair cost is 500 spirit crystals." After hearing the construct's words, several genetic warriors who were repairing their equipment couldn't help but look over. Everyone looked at Lu Yuan with flickering eyes. Elite weapons are also very valuable in Sandstone City. Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. "So expensive?" "This repair fee can buy an ordinary genetic weapon." The construct looked at Lu Yuan without saying anything. Although these constructs are highly intelligent, they do not have the ability to bargain. Lu Yuan had once tried to bargain with the construct who was the clerk in the pharmacy, but the construct just stared at him without saying a word. It made Lu Yuan, who had always wanted to lower the price, look like a fool. Now the same is true for this construct. Lu Yuan pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "All right." He took out 500 spirit crystals and handed them to the construct. The construct took the spirit crystal, and without any movement, the spirit crystal disappeared. "It will take 16 hours to repair. Please be patient." Having said that, he left with Lu Yuan's heavy sword. Lu Yuan was not worried about the construct running away. These are the constructs that come with the land of origin. They do not seem to be normal lives, and each has their own mission. The mission of this construct is to repair equipment. It takes 16 hours to wait, and you won't be able to get the equipment in a short time. Lu Yuan planned to take a walk first. He came outside the repair shop and started looking around the shop. Most of the genetic weapons in this store are of ordinary quality, but Lu Yuan also saw elite quality weapons. For example, an elite staff that can enhance mental strength and increase the power of fire combat skills. It requires a full 10,000 spirit crystals. If it were placed outside, it would cost a full 1.5 million red maple coins. It's really expensive. It will take me 4 days to get this many spirit crystals, right? Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 56, Unwilling. In addition to the staff, Lu Yuan also saw elite armor and swords. The prices are invariably extremely high. He saw many genetic warriors standing under these elite armed forces. They looked up at them with tears in their eyes. For ordinary genetic warriors, 10,000 spirit crystals is a considerable number. A genetic warrior of ordinary quality could only kill about 30 ferocious beasts in a day after fighting desperately. The income from the dropped spirit crystals and materials might only be 1 or 200 a day. If the beasts are weaklings like the greystone beetle, there might not even be 100 spirit crystals. In addition to practicing every day, I also have to save money to buy a healing potion. Other things like strength potions have to be treated as luxury goods. In addition, during battles, genetic weapons will always be damaged, and repairing them will cost a large amount of spirit crystals. This is based on the premise that they can survive every time. For ordinary genetic warriors, death is a common occurrence. It may take a long time to use the spiritual crystals harvested at one time. So, where can one get the money to buy elite genetic weapons? Dreaming about it once can make you happy for several days. Even for most warriors with elite genes, hunting hundreds of ferocious beasts a day is considered very hard work. The harvest for a day might be only a few hundred spirit crystals, but there is still a high possibility of death. After all, not everyone is like Lu Yuan, who has strong defense and unlimited spiritual power. As long as their luck is not extremely bad and they encounter a ferocious beast that they cannot deal with, it is almost impossible for them to die. Once an elite warrior's spiritual power is exhausted, his combat effectiveness will drop significantly. If your defense is not strong enough, you will die if you are attacked by surprise. Perhaps for most elite warriors, potions are no longer a luxury and can even help save some money. But elite armed forces are still their dream. Only a few extremely powerful elite warriors can obtain so many spirit crystals and afford to purchase elite genetic weapons. Lu Yuan realized that he was very lucky to find a treasure chest and obtain an elite-level heavy sword when he first arrived in the Greystone Forest. How about buying another elite battle armor? He looked at the armor that cost 11,800 and fell in a deep thought. He still has about a few thousand spirit crystals in stock, and he is only a few thousand short of that, which can be obtained in less than a day. Oh, he remembered that there was still a pile of materials in his battle pattern space that had not been sold. It seems like I can get it now. Lu Yuan thought about it and finally shook his head. He is now equipped with a boss-level moonstone and an elite-level heavy sword, and his body can no longer withstand the elite-level armor. The normal level is pretty good too. What's more, with these spirit crystals, he still has to recharge the evolution cube. After shopping around and buying nothing, Lu Yuan left the genetic weapon store. He wandered around Sandrock City. Not long after, Lu Yuan bought a map and a brief introduction of Sandstone City at a grocery store. The entire Cheyenne City is divided into 4 urban areas in the east, south, west, and north, as well as a central square. The central square is the square where Lu Yuan first came in. Newcomers who come to Cheyenne City for the first time all appear in that square. The 4 directions of the central square are divided into 4 urban areas. Each of these urban areas has a number of residential areas and most regular shops. In addition, there are some special buildings. For example, there is the dueling arena preferred by the strong, the entertainment city where most genetic warriors go, and the auction house used to auction precious items. The area where Lu Yuan is located is the South City District, and the auction house is in this city district. Lu Yuan followed the road signs and the map, and quickly found the location of the auction house. Although the auction house is located in the southern part of the city, it is close to the central square. It can almost be considered the central area of Sandrock City. The entire auction house was like a huge stadium. It is completely black, about 200 to 300 meters in radius, and square in shape. Because there was no auction going on at the moment, the auction house's largest front door was closed. But there was another door on one side that was open. According to the description on the map, this door is the door through which the genetic warriors enter by ascending the treasures they obtain. Generally speaking, things that can be sent for auction are of high value, and the most common ones are elite-level genetic weapons. For example, if a genetic warrior is lucky enough to obtain extraordinary genes, he will usually come here to shoot. The auction house here is held once a year during the time of the Land of Origin. Lu Yuan didn't know when the last auction was. Just then, Lu Yuan saw a handsome elf gene warrior walking out of the post office. Lu Yuan walked over and said with a smile, "Hello, my elf friend. Can I ask you something?" The elf man glanced at Lu Yuan with an elegant smile on his face. "Human? This is the first time I've seen a human as handsome as you. Are you sure you're not a half-elf?" Lu Yuan said with an awkward but polite smile, "I am a human." The elf man seemed a little regretful. "Okay, what do you want to ask?" "I want to ask, when was the last auction held?" The elf man looked at Lu Yuan and said with a smile, "You want to attend the auction?" "Yes. It's only been 2 months since the last auction. The next one will be 10 months later. But I have to remind you that these 10 months are the time in the land of origin. If it is real time, it'll be about 1 month. If you want to participate in the auction, you have to calculate the time in advance, otherwise you may miss it." Hearing this, Lu Yuan nodded in realization. "Okay, I understand. Thank you for the reminder, my elf friend. It's a small matter." The elf man smiled and then left. Lu Yuan discovered that although the elves were a little arrogant, they were actually quite easy to talk to as long as you spoke nicely. Of course, it is not ruled out that Lu Yuan is more handsome. As we all know, elves are obsessed with appearance. Because of this, relations between elves and kobolds are worse than relations between humans and kobolds. In the real world, it will take nearly a month for an auction house to be established. Lu Yuan felt that it was still early and not too urgent. He doesn't have anything to send for photography right now. Although his moonstone essence was up to the auction standard, he needed it for cultivation, so he naturally would not sell it. Apart from these, probably only the black steel body art, the moonstone, and his heavy sword can be sold. Unfortunately, I need to use all these land edges myself. He suddenly realized that he didn't seem to have anything good. Maybe it's just that there are a few more spirit crystals? I hope to get some treasures next time, and then I can take them to the auction house for auction. I think I should be able to break through to the first level in about a month. If I don't get any new extraordinary genes, I can see if the auction house has any for sale then. After leaving the auction house and shopping for a while, Lu Yuan felt a little tired. After all, I had walked around the inner circle of the sandstone underground palace before, so I felt a little stressed. I was seriously injured several times during the trial. Although my injuries have healed now, I still feel a little tired. Lu Yuan planned to find a place to live and rest. Through the map, Lu Yuan discovered that there were a large number of residential areas in Shine City. After all, genetic warriors from 4 races have descended on Sandstone City. How many are more than tens of millions? The entire Shine City is not too large, so there are naturally many people who need a place to rest. Soon, he found a C-class residential area. After communicating with the structure at the entrance of the residential area, he rented a single suite with high-tech bathing facilities, luxurious decorations, and soft beds. The rental fee for 1 day is 45 spirit crystals. It's a little more expensive than the sweet green rented before. This is understandable. The price of C-class residential areas ranges from 25 to 45, but the area and decoration are different. Lu Yuan now has a lot of spirit crystals, and dozens of spirit crystals are really nothing to Lu Yuan. He would not skimp if he could live more comfortably. After all, living outside is miserable enough. C29122, is this it? In the corridor, Lu Yuan looked at the door number and nodded. Then he swiped the door plate on the dark door lock, and with a click, the door opened. After Lu Yuan entered, he couldn't help but be amazed. The single suite has a living room, bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, and balcony. The area is more than 100 square meters. The sofa in the living room is a black leather sofa. The ceiling is a shining crystal chandelier, and all the decorations look very luxurious. Lu Yuan came to the bedroom, looked at the big bed covered with white mattress, and threw himself onto the bed. Lu Yuan slowly sank into the bed and sighed with contentment. For someone like Lu Yuan who has lived in a shared house in a slum for a long time, it is a bit touching. This bed is so big, so soft, and so comfortable. 45 spirit crystals is really not expensive. After that, Lu Yuan settled down here. After a night's sleep, Lu Yuan went to the genetic weapons store the next day and took back the Black Worm Claw heavy sword. The repaired Beetle Claw heavy sword looked like a new one, with no sign of having ever been damaged. Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh that the 500 spirit crystals were well worth it. Although he still felt a little sad. After getting the heavy sword, Lu Yuan still did not leave Shine City. The harvest this time was already big enough, so there was no need for him to continue hunting ferocious beasts in the short term. It is entirely possible to absorb all the essence of the moonstone and then hunt ferocious beasts to obtain spirit crystals. Now the hunters outside are targeting the genetic warriors who have been to the ruins. Lu Yuan is somewhat famous now, and he is probably being targeted as well. He didn't want to go to the sandstone underground palace and be surrounded and killed by hunters. There's no need to be tough at this time. First, stabilize your position, then develop slowly, and you will be invincible in the later stage. After getting the heavy sword back, Lu Yuan continued to absorb the essence of the moonstone as soon as his body recovered a little. When I have free time, I study the method of developing black steel power. When I feel tired, I go out for a walk. Lu Yuan didn't go to the duel arena. His current cultivation level has improved too much. If he were to use his full strength, he would not be able to hide the fact that he had gained a lot of benefits in the ruins, and he would be easily discovered. If you don't go all out and fight someone in the duel arena, the effect of improving your combat power will be too low. There's no need to waste time. Originally, Lu Yuan was thinking of going to the bar in the evening. It wasn't because he heard Zhuo Ming say that he would be quite popular in the bar. He's a man who has transcended vulgarity. He went to the bar with a critical, "I wanted to see if there were really many pretty girls there," as they said. As a result, by the evening, Lu Yuan's time at the place of origin had come to an end. He could only leave the place of origin somewhat unwillingly. Chapter 57, Wang Xiangxiang. After leaving the place of origin, it was already bright outside the window. Lu Yuan looked at the time, and it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Lu Yuan entered the land of origin at 10 o'clock last night. In other words, with Lu Yuan's current strength, he can stay in the place of origin for 6 days. Compared to before, there is more time. He leaned on the bed, picked up his phone, and looked at it. There were a lot of messages on his phone. Most of them are messages in groups, class groups, and future war god groups. Among them, there was a message at him in the future god of war group. He clicked it and saw it was from Wang Xiangxiang. Wang Xiangxiang, at Lu Yuan, we are all free today. How about having dinner together tonight? You said you would treat us. The time was around 9 o'clock. Lu Yuan smiled and replied, "No problem. You choose where to eat." As soon as Lu Yuan sent the message, Wang Xiangxiang replied, "Wang Xiangxiang, while the busy man is out, how was the harvest today? Did anyone die?" Lu Yuan, the harvest was not bad. No one died. Wang Xiangxiang, "Tisk, I'm disappointed that you never died once." Lu Yuan, don't be envious. After all, I'm strong. Wang Xiangxiang, only a fool would envy you. I'm stronger than you. Chao Yin, Lu Yuan, what is the current level of refinement? Lu Yuan thought about it and replied, 50%. Before coming out, he absorbed some moonstone essence, and the degree of tempering had reached 80%. However, 80% is a bit too exaggerated, so Lu Yuan probably underestimated it a bit. Wang Xiangxiang, Gaozan, Guyu, Winnie, Molly. A series of question marks emerge. Even a few people who didn't speak were blown out. Apparently, they were all spying on the screen. Screen peeking, like repeating a lesson, can be said to be human nature. Guyu fuck. Brother Yuan, are you serious? How on earth did you manage to reach 50% so quickly? Lu Yuan, I'm lucky this time. I came across a relic. I got a little reward. Lu Yuan thought about it and realized that there were only about 200 moonstone essences plus a little moonstone spirit dew, which would be about 6 or 700,000 spirit crystals. It's really not a big gain. Gaozan, ruins actually appeared in your sandstone city? Are you so lucky? Why don't we have any in Stormwind City? Molly, we don't have in Bone City either. I really don't accept it. Wang Xiangxiang, at Zhuoming Xiaomingzi, come out and get beaten. There are relics over there. Zhuoming didn't reply. Winnie, I'm afraid Naruko-chan hasn't come out yet. Guyu, wow. Zhuoming is not going to take off too? Then I'm a weakling. Winnie, I'm offended. Thank you. Molly, Guyu, are you drifting? Wang Xiangxiang, I don't care. Lu Yuan, I want to eat at Jiuhu restaurant. Lu Yuan, then keep thinking about it. Wang Xiangxiang. Chao Yin, forget about Jiuhu restaurant, but at least you can treat us to a roadside stall, right? You have such a big harvest. Why don't you celebrate it properly? Lu Yuan thought about it and felt that it made sense. That's fine. Where do you want to eat? Wang Xiangxiang, Jiuhu restaurant. Lu Yuan simply ignored her. Winnie, I know a very delicious restaurant called Nine Walnuts. They have a lot of creative dishes that are delicious. And it's not far from us, right next to the Jiuhu Business District. Molly, among us, Winnie is the best at eating. I stand with Winnie. Guyu, Then where to go? Lu Yuan took a look and found that it was near Jiuhu Business District, not far away indeed. As he was going to Jiuhu Business District soon, they could go together. Lu Yuan. Then let's go with that one. Afterwards, they set a meeting time at 5 in the evening. After all, we are all genetic warriors. Except for those who died and need to recover their spirits and cannot enter the land of origin. Everyone else has to enter the land of origin at night, so they won't eat too late. After making the appointment, Lu Yuan left the group message. In addition to various group messages, Zhuaming, Wang Xiangxiang, and others also sent him private messages, which were full of emoticons and silly chats. In addition to them, Li Chingha also sent a message. It was sent at 7 in the morning. Brother Yuan, breakfast is on the table in the living room. Remember to eat. When Lu Yuan saw the message, he couldn't help but laugh. During this period, Lu Yuan came out of the place of origin later and later, and he didn't meet Li Chingha in the morning in the next few days. However, Li Chingha would still put breakfast on the table in the living room and remind Lu Yuan to eat. Lu Yuan stood up, stretched, and walked out of the room. On the table in the living room, he found a few buns and a cup of soy milk. Lu Yuan picked up the bun, took a bite, and walked out the door. Arriving at the Jiuhu Business District, Lu Yuan first went to the Mad Wolf materials store to sell all the materials. During this period, Lu Yuan saved more than 4 million by selling materials. This was what he had left after buying various potions and supplies. It is conceivable that Lu Yuan made a lot of money during this period. After selling the materials, Lu Yuan went to the Jiuhu Business District for a stroll. After replenishing the necessities for entering the land of origin, Lu Yuan found that there was nothing left to buy. In the past few days, Lu Yuan came to buy necessities almost every day, and when he had money, he would also come to buy something. For example, clothes and so on. After all, he was very poor before, and the clothes he wore were all worn for several years, and had become white due to washing. Although it looked clean and still wearable, Lu Yuan still changed it into a new one. After all, the hierarchy in Shili City is stricter than in the previous life, and there are clear stratifications in status and strength. What you wear and what you wear, these superficial things are the most able to reflect a person's strength and status. Lu Yuan didn't want to be provoked by just anyone because of his shabby clothes. He is not the kind of person who has the evil taste of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. That's a waste of time. Not only that, Lu Yuan also bought some clothes and cosmetics for Li Chingha as gifts. Although Li Chingha was very happy after receiving it, it was still useless. Brother Yuan, I'm very happy that you can give me these, but this is a slum. If you wear these clothes, aren't you afraid that I'll be robbed? I'm not a genetic warrior. At that time, Li Chingha looked at Lu Yuan with a wicked smile, but the words he said made Lu Yuan sober up. It is true that outside the slums, there are strong legal and moral constraints and not much danger. In dark areas like the slums, even the law is dispensable and the only thing you can rely on is force. It was too dangerous for Li Chingha, a weak woman, to walk outside wearing expensive clothes. Lu Yuan didn't say much. We can only wait until Li Chingha leaves the slums. Lu Yuan strolled around casually and sat down in a cafe. The waitress in black uniform came over. When she saw the genetic battle pattern on Lu Yuan's wrist, her pupils shrank and she bowed respectfully. Dear sir, what can I do for you? A latte. Okay, wait a moment. We will get ready right away. The waitress was very efficient and brought the coffee in no time. Sir, your latte has arrived. Lu Yuan nodded and said with a smile, Thank you. You're welcome. Is there anything else you need? Not yet. Okay, if you need anything, please feel free to call me. The waitress bowed and retreated. While drinking coffee, Lu Yuan was thinking about how to exert the power of Black Steel Force. Summarize the results of yesterday's training. There are some differences between the human core power group and the Stoneman, but the principles of force generation are similar. As long as the principles are the same, it is not difficult to learn. Lu Yuan has military boxing and military sword as his foundation, and he has a good control over his own strength. After just yesterday's practice, Lu Yuan had already found a way. As long as you work hard in the next period of time, you'll be able to master the first level quickly. At that time, he can directly increase his strength by 50%, and his combat power will be greatly improved. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yuan heard a clear voice coming from behind him. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan turned around and looked. A girl with long, straight black hair, wearing a pure white t-shirt and blue denim hot pants, walked over. The girl has a bright smile on her face, beautiful features and delicate features, and a hot and tall figure. Especially the pair of long, white, and straight legs, which are very dazzling. Most of the customers in the cafe looked over here. Especially the men. Their eyes were sparkling. Sitting in the corner, a bald man and a handsome blonde young man's eyes lit up when they saw the girl. This girl is pretty good. The bald man raised his black alloy prosthesis, touched his face, and grinned. The blonde youth smiled and said, "If you like her, why not go and chat her up? After all, you are a hunter in the wilderness. You must have earned millions this time, right? Isn't it easy to deal with a little girl?" But soon, the smile on the blonde young man's face froze after he saw the golden genetic battle pattern on the girl's wrist. He's actually a genetic warrior? The bald man, who was originally interested, was stunned and looked at the girl's wrist. After seeing the faint genetic battle pattern, his face changed slightly and he withdrew his gaze. TSK, I didn't expect he's a genetic warrior. Better not provoke him. The two of them lowered their heads and continued drinking coffee. Not only the two of them, but every customer in the cafe, after seeing the genetic battle pattern on the girl's wrist, their faces changed and they all looked away, not daring to look any further. The girl came to Lu Yuan, pulled over a chair, and sat down carelessly, looking at Lu Yuan and said with a smile, "Lu Yuan, you are completely different now than before. I remember you being much gloomier than you are now." Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Now that you have become a genetic warrior, isn't it normal to have changed a lot? But you Wang Xiangxiang haven't changed at all from before." Wang Xiangxiang puffed out her chest and squinted at Lu Yuan. "You can donate your eyes to people in need if you don't need them." "Who said I haven't changed? Isn't my figure better than before?" Lu Yuan almost spit out the coffee in his mouth. He was full of black lines. "I'm talking about personality." "Oh, waiter, cappuccino please." Chapter 58 is on the news. Lu Yuan and Wang Xiangxiang were drinking coffee and chatting. Not long after, two beautiful girls came over arm in arm. One has long wavy blonde hair and the other has a brown bob. The girl with long wavy golden hair wore a green suspender skirt. She had a slender figure, delicate collarbones, and skin as white as snow. The girl with brown bob haircut wore black short-sleeve shirt and black lace long skirt, looking a bit cool. "Xiang, we are here. Boss Lu Yuan. Wow, you have become more handsome again. Do you have a boyfriend?" The girl with long wavy blonde hair waved at Wang Xiangxiang, then looked at Lu Yuan with sparkling eyes. Lu Yuan. He was stunned for a moment and didn't react for a moment. "Boyfriend?" Wang Xiangxiang glanced at the blonde girl with disdain and said, "Lu Yuan, ignore Winnie. She's been watching those love stories between men lately." Lu Yuan. He looked into Winnie's sparkling eyes and felt his scalp tingling. "Isn't this a rotten girl?" He said firmly, "I like women, especially beautiful women." "Oh." Winnie looked regretful. Lu Yuan's face was dark. Molly sat down next to Wang Xiangxiang and waved to Lu Yuan with a smile. "Lu Yuan, long time no see." "Yeah, a few months, huh?" Lu Yuan had been desk mate with Molly for a period of time before. Although they had not talked much, she was the one he was most familiar with in their class, except for Zhuoming. There were four of them together, and three women were chatting. "Xiangxiang, your skin is getting more and more supple. What skincare products are you using recently?" "I recently bought the Water of Eternal Love, and it works well. You can try it. I've used it before, but the water is too irritating. My skin becomes allergic after using it, and I even got acne the last time I used it." Blah, blah, blah. Lu Yuan sat there expressionlessly watching them chat, his mind full of questions. Isn't water meant to be drunk? Still allergic? It won't be poisonous, right? He silently picked up the coffee and took a sip, suddenly feeling a little tormented. Not long after, three young men came over. In the middle is a gentle-looking young man wearing a white shirt with his sleeves rolled up, a smile on his face, and short black curly hair. Next to him was a tall boy with a delicate appearance, wearing a black t-shirt with a tiger pattern. Another one is Zhuoming, whom Lu Yuan had met several times in the place of origin. The three of them entered the coffee shop and looked around. After seeing Lu Yuan and his companions, the three of them's eyes lit up and they walked over. "Brother Yuan, we are here," Zhuoming said with a smile. The tall boy also greeted with a smile. "Brother Yuan, sister Xiangxiang." The gentle young man smiled and said, "Lu Yuan, you'll have to spend money today." Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. "Guyu Chaoyan, long time no see." Chaoyan smiled and said, "We are all genetic warriors, So let's communicate more in the future. Maybe after we go to Red Maple City, we will team up together. Yes. We can team up together then. Brother Lu Yuan, Brother Chaoyan, and Sister Xiang will lead the team. Isn't that a random killing? Gu Yu's eyes lit up, and he spoke with a smile. Wang Xiang glanced at Gu Yu and said with a smile, Xiao Yuzi, by the time you could go to Red Maple City, we will probably all be at the second level. Will you join us to die? Gu Yu's smile froze, and his expression suddenly turned bitter. Well, let's go to the restaurant Winnie mentioned. You should all be hungry, right? Lu Yuan stood up. The few of them left the cafe and headed towards the Nine Walnuts restaurant that Winnie had mentioned. The Nine Walnuts restaurant is located in a residential alley not far from Juhu Shopping Mall. This is it. Looking at a second-floor restaurant with only a sliding door, Winnie smiled, her long golden hair sparkling in the sun. It's so remote. If you hadn't led the way, we wouldn't have been able to find it. Molly complained. It's such a blessing that you can find a place like this. Gu was also speechless. Winnie smiled very proudly. Of course, don't you think about who I am? I dare not say other places, but in this southern area, there is no delicious place that Winnie doesn't know. Then let's go up. Gaozan's my. A few people walked in, and a pretty woman with a white prosthetic left hand was sitting behind the counter playing with her cell phone. Seeing Lu Yuan and others coming in, she smiled and said, Hello, everyone. Do you have an appointment? Yes, Winnie. Winnie, found it, the Two Walnuts room. Please go upstairs. When Lu Yuan heard the name, his face looked strange. Is even the name of the private room so convenient? The group went upstairs and found that the environment upstairs was quite quiet, with a corridor and private rooms on both sides. This is One Walnut, Two Walnuts is here. Winnie led Lu Yuan and the others there with familiarity, opened the door of the private room, and saw some fresh wooden dining chairs inside. There's also a mural of a walnut tree on the wall. Lu Yuan and his group took their seats. Wang Xiang looked around and said with a smile, What's delicious here? Winnie, what do you want to order? Winnie patted her chest and said, Just let me take the order. Lu Yuan looked at a few people and nodded. It seems quite reliable. While Winnie was ordering, Zhuoming smiled and patted the table, coughed lightly, and said, Everyone, I have good news to announce. Everyone looked over. Chaoyan smiled and said, What good news? Zhuoming raised his eyebrows and said with some excitement, My tempering degree has reached 40%. Hearing this, Winnie and Wang Xiang, who were ordering food, were stunned. Wang Xiang looked at Zhuoming in surprise. You're good, Naruko-chan. You've been training pretty fast lately. Chaoyan was a little confused. Based on the speed at which you absorb spirit crystals, it should take a few more days, right? Is it because of the ruins? Zhuoming was stunned. Do you know the ruins? Wang Xiang smiled and said, Now the whole war network has spread. Relics have appeared in the Sandstone Underground Palace in Shine City. Lu Yuan was stunned. It spread all over the battle network. Gu Yu smiled and said, Boss Lu Yuan, don't you know? You're already on battle.net. Lu Yuan. His eyes widened, his face blank. Me? On battle.net? Chaoyan smiled, took out his phone, and started checking. Not long after, he found a post, and with a swipe of his finger, the content in his phone was projected into the air. Ranking of trial ruins in the Sandstone Underground Palace. Your name is on it. Lu Yuan looked at the content. I'm afraid everyone knows now that there are trial ruins in the Sandstone Underground Palace. According to the current information, the ruins are now divided into genius trials, elite trials, and ordinary trials. Here, after multiple investigations, the poster has listed the rankings of this trial not guaranteed to be completely accurate. Among them, until the ruins were closed, there was only one person who opened the genius trial, and it is impossible to determine who this person is. The list of elite trials from high to low is Pingxing, Elite Level 3, Sun Qian, Elite Level 3, Elite Level 3, Lu Yuan, Elite Level 2. Among the human warriors who have passed the elite trials, there are a few people who need to be mentioned here. The first one is Lu Yuan. It is said that he's a newbie who has just awakened. In just over a month in the land of origin, he has been able to improve to this level. He is a rare genius. According to the information obtained by the poster, many organizations are now paying attention to Lu Yuan and intend to recruit him. The second one is Sun Qian. Lu Yuan quickly found his name on it, and even found the evaluation of himself on it. His face looked very strange. I'm directly on the list? When I was talking directly to Lu Shi and the others, there were quite a few people around. I'm afraid they heard it, and then someone told others about it. His brows furrowed slightly. Fortunately, he didn't directly say that he passed the Genius Level 1 trial, otherwise the post would have exploded, right? After all, just passing Elite Level 2 is considered a rare genius, so what's the point of passing Genius Level 1? Zhuoming was also very surprised when he saw the ranking above. It's really Brother Yuan. Brother Yuan is awesome. He even made it to the news. It even praises Lu Yuan as a rare genius. Wang Xiangxiang supported her cheek with her right hand and glanced at Lu Yuan. When Zhuoming heard this, he thought of something and said with a smile, "Of course you do. You know the Tianfu Financial Group, right?" Mr. Lu Shiliu of the Tianfu Financial Group wanted Brother Yuan to join the Tianfu Financial Group in the relic space. Do you know how much annual salary he offered? Zhuoming seemed to be keeping someone in suspense, so Guyu slapped him on the back. Zhuoming coughed repeatedly. "How much? Don't keep me in suspense." Wang Xiangxiang looked at Lu Yuan with a smile. Zhuoming showed 5 fingers. 500 million. 1 year. This. Everyone gasped. 500 million. Even Chao Yin and Wang Xiangxiang, 2 children from Jin warrior families, were shocked. Chao Yin smiled bitterly and said, "Lu Yuan is so amazing. My dad is now a first-level warrior, but the money he makes in a year is probably not even 1/10 of what Lu Yuan makes." Wang Xiangxiang smiled and said, "My parents are both second-level combat masters. Their combined annual income is probably only slightly more than Lu Yuan's. TSK. Lu Yuan is too rich." Molly smiled and said, "Is it too late for me to hug my thigh now?" Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. "I didn't agree to join the Tianfu Consortium." Everyone was stunned. Guyu asked, "Why don't you agree? That's 500 million annual salary." Zhuoming slammed the table, looking distressed. "I didn't understand why Brother Yuan refused at that time." The others were also surprised. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "I still hope to be a little freer. I could just earn money slowly." Everyone looked at each other, bewildered and silent. Then Chao Yin smiled and shook his head. "Is this the idea of a genius? I can't understand it." Wang Xiangxiang looked at Lu Yuan and said with a smile, "I think I can understand that strength is king. If you are strong enough, money and other things will be given to you even if you don't want them." Chapter 59, Darkness. A few people were chatting when the waiter knocked on the door. Winnie's eyes lit up. "The food is here." Zhuoming, who was sitting by the door, opened it. A waiter in a white uniform came in carrying a pot of food. It was a pot of yellow vegetable, with a strange smell emanating from it. Lu Yuan and Wang Xiangxiang's expressions changed slightly. "What kind of dish is this?" Winnie smiled proudly. "This is the specialty of this restaurant, durian pig intestines. It tastes very good. You must try it." Lu Yuan. He widened his eyes and looked at Winnie in disbelief. "You look like a quiet little girl, but I didn't expect you to like eating this kind of food." Not only Lu Yuan, but also Wang Xiangxiang, Chao Yin, and Molly all had slightly changed expressions. "Durian pig intestines? Can you eat this?" They stared at the yellow substance on the table, stunned. Winnie happily picked up a piece of pig intestine and put it into her mouth, then said with a smile, "It's delicious. Don't you want to eat it?" Lu Yuan shook his head silently. "I'll wait for the next dish. I'll play one too." Wang Xiangxiang silently pushed the dish towards Winnie. Chao Yin and others also shook their heads, indicating that they couldn't eat it. Only Zhuoming hesitated for a moment, then picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. His eyes lit up. "Not bad." Seeing Zhuoming's expression, Winnie smiled and said, "Yeah, it's really a waste if you don't eat it." She shook her head regretfully. What Lu Yuan was thinking now was that there was a reason why this store was named 9 Walnuts. People who can eat dishes like durian and pork intestines really don't need to eat some walnuts to nourish their brains? Fortunately, except for the durian pork intestines, the following dishes tasted pretty good. Lu Yuan and his companions were very satisfied with the meal. By the time we finished eating, it was already past 9 o'clock. Night has fallen, and even in the residential alley, you can still see the bright neon lights not far away. Wang Xiangxiang stood up and stretched, revealing her beautiful curves. "Let's go, it's time to go back. We still have to go to the land of origin tonight. It's time to prepare to break the genetic lock." Chao Yin glanced at Wang Xiangxiang, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. "Xiangxiang, maybe you can break through to the first level before the college entrance examination. It's a bit difficult for me. Now it's only 98% tempering degree. I'm afraid it will be too late to break the gene lock when the tempering degree reaches 100%. Wang Xiangxiang grinned. Don't worry, there's still time. Maybe if you're lucky, you can get the raw stone directly. Then it will be easy to break the gene lock. Chaoyan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget it, let's go back. Several people went downstairs, and Lu Yuan paid the bill. The total cost was 692 yuan. If it was Lu Yuan before, then it would be almost 1 month's living expenses. But for Lu Yuan now, this price is completely acceptable. After all, he has several million in savings. After paying the bill, everyone left the restaurant. Wang Xiangxiang patted Lu Yuan's shoulder with a smile and said, Lu Yuan, thank you for treating me today. I hope you can break the gene lock soon. See you in Red Maple City. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. Maybe I'm faster than you think. TSK, don't think you're great just because you're a genius. There are many people who are more talented than you. Lu Yuan smiled and did not refute. After all, his current tempering degree has reached 80%. There is nothing to refute about this. Chaoyan also smiled and said, Lu Yuan, thank you so much for today. I'll treat you next time, and we can get together again. Work hard during this period, and I hope you can get good grades in the college entrance examination. Okay, let's go back then. Everyone lives in different places, separately. Lu Yuan was the only one heading to the slums, so naturally there was no one else going that way. He didn't take a taxi, but walked slowly on the road towards the slums. To be honest, in Lu Yuan's previous life's memory, the night view of the city only existed before he was alienated. After the death of my family members, my memories of my previous life are basically gray. After he came here through time, he never came here at night. Walking on the street, you can see fashionably dressed men and women on both sides of the street, looking very energetic under the neon lights. A group of people passed by Lu Yuan, and 2 pretty girls turned their heads and looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled at them, and the 2 turned their heads away embarrassedly. At this moment, a beautiful lady dressed in fashionable clothes came over and said with a smile, Handsome guy, can you add me your contact information? I just lost a bet with my sister. She pointed behind her, where 2 beauties were looking at her and giggling. Lu Yuan smiled and said, Sorry, I don't have a cell phone. The beauty was stunned. Lu Yuan had already walked toward her. Along the way, Lu Yuan met several people who tried to strike up a conversation with him, but he ignored them all. Soon, the bustling streets began to become deserted. The neon lights on the roadside are becoming fewer and fewer, and the street lamps are emitting a yellow-white light. The environment has changed. The bustling city that never sleeps was fading away, and he had arrived at an area close to the slums. The originally clean streets are now filled with a lot of garbage, such as cans and plastic bottles. 2 black wildcats ran past under the light, looked back at Lu Yuan, let out a shrill scream, and quickly left. The pedestrians on the street are no longer as leisurely as before, and their steps are hurried. As we went deeper into the slums, there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the streets, and the environment became quieter and quieter. Just then, Lu Yuan heard a scream. Let go of my child. Let go now. Lu Yuan looked up and saw 2 men in black leather jackets and colorful hair in the alley in the distance. One of them was holding a 1-year-old child, and the other was holding a skinny woman. The woman looked very thin, but at this moment she was holding the child tightly and refused to let go. The child kept crying as he was pulled by the 2 men. Someone help me. Please help me. The woman turned her head and looked around. There were 4 or 5 pedestrians on the street. However, the passers-by took a look at this side, lowered their heads, and hurried away. Damn it! Let go! A ferocious look appeared on the face of the man holding the child, and he pulled even harder. Suddenly, the child's face turned red, and he burst into tears. No! The thin woman kept shaking her head, her face full of despair. The man who was holding the woman had a cold look in his eyes. You are looking for death. He reached into his trouser pocket and pulled out a folding knife. He opened the knife and was about to stab the woman. Just then, a dark shadow flashed by. Lu Yuan appeared beside the man, his face cold, and kicked him hard in the waist. The man's waist twisted irregularly, making a crackling sound. His body flew backwards and hit the wall at the side of the alley. The folding knife had slipped out of his hand and fell beside him. His body kept twitching and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, the man who was pulling the child was shocked. He quickly let go of the child and took 2 steps back. The thin woman pulled her child over and hugged him tightly in her arms. She leaned against the wall, and looked at the man and Lu Yuan warily. The man in leather armor turned his head to look at the man lying on the ground twitching, then looked at Lu Yuan. I saw that the clothes Lu Yuan was wearing didn't look like those from Slum. He said, "Hey, buddy, I advise you to stop interfering. This is a slum, a place that is beyond the reach of the Imperial law. We are from the Wild Dog Gang. Are you trying to go against us? Are you? Wild Dog Gang." Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. He had heard the name of this gang several times. It could be said that it is the most notorious gang in the entire slum, committing all kinds of evil. Lu Yuan had already thought badly of them. I didn't expect that they would dare to kill people and snatch children in the street. This was more exaggerated than he had imagined. The reality is even more outrageous than imagination. Yes, we are from the Wild Dog Gang. In the slums, we are the kings. If you don't want to disappear, get out of here. The slums are not a place for you damn rich people. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "I think you misunderstood. I'm not rich. I live in the slums." The leather-armored man was stunned for a moment, then grinned grimly. "Dude, since you live in the slums, how dare you meddle in other people's business? Do you think you've lived too long?" Lu Yuan also laughed. "I said you misunderstood. There's another meaning. It doesn't matter what gang you belong to me." He took a step forward, bursting with strength, and instantly arrived in front of the man in leather armor. The man in leather armor widened his eyes with a look of astonishment. Lu Yuan had already grabbed his face with one hand and pushed him back. Boom! His head hit the wall and blood flowed out. Lu Yuan let go of his hand, and his body slid softly to the ground. Only then did Lu Yuan turn around and look at the shivering, skinny woman. He glanced at the child in the woman's arms and frowned slightly. "You live here, right? You should know how dangerous it is for you to bring a child out so late at night." To be honest, Lu Yuan had never seen children on the streets of the slums after dark, because it's too easy to be kidnapped by gang members. As for what purpose they were kidnapped, boys broke their hands and feet and went to busy places to beg, while girls packed up their clothes and went to entertain guests. Good-looking boys and girls would be raised as slaves. Some are even more cruel and will even take organs and sell them. Not to mention children, even adults rarely hang out outside at night. It's too dangerous. In fact, Lu Yuan didn't know all this at first. It was Li Chingha who told him. The darkness here is unimaginable for Lu Yuan, who lived under the red flag in his previous life. Chapter 60, Mutation. The skinny woman hugged the crying child tightly and said in a hoarse voice, "My husband is addicted to drugs. When his addiction kicks in, he beats me and the children to vent his anger. If we stay at home, we'll be beaten to death. I have no choice but to take the children out. Lu Yuan." His voice suddenly choked. Looking at the woman with wrinkles on her face, Lu Yuan didn't know what to say for a moment. The skinny woman looked at Lu Yuan, bent her legs, knelt down, and begged, "Sir, you are a powerful genetic warrior. Can you take me away from this area? If I am alone, there will definitely be someone who wants to snatch my child away." Lu Yuan frowned and pulled the skinny woman up. "Okay, I'll take you out." The skinny woman showed a look of surprise on her face and bent down repeatedly. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Lu Yuan shook his head. "Let's go." He walked back the way he had come. Anyway, it's just a short distance, and for Lu Yuan, it's just a few steps, so he could just think of it as more exercise. Lu Yuan walked along a street with the skinny woman. At the corner of the wall at the edge of the street, 3 gangsters were squatting and looking around. One of the gangsters saw Lu Yuan and the skinny woman. His eyes lit up when he saw the child in the skinny woman's arms. He reached out and patted the 2 companions beside him and said, "There's work coming." The other 2 people looked over quickly. After seeing the child in the skinny woman's arms, the other 2 grinned. "Is there anyone who dares to bring their children out so late at night? Guys, let's go up and teach them what the rules of the ghetto are. There's another guy who doesn't look like he's going to be easy to deal with. Get your weapons ready." Rest assured, the 3 thugs stood up and walked towards Lu Yuan and the other man. One of the thugs had put his hand in his pocket, where there was a bulge. When the 3 men approached, the skinny woman noticed them immediately. Her body trembled, and she hugged the child tightly and hid behind Lu Yuan. Just as the 3 thugs approached, 2 of the gangsters saw the genetic battle pattern on Lu Yuan's wrist. Their pupils shrank, and they looked terrified. The other burly gangster didn't notice Lu Yuan's wrist. He grinned and walked up to Lu Yuan. "Little brother, we want to borrow something from you." Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Borrow what?" The sturdy little thug was about to speak when one of his companions covered his mouth, and the other companion smiled kindly. "Brother, we are out of light for cigarettes, and would like to borrow a light from you. Is that convenient?" The burly young gangster was dissatisfied with his companion covering his mouth. When he heard what another companion said, he was stunned. "I don't smoke, I don't have a light." "Is that so? Sorry to bother you, big brother. Goodbye." The smile on the gangster's face was very kind, and if you didn't know him, you would think he was a good person. They dragged the still confused, burly thug away. After walking a distance, the sturdy little gangster broke free from his companions and said dissatisfiedly, "What the hell are you two doing?" The thug who had covered his mouth before now had sweat all over his forehead and spoke in a low voice with a look of fear on his face. "Lao man, you have to treat us two brothers to a good meal." "What? You dragged me along and asked me to treat you?" Lao man suddenly became unhappy. "You know nothing. That man is a genetic warrior. Didn't you see his wrist just now? We saved your life." The burly gangster was stunned and turned to look behind him. Lu Yuan's back was a little far away, so naturally he could no longer be seen clearly. There was still a hint of shock in his eyes. "Are you serious?" "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, ask Ma Zi." Another gangster nodded to the gangster who was borrowing fire from Lu Yuan. "It's true. No wonder they dared to come out at night. They are genetic warriors. Fortunately, we were sharp-eyed, otherwise we would have been dead." Hearing his two companions say this, the sturdy little gangster was also a little scared. "Fortunately, you can see clearly, otherwise it would be over." While the three gangsters were talking, there was an alley not far from them. Two stray dogs were digging for food on the garbage dump in the alley. At this moment, a black shadow emerged from the shadow of the alley and instantly drilled into the body of a black wild dog that had lost a lot of hair. The black wild dog froze for a moment, with black mist emanating from its body. The other wild dog's hair stood on end. It hunched its body and stared at its former companion, baring its teeth and growling threateningly. Click, click, click. The black wild dog's bones kept making noises. Its originally thin body collided rapidly as if it had taken hormones. The black hair grew long and hard. The muscles grew, the body swelled, and the eyes turned dark. Soon, the changes in the black wild dog stopped. It grew to a shoulder height of 1.7 meters. It looked like a huge monster. There were streaks of black mist flowing over the body of the mutated black wild dog. It turned its head to look at the wild dog, which was slightly bent and growling. When the wild dog was looked at by the mutant wild dog, it whimpered and tried to run away with its tail between its legs. However, the mutant wild dog turned into a black shadow and appeared in front of the wild dog in an instant. Its sharp claws slapped down, hitting the wild dog directly on the head. Boom! The wild dog's brain splattered, and its limbs twitched as it fell to the ground. The three hooligans outside the alley were stunned when they heard the sound coming from inside. "What's that sound?" The burly thug poked his head out to see what was in the alley. Just then, a shadow flashed by and rushed out from the alley. Before the three thugs could see clearly, the burly thug was slapped away by a claw. His body hit the wall 5 meters away heavily, and cracks appeared on the wall. The other two gangsters stared at the mutant wild dog that suddenly appeared with their eyes wide open, stunned. "What the hell?" They instinctively screamed and ran away. Lu Yuan didn't pay attention to the three thugs who suddenly appeared and left. He actually thought that the three punks were quite polite. Except the first one didn't sound very good. They just wanted to borrow a light, and Lu Yuan had no intention of doing anything to them. Just after they walked some distance, a scream suddenly came from behind them. Lu Yuan was stunned and turned around to look back. I happened to see two thugs running out frantically outside a dark alley, and there was a huge black dog standing outside the alley. The big dog was about 1.7 meters tall at the shoulder and looked very scary. Lu Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. A vicious beast? How could a vicious beast sneak into the city? Lu Yuan was a little scared, not to mention the skinny woman next to Lu Yuan. When she saw the giant dog, her legs went weak and she almost collapsed to the ground. Her voice was a little shrill because of fear. "What is that?" The giant dog felt Lu Yuan's gaze and turned to look at Lu Yuan. It seemed to feel the threat from Lu Yuan and gave up on the two thugs who were closer to it. It crouched down, grinned, and let out a dull growl. Lu Yuan frowned and said to the skinny woman, "Stand back a little." The skinny woman nodded repeatedly, then ran back with the child in her arms. armor appeared on Lu Yuan's body, and a beetle claw heavy sword also appeared in his hand. A dark color appeared on his skin, and several lines appeared on his face. The black iron body is moving. The giant dog pushed the ground with its limbs and rushed towards Lu's edge. Lu Yuan stepped on the ground with his legs and rushed forward with a sword in hand. Under the gaze of the two surviving hooligans and the skinny woman, the man and the dog collided with each other. The heavy sword and the sharp claws collided, making a clanging sound. The huge force was transmitted into the ground through their feet. A crack appeared on the ground where the man and the dog were. The next moment, the giant dog roared in pain, and its huge body, which was about 1.7 meters tall, flew into the air and hit the wall on the side. Boom! This is not a solid alloy wall. It's just an ordinary stone wall. This impact directly created a hole in the wall. The two hooligans and the skinny woman all opened their eyes wide with shock on their faces. One of the gangsters hid in the corner, looking at the deep hole in the wall, and said in horror, "Is this the power of a genetic warrior? Is this still a human being? No wonder the gene warriors have such a high status. Their power is too terrifying. They can even knock such a big monster away in one blow." After knocking the giant dog away, Lu Yuan rushed out again. Before the giant dog could stand up, he stabbed a sword into its body.